Mao Guang's evidence was thorough enough that House Ferris couldn't credibly deny the specific individuals involved. Wei Liang had 7 members of the House's upper management taken into custody by the Iron Veil Legion's military police, not Yu Zhen's direct command, because the appearance of personal vendetta would compromise the trial's legitimacy, but under her authority as general. The trial lasted 9 days. Wei Liang attended every session. He said nothing that was not procedurally required. The evidence did its own work, and Mao Guang's meticulous documentation of the poison's formula, its procurement chain, and the specific communications between House Ferris members meant the defense had nothing to work with except appeals to traditional noble privilege, which the Codex's Article 6 had already addressed. The defense counsel, a veteran demon advocate who had practiced noble law for 60 years, attempted 3 separate procedural arguments in the trial's first 3 days. The first argued that the Codex's Article 6 could not be applied retroactively to conduct that occurred before the Codex's issuance. The Affairs Office's deputy director, Mao Guang's top researcher, responded with a 12-page filing demonstrating that the Codex's Article 6 was codifying the overlord's existing authority to prosecute treasonous conduct, authority that had existed for 400 years and had been explicitly used in the overlord's edicts 14 times in recorded history. The retroactivity argument collapsed. The second procedural argument was that the poisoning of General Yu Zhen constituted a military rather than civilian matter and therefore fell under military tribunal jurisdiction rather than the Codex's civil framework. Wei Liang had anticipated this and had prepared the response himself. The conspiracy was not a military operation but an assassination conducted by civilian nobles against a military officer within the capital's civilian territory. The civil framework applied. The argument was dismissed. The third argument was the most creative, that the evidence chain was contaminated because Mao Guang, as both lead investigator and legal affairs director, had a conflict of interest. Wei Liang recused Mao Guang from the evidence presentation and had the deputy director present instead, then had the original evidence independently verified by the court's neutral archive service. The conflict argument was dismissed. When all 3 arguments had been dismissed, the defense had nothing left and the evidence proceeded without obstruction. The verdict, guilty of treason against the empire. The sentence, stripping of titles and formal noble status. The Ferris family's lands reverted to the crown, to be redistributed according to the resettlement program that Shen Lihua had been developing for former noble holdings. The 7 convicted individuals were placed under house arrest, not executed. Half the demon court was furious about the leniency. Half respected the restraint. Shingon, watching from his position at the trial's conclusion, said nothing for a long moment. Then, you could have had them executed. I could have, Wei Liang agreed. They tried to kill my general. They did. And the Codex says what the consequences are, and I applied the Codex. He looked at the overlord. If I execute people whenever I'm angry at them, regardless of what the law says, then I'm not building a Codex. I'm building a justification for doing whatever I want. Shingon studied him for a long time. Outside the trial chamber, the demon court was already sorting itself into the 2 camps Wei Liang had anticipated. The half that found the verdict too lenient, and the half that was recalculating whether the Codex might be something they could live with. The precedent this sets, Shingon said, is that noble houses can attempt assassination and retain their lives. The precedent this sets is that noble houses who attempt assassination lose everything they built, but do not lose their lives, Wei Liang said. That is a heavier sentence than it sounds. They will live for the rest of their lives in the specific condition of having had everything and having done the thing that cost them everything. He paused. Execution ends the calculation. House arrest continues it. Which one do you think generates more deterrence in the houses that are watching? Shingon was quiet. The upper caste is not finished, he said finally. I know, but the next attempt will happen with everyone knowing what the consequences are. Wei Liang turned from the trial chamber. That changes the calculation? Chapter 65 The upper caste conspiracy's exposure did something more useful than the arrests. It forced the Demon Empire's noble court to make a visible choice. Mao Guang, presenting the full forensic record to the court assembly the week after the trial, had done something precise and deliberate. He had included, in the appendix, a complete accounting of every noble house that had interacted with House Ferris' political opposition to the Codex in the preceding months. Not accusations, documentation, meeting records, correspondence summaries, vote patterns, the kind of material that didn't assert anything on its own but made very clear what the context had been for the conspiracy's development. The noble court read the appendix. Then they had 3 weeks of internal recalibration that expressed itself primarily through an unusual volume of visits to the Petition Bureau, nobles consulting, with careful casualness, on what exactly Article 6 protections and limitations meant in specific hypothetical scenarios involving traditional noble authority. They're checking to see where the lines are, Shen Lihua observed, reviewing the consultation logs over tea in Wei Liang's document room. And they're discovering that some of the things they assumed were traditional prerogatives are now prohibited under the Codex, while some things they thought would be prohibited are still allowed. The consultation rate suggests genuine uncertainty rather than strategic probing. That's better than strategic probing, Wei Liang said. Significantly, strategic probing means they've already decided to fight the Codex, and they're looking for weak points. Genuine uncertainty means they're still in the process of deciding whether to accept it. She made a note in her margin. The education program is also helping. 6 noble houses have enrolled their children in the joint curriculum schools. 2 of those houses were in the moderate opposition camp 3 months ago. They saw which way things were going. They saw that their children would be educated alongside the people who'd be running this empire in 50 years, and they decided that positioning was worth more than principle. She set down her tea. I'll take it. Political converts who came in through the door of self-interest hold their position more reliably than ideological converts, in my experience. Self-interest is consistent. Wei Liang looked at the education program summary on his desk. Shen Lihua had presented it to Shungan 2 weeks ago. Demon children learning both demon and human history, side by side, with teachers drawn from both traditions. The overlord had agreed with the manner of someone who found the proposal unexpected enough that he couldn't immediately construct an objection. The program was running now in 4 district schools and would expand to 12 within the year. You didn't tell me you were presenting it as your idea. I told you I was presenting it, Wei Liang said. She said, I didn't specify the attribution. Mao Guang mentioned it. Mao Guang mentions most things. She considered her tea. It would have landed differently coming from you. The overlord respects you as a co-regent and as the person who's been winning this war. He also has 700 years of experience watching human administrators overreach in demon territory, and some of that wariness activates when the initiative comes directly from your desk. Coming from me, a former saintess who has been visibly building bridges between species, it reads as coalition building rather than human expansion. That was clever, I know, he said. She looked at him evenly. I would appreciate, in the future, being told which ideas I'm free to deploy through alternative routes. It makes planning easier. Consider it standing policy. She nodded, satisfied, and returned to the consultation logs. Wei Liang turned back to his own work. Outside, the capital's morning carried the specific sound of a city finding its new normal. The legal office's consultation queue, the joint school's morning sessions, the supply manifests moving through the war logistics system, the Codex's presence making itself felt in the texture of ordinary life in ways that no document about rights ever announced loudly. Because documents about rights worked by changing the things that happened quietly. The Accord's informant network filed 3 separate reports on the Codex's implementation in the following month. Bai Qiong read each one. The last one she sent back with a single annotation. This is more dangerous than their military position. Her senior staff spent 2 days trying to determine which aspect of the Codex she meant, and ultimately concluded she probably meant all of it, and that the analysis did not help them determine what to do about it. The education program's results were visible within the first month in a way that surprised even Shen Lihua, who had designed them. Not visible in the schools, visible in the adults. Parents who came to pick up children asked questions about the curriculum. Questions became conversations. Conversations in the joint schools involved humans and demons sitting in the same space having the same conversations, which turned out to be a different kind of contact than anything the war's diplomatic exchanges had produced. Mao Guang tracked this as a secondary research thread, because he tracked everything as a research thread. The joint school parents are reporting that their children come home and describe their classmates by name rather than by species, he told Wei Liang at the end of the program's first month. In the previous framework, demon and human children in mixed territories identified each other by species first. The school environment appears to be shifting the default identification category. That's the long-game outcome, Shen Lihua said, not looking up from her documents. In 10 years, the children who grew up in the joint schools will be the regional administrators. They'll govern the territory they grew up in using the frameworks they were educated in. In 10 years, the war will be resolved, Wei Liang said. Shen Lihua looked at him. The war, yes. The systems that generated the war, those take longer. She looked at him. We're building for the generation after this one. That's what empire building is. Wei Liang thought about this. He was 27 years old, which meant in 10 years he would be 37, and the children currently in the joint schools would be young adults managing the territories, and the question of whether what he was building was durable would be answerable by then rather than theoretical. He filed it in the category of things that required time rather than attention and moved to the day's next item. Old Kong had completed a new blade design for the Iron Veil Legion's cavalry, lighter than the standard pattern, better weight distribution for mounted combat, with a specific tempering technique that increased the blade's spirit resistance properties for use against divine constructs. He presented it to Yu Zhen in the forge hall with the pride of a craftsman, showing work he knew was good and the mild irritation of anyone who had asked for the blade 2 months ago and had declined to deliver it until it was ready. 2 months, Yu Zhen said, examining the blade. 9 months would have been faster if you'd wanted a bad blade, Old Kong said. You wanted a good one. She tested the weight, the balance, the edge. How many can you produce? Per month? 12, if I work the apprentices properly. 20 if I supervise every hour, which I won't do because supervising every hour of forging produces blacksmiths who can only work when supervised. He crossed his arms. The cavalry's first company gets priority. The second company gets the second batch. I'll have the first 12 ready in 3 weeks. The negotiation was conducted in the efficient shorthand of 2 people who had worked together long enough to understand what the other needed and had decided to communicate it directly. Wei Liang, watching from the forge hall's entrance where he'd stopped on a brief inspection of the capital's defensive preparations, understood that Old Kong and Yu Zhen had arrived, through very different routes, at the same fundamental approach to everything they did. Thoroughness as a non-negotiable baseline, with speed as a secondary consideration. The war was not won in single dramatic moments. It was won in 12 blades per month, in farmers keeping their land, in children learning each other's names. He left the forge hall with this thought carried forward into the evening, that the texture of what they were building was different from anything the Accord's narrative framework could account for. The Accord understood power as command, military force, divine authority, large visible things. It had no model for 12 blades per month in a farmer's land preserved in a classroom where children said each other's names correctly. Those things were too small for the Accord's frameworks to see. That invisibility was, Wei Liang thought, the most significant strategic advantage he had. Chapter 66 Wei Hao had been given Elder Shin Bo as an advisor, and Elder Shin Bo was systematically lying to him. This was the intelligence that Crimson Sparrow returned with after 3 weeks of careful observation from altitude, supplemented by Mao Guang's contact in the Neutral Archive Network, who had access to Accord internal communications through channels that neither side was supposed to know existed. The intelligence was specific. Shin Bo was providing Wei Hao with a curated account of the war's progress, one in which the Accord's military operations were necessary defensive responses to demon aggression, in which Wei Liang's coalition was a thin veneer of legitimacy over territorial expansion, and in which the court's ruling was a procedural technicality that the Accord was appropriately ignoring. He's telling Wei Hao that our 7 neutral kingdom allies joined us because we paid them, Mao Guang said, reading from his notes. He's telling him that the Codex is propaganda, rights that exist on paper but are enforced selectively against political opponents. He's telling him that Shin Lihua is either captured or brainwashed. He paused. That last one is specifically designed to prevent Wei Hao from seeking her out for an alternative perspective. Wei Liang processed this. What is Wei Hao asking that Shin Bo doesn't like? Questions about the soul leash. Mao Guang set down the notes. Specifically, why it exists, who installed it, whether it can be removed. Shin Bo's response has been to redirect toward war objectives every time the question arises. Wei Hao has asked the same question 6 times in 3 weeks, which suggests he is not satisfied with the redirection, but is not yet in a position to reject it. He knows something is wrong with the leash, Shin Lihua said. He can feel it. He just doesn't have language for what he's feeling that doesn't come through Shin Bo's framing. That's the design, Wei Liang said. The leash controls his spiritual state. Shin Bo controls the information he receives. Together, they keep him in a position where his doubts can't connect to each other into something he can act on. The briefing room went quiet. Yu Zhen was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. The recovery from the poisoning was complete, and she had the slightly heightened attention of someone whose awareness of physical vulnerability had been recently recalibrated. What do we do about it? She asked. We can't reach Wei Hao directly without going through the Accord's lines, Wei Liang said. And any contact we initiate through back channels will be filtered through Shin Bo's interpretation before Wei Hao processes it. He thought for a moment. But the soul leash is the key. If Wei Hao is asking questions about it, he's already aware that something is constraining him in a way that doesn't feel voluntary. That awareness is the crack. Cracks need pressure to widen, Yu Zhen said. Or space. Sometimes cracks widen on their own if you stop filling them. He studied the map of the neutral boundary zone. Shenbo's management of Wei Hao's doubts is active. He has to keep redirecting every time a question comes up. That's work. It's sustainable as long as Wei Hao's questions don't find anything that confirms them. But if Wei Hao sees something that Shenbo can't explain away. The codex, Shen Lihua said quietly. Everyone looked at her. Shenbo is telling Wei Hao the codex is propaganda. If Wei Hao reads the actual codex, the text, not Shenbo's description of it, he encounters a document that reads nothing like what he's been told. She looked at Wei Liang. Can we get the codex text to him? Not through a message, through the neutral archive network. A document that exists in a public archive that he could access if he chose to look. Mao Guang was already thinking about it. The court's filing is in the public record. The codex, as an issued sovereign's edict with legal standing, should be accessible through the court's reference archive. He paused. I cannot make Wei Hao look at it. I can make sure it's there if he looks. That's sufficient, Wei Liang said. Mao Guang made the filing. The codex entered the public archive record the following week. Whether Wei Hao would find it depended on whether his questions grew strong enough to push him toward his own research rather than Shenbo's answers. The Accords campaign continued. On the Eastern Front, the Holy Alliance's pressure required constant operational management. Wei Liang reviewed the border post reports each morning and directed resources with the careful prioritization of a person who had learned, from weeks of operational practice, which problems needed immediate attention and which ones could resolve themselves if given adequate time and appropriate space. He met with Wei Hao's situation in the intelligence briefings without allowing the personal dimension to distort the strategic picture. Mao Guang had continued monitoring the patterns, not through active surveillance of Wei Hao, but through the natural intelligence flow from the neutral boundary zone that captured everything in the area. Wei Hao had requested 3 private meetings with Accord officials that Shenbo had declined to arrange. He had asked to review historical records from a period predating the current divine order that Shenbo had redirected. He had asked, twice, to speak with Shen Lihua, the advisor who had defected, in the Accord's framing, and been told both times that she was unavailable. He's looking for a way to verify what he's being told, Shen Lihua said, reviewing the intelligence summary. Each of those requests is a test. He wants to see what happens when he asks for something Shenbo wouldn't want him to have. What happened? Shenbo denied the requests, provided substitute materials, and increased the frequency of their joint sessions. She set the summary down. That's a pattern of controlled response. Shenbo knows Wei Hao is questioning. He's trying to manage the questioning without triggering active resistance. He's treating Wei Hao like a resource that might need recalibration, Wei Liang said. Yes, and Wei Hao is smart enough to feel the difference between a mentor's guidance and a handler's management. She looked at the summary. The soul leash is designed to enforce accord-aligned behavior. But the leash doesn't suppress the recognition that something is wrong. It only suppresses the action of responding to that recognition. Wei Hao is building up a significant amount of suppressed recognition. The codex in the archive, Wei Liang said. Has he accessed it? Mao Guang checked his notes. The court's public archive shows a search query from a non-identified routing that matches the technical signature of Accord communication protocols, specifically the type used by individual Accord champions for personal research rather than official investigation. The query was for Demon Empire Codex. The access occurred 4 days ago. He paused. I cannot confirm it was Wei Hao, but the timing and source pattern are consistent. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. 4 days ago, Wei Hao, under Shenbo's management and a soul leash, had searched the court's public archive for the codex. He had found it. The document was there, placed deliberately, accessible to anyone who looked. What he had done with what he found was still unknown. We wait, Wei Liang said. We've done what we can do. The next step is his. He thought about his brother at night sometimes, not with the paralyzed weight of unresolved conflict, but with the specific patience from someone who had planted something and was waiting for the right conditions for it to grow. The conditions weren't right yet. Shenbo was still managing the narrative. The soul leash was still coiled through Wei Hao's meridians. But Wei Hao was asking questions. 6 times in 3 weeks, the same question, redirected 6 times without satisfaction. And 4 days ago, searching the archive, finding the codex, not because anyone had told him to, but because he was looking. The crack was there. It would widen when it was ready. Mao Guang closed his notes and returned to the archive's main table with the patient thoroughness of a researcher who had been doing this work long enough to understand that the best research moved at the pace of its evidence rather than the pace of its urgency. The archive access record was filed. Crimson Sparrow's confirmation was logged. The intelligence summary would update in the morning. The question had been asked. The answer was in the public record, available to anyone who looked. Whether Wei Hao would look was no longer a question of access. It was a question of timing, and timing was the one variable that couldn't be managed from outside. Chapter 67. The week before Su Tian's assault was the last quiet week of the season. Wei Liang used it. He walked the capital's newly opened schools and spoke to the teachers, not inspected, talked to, in the specific mode of someone trying to understand whether the thing they'd built was doing what it was built for. The joint curriculum teachers were of two kinds: former Accord-trained human educators who had come into the coalition territories for various reasons and found work in the new program, and demon scholars from Mao Guang's network who had been teaching demon history in informal settings for decades and now had formal positions. The human teachers and demon scholars had, in most cases, spent their first 2 weeks of collaboration in the specific friction of people who had been taught incompatible frameworks and were trying to build something coherent from both. By the end of the month, most of them had reached a working arrangement through the specific mechanism that competent people use when they have a shared objective. They had identified what each one knew that the other didn't and had decided that the students were better served by the combination than by either alone. This is the hardest part to systematize, Xianxia told him after his school visits. The friction that produces something useful requires specific conditions, shared objective, mutual respect for competence, and enough time to work through the first week of incompatibility. You can't guarantee those conditions by policy. You can only create the environment where they're more likely. Is the environment working? The partnership model is working in 11 of the 14 schools. In 2 of the remaining 3, one partner is significantly more experienced than the other, which creates a different dynamic. In 1, there is a genuine values conflict that hasn't resolved yet. She looked at her notes. I'm monitoring the values conflict case personally. The teacher involved is excellent at her content area and has a specific blind spot about demon history that she is not currently willing to examine. Can she be educated? She's in the process of being educated by a 900-year-old demon scholar who has the patience of someone who has taught reluctant students for several centuries and the specific tenacity of someone who finds willful ignorance professionally offensive. Xianxia allowed a brief expression that wasn't quite a smile. Old Kong recommended the scholar for that posting specifically. He studied her. Old Kong is managing the school staffing. Old Kong has opinions about education. He has communicated those opinions to appropriate people with the confidence of someone who has been 900 years old for quite some time and has lost patience with the social requirement to pretend he doesn't know more than you. She gathered her documents. He is not officially involved in the school program. He has also been involved in every significant staffing decision since the program's second week. The schools were, Wei Liang thought, going to be fine. Su Tian's coordinated attack came on a dawn in mid-autumn, 4 simultaneous strikes across the Demon Empire's border, each one a masterwork of logistical synchronization that Wei Liang read in the field reports with the specific attention of someone who genuinely respected what they were looking at even while dealing with its consequences. He launched from 4 staging points that share no supply lines, Yuzhan said at the emergency briefing. Her voice was crisp, controlled, the version of her that existed in operational crises, which was essentially the same version that existed at all other times except that the ambient patience was turned lower. Each force is independently supplied and can sustain for 40 days without resupply from the others. He's eliminated the standard vulnerability of multi-front operations. The map showed the 4 strike points: northern border, eastern corridor, southern pass, and the midpoint approach from the west, which was, Wei Liang noted, a deliberate choice. Su Tian was attacking from the direction of the shrine where they had exchanged messages. The pragmatist was sending a signal even in his assault. The northern and southern strikes are feints, Xianxia said, studying the force composition reports. The force sizes are significant but not decisive. They're designed to hold our attention and resources, not to break through. The eastern corridor is the primary axis. The midpoint approach is the secondary. We can't hold all 4 points, Wei Liang said. No, Yuzhan agreed. The decision had to be made in 20 minutes. Eastern corridor or midpoint approach. He needed to choose which one to defend with full force and which one to let advance while he managed the withdrawal. Choosing wrong meant either the capital's eastern approach was broken or the western supply route was cut. Eastern corridor, he said. Full defensive commitment. Evacuate the eastern border settlements before the force arrives. Civilian withdrawal first, then defensive withdrawal. He looked at Yuzhan. Western approach. I want a fighting withdrawal. They advance into the territory. We fall back in good order, 2 stages, extending their supply lines until they're operating at the edge of their 40-day window. Yuzhan was already calculating. That means we lose the eastern border territory. Temporarily. It means Su Tian's Western force spends 30 days advancing into ground we've prepared for them, then sits at the end of an overextended supply line in territory they don't control, in weather that will turn in 4 weeks. He examined the map. He's a pragmatist. He'll recognize the position. He'll also recognize that you handed him territory. He'll recognize that I evacuated the civilians before I handed him the territory. There's a difference. Wei Liang traced the eastern corridor on the map. Every village on the eastern border. I want word-of-mouth confirmation that the evacuation is orderly and that the civilians are being resettled, not abandoned. Su Tian has field observers. They'll report what they see. The orders went out. The eastern corridor's civilian population, 14,000 residents, mostly farming families and the service trades that supported them, moved in controlled stages over the following 36 hours. Not panicked flight. Organized movement, with supply wagons and designated resettlement points and Legion personnel managing the logistics with the careful attention that distinguished an empire that had a codex from one that didn't. The Legion's Eastern Brigade executed the defensive withdrawal with the discipline that Yu Zhen's command had built over months of operational experience. They gave ground precisely, at the rate that Su Tian's Eastern force pressed them, maintaining cohesion and inflicting costs through prepared positions without committing to battles they couldn't win. Su Tian's Western approach force reached the first stage of the prepared withdrawal zone on the 9th day. Their scouts found abandoned defensive positions that had been deliberately stripped of materials, supply caches that had been removed or rendered inettable, bridge approaches that were structurally intact but reinforced in ways that channeled movement rather than impeding it, forcing the advancing force into ground that Wei Liang's engineers had studied and Su Tian's hadn't. On the 11th day, a courier arrived from Su Tian's Western command. Not an official military message, a private note, handwritten, delivered through the same back channel as before. The civilians were evacuated. I noted that. My field observers noted it. The men under my command who grew up in border villages noted it most particularly. You do not have to tell me what you are doing. I see it. Su Tian * Wei Liang wrote back. Then you see that what I'm building is worth the cost of building it. The question is whether you want to be part of what destroys it or part of what doesn't. Wei Liang * 3 days passed without a response. Then Su Tian's Western force halted. Not withdrew, halted, and began, very quietly, to extend their supply lines rather than their advance. Wei Liang reviewed the field reports from the withdrawal zone. The Alliance forces' supply extension was not the action of an army preparing to advance. It was the action of an army preparing to hold a position indefinitely, which was strategically different and required different resources, different logistics, and a different set of decisions from command about objectives. You didn't extend supply lines unless you intended to stay somewhere for a while. He's waiting, Yu Zhen said, reviewing the same reports. He's waiting for something to change the political situation enough to justify either advancing or withdrawing, Wei Liang said. The supply extension is how he holds his military position while his assessment runs. The assessment of what? Whether the Accord's justifications hold when examined by someone who's been watching this war from both sides. His attention settled on the map. He's a pragmatist who has now seen the evacuation, the Codex's early operation, the artillery strike's aftermath. He's seen 200,000 soldiers under his command positioned against an empire that evacuated its civilians and then issued a constitution. He paused. He's asking himself whether those are the actions of the enemy he was told he was fighting. Will he come to the right answer? I don't know, but I know he's asking the right question. Wei Liang turned from the map. And people who ask the right question tend to arrive at the right answer if they have access to the right information. He drafted the message about the dossier to Su Tian that evening, not sending it yet, holding it for the moment when the Alliance's internal assessment had run long enough that the dossier would be the conclusion point rather than the beginning. The timing of information mattered. Too early, and it was dismissed as propaganda. At the right moment, it was confirmation of what the recipient had already concluded. He was patient enough to wait for the right moment. Chapter 68 Mao Guang had been working on the architect research for 4 months. Wei Liang had known this, had assigned it deliberately, after the first indication that the entity existed behind the fallen hero system in a way that the system's own documentation didn't fully account for. He had given Mao Guang the resources and the access and the time, and he had not asked for updates because he understood that interrupting genuine research with progress report requests was a way of prioritizing his own anxiety about the unknown over the scholar's ability to actually resolve it. When Mao Guang appeared at the document room door at the end of a standard briefing day and said, "I have completed the architect research. You should read this tonight," Wei Liang understood that the news was significant, that Mao Guang had spent the walk from the archive preparing how to say it. and that the preparation had concluded that the direct approach was better than any of the alternatives. He read the report that evening. The architect was not a person. It was a system, an ancient meta-divine construct, older than the Celestial Accord, older than the Demon Empire, older than any current institution operating on the continent. It had been built 3,000 years ago, during a period when the mortal realm and the divine realm had been engaged in a different kind of war, one that had ended not with a winner, but with an agreement, brokered by parties who no longer existed, that the mortal realm's chaos would be managed through the Chosen One cycle. The cycle would generate a champion periodically, a mortal raised to divine adjacent power, who would resolve whatever accumulated destabilization had built up in the mortal realm. Then the cycle would reset. The architect ran the cycle, automatically, without divine supervision required, without mortal approval sought, without any ongoing consent from any party that had survived from the original agreement. The divine realm, the heavens, the celestial accord's ultimate authority, was not the cycle's master. The divine realm was partly enslaved to it. They had been so long that they had forgotten the enslavement and mistaken it for doctrine. The implications of this, Mao Guang had written in the report's final section, are that the entity Wei Liang has been fighting, the institution called the Celestial Accord, is not the ultimate source of the system he is dismantling. They are its most recent administrators. Defeating them does not disable the cycle. The cycle will generate a new institution to administer it if the current one falls. The architect continues regardless. Wei Liang read this section twice. Then he went to find Mao Guang, who was in the archive at the hour he was always in the archive at the end of a long day, sitting with tea, surrounded by reference texts, doing the things scholars did when they were processing something they'd found. The heavens aren't the final enemy, Wei Liang said. Afraid not. Mao Guang set down his tea. I want to be clear about what this does and does not mean. The Accord is still the immediate threat. Dismantling the Accord's authority still matters. For the war, for the Codex, for everything we've built. But the structural problem underneath the war is the cycle itself. And the cycle runs on a construct that predates every institution that currently exists. Can it be dismantled? I don't know yet. Mao Guang said it with the specific honesty of a scholar who had a clear answer about the boundaries of his current knowledge. I know it can be disrupted. The fact that it is attempting to manage Wei Liang rather than simply running him through the standard cycle suggests that disruption is possible. It also suggests that the architect is not entirely inflexible. It adapts. He paused. That is either reassuring or very concerning, and I cannot yet determine which. What do you need? Access to records from 3,000 years ago. Specifically the original contract documentation, the agreement that created the cycle. Mao Guang looked at his reference materials. There are 3 archives that might hold those records. One is in the court's historical repository, accessible through our current legal standing. One is in the Accord's sacred library, not accessible. One is in a location that hasn't been identified yet, but that the references describe as the first sealed place, which is an unhelpfully poetic description. Start with the court, Wei Liang said. File the research access request tomorrow. Already drafted. Mao Guang picked up his tea again. I want you to understand. This is not a problem we will solve this month or this year. The architect is a project that runs alongside everything else. I know, Wei Liang said. That's why I gave it to you 4 months ago. Mao Guang considered this. You knew we'd reach this conclusion. I knew the system's behavior didn't fully explain itself. Something was underneath it. I needed someone who could find the bottom. He looked at the archive shelves, full of histories and references and the accumulated knowledge of centuries, which was both an enormous resource and a humbling reminder of how much of the past operated on the present without anyone's awareness. The heavens aren't the final enemy, he said again. No, Mao Guang agreed. But they're the current one. Shall we proceed accordingly? We proceed accordingly, Wei Liang said, and walked back to the document room and the next morning's operational list, which still required attention regardless of what ancient constructs were running beneath the surface of everything. The architect research had a secondary implication that Mao Guang had noted in the report's appendix, and which Wei Liang returned to in the days that followed. If the divine realm was partially enslaved to the architect's cycle, then Bai Qiong and the Accord were not simply villains defending unjust power. They were administrators of an inherited system who had been told for so long that the system was divine order that they had forgotten it was a system at all. This didn't make them right. It made them more comprehensible. He thought about this during the Eastern Border's operational reviews. Bai Qiong's 400 years of cultivated service to an institution, a genuine service, with genuine conviction, had been service to something that was itself serving a 3,000-year-old automatic construct that the divine realm had forgotten it didn't own. The tragedy of it was not that she was a villain. The tragedy was that she wasn't. You look like you're thinking about Bai Qiong again, Shunlihua said, appearing at the document room door with the evening's diplomatic correspondence. How can you tell? You get a specific quality of consideration that you don't use for anyone else. Less calculation, more assessment, I suppose. Like you're trying to understand something rather than strategize around it. She set the correspondence on the desk. What are you thinking? That she's been serving something she didn't choose and doesn't fully understand for 400 years, and she's very good at it. And it doesn't matter that it's unjust because she experiences it as order. Shunlihua went quiet. I spent 7 years in the Celestial Accord, she said. Training, formation, the full Saintis program. I believed in it, genuinely, not as performance. She sat down across from him. The moment I stopped believing wasn't a dramatic revelation. It was a small thing, a village near the Accord's eastern training grounds that had been designated for spiritual cultivation testing. The village people had been there for generations. The Accord needed the land for a testing area. They relocated the village, officially relocated, with the appropriate administration of it, as divine development. What happened to the villagers? They were given plots of land 40 li away. Smaller plots. Worse soil. The official designation was equivalent resettlement. The actual experience was that their families had farmed that specific land for 6 generations, and they were removed from it so a testing ground could be built. She looked at her hands. I filed a concern with my senior supervisor. She told me the designation was accurate and the operation was within divine order's parameters. I filed a follow-up. I was told the matter was closed. And I went to the testing grounds dedication ceremony and stood in the correct position and said the correct words. And that night, I started writing down what I had seen. And 6 months later, I started looking for the pattern it was part of, and 18 months after that I was standing at a demon border checkpoint, explaining why I was requesting sanctuary. She met his eyes. Bai Qiong has been doing what you described, serving something she didn't choose, for 400 years. At some point the service becomes the identity. Questioning it means questioning the thing that made her into what she is. You questioned it after 7 years, Wei Liang said. Shunlihua looked at the window. I was 22. My identity wasn't fully built yet. I still had enough of myself separate from the Accord to notice the difference between what I'd been told and what I was seeing. She looked at the window. At 400 years, I don't know if that distinction is still available. Wei Liang considered this. Then we build something that doesn't require her to question her identity. Something she can see from the outside and assess on its merits. The codex, she said. The codex. The schools. The trial. The evacuation. He looked at the correspondence on his desk. We keep building. Whether she can see it or not is her problem. Our problem is making it visible. He picked up the first letter in the evening stack and began reading. Mao Guang was in the archive, continuing the research. Somewhere above the capital, Crimson Sparrow was on a late circuit. The operational list had 8 more items, and the items were what they were, and the architect was old and patient, and the heavens were not the final enemy, and none of that changed what the next item required. Chapter 69. Shunlihua knocked on the Overlord's private study door at the 3rd hour of the afternoon, which was the specific time that Shungan's staff had identified as the optimal window for unscheduled consultations. Late enough that the morning's administrative demands were resolved, early enough that the evening's council preparations hadn't begun. Shingan opened the door himself, which meant his personal staff had been dismissed for the afternoon, a choice he made periodically, in ways that his staff had learned not to comment on. Strategist, he said. Overlord. She entered. The study was large and deliberately sparse. Maps on the walls, a functional desk, a single chair that had been repaired so many times its original material was largely theoretical. 700 years of accumulating things, and then removing them until only what mattered remained. I have a request. Shingan gestured toward the chair. She sat. He remained standing, which was not discourtesy, it was how he thought. The education program is running well, he said. I've received 3 reports. I wanted to request an expansion beyond the capital's districts. Specifically, the Empire's border settlements and the territories that have recently come into coalition alignment. Children in those areas have access to Accord educational materials and nothing else. We have an opportunity to provide an alternative. Shingan looked at her. Not the expression he wore in court sessions, the private one, the one that 700 years hadn't fully smoothed out. You're thinking about the next generation. I'm always thinking about the next generation. The war will end. What replaces it depends on what the people who grow up during it understand about the world they're inheriting. She kept her voice even, practical. The Accord's educational materials teach a very specific version of history, one where the demon empire's existence is an aberration. One where the chosen one cycle is divine wisdom rather than an automated construct. One where species that look different from humans are categorically less. She paused. Children who grow up with those as their only framework become adults who act within it. Shingon considered briefly. What is in the alternative curriculum? History, both demon and human, from primary sources where available. Governance theory, how institutions form, what makes them durable, why they fail. Ethics, practical, not doctrinal. Literature from multiple traditions. She folded her hands. We're not proposing to replace Accord materials with demon propaganda. We're proposing to add a second narrative. Children with access to two competing narratives ask questions. Questions are how people figure out what's actually true. Shingon walked to the window. The capital spread below, the new schools, the petition office, the resettlement housing being built in the eastern quarter, all of it visible as a texture of change that had happened in a relatively short time. The border settlements, he said. Some of them are nominally under coalition alignment, but contain significant Accord-sympathetic populations. I know. Those are the ones I'm most interested in reaching. He turned from the window. You understand that this will be described by the Accord as indoctrination. Everything is described as indoctrination by whoever doesn't like it. The Accord's curriculum is indoctrination. Ours is education. The difference is which one acknowledges that other perspectives exist. She met his eyes. I'm asking for your endorsement because it will mean more in the border territories than a co-regency directive. You've been the overlord of this empire for 700 years. Your name carries weight in places where Wei Liang's doesn't yet. Shingon was quiet for a longer moment. He had expected the session to be about war strategy, and it was about education, and the disorientation of that had gradually resolved into something he recognized as the specific experience of being surprised by a good argument. Approved, he said. The border curriculum expansion is formally endorsed. You'll coordinate implementation with the coalition territories' local authorities? Already in discussion. She rose. Thank you, Overlord. Shen Lihua. He used her name rather than the title, which meant the formal part of the conversation was over. The co-regent suggested this to you before you proposed it. He mentioned that the border territories would benefit from educational access. And she considered. He suggested I present it as my initiative because it would land better from me than from him, given your history with human administrators. Shingon held her eyes momentarily. Something that was not quite a smile moved across his face. The expression of a 700-year-old being acknowledging that he had been handled skillfully by someone who understood his psychology better than he was entirely comfortable with. Clever, he said. That's what he said. She moved toward the door. I'll send you the implementation timeline tomorrow. She left. Outside. Wei Liang was somewhere in the capital's administrative quarter, working through the afternoon's operational list, not waiting for a report on how the conversation had gone. He had learned, she thought, that some things resolved themselves without attendance. She found out later that he'd known about the approval within 20 minutes. Mao Guang had a contact in Shingon's staff. Wei Liang had filed the information under Education Program Expansion in his operational notes and continued with the day's work. The joint education program's presence in the border settlements created a specific dynamic that no intelligence briefing had predicted. It became a visible marker of coalition identity in territories that were otherwise contested. Families who sent their children to the joint schools were making a statement about which future they expected to live in, and other families watched those statements and made their own calculations. The Accord's administrators in Accord-aligned border zones were aware of this. Their response, per the intelligence reports, was to petition by Qiong for authorization to establish competing educational facilities, Accord-aligned schools in the contested territories that would teach the standard Accord curriculum alongside practical skills. The petition had been submitted 2 weeks ago. Authorization had not yet arrived. They're moving slowly, Shen Lihua said in a follow-up briefing, reviewing the intelligence, which is unusual for Bai Qiong's command structure. She's managing multiple crises simultaneously, Wei Liang said. Legal proceedings, the alliance's fracture, the artillery strikes political fallout. Adding a full school system expansion to that requires resources that may not be available. Or she's assessed that rushing would look reactive, and she'd rather do it properly. Shen Lihua looked at the map of the contested territories. Either way, the window is currently ours. Border families considering which curriculum to align with are making that decision in an environment where only one option is fully operational. Then we make sure it operates well. He visited the Northern Circuit settlement that had been slow on its building commitment. The local authority, a middle-tier demon administrator who had been supportive of the coalition in the abstract and cautious about committing resources in the specific, received him with the particular combination of courtesy and wariness that officials wore when a senior leader visited without advance notice. Wei Liang toured the school space, a converted storage hall that had been promised renovation resources 6 weeks earlier, still unrenovated. He asked specific questions about the renovation timeline in the tone of someone who expected specific answers. He received specific answers, a revised timeline, and a commitment that the renovation would be complete in 3 weeks. He left. The renovation began the following morning. "You didn't threaten anyone," Mao Guang said, reviewing the follow-up report. "You didn't invoke the Codex or the co-regency authority or the coalition's expectations." "I showed up," Wei Liang said. That was sufficient. Mao Guang considered this. Presence as a signal of institutional attention. Presence is evidence that the commitment is being monitored by someone who has resources to allocate to what's performing and reasons to reallocate from what isn't. He looked at the renovation report. People respond to incentive structures more than to authority. The local administrator understood the incentive structure when he saw me standing in his unrenovated hall. The program was working. The border settlements were learning. The architect cycle was 3,000 years old and had never, in its operational history, encountered an empire that tried to win a war with schools and legal petitions and a co-regent who showed up personally to look at renovation schedules. It was, Wei Liang thought, a significant oversight on the architect's part. Chapter 70 Crimson Sparrow brought the message in the 3rd hour of the night, which was the hour the Phoenix Crow preferred for dispatches that needed to arrive without observation. The bird landed on the window ledge of the document room with the specific weight of something carrying an important item carefully, and held out the sealed document with the manner from anyone who had been trusted with something significant and intended to deliver it with appropriate gravity. Wei Liang broke the seal. "Read the message." "Read it again." "Where are you?" "Not to attack. To meet. I found the codex in the court's archive. I have questions." W.H. 3 sentences. He regarded the message briefly, then looked at Crimson Sparrow, who was cleaning a flight feather with the patient thoroughness of a creature that had delivered its payload and was now attending to its own needs. "Good work," Wei Liang said. Crimson Sparrow ruffled slightly. Appreciation was acknowledged, but not required for performance. He brought the message to the morning briefing. Yuzhen read it twice. Her expression moved through a specific sequence. Assessment of tactical risk, consideration of the word "not to attack," and whether it was credible, calculation of what the meeting represented strategically, and then something that was not exactly reluctance but was adjacent to it. The manner of someone who knew what the right decision was and wanted to ensure it was made with full awareness of the costs. "He found the codex," Shenlihua said. She had been right that putting it in the archive would matter. She didn't say this, because being right about something was not the same as the situation being safe. "Shinbo will know he went looking," Yuzhen said. "If Wei Hao accessed the public archive, there's a record. Shinbo's intelligence operation is thorough. He'll have seen the access within a day. Which means the meeting window is narrow," Wei Liang said. "Which means we should decide whether to use the window or close it." Yuzhen set the message down. "My recommendation, we use it. I want to trap him. I know that's not the right decision. But I want to say it so you know I've considered it and decided against it." He regarded her. "What changed your assessment?" "The codex." She said it simply. He went looking. On his own. Through the public archive, under a soul leash that controls his spiritual state and an advisor who's been feeding him a curated narrative for months. He found something that contradicted what he was being told, and he went looking for more. She met Wei Liang's eyes. "That's not someone who needs trapping. That's someone who is already doing the work." Shenlihua was nodding slightly. Mao Guang had his hands folded and was watching the exchange with the attention of anyone who had helped create the conditions for this outcome, and was seeing it play out with the specific satisfaction of a long-form strategy arriving at its intermediate stage. "I agree with the general's assessment," Wei Liang said. He wrote back with the location and time through the same channel Wei Hao had used, the routing that confirmed his identity without going through official lines. A quiet place. Neutral ground. A week's time, which was enough for Wei Hao to make arrangements and enough for Shun Bo to potentially notice and intervene, but not enough to give either side time to build complications around the meeting. "If this kills you," Yuzhen said, "then you'll run things better than I did." He said it without drama, because it was true. She had been running the military operation with the kind of clarity and decisiveness that built lasting organizations rather than temporary victories, and the empire would survive him if he was wrong about the meeting, as long as the structures they'd built held. She looked at him with the expression she wore when she found his confidence in her simultaneously appropriate and annoying. "You say that every time you leave. And I always come back." She considered briefly. So far, the week passed with its operational demands. Wei Liang reviewed the Su Tian situation, The Western forces' halt had continued, and quiet feeler communications through the back channel suggested Su Tian was conducting his own political assessment of the war's direction. He reviewed the education program's border expansion, which was proceeding in the coalition-aligned territories with more support from local authorities than expected. He reviewed Mao Guang's progress on the court's historical archives. The access request had been granted, and Mao Guang was working through the oldest records with the methodical thoroughness of someone who understood that 3,000-year-old documents required careful handling. He did not mention the meeting with Wei Hao to anyone outside the core team. The fewer people who knew the window existed, the fewer opportunities for the window to be closed. The days between receiving Wei Hao's message and the meeting itself held their operational demands, as they always did. Wei Liang managed them with the same thorough attention he applied to all demands, and understood that the specific quality of his attention was different in this period. Not distracted, but held at a slight angle. The way you navigate a room carefully when there's something fragile on the far side. Mao Guang was aware of the difference. He said nothing about it, which was how Mao Guang acknowledged things he had decided not to comment on. Through the specific quality of his not commenting. He had been Wei Liang's closest advisor for long enough that his silences had become a language. "You should eat before you ride out tomorrow," Old Kong said, appearing at the document room at an hour when he had no operational reason to appear. He set a covered dish on the secondary desk. "Don't tell me you ate. I know what you eat when you're working through something. It's not enough." "Old Kong, I was 900 years old before you were born," the blacksmith said. "I've watched more people eat badly before important meetings than I've made blades. Eat the food." He left. Wei Liang ate the food. It was better than what he would have managed on his own. The old man had a specific understanding of cultivation-aligned nutrition that expressed itself in practical terms rather than theoretical frameworks, which was the mode he preferred for everything. Shen Lihua appeared an hour later with the evening's intelligence briefings and the bearing in someone who had decided the briefings were the appropriate context for a different conversation. "He's ready," she said. "He said so. He sent the message. That's different from being ready in theory." She set the briefings on the desk. "I've been thinking about what happens after the leash is removed. He'll need time. Not just recovery time, processing time. The months under constraint will have generated a significant backlog of experiences he wasn't allowed to fully react to. I know. I want to be the first person he talks to after you, if he'll allow it." She looked at Wei Liang steadily. "I was inside the Accords formation. I know what it's like to be managed by divine institution personnel and to have your doubts redirected rather than addressed. I can provide a specific kind of context that you can't, not because you don't understand, but because your experience was being the rejected prophecy subject. His experience is being the accepted one who realized he didn't want to be. Those are different experiences." Wei Liang considered this. "Agreed. I'll tell him." She nodded. "Come back," she said, which was the same thing she always said and meant the same thing she always meant. The day came. He rode out alone. Crimson Sparrow climbed to altitude overhead, out of easy visual range, but within 2 minutes' flight if the situation required it. The anchor of refusal sat at his hip, its familiar weight a quiet constant in the morning air. The collapsed shrine was exactly as it had been when he'd met Su Tian there. Still, dusty, holding the particular silence of a place that had been significant to people who were now gone. He arrived first and waited without making any effort to seem relaxed, because he was not relaxed, and performing relaxation in places like this was a way of not being accurate about what you were walking into. Wei Hao arrived 17 minutes later, alone as promised, carrying the specific tension of a person who had made a decision that they were not yet certain was the right one, but had committed to anyway. He was 24 years old and had been serving as the Accord's chosen one replacement for months under a sole leash, and he looked like someone who had once been carrying something heavy for long enough that the weight had become part of how he moved. They looked at each other across the shrine's collapsed stone. Brothers in a place that had been holy to people who no longer existed, trying to figure out if there was still something between them worth building on. Wei Liang said, "You found the codex." Wei Hao said, "They told me it was propaganda." "What did you think when you read it?" Wei Hao sat down on a piece of fallen stonework. He was silent for a moment. "I thought. It read like something a person wrote," he said. "Not a system, not a doctrine. A person, thinking about what people need and what can go wrong and how to prevent it." He looked at his hands. The Accord's texts don't read like that. They read like pronouncements. Like the rules already existed and were being revealed, not decided. Wei Liang sat down on the other side of a fallen beam. The fire they'd agreed on crackled between them, small, practical, providing light more than warmth in the morning air. "The soul leash," Wei Liang said. Wei Hao's hands tightened slightly. "I can feel it. I don't know what it is, exactly, It feels like something coiled through the middle of me, and sometimes it pulls in a direction I didn't choose. He paused. Shinbo says it's my cultivation network's natural response to spiritual growth. That what I'm feeling is my chi channels adapting. Is that what you believe? Wei Hao looked up. No. He said it quietly, but without hesitation. No, I don't believe it. I've had chi channels adapting before. I know what that feels like. This is different. This is constrictive, like something that wants me to face a specific direction. It is constrictive, Wei Liang said. It's a divine binding, installed in your meridians to keep your cultivation state and your decision-making oriented toward the Accord's objectives. It's not your growth. It's a leash. Wei Hao was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Somewhere above, Crimson Sparrow circled. Can it be removed? Wei Hao asked. Wei Liang touched the anchor of refusal. Yes, but it will hurt. How much? Significantly. And it requires your active consent. The anchor doesn't work against resistance. If you want it removed, you have to want it removed while it's being removed, and that's different from wanting it removed in theory. He looked at his brother. It's not something you decide once. You have to keep deciding it while it hurts. Wei Hao considered this for a long time. The morning moved around the shrine. Finally, he looked up. I'm not ready, he said. I'll be here when you are, Wei Liang said. Wei Hao nodded. It was not the response he had come hoping to give. But it was, Wei Liang understood, an honest one. And an honest one from one who had been surrounded by managed narratives for months was worth more than a ready one that wasn't true. They talked for another 2 hours, not about the war, mostly. About their childhood. About what they'd each thought they were going to do with their lives before the prophecy had happened. It was halting and imprecise and covered none of the things that a strategic debrief would cover, and it was, Wei Liang thought, more useful than any strategic debrief could have been. Wei Hao left first. Wei Liang watched him go, then waited 15 minutes before moving himself, giving time for whatever surveillance was in the area to settle. On the ride back, Crimson Sparrow descended from altitude and flew alongside him, close enough to be companionable, far enough to preserve their respective dignities. The anchor of refusal pulsed once at Wei Liang's hip. Wei Hao wasn't ready, but Bai Qiong had eyes at the neutral boundary, and somewhere in the Accord's command structure, a report was being filed about the fact that the replacement chosen one had left his post for a morning and returned without explanation. That report would reach the right people within days. Chapter 71. The collapsed shrine at the Three Banners midpoint was a different place in the afternoon than it had been in the morning. Same light coming through the roof breaks, different angle. Wei Liang had thought about this sometimes, between meetings, in the way that quiet observations about physical spaces accumulated during periods when the mind was working on larger problems and needed something simple to rest against. Wei Hao had come. That was the fact he returned to over the following days. Not ready. The word had been honest, and honesty about unreadiness was what the anchor of refusal required, because the process didn't work against ambivalence. But present, sitting on a piece of fallen stonework with questions that he had sought out himself, through a public archive, under a soul leash that hadn't fully suppressed the question's formation. He reported this to the core team at the next day's briefing in precise terms. The meeting had occurred. Wei Hao was not ready for the anchor's removal. The situation showed potential development, timeline unknown. Yuzhen listened and said nothing in silence. What was your overall assessment of his state? He's thinking, Wei Liang said. The thinking is happening under constraint, but it's happening. That's something. It's the most important thing, Shun Lihua said. People under divine binding who stop asking questions are the ones who can't be reached. People who keep asking them, even under constraint. They're still themselves underneath the constraint. Mao Guang nodded. He had already filed a note in his research, the soul leash's performance against sustained self-directed inquiry. Preliminary observation. The leash could constrain action and spiritual orientation, but it appeared to have limited efficacy against internal cognitive processes that didn't trigger the binding's action orientation component. Thinking was different from doing. The leash was designed to manage what Wei Hao did. It was less effective at managing what he concluded. The days after the meeting required the same operational attention as the days before it. The Su Tian situation on the Western Front had reached a holding pattern. The alliance's force was positioned and not advancing, which was strategically complex because a force of that size couldn't hold indefinitely without either advancing or withdrawing, and neither of those options served Su Tian's current strategic position. The private backchannel communications had continued, short messages, pragmatic in tone, focused on specific questions about the civilian evacuation's mechanics and the Codex's actual enforcement record. Wei Liang answered each one honestly. Not because honesty was always strategically optimal, but because Su Tian was a careful reader of what he was given, and selective honesty in communications with careful readers was a way of being caught in the selection rather than the content. Mao Guang had completed the first phase of the court's historical archive review. He found it during this period, between the Su Tian communications and the education program's border expansion reports, a reference in a 3,000-year-old administrative record to the original contract parties, now dissolved, whose successors have not been named in the formal record. The original parties to the Chosen One Cycle's foundational agreement were not the Divine Realm. They were something that had existed before the Divine Realm's current structure, an earlier arrangement, with parties who hadn't survived to the present. Which means, Mao Guang said, presenting this at their next briefing, that the architect's legal foundation rests on a contract whose original parties no longer exist. The contract was never formally transferred to the current Divine Realm. It has been operating on institutional inertia for 3,000 years. He studied the reference document. That means the current Divine Realm didn't agree to the cycle. They inherited it, and began treating the inheritance as doctrine. Yes. Mao Guang's expression held the specific quality of a scholar who had found something significant and was consciously regulating his response to it. It does not immediately disable the architect. A construct running on institutional inertia does not stop when you demonstrate the inertia's origin. But it is a finding. It becomes relevant at the full hearing. It is also relevant to the question of whether the Accord's claim to divine authority is as foundational as they present it. The Accord's authority is inherited from a contract their predecessors didn't sign, Wei Liang said. Precisely. He wrote the finding into the legal filing that night. Shen Lihua reviewed it in the morning and said, "This is the argument that changes the hearing. Not the sanction incident, not the preliminary ruling, not the 7 kingdoms. This." She looked at him over the document. The Accord's entire claim to authority rests on a line of succession that was never formally established. They're administrators of an inherited arrangement they didn't choose and can't modify. And they're using that inherited arrangement to tell the mortal realm what it has to be, Wei Liang said. Yes. She set the document down. When do we present this? At the full hearing. Not before. We present it once, in full, with the documentation, in the context of the court's complete record. We don't preview it. Previewing it gives the Accord time to prepare a counter-argument or to interfere with the archive. She nodded. The filing went into the secured document archive with restricted access. Only the core team had the reference. The Accord's informants were thorough, but they hadn't reached the archive's secure tier. The artifact sat on Wei Liang's secondary desk. Its weight was familiar now, a tool waiting for the conditions that would make it useful. He looked at it sometimes when the work was done and the document room was quiet, and thought about Wei Hao sitting on fallen stonework in a shrine, saying, "I'm not ready." Ready was something that happened when the questions found answers that couldn't be managed by redirection. The questions were still forming. The archive was there. The codex was in the public record. The legal filing was taking on its own momentum now. The preliminary ruling had generated a follow-up request from the court's administrative panel asking for supplementary documentation on 3 specific evidentiary points. Shen Lihua had handled the first 2. The third required a technical affidavit about the soul leash's construction that only someone with direct knowledge of the binding breaker's mechanics could provide. "You'll have to provide the affidavit yourself," Shen Lihua said, setting the request on his desk. "The court wants a first-hand account from the party who has direct experience with the binding mechanism." "I can describe the anchor's operation," Wei Liang said. Shen Lihua set the request on the table. "The court also wants confirmation that the soul leash constitutes a compulsory divine contract under the framework you're claiming in the filing, specifically, that the subject did not consent to it." She met his eyes. "Which means we need Wei Hao's testimony. Eventually. After the removal." "After the removal," she agreed. "The affidavit can wait. I've bought us 3 weeks through the supplementary documentation on the other 2 points." She paused. 3 weeks is enough time for the leash to be removed and for Wei Hao to be in a state to testify, if the meeting goes as you expect. "It's enough time," Wei Liang said. She nodded and moved to the next briefing item. Old Kong appeared in the doorway half an hour later with a delivery for the secondary desk, a new leather case for the implement, reinforced and padded, the kind that protected a tool from the specific wear of frequent handling. "You keep it on the desk," the old blacksmith said. "It should have proper storage. It needs to be accessible." "Proper storage is accessible." Old Kong set the case down with the care from someone who had built things for 900 years and had opinions about whether things were being cared for adequately. "You've been carrying it since the mountain operation. Leather like that needs maintenance. This one is reinforced." He looked at the anchor. "It's a significant piece of work. Whoever made it understood what they were building." He examined the anchor. the implement that could dissolve compulsory divine contracts, built from materials that had been developed specifically to resist divine energy. Who did make it, he asked. He had received it through the Fallen Hero system as a rank advancement reward. He had not thought to ask about its provenance. Mao Guang looked up from his corner of the room. The system's rewards are generated from accumulated fate energy and shaped by the recipient's cultivation path. The anchor was generated from the specific energy of your first major fate contract refusal, the moment you burned the prophecy scroll at the tribunal. He paused. In a technical sense, you made it. The system constructed it from the residue of your choice. Old Kong examined this information with the critical eye of a craftsman. The materials are consistent with fate energy solidification, he said finally. The tempering pattern is unusual. It has properties I haven't seen in standard cultivation artifacts. But the underlying structure is sound. He looked at Wei Liang. Take care of it. Tools that are built from significant moments don't replicate. He left. His attention settled on the anchor in its new case and thought about the 16-year-old who had burned a prophecy scroll and sent fate energy into the world in a direction it had never gone before, and how that energy had eventually become this. Chapter 72. Elder Zhao Fan arrived at the demon capital's outer gate carrying a white flag in one hand and a document case in the other, traveling alone, wearing the gray traveling robes of a retired Accord official rather than the formal vestments of active clergy. Wei Liang was informed within minutes. He reviewed the situation quickly. Zhao Fan was the former mentor who had turned him over to the Prophecy Tribunal, the first significant betrayal in the chain of events that had led to the Accord publicly burning his destiny claim. The man had served the Accord for 60 years. He was 73 years old, cultivated to the Meridian Forging rank, and had not been part of active Accord operations for at least a decade. His spiritual signature carries a divine tracking seal, Mao Guang said. He had arrived at the gate's inspection point within 5 minutes of Wei Liang, which meant he had been alerted through his own network before the official report reached the document room. Embedded in his chest cavity, below the sternum. It's been active since before he entered coalition territory, transmitting location data and, at this range, likely structural details of the capital's outer layout. He knows we detect it, Shen Lihua said. Or he doesn't know it's there, Yuzhen said. Which is worse? His gaze settled on Zhao Fan through the gate's inspection window. The old man stood with the patience of anyone who had decided to do something difficult and was committed to seeing it through regardless of how long the process took. He looked smaller than Wei Liang remembered, or perhaps Wei Liang had been 16 the last time he'd seen him, and the proportions of the memory were shaped by who he'd been then. Remove the seal, Wei Liang said. Medical procedure. He doesn't resist. Zhao Fan, when informed of the seal's presence, went very still. Then he said, I didn't know it was there. His voice was steady, but the stillness was the specific stillness in someone who had just understood that they had been used. They gave me a comprehensive examination before I left. I thought it was precautionary. It was, Mao Guang said dryly. The seal removal took 40 minutes. Zhao Fan submitted to it without complaint. When it was done, he looked at the removed device, small, crystalline, threaded with the specific pattern of a high-grade Accord tracking construct, for a long moment. And then he set it down with the deliberate care of someone putting something they no longer had use for in a place where it would be seen. Wei Liang had him brought to a holding room with adequate light, tea, and a document desk. Not a cell, a room that acknowledged the ambiguity of his status. He sat across from the old man and said, You have intelligence. Some of it is genuine, Zhao Fan said. Some of it was constructed by the people who briefed me before I left. I can't be certain which is which in every case. I'll tell you what I was told and what my own observation confirmed, and you can determine the reliability. That's an honest frame. It's the only frame I have. Zhao Fan folded his hands. He had the manner of an old man who had spent the journey preparing for this conversation and had concluded that any attempt to be strategic in it would fail immediately given who he was talking to. What I know for certain, Bai Qiong is planning a direct divine artillery strike on the capital. Not through military channels, a direct deployment of divine energy, bypassing the Holy Alliance's involvement. She's doing it because the legal filing has constrained her military options, and she needs a result that demonstrates Accord power without requiring legal process. Wei Liang watched him carefully. Timeline. Within the next 10 days. Possibly sooner. Zhao Fan paused. I was also briefed that your coalition's supply chain has a vulnerability at the northern crossroads. That was almost certainly false, designed to misdirect your defensive preparations. And I was told that the preliminary ruling was issued under duress, that the court was coerced. That I believe is completely false. I reviewed the court's public record on my own before I left. Wei Liang filed each piece separately. The artillery strike, high probability of truth. The supply chain vulnerability, discard. The court coercion claim, confirmed false by independent check. Why are you here? The old man was still for a moment. I turned you over to the tribunal, he said. When you were 16, I told myself that I was serving the divine order, that the prophecy required what it required. I told myself that when they burned your destiny claim and took everything from you, it was the necessary cost of the greater good. He looked at the removed tracking seal on the table. And then I read the codex. I read what you've been building, and I understood that I had been wrong. Not about a technicality, but about what I was serving and what it was costing the people it was costing. So you came, Wei Liang said. So I came. His voice carried neither apology nor self-pity, the specific register of a person who had processed their regret in private and was now presenting its conclusions. I don't expect forgiveness. I'm not asking for it. I'm bringing what information I have because it may save lives, and that seems like the appropriate response to having made the choices I made. He turned toward him for a long moment. The artillery strike information. Can you confirm the delivery method? Divine artillery formation, ground-based, not aerial. They'll deploy it from the northern staging point. It requires 12 hours to prime. Show me the formation specifications on the map. They spent 3 hours working through what Xiaofan knew. Mao Guang joined them, filtering each piece through the historical and technical documentation he had on Accord military operations. By the end, they had a picture that was partial but internally consistent. The artillery strike was real, the timeline was credible, and the delivery point could be predicted with reasonable confidence. He studied Zhao Fan at the session's conclusion, the old man who had handed him over to the tribunal at 16, sitting now in a holding room in the empire he had helped create the conditions for, having brought whatever he had to bring. Why did you turn me over? Wei Liang asked, not with accusation, with genuine inquiry. The question had lived in him for 11 years, and he had never had the opportunity to ask it directly to the person who could answer it. Xiaofan considered briefly. I believed in the prophecy, he said. Not the Accord's authority, the prophecy itself. The idea that a chosen individual, raised to divine adjacent power, would resolve the mortal realm's accumulated instability. I thought the process was brutal, but the outcome was worth it. He looked at the tracking seal on the table. I thought you would fulfill it. That the tribunal's handling of you was harsh, but necessary. That you'd emerge on the other side as the person the prophecy required. And now I've read what you've been building for the past year. The codex, the schools, the legal filing, the civilian evacuations. He met Wei Liang's eyes. The prophecy never existed for the residents of the Demon Empire. It existed for an abstract concept of cosmic stability that the Accord administered on behalf of a construct that no one has examined in 3,000 years. He paused. You built something for specific people. That's harder and more real than what I was serving. Wei Liang processed this with his hands folded. Your intelligence will be used. The fact that you came will be on record. He stood. You'll be held here until the artillery strike either occurs or doesn't. If the information is accurate, your status in the Empire will be reconsidered. If it was false and it costs lives, your status will reflect that. I understand, Xiaofan said. I don't forgive you, Wei Liang said. It was said without heat. But I'm not going to punish you for coming here, and I'm not going to pretend the information isn't useful. Those are the terms. Xiaofan nodded. He had not expected forgiveness. He had, Wei Liang thought, possibly expected rejection. The specific acknowledgement of what he'd done, alongside the use of what he'd brought, was a more complicated response, and complications were, it turned out, what the Codex's world ran on rather than simple categories. Xiaofan was held, not imprisoned, not released. Held in comfortable circumstances pending the verification of his information against field observation. Wei Liang wrote the evacuation order for the capital's outer districts that night. The artillery strike's predicted timeline gave him 10 days. He had done this before, at the eastern border. He knew how long it took. Chapter 73, the evacuation of the capital's outer districts, took 6 days. Not because the logistics were slow, they weren't. The systems built during the eastern border withdrawal had been refined, and the Iron Veil's evacuation coordinators had the process close to operational routine at this point. The 6 days were the result of 3 separate problems that required resolution in sequence. The Noble House Ferris remnants' attempt to use the evacuation as cover for asset relocation, which Yuzhen identified and stopped on day 2. The water system's dependence on a pump station in the outer district that needed to be rerouted before the district cleared, which Mao Guang's infrastructure team resolved on day 4, and the specific problem of 62 residents who refused to evacuate on principle. The 62 were a mix. Elderly residents who had lived in the outer district for decades and had decided that a divine artillery strike was insufficient reason to leave their homes. A philosophical collective that believed in non-movement, as a spiritual practice, and several merchants who calculated that the strike would miss their specific buildings and that the looters who would follow an evacuation were a greater threat than the artillery. Wei Liang spent 2 hours on day 5 talking to the 62, in small groups, with the specific patience of someone who understood that coercion was both wrong and counterproductive when dealing with people who had a principled basis for their position. He did not order them removed. He explained the strike's mechanics, the predicted damage radius, the limitations of "it won't hit my building" as a predictive model for divine artillery. He listened to their reasons. 59 left by day 6. The 3 who remained received personal notes from Wei Liang acknowledging their choice and specifying the emergency contact protocols that would be available to them during and after the strike. On the morning of day 7, the capital's outer districts were clear. The strike came that afternoon. Divine artillery was not subtle. The formation deployed from the northern staging point exactly where Zhao Fan had indicated. 12 hours of priming. Then a sequence of concussive energy pulses that demolished infrastructure at the specific mechanical rate of a weapon that had been built for cities, not for battlefields. The capital's outer districts absorbed the strike. Buildings collapsed. Roads cracked. 3 of the infrastructure systems that hadn't been successfully rerouted failed. No one was in them. The 3 residents who had stayed survived. Their buildings, by the vagaries of divine artillery's dispersion pattern, were on the outer edge of the primary strike zone and took structural damage without collapse. Wei Liang received their status report with the relief from someone who had planned for the outcome but had not been certain of it. Su Tian's field observers, positioned at standard observation distance for alliance monitoring of the conflict, recorded the strike and its aftermath. Specifically, they recorded the empty districts, the absence of casualties in areas that had been fully populated a week earlier, and the presence of resettlement infrastructure in the outer city that showed a coordinated, organized civilian withdrawal that predated the strike. Within 18 hours, Su Tian had filed a formal private protest to the Accord's command structure. Wei Liang's intelligence network confirmed this within a day. The protest language, relayed through the back channel, was specific. The Alliance's participation in this conflict is premised on the Accord's claim to operate within divine order's constraints. A direct artillery strike against a civilian-populated capital district, bypassing military protocol, does not conform to those constraints. This protest is filed for the record and transmitted to the Alliance's council. The Holy Alliance's internal dynamics had been fracturing for weeks. The artillery strike was the accelerant that changed a fracture into a break. 3 kingdoms, Xianxia said at the next morning's briefing, reviewing the intelligence reports. Su Tian has received formal requests from 3 alliance kingdoms to have their contingents withdrawn from the northern border and return to home territory, pending review of the Accord's conduct. She looked at Wei Liang. He's not giving them an answer yet. He's waiting to see if more come in. More will come in, Wei Liang said. The artillery strike is on record. The evacuation is on record. The contrast is not ambiguous. How many do you think defect? Yuzhen asked. I think Su Tian withdraws the alliance's support entirely within 3 weeks, Xianxia said. Not because he's become an ally, because he's a pragmatist who has decided the Accord is not the winning position. He was betting on institutional stability. Divine artillery against an evacuated civilian district is not institutional stability. The Accord's informant network would report on the alliance's fragmentation within a week. Bai Qiong, reading the intelligence, would understand that the artillery strike had achieved its structural damage objectives and eliminated its political support in the same action. Wei Liang toured the outer districts with Yuzhen the day after the strike. The damage was significant, the kind of demolition that would require months of reconstruction. He walked through it with the specific attention of someone cataloging the cost so that it would not be abstract when the reconstruction began, so that the people doing the work of rebuilding would know that he had seen what needed to be rebuilt. Yuzhen walked beside him without speaking. She had learned, in the months they'd worked together, which silences were the right ones for which situations. This was one that required presence without commentary. He looked at a collapsed building that had been a school, part of the new joint curriculum program. The school's interior had been emptied before the strike. The materials were in storage. The building could be rebuilt. He made a note to prioritize it in the reconstruction schedule. The reconstruction survey took the better part of 2 days. Wei Liang moved through the outer districts with Yuzhen and a team of engineers, cataloging the damage with the specific thoroughness that would be needed for the reconstruction to proceed in the right order. Infrastructure first, water, power distribution, load-bearing structures. Then the public buildings, the school, the legal affairs sub-office, the resettlement housing that had been in its final week of construction when the strike came. Then the residential structures. The engineers had opinions about timeline. 8 months for infrastructure. 14 for full restoration of the residential sections. Wei Liang listened to each assessment and asked where the accelerating variables were, not to cut corners, but to identify which resources, if provided in the right quantity at the right time, would enable the timeline to compress without compromising the quality. The water system repair is the critical path, the lead engineer said. She was a demon woman of about 200 years, with the specific confidence of someone whose expertise had been repeatedly confirmed by outcomes. The pumping infrastructure requires specialized materials that we can produce locally, but not quickly. If we acquire the materials from the Western trade partners rather than producing them ourselves, the water system completes in 6 weeks rather than 14. Acquire them, Wei Liang said. Flag the budget item to the resource office. The flag is already submitted. She had done it before the survey meeting, on the assumption that the right answer was the right answer regardless of whether it had been formally authorized yet. Wei Liang noted this. The specific confidence of a professional who trusted the system she was operating in enough to act within its intent before its formal approval. The codex was working. The 3 residents who had stayed sent him a joint message 2 days after the strike. It said, "We were wrong about our buildings. We were not wrong about staying. We are still here. When does the rebuilding start?" He wrote back. The water system starts tomorrow. Your buildings are in the 2nd phase. I'll be in the district when the school reconstruction begins. The message they sent back was shorter. Good. 3 people in a struck district, watching the rebuilding begin, sending single-word responses to the co-regents' communications. It was, he thought, the most accurate possible measurement of whether the empire they were building meant anything. Not the diplomatic victories or the legal filings, but whether 3 people in a damaged district felt that the word good was a sufficient response to a commitment they believed would be kept. Chapter 74. The card game was called 3 Banners, a human game from the northern territories that Wei Liang had learned from a soldier in the eastern garrison who had said it was the best way to explain regional coalition politics to someone who'd never experienced them. The deck had 48 cards and 4 suits representing military, trade, religious, and neutral interests, and the game required managing competing alliances across a playing field that kept changing based on what cards the other player held. Yu Zhen learned the rules in approximately 12 minutes. She then proceeded to win the next 4 games. "You're cheating. Teach me," he said. "I'm applying demon tactical doctrine to a human game system," she said, examining the card in her hand with the focused attention she applied to everything. "The rules don't prohibit demon tactical doctrine. The rules assume players are human. That assumption is not articulated anywhere in the rules." I checked. He looked at his remaining cards. She had arranged her alliance structure such that his trade suit was entirely isolated from his military suit, which meant his strongest combination play was blocked. "The demon version of the rules," he said. "Is that what you're invoking?" "The demon version of the rules is the correct version. The human version has a fundamental asymmetry in how it handles the neutral suit that creates an artificial advantage for the first player. The demon version corrects this. There's no demon version of this game. There is now." She played the card she'd been holding and completed a sweep that took 11 of the remaining 15 points. "I'm rewriting the neutral suit rules in my head as I play. It's more balanced." He looked at the table. She had won, again, through a combination of tactical precision and what he could only describe as aggressive creative interpretation of the game's foundations. It was, he realized, exactly how she ran military operations, identify the system's assumptions, determine which ones were actually constraints and which ones were conventional, and exploit the difference. "You're going to teach this version to the Demon Legion's officers," he said. "I've been doing that for 3 weeks." She began collecting the cards. "The first version I taught them was the original human rules. The second version was the corrected version. They found the corrected version more intuitive because it better reflects actual alliance dynamics." The card game was on the secondary desk. The document room's windows were open to the evening air, a mild night, the kind that came in the brief window between late autumn's end and winter's beginning, when the temperature settled into something comfortable for about 2 weeks before the cold set in. Wei Liang had cleared the operational files an hour earlier, which was unusual enough that Yu Zhen had arrived at the document room with a degree of caution, as if something significant had happened, and he hadn't told her yet. Nothing significant had happened. He had finished the work and cleared the desk, and thought that an evening with the card game, and someone who wasn't going to perform either friendship or professionalism at him, was more useful than another hour of reports. She had looked at the cleared desk, then at him. Then, "Do you know 3 Banners? Teach me," he said. They were laughing. He had just said something about the neutral suit's fundamental injustice in the human version that was absurd enough to get past her usual editorial filters. When Crimson Sparrow landed on the windowsill, with the specific weight of a creature carrying an urgent message that needed to arrive before its recipient had settled completely. It was, Wei Liang noticed in the fraction of a second before he stood, the first time he had laughed that day. The first time in several days, possibly. He filed this as a piece of information rather than as a cause for concern. The work required what it required, and the days where laughter fit into the available space were the days it happened, and the days it didn't fit were the days it didn't. But Yu Zhen had created the conditions for it, through the specific mechanism of cheating inventively at a card game, while maintaining complete seriousness about the legitimacy of her methods. And that was worth noting even in the 2 seconds between the last laugh and picking up the urgent message. He would think about this later, in the brief window between the night's last briefing and sleep, that the empire they were building required people who could hold both the card game and the urgent message in the same evening, who could laugh and then stand and then go and then come back and put the cards away carefully, with equal seriousness about all of it. The card game was not a break from the work. It was part of the same thing, a demonstration that the life they were building was worth building, that it contained things worth having, that the people doing the building were living in it rather than merely constructing it for others. Yu Zhen watched the card game on the desk after he left. She did not put it away immediately. She sat with it for a moment, with the 1 points and the demon-corrected rules and the interrupted evening, and then she moved toward the door and the urgent message's operational implications with the same controlled attention she applied to all things, not leaving the card game behind, exactly, but carrying it somewhere it didn't interfere with what needed doing next. The mood broke in the precise way that moods in that room always broke, not dramatically, just the shift from one mode of attention to another, the way a river changes course rather than stopping. Wei Liang crossed to the window. The message was short and marked with the field intelligence team's highest priority designation. He read it, set it down, picked up his operational coat from the hook behind the door. Su Tian's field observers are reporting unusual accord movement at the northern staging point, he said. Something different from the artillery formations pattern. Mao Guang thinks it might be a new formation type. I'll wake the tactical team, Yu Zhen said. She was already standing, the card game tidied and placed precisely at the desk's corner. The cards were perfectly aligned. She had done it without looking, in the moment between reading his expression and moving toward the door. He noticed this. He noticed it the way he noticed the things she did that she was not aware of doing, the specific habits of a person whose care expressed itself through order and precision rather than through the languages that people expected care to use. She looked at the card game, then at him. Tomorrow, she said. It was not a question or a request. It was information. The game would resume. The evening would be reclaimed at another time. Nothing about this was permanent except the decision to continue. Tomorrow, he agreed. They went separate directions in the corridor, her toward the tactical operations room, him toward the intelligence analysis section. The night had its own demands, and the demands were what they were, and the card game waited on the secondary desk with the demon-corrected rules and 11 captured points and the particular patience of things that would still be there when the emergency was done. The intelligence analysis session ran until the second hour of the morning. The unusual accord formation at the northern staging point had been partially identified. The energy signature matched components of an interdiction formation rather than either the artillery type or a siege variant. Mao Guang's third scenario, the one targeting divine communication channels, appeared to be the most accurate model. They're trying to interfere with the court's filing, Wei Liang said. If the interdiction deploys before the full hearing, our evidentiary record could be disrupted in transit, Shun Lihua said. She had come to the analysis session at midnight because she had received the same preliminary identification report and had understood what it meant for the filing without being told. The court's communication channels used divine frequency bands. An interdiction formation operating at the right bandwidth could create gaps in the transmission. How long to build a countermeasure? I don't know what the countermeasure looks like yet, Mao Guang said. The interdiction formation is based on a technique I haven't encountered in the historical record, which means either it's genuinely new, unlikely, given the Accord's usual approach, or it's ancient enough that the records I have access to predate it. The third archive, Wei Liang said. The first sealed place. Mao Guang met his eyes. They had discussed this once. The third location that might hold the architect's original contract documentation, described in the historical references as the first sealed place. The description was unhelpfully poetic. The location was unidentified. If the interdiction formation's documentation is also in that archive, Mao Guang said carefully, then the sealed place is becoming strategically important in ways I hadn't fully anticipated when I first noted it. We need the location, I know. Mao Guang gathered his notes. I have 3 leads I haven't fully investigated. I'll prioritize them tomorrow. The session ended. Wei Liang returned to the document room at 3 in the morning, reviewed the card game still sitting on the secondary desk, and confirmed that it was still there. He had told Yuzhen tomorrow. Tomorrow meant the next day's evening, which was approximately 17 hours away, which was enough time for the interdiction formation analysis, Mao Guang's sealed archive leads, and whatever the Alliance's council meeting produced. And then the card game would be there, with the demon-corrected neutral suit rules and the specific patience of unfinished things waiting for the right conditions to be finished. Chapter 75. Su Tian's private envoy arrived through the personal contact, not through the official channel, not through the back channel that Su Tian had used for the messages about the strike. A personal contact. A merchant woman from a neutral trading family who had relationships with both the Alliance Command and the Demon Coalition's trade network. She arrived at the capital's trade district with a document case and a sealed message that she delivered to Wei Liang's reception office with the specific demeanor of anyone who had transported sensitive materials before and understood that the transport's entire value depended on what happened after delivery. Wei Liang received her in the meeting room rather than the document room. Less personal, more formal, which was appropriate for someone whose role was neutral conveyance rather than direct engagement. Grand Marshal Su Tian sends his regards, she said, and set the document case on the table. He opened the seal. The message inside was 3 pages, the most Su Tian had sent through any channel. Wei Liang read it carefully, then read it again. The Alliance's council meets in 4 days. 3 kingdoms have requested withdrawal of their contingents. 2 more are watching the first 3. The Accord's position is that the artillery strike was within divine operational parameters. The Alliance's neutral kingdoms have been given the Accord's written defense of the strike, a document that cites doctrinal justifications I find inadequate. I am willing to negotiate a non-aggression pact between the Holy Alliance's mortal kingdoms, those who wish to participate, and the Demon Empire. This is not a defection to your side. This is a withdrawal from a conflict whose justifications I can no longer fully endorse. In exchange, I require one thing: documentation that proves the Accord fabricated the war's justifications. Specifically, the claim that the Demon Empire initiated hostilities in the Outer Province, which the Accord used to justify the Holy Alliance's participation. I have reason to believe this claim was falsified. I need the proof. If you can provide it, I will present it to the Alliance's council alongside my recommendation for withdrawal. If the council agrees, the Accord loses 200,000 mortal soldiers and the political legitimacy that the Alliance's participation provided. Su Tian Wei Liang set the message down and sat with it for a moment. Mao Guang already knew what would be discussed when he arrived for the day's briefing 15 minutes later, not because he had intelligence about the message's arrival, but because he had been tracking Su Tian's trajectory for weeks and had identified the logical next step in the Grand Marshal's position evolution. The fabrication documentation, he said, sitting down with his files. Yes, I have it. You've had it. I've been holding it for the appropriate moment. The moment is now. He opened the top file. The Accord's Outer Province Incident Report, the document they used to justify their claim of demon-initiated hostilities, references a series of border attacks in the spring of that year. I traced each attack through the Neutral Archive's military records. 4 of the 5 attacks are documented. The 5th, the one that triggered the formal justification, is not documented anywhere except in the Accord's own filing. They invented a border attack. They almost certainly directed it. There are 3 field communications from Accord logistics channels, dated in the weeks before the incident, referencing supply movements to the outer province that match the attack's logistical profile. The attack's actual perpetrators are documented in the Accord's own internal records, but in a filing category marked Sealed Special Operations, which I reached through the court's archive access at a tier that required some technical creativity from Mao Guang on the access protocols. He regarded the files. The court's archive gave you access to the Accord's sealed operations records. The court's historical archive includes an administrative category for sealed materials submitted as evidence by parties in disputes. The Accord submitted these materials as part of their evidentiary case at the preliminary filing. By submitting them as evidence, they formally placed them in the court's custody. The court's access rules don't carve out evidentiary submissions from the standard access tiers. He adjusted his glasses. It was a significant oversight on their part. I suspect they didn't anticipate that the evidentiary tier would be accessible through our filing standing. Prepare the dossier, Wei Liang said. Complete. Sourced. Reproducible, meaning any independent researcher with court archive access can verify every document we cite. Already in progress. Mao Guang set the files back in order. I anticipated this request approximately 3 weeks ago. Of course you did. Wei Liang drafted the response to Su Tian through the merchant contact. The dossier would be delivered within 48 hours. The documentation was complete and independently verifiable. The Alliance's council meeting was 4 days away. Shen Lihua reviewed the dossier when Mao Guang completed it. Her review took 6 hours. At the end, she said, "Every claim is sourced. The chain of documentation is clear enough that a competent legal analyst could reproduce the conclusion without our guidance." She looked at Wei Liang. "This ends the Alliance's participation if Su Tian presents it honestly. You think he will?" "I think he's a pragmatist who has already decided that the accord is the wrong side, and that he needs a principled basis for the decision so it doesn't look like strategic defection to his own council." She paused. "This gives him the principled basis. The fabricated incident is the kind of thing that honorable military commanders find genuinely unforgivable, not a strategy, but as the specific lie that says the people who died in this war died for something that wasn't true. They're going to figure out that we gave Su Tian this dossier. Yes, and the accord will call it manipulation. And Su Tian will say, 'Here is the documentation. Find the error in it.' And there will be no error to find." She looked at the dossier. "The truth is the most inconvenient thing we have. Let's use it." The merchant envoy left with the dossier sealed in a case that Mao Guang had specifically designed to be tamper-evident. If anyone opened it before it reached Su Tian, the seal would show it. Not because Wei Liang distrusted the merchant, but because delivering compromised documentation would be worse than delivering nothing, and the worst outcome was a version of the truth that the accord could point to as manipulated. Shen Lihua spent the 4 days between the dossier's delivery and the Alliance's council meeting reviewing every document in the court, filing one more time, looking for vulnerabilities. She found 2 places where the citation chain was technically accurate but could be spun as circumstantial by a skilled advocate. She patched both with supplementary documentation from the court's archive, materials that were so directly on point that no amount of advocacy could characterize them as circumstantial. "You're preparing for a debate that may not happen," Wei Liang said, reviewing her additions. "I'm preparing for a debate that will happen at the full hearing, even if it doesn't happen at the Alliance's council meeting first," she said. "Su Tian's council presentation uses our documentation. The accord will know what we submitted. When we walk into the full hearing, their response team will have had weeks to prepare their counter-arguments based on what the council meeting revealed. So you're preparing for the second-order response. And the third order, where possible." She set down her pen. "The Accord's legal team is experienced and capable. Meng Rulin has been operating in this space for decades. We can't assume we're smarter than them. We can only assume that the truth has more material to work with than the fabrication does." The merchant returned on the 3rd day with a confirmation. Su Tian had received the dossier, had reviewed it with 2 members of his senior staff, and was presenting to the Alliance's council at the scheduled time. No further communication was expected until after the council meeting. Wei Liang reviewed the operational reports while he waited. The northern staging point activity that Crimson Sparrow had flagged showed continued movement. The accord was building something, and whatever it wasn't the same formation type as the artillery strike. Mao Guang had identified 3 possibilities based on the energy signature patterns. All 3 were concerning in different ways. "We'll know what it is when they use it," Yuzhen said. "I'd prefer to know before they use it." "So would I." She pointed to the map's northern section. "If it's a siege formation, they're targeting fixed infrastructure rather than population. If it's a barrier formation, they're trying to limit our mobility. If it's what Mao Guang's 3rd scenario suggests, an interdiction formation targeting divine communication channels, they're trying to cut off the court's contact with our filing. An interdiction formation would be a direct interference with an active court proceeding," Wei Liang said. "Yes," Yuzhen said, "which means they'd be doing it quickly, before the court can designate it as contempt. Speed and legal consequence. That's the trade-off they're making, if that's what it is." She looked at the map. "The Alliance's council meeting is tomorrow. If Su Tian's withdrawal goes through, the Accord's political situation changes significantly. That's also tomorrow. 2 significant events on the same day. The Accord's staging activity might be timed to precede the council meeting," Shen Lihua said. "A demonstration of force that gives Su Tian something to counter-present his withdrawal against, making it look like retreat rather than principle." He regarded both maps simultaneously. "Then we make sure the council meeting's documentation is positioned first. Su Tian presents the dossier before the formation deploys. The sequence matters." "The merchant contact is already carrying that message," Mao Guang said from his corner. "I sent it through the follow-up routing this morning." Everyone looked at him. "I anticipated the timing problem approximately 2 days ago," he said, and picked up his tea. Chapter 76. The Fallen Hero Systems interface had developed, over the months of Wei Liang's cultivation, into something he navigated the way he navigated a familiar room, with peripheral attention, aware of the space without needing to consciously map it. So when the interface changed, he noticed it immediately. The change happened during a standard cultivation session in the document room, not a formal practice period, but the habitual maintenance that kept his chi channels at operational level while he worked through administrative tasks. The system's ambient presence went quiet, not the quiet of rest, the quiet of something that had been replaced by something else. The way silence in a room where someone has just stopped speaking is different from silence in an empty room. Then the voice came, not the system's usual notification tone, something that used the system's channel but was not the system. Asterisk, you were designed to be broken in a different way. The current configuration is suboptimal. Adjust. Asterisk, Wei Liang stopped working. The fallen hero system flickered, a brief disruption to the usual stable cultivation interface, like a map shaking when the ground shifts. Then it reasserted, the standard interface returning with a precision that suggested something fighting its way back to its established state. He sat with this for a moment. Then he went to find Mao Guang. Mao Guang listened to the account. His expression moved through a sequence that Wei Liang had learned to read. Initial surprise held tightly, processing, then the particular careful attention of one who had been researching an entity and had just received their first direct data point from it. It knows you've been building something that works, Mao Guang said. It's been watching. It's always been watching. The system is built on the architect's infrastructure. Every cultivation advancement you've made has been processed through its monitoring layer. He was already sorting through his research notes. The message, designed to be broken in a different way, is revealing. The architect's standard chosen one cycle involves breaking the chosen individual's resistance through divine pressure. They're meant to submit to the prophecy eventually, which generates the energy the cycle uses. You've been refusing rather than submitting. That generates different energy. The architect appears to have concluded that this was not the intended configuration. It's trying to correct me. It's trying to test whether you respond to direct pressure the way you respond to indirect pressure. Mao Guang looked at his notes. The system reasserted. That means his cultivation system has its own integrity mechanisms that prevented the architect from fully overriding it. Which means the architect's control over the system is not absolute. That's useful to know. It confirms that the architect adapts rather than overrides directly. It tried a direct access. You resisted through the system's own reassertion, and now it has data on how you respond to that approach. He paused. It will adjust its approach. He studied the space where the system interface usually lived in his peripheral awareness. It was stable now, fully reasserted. What would an adjusted approach look like? I don't know yet. But the architect's behavior toward the previous cycle disruption 3,000 years ago is in the historical record. It activated dormant constructs rather than trying direct system overrides. Mao Guang set his notes down. I think we should expect escalation. Not immediately. The architect appears to operate on a patient timescale. It's been running for 3,000 years. Yes, it can afford to be patient. He adjusted his glasses. My recommendation, don't respond. No message, no cultivation technique designed to signal defiance, no formal acknowledgement. You receive the message. Your response is to continue. Wei Liang considered this. The system's instruction says refusing without response reduces the architect's available data. The architect said adjust. You are declining to adjust. The refusal is sufficient. The form of the refusal doesn't need to be theatrical. Mao Guang picked up his tea. This entity has been running for 3,000 years. Theatrical gestures don't impress it. Consistent outcomes do. Then we produce consistent outcomes, Wei Liang said. We continue building what we're building, Mao Guang agreed. Which is what we were already doing. In that sense, the architect's message changed nothing. Old Kong appeared at the archives door. He had been in the forge all morning and carried the specific smell of high-temperature metalwork and the quality in someone who had heard something through the capital's information network and had decided to register an opinion about it. The architect, he said. You heard. I hear everything that happens in this building. I've been here longer than anyone except possibly the stones. He looked at Mao Guang. The direct contact, that means it's concerned. It means it's testing, Mao Guang said. Testing and concerned are not mutually exclusive. Old Kong crossed his arms. I've been forging for 900 years. When a material resists in a way you didn't anticipate, the first response is to apply direct pressure. If the direct pressure doesn't work, you have two options. Reapproach the problem or change the tool. He studied Wei Liang. It's about to change the tool. The dormant constructs, Mao Guang said. The previous disruption 3,000 years ago. I know the history. I was alive for part of it. Old Kang's voice carried the specific weight of 900 years of lived experience, meaning something that had been theoretical until it wasn't. The constructs don't activate because the cycle was disrupted. They activate because the architect's pressure test failed and it's escalating to the next level of response. He paused. This is going to get significantly harder before it resolves. His gaze settled on him. How significantly? 3,000 years ago, it destroyed 6 cities before someone figured out how to address the constructs. He held Wei Liang's eyes. I'm not saying that to alarm you. I'm saying it because you should build with that in mind. Wei Liang returned to the document room. The system interface sat in his peripheral awareness, stable and normal. He picked up the administrative files he'd been working through before the interruption and continued from where he'd left off. The architect had spoken directly for the first time. It had used the channel to say, adjust. He had declined to adjust. The fallen system recorded this as a refusal event. The energy it generated was significant. Not because the refusal was dramatic, but because it was the same refusal he had been making since the beginning, made again in a new context, with the specific consistency that the system recognized as the pattern it had been built to reward. Asterisk Sovereign's Edict. Milestone 7.5 noted. Refusal sequence continues. Proceeding. Asterisk he filed the notification. The day had 12 more hours in it, and 12 more hours had work in them, and the work was what it was, and the architect would make its next move in whatever timeline it made next moves in. And in the meantime, the supply manifest needed review, and the Eastern Reconstruction was 2 weeks behind schedule, and the education program's first border school was opening Thursday. The border school's opening was a small ceremony by the standards of the coalition's recent events. No political speeches. The teachers had requested a functional opening rather than a formal one, on the grounds that a ceremony centered on the administrator's acknowledgement would start the institution's identity in the wrong place. The teachers and students should be the ones who made it real. Wei Liang attended anyway, without ceremony. He arrived early, watched the first class begin, and left before anyone had organized a formal presentation. The lead teacher, a demon scholar from Mao Guang's network, had been in the middle of introducing the day's first exercise when Wei Liang appeared in the doorway. A question written on the teaching board, addressed to the assembled students. What do you already know about where you live? Not, what have you been taught? What do you know? He stood in the doorway for 2 minutes watching the students, a mixed group of demon and human children, sitting in the specific way of children who were in a new situation and were deciding whether to be cautious or curious. The question on the board was doing its work. 2 students were already raising hands. 3 were looking at each other, which was the preparatory stage for collaborative curiosity. The teacher was writing the first answer on the board alongside the question, which signaled that answers were additions rather than corrections. The school had what it needed. He left. 3 Accord-sympathetic families in the settlement had sent their children to the opening day. Not coalition-aligned families, families who had been in the undecided category. The Cousins settlement put in a formal request for a school of its own within a week. The architect's direct intervention had failed to slow anything. The system's stability had reasserted. The border school was running. The Accord's formation at the Accord's northern position was still being assembled. And the day still had 8 hours of work in it, which was enough to address the manifests and review the reconstruction schedule and prepare the response to the court's administrative panel that Xianxia had flagged as needed by end of week. Chapter 77. The fraud began with a precedent that didn't exist. Xianxia found it in the court's active case record, a legal citation in the Accord's evidentiary response to the preliminary ruling, referencing a prior case. In the matter of the Sovereign Compact versus Wandering Sect, Outer Realm Court, year 2847. The citation was used to establish that the court had historically deferred to divine institutional authority in matters of active military conflict, which the Accord was using to argue that the preliminary ruling should be stayed. She checked the court's case record for year 2847. The case did not exist. She checked adjacent years, variant spellings, related case categories. Nothing. She brought this to Wei Liang at the end of a briefing day, setting the research summary on his desk with the particular care of someone presenting something significant. The Accord is citing precedents that were never decided, she said. This is the third one I've found in their evidentiary filings. The first 2 I thought might be archival gaps, old records that simply weren't digitized into the court's accessible system. The third one is from year 2847. The court system for that period is comprehensive. If a case exists, it's in the record. Wei Liang read the research summary. They fabricated the cases. They fabricated the cases. Not the legal arguments, the actual historical record. They're inserting precedents that never existed to make their position appear legally grounded in the court's own history. Her voice was controlled but carried the specific quality of a person who had found something that offended them at a foundational level. This is fraud on the court. On a cosmic scale, the court's records are meant to be the neutral, accessible record of divine and mortal legal history. Falsifying them doesn't just affect our case. It corrupts the reference that every future legal proceeding will rely on. How many fabrications? I've confirmed 3. I suspect there are more. The pattern is consistent. Each fabricated case establishes a precedent that helps the accord on a specific procedural point. They've been building this for years, probably, inserting cases into the record gradually, in ways that wouldn't trigger a systematic review. Who has access to insert records into the court's case database? Xianxia's expression carried something that was not satisfaction but was adjacent to it, the look from someone who had followed a chain of evidence to its conclusion before presenting it. Senior accord officials with court liaison status, of which High Saintess Meng Ruolin holds the highest tier. She set the second document on top of the first. Her access logs show 17 insertions into the historical case record over the past decade. I obtained them through the court's administrative audit trail, which is accessible to parties in active proceedings as part of discovery protocol, in which the accord apparently did not review carefully before we filed. He examined the documents. Meng Ruolin, the supreme leader of the Celestial Accord, the architect of the prophecy system, the entity who had presided over the burning of his destiny claim 11 years ago, running a systematic falsification of the court's record to ensure that divine institutional authority always had the precedence it needed to maintain the appearance of legal continuity. If we present this at the full hearing, he said, the accord's entire legal standing collapses, Xianxia said. Not just in our case. In any case that relies on any of the fabricated precedents, which is likely to be a significant portion of the accord's historical legal record. She paused. Meng Ruolin will move to destroy the evidence the moment she knows we have it. And she may move to destroy me. I'm the one who found it. He turned toward her steadily. Security protocols. Already in place. The research copies are in 3 separate secure archives. The access audit trail itself is a court document. It can't be destroyed without destroying the court's own administrative record, which would be a larger scandal than the fraud itself. She folded her hands. But the audit trail can be denied, disputed, claimed to be misread. We need corroborating verification from a party the court trusts. The court's own administrative officers, Wei Liang said. We file a discovery request asking the court to independently verify the audit trail's contents. Once they've verified it themselves, the record is their record, not ours. Xianxia nodded. It was the right move. She had been working toward it and wanted him to arrive at it, so the decision was shared. Filed by tomorrow, she said. Before Meng Ruolin has time to understand what we're requesting and intervene. Tonight, Wei Liang said. File it tonight. She went to draft the filing. Wei Liang sat with the 2 documents and considered what it meant to find the fraud at the foundation of the enemy's legal position. Not just that the accord had been lying, but that the lies were structural, woven into the record that was supposed to be neutral, which meant every institution that had relied on the court's precedents had been relying on the accord's managed narrative without knowing it. The document room's window was dark. The session had run into the evening. He wrote a note to Mao Guang about the fabricated precedents and asked him to cross-reference them against the architect research, specifically the question of whether the architect's own precedents were in the court's record. He thought it was possible they were. The filing went out that night, time-stamped, through the court's official submission channel. The window to respond was 48 hours. Whatever Meng Ruolin would do when she saw the filing's subject matter, she had 48 hours to do it in. Xianxia spent the night with security personnel stationed outside her quarters. Not because she was afraid. She had made her assessment of the risk clearly and decided the filing was worth it. But because she understood that the next 48 hours were the specific window in which someone who wanted to stop her would have maximum incentive in a narrowing timeline. The court's administrative officers received the discovery request the following morning and processed it within their standard timeline. 18 hours to confirm receipt, 3 days to begin verification. The verification process required the court's own archivists to check the audit trail in their own records, which meant the investigation was being conducted by the neutral institution rather than by either party in the proceeding. Xianxia spent the 48 hours in the working mode she developed for high-stakes waiting, continuous review of the filing's chain of evidence, preparation of supplementary materials for every foreseeable response scenario, and the specific intellectual occupation that prevented her from spending the waiting hours in unproductive anxiety about outcomes she couldn't control. He reviewed the filing's chain of evidence alongside her for the first 12 hours, then spent the remaining time managing the war's operational demands while she continued the review. They worked in the same room in silence for most of it. The specific companionate silence of two people doing different but parallel work toward the same objective. At the 36th hour, the court's administrative office sent a preliminary confirmation. The audit trail verification was underway and would be completed within the stated timeline. The confirmation was phrased in neutral bureaucratic language that said nothing about what the verification was finding. That's actually significant, Xianxia said, reading the confirmation. They sent a preliminary confirmation. They're not required to do that. The standard procedure is to respond only upon completion. Sending a preliminary confirmation means the archivist found something that the office felt warranted acknowledging that the process was active. They found the discrepancies, Wei Liang said. They found something. She set the confirmation down. We'll know in 30 hours. He looked at her. She had the controlled expression she wore when the most important variables were outside her influence, and she had decided to manage that fact through thoroughness rather than anxiety. Sleep, he said. I'm not. You've been reviewing the same 12 documents for 36 hours, he said. They're not going to change in the next 8 hours. Sleep. I'll have the next update pulled the moment it arrives. She studied him for a moment. Then she closed her files and went to sleep. Wei Liang had Crimson Sparrow at alert altitude outside the court's communication channel monitoring position, ready to retrieve the update the moment it transmitted. The update arrived 22 hours later. The court's archivists had verified the audit trail. The discrepancies were confirmed. The filing was proceeding. Chapter 78 by Qiong arrived under a flag of truce on a Thursday morning, alone, in formal accord vestments that had been stripped of military insignia, the specific dress of an official visiting in a diplomatic rather than martial capacity. Wei Liang received her in the formal reception hall rather than the document room. Neutral ground, institutional rather than personal, with the specific architectural weight that the demon capital's formal spaces carried when they needed to. Shingon had offered to be present. Wei Liang had declined, because whatever Bai Qiong was coming to say, she was coming to say it to him. She looked exactly as she always looked. For 100 years of cultivated competence expressed in precise posture and the particular controlled energy in those who had learned, through long experience, to spend no more than the situation required. The burn mark that the witness circle incident had left, not on her, but on the proceedings she'd created, was not visible on her face. It was in the quality of her composure, the degree of effort it required. You know why I'm here, she said, once the formalities were concluded. You're offering a deal, Wei Liang said. A resolution. She sat across from him with the stillness in someone who had prepared this conversation carefully and was committed to the preparation. The war has reached a point of diminishing returns on both sides. The Holy Alliance is fracturing. The court's preliminary ruling has created political costs that were not anticipated. The artillery strike has been used, by your side, effectively, to generate additional political costs. She paused. The Accord is not losing militarily, but we are losing contextually. The narrative has shifted. What are you offering? Your return to the Accord's fold, she said. A reduced role, not the chosen one designation, which is occupied by your brother, but a recognized position within the divine order structure. Advisor to the Mortal Realms Reform Commission, which the Accord is prepared to form. A formal acknowledgement that the original prophecy handling was procedurally imperfect. The war ends. The Codex is recognized as a mortal realm governance document operating within the Accord's framework rather than in opposition to it. She said it sincerely. That was the specific difficulty of the offer. She was not performing sincerity. She had come because she had calculated that this outcome was genuinely better for the Accord's long-term stability than continuing, and she was presenting that calculation honestly. He studied her expression. The Codex operating within the Accord's framework is the same as the Codex not existing, he said. Everything we've built is premised on governance that answers to the people it governs rather than to a divine institution that operates by its own authority. The Accord can be reformed from within, she said. The Reform Commission, you've had 400 years to reform from within, he said. Not unkindly, as a factual observation. The Chosen One cycle has run for 3,000 years. The fabricated precedents in the court's records, which we will be presenting evidence on at the full hearing, go back decades. These are not procedural imperfections. They are structural. Bai Qiong was quiet for a moment. The composure held, but he could see the calculation happening behind it, the assessment of which arguments had traction and which ones had just been closed. You'll break the world trying to fix it, she said. Not as an attack, as a genuine concern. He could hear it. The world was already broken, he said. I'm just making the break visible. Her gaze settled on him for a long time. He had expected the argument to continue, for her to pivot to another approach, to introduce a different offer, to find the angle she hadn't tried yet. Instead, she sat with what he'd said in a way that suggested she was actually considering it rather than formulating a response to it. "The sole leash on your brother," she said finally. "What about it?" "It exists." She said it without inflection, without justification. "I know it exists. I know why it exists. To ensure that the replacement chosen one operates within divine order's requirements. I know you have a mechanism to remove it." She paused. "I am not here to argue that the leash is acceptable. I am here to tell you, if you remove it, the Accord will have no choice but to treat the action as a declaration that the replacement chosen one designation is void. Your brother becomes a former Accord champion without divine sanction. The consequences for him are significant. You're threatening him." "I'm describing the institutional structure." Her composure remained steady. "I am also telling you that I am not, in this moment, asking you to leave your brother leashed. I am asking you to consider whether the timing of removal changes the consequences." He regarded her. "He'll come when he's ready," he said. "I know," she said. "That's what concerns me." She left. He walked her to the reception hall's outer door and watched her go. The specific departure of one who had come in full sincerity and found that sincerity wasn't sufficient, and who was returning to their institution to work with what they had rather than what they'd hoped to gain. He stood at the door for a moment after she was gone. The offer had been real. The concern about Wei Hao had been real. 400 years of cultivated competence and institutional authority, sitting across from him in a stripped uniform, trying to find the terms that would make this stop. He almost respected that. He went back to the document room and found Yuzhen waiting. She had her arms crossed, and the expression she wore when she had been present for something she had significant opinions about and had been waiting to express them. "She came to negotiate," Yuzhen said. "Yes." "You declined." "Yes." Yuzhen studied him. What was the hardest part? He considered this honestly. "The sole leash," he said. She mentioned it without defending it. She acknowledged it existed and said the consequences of removing it would fall on Wei Hao. It was accurate, and she knew it was accurate, and she said it as information rather than as a threat, and that's harder to respond to than a threat. "Because a threat gives you something to oppose," she said. "Because a threat tells you what the other person values. Information tells you what they know." He looked at the reception hall's empty space. She knows the leash is wrong. She's operating within the system that installed it, and she can't dismantle the system without dismantling herself. That's why she came here instead of escalating. Yuzhen was quiet for a moment. "You're sympathetic to her. I understand her position. That's different." "Is it?" He looked at her. "Understanding why someone does a wrong thing doesn't change that it's wrong. It changes what you can offer as an alternative." He turned toward the document room. "She can't take the alternative we're offering. The alternative requires dismantling the identity she's built on 400 years of service. That's not something sincerity can bridge." He paused at the door. "But she came and talked honestly and heard the same. That's not nothing." Yuzhen walked with him back to the document room. She didn't say anything more about Bai Qiong, which meant she had processed the situation and had conclusions she would act on without needing to articulate them. He was, he thought, sufficiently fluent in how she communicated to know what her silence contained, even when it contained things he wasn't entirely sure he agreed with. Mao Guang was in the document room when they arrived. Not unusual at this hour, but his expression carried the specific quality in anyone who had been sitting with information and waiting for the right moment to present it. "The court's administrative confirmation arrived while you were in the reception hall," he said. "The audit trail verification is complete and corroborated. Meng Rulin's record insertions are confirmed by the court's own archivists. The panel has formally noted the finding in the proceedings active record." Wei Liang absorbed this. The fraud was confirmed. In the court's own record. 41 days before the hearing. "The Accord will know by morning," Shen Lihua said from the doorway. She had been in the corridor, monitoring, as she always monitored, in parallel with everything else. "Good," Wei Liang said. "Let them spend 41 days knowing that the court's record holds their fraud." The full hearing was in 41 days. The fabricated precedents were in the court's review, confirmed. The dossier was with Su Tian, accepted, and Meng Rulin, somewhere in the Accord's sacred library, now knew that the evidence of what she had done was in the hands of the institution she had been corrupting for decades, and that it had been placed there not by an enemy's manipulation, but by the court's own archivists, following their own procedures, finding exactly what was there to be found. The refusal tool sat on the secondary desk. Chapter 79. Wei Hao sent word on a cold morning in the week before the full hearing. The message came through the same merchant contact that Su Tian had used. The question of how Wei Hao had found that specific channel was interesting, and when Wei Liang asked the merchant privately, the answer was Su Tian. The Grand Marshal, having received the dossier and determined that its source was reliable, had shared certain contact information with the Alliance's most recent intelligence priority, the former Accord champion who had been asking questions his handlers didn't like. Su Tian was operating multiple channels simultaneously. The pragmatist, having decided which side of the ledger the Accord belonged on, was quietly accelerating the conditions for the Accord's isolation without ever making a formal statement of alliance. It was, Wei Liang reflected, a masterclass in the kind of strategic maneuvering that left no single point for the opponent to attack, because nothing had been formally committed. The message came through the same merchant contact that Su Tian had used. Either way, Hao had found the channel independently, or someone had shared the routing with him, and the question of which was interesting but not immediately relevant. The message was short. I'm ready. Come for me. W.H. Wei Liang read it once. Set it down. Read it again. The 3 words of the second sentence, come for me, carry the specific weight of something a person says when they have been waiting a long time for the right conditions to form and have concluded that the conditions are as right as they will be, even if they are not completely right. He brought the message to the core team. Yu Zhen was already at the briefing table. She had seen the courier's approach and known from the routing what kind of message it would be. She read the 3 sentences and said, he chose to reach out first. He didn't wait for contact. That's significant. Shen Lihua said. It's the difference between someone being retrieved and someone deciding they want to leave. Yu Zhen set the message down. The soul leash, if it's oriented toward the Accord's objectives, and Wei Hao sends a message asking his brother to come remove it, the leash should be generating significant pressure against that communication. He sent it anyway. He sent it anyway, Wei Liang confirmed. Mao Guang had his research notes on the soul leash already spread across his section of the table. The leash's action orientation mechanism is designed to inhibit actions that contradict Accord objectives. Sending this message is a direct contradiction of Accord objectives. The fact that he sent it means either the leash has degraded, possible, if the questions have been generating enough internal resistance to stress the binding, or he found a way to act despite the pressure. Or both, Shen Lihua said. Or both, Mao Guang agreed. He looked at his notes. The anchor's removal process requires active consent throughout. The consent has to be maintained during active leash resistance. If the leash has been stressed by months of questioning, the resistance during removal may be lower than it would have been 6 months ago. His attention settled on the message. I'm ready. Come for me. He had said, I'll be here when you are. This was Wei Hao saying, I am. I'm going personally, he said. I know, Yu Zhen said. She said it with the tone from someone who had known since the beginning of this conversation that this was the conclusion and had been conducting the briefing with that knowledge. The full hearing is in 6 days. The timing is significant. If I remove the leash and the Accord moves against Wei Hao immediately, they're also preparing for the full hearing. 6 days before the hearing, their command attention is split. She had done the calculation. Bai Qiong will feel the leash break. She'll know it happened. But deploying a significant response in the 6 days before a full court hearing, when the court is watching everything, is a risk even she may not take. May not, Wei Liang said. May not, she agreed. I want Crimson Sparrow at altitude and 3 rapid response units at the boundary ready to move. If anything escalates, I want to be able to extract you and Wei Hao within 8 minutes. Agreed. She regarded him. The briefing had covered the operational parameters. What remained was the specific space between them. Not the operational space, the other one. If you don't come back, she started. I'll come back, he said. And you'll keep building what we started regardless. You say that every time. And I always come back. So far, she said. The same word she always said. The Yu Zhen version of I love you and I'm angry that I can't prevent the risk and I trust you and I refuse to pretend the risk doesn't exist and I'll be here when you return and every minute before that will be spent managing the 10,000 things that need managing in your absence, he wrote out after the morning briefing. The artifact was at his hip. Crimson Sparrow climbed to altitude before the capital's outer gate was 100 meters behind him. The ride to the collapsed shrine took 3 hours. He arrived before Wei Hao. As he always arrived first at these meetings, because arriving first meant the ground was known before the critical person appeared. He checked the space, the exits, the sight lines. He waited. Wei Hao arrived 40 minutes later. He was moving differently from the first meeting, not with the controlled tension of someone committed to a decision they weren't sure about, but with the specific directed energy of individuals who had made a choice and was moving through its consequences. The soul leash's effect was visible to Wei Liang's perception now that he was looking for it. A subtle drag in Wei Hao's spiritual field, like a current pulling against the direction he was choosing to walk. He was walking anyway. He had been walking against it for months. You found the message routing, Wei Liang said. Wei Hao stopped a few paces away. I found Su Tian's contact. She was willing to pass a message. Wei Hao stopped a few paces away. His expression had the quality of one who had been through something significant enough to have changed the texture of how they occupied their own face. I read everything. The codex, the court's filings, the history of the Outer Province incident, the fabricated precedents. He paused. I read everything I could find, and everything pointed in the same direction. The architect. Wei Hao met his eyes. I was meant to be used. The same way you were. Differently. They learned from what happened with you. They added the leash. They added Shinbo. They added the managed information. But the same purpose. He was quiet for a moment. I'm done being used. Wei Liang took out the binding breaker. It pulsed in his hand. The specific resonance it made when it recognized a soul leash in proximity, a warm and deliberate pressure against his palm. It will hurt, he said. I know. You have to keep consenting while it hurts. I know that too. Wei Hao looked at the anchor. Do it. The process took the better part of an hour. Wei Hao's screaming echoed through the collapsed shrine, into the afternoon air, and stopped eventually into silence, and then into the specific silence of someone who has passed through something and is now on the other side of it. When it was done, Wei Hao wept. Not performance. The involuntary release of someone whose constraints have just been removed and whose system is processing what it had been holding. Wei Liang sat with him and did not rush it. Above, Crimson Sparrow circled. Somewhere far away, Bai Qiong felt the leash break. And in the substrate where the hero system processed events, the architect sent a single message. Interesting. It sounded, Wei Liang thought later, less like a threat than like a being that had been running the same program for 3,000 years and had just encountered something it hadn't seen before. The shrine's afternoon light came through the broken roof at the angle it always came through, the same angle it had been at for however many centuries the shrine had been broken. The light didn't know what had happened in the space below it. It came in regardless, illuminating fallen stone and the aftermath of an hour's screaming and one man weeping and another man sitting beside him, patient and present, having done what he came to do. Bai Qiong was moving. Somewhere in the north, command structures were being activated. The hearing was in 6 days, and a significant variable had just changed. Wei Liang sat in the afternoon light and let his brother take whatever time he needed. Chapter 80. The ride back took 4 hours in the gathering dark. Wei Hao on a borrowed horse beside Wei Liang, neither of them speaking much. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was the specific silence of two people who have been through something together that doesn't require commentary, only presence. Wei Hao looked at the Demon Empire's countryside as they rode through it. The border territories in this direction were the ones that had been in coalition alignment for 6 months. Resettlement infrastructure, joint schools in the larger settlements, the visible texture of an empire that had a codex and had started building what a codex implied. His expression as he watched it was difficult to read. Wei Liang watched it in his peripheral vision without pressing. It doesn't look like what Shinbo told me it would look like. Wei Hao said finally. What did he tell you? That it was an occupation. That the Demon Empire was using human legal language as cover for territorial expansion. That the residents were compliant, not free. He went quiet for a moment. There's a school in that village. The education program started 3 months ago. Joint human and demon curriculum. Shinbo said the schools were re-education facilities. They're schools, Wei Liang said. Children come and learn things. Some of the things are new to them. That's what schools are. Wei Hao looked at the school building as they passed. Small, functional, with oil lamps still lit in the windows at the evening hour, which meant a class was running late or a teacher was grading. I was inside a curated version of this war, he said. For months. And I knew something was wrong. I kept knowing. But everything I was given as information confirmed the version I was inside. There was no gap. Until the codex. He looked at his hands on the reins. The meridians were visible to spiritual perception now. Wei Liang could see the difference between their current state and what the soul leash had done to them. Clean chi flow unimpeded. How long have you been building this? 11 months. With what? Wei Liang considered the question. A scholar who finds loopholes in divine law. A demon general who runs things better than anyone I've worked with. A former saintess who thinks 3 moves ahead of every political situation. A blacksmith who's 900 years old and has opinions about everything. A demon archivist who had been maintaining the records of a 3,000-year-old conspiracy without knowing it was a conspiracy. He paused. A phoenix crow who refuses to follow orders she considers operationally suboptimal. Wei Hao looked at him. The bird has opinions. The bird has standards. Above them, Crimson Sparrow descended from altitude now that they were within a manageable distance from the capital, flying at the elevation that indicated the area was clear rather than the elevation that indicated observation was required. The birds' assessment: no immediate threat. They reached the capital's outer gate as the last of the evening's light faded. The guards acknowledged Wei Liang with the specific efficiency of people who had been briefed that the co-regent would be returning with a guest of uncertain status, and who had processed this information and determined that their job was to facilitate the return without complications rather than to express opinions about the guest's provenance. Yu Zhen was at the inner gate. She had been running the extended border patrols in Wei Liang's absence with the thorough attention that she applied to everything she managed, and she looked exactly as she always looked when he returned from somewhere that had required Crimson Sparrow at altitude, present, controlled, and engaged in the specific calculation of whether the outcome justified the risk. She looked at Wei Hao. Wei Hao looked at her. "General Yu Zhen," Wei Liang said. "My brother. He's with us now." Yu Zhen held Wei Hao's eyes for a long moment. The assessment was direct and complete and took approximately 4 seconds. Then, "The Eastern Barracks have rooms prepared. There's a debrief scheduled for tomorrow morning at 7. The co-regent will conduct it, but I'll be present." She studied Wei Hao. "You brought 30,000 soldiers with you?" "They were waiting at the boundary. They'll be there when I reach out to them. Then tomorrow we discuss integration logistics. Tonight you eat and sleep." Her attention turned to Wei Liang. "Your arm is fine?" "My arm is fine." "Good." She turned toward the capital's administrative quarter without further comment, which was Yu Zhen's version of relief expressed through action. Wei Liang walked with Wei Hao to the Eastern Barracks. They did not talk about the shrine or the leash or the hour of screaming. Those were things that had happened and were now in the past where past things lived, and the present had dinner and a room and a debrief scheduled for 7 in the morning and 30,000 soldiers waiting at a boundary. He left his brother at the barracks door and walked back through the capital toward the document room. He passed through the reconstruction zone. The water system was ahead of schedule, the school building was in its framing phase, and the 3 residents who had stayed were filing their weekly reconstruction chronicle from whatever vantage point they'd found that evening. The outer district at night had the specific quality of a place that was in the process of becoming something again, which was different from a place that was finished and different from a place that had given up. He walked through it and registered it as information. The Empire was building, even in the struck places, especially in them. Wei Hao was in the Eastern Barracks, free, for the first time in years, sleeping or trying to sleep or lying awake, processing 11 months of constrained experience in the way that free people process things when the constraint is removed. Not all at once, but in waves, the blocked memories finding their way back into full emotional presence now that the leash was no longer redirecting them. Shenliwa would talk to him tomorrow. She had asked and he had agreed. She knew what it felt like to be inside the Accord's formation and to find the edges of it, and that knowledge was something he needed from one who had it, in a way that Wei Liang's specific experience, the rejected prophecy subject, the burned scroll, couldn't provide. He reached the document room. The next day's operational list was waiting. The full hearing was in 6 days. The architect had registered the leash removal as interesting. Bai Qiong was already moving. Crimson Sparrow's altitude report had flagged increased Accord command activity at the northern position within an hour of the leash's break. 6 days. The hearing was the most important legal proceeding in the continent's recent history. The documentation was complete. The alliance was fractured. Wei Hao was free and in the capital. He sat down at the document room desk, looked at the next day's list, and began working through it in order, because the hearing was in 6 days and 6 days had operational requirements, and the operational requirements didn't stop because the moment was significant. Outside, in the staging area's command center, Bai Qiong was already drafting the response. She had known the leash would break eventually. She had not known it would break 6 days before the hearing. The architect's message sat in his system's archived records. Interesting. Wei Liang had filed it under the category he filed most of the architect's communications. Things to address when addressing them became necessary, in the order that necessity determined, with the same patience he applied to everything else that required time rather than immediacy. The document room's lamp burned late. The capital settled into its night. And somewhere in the 3,000-year substrate of a cycle that had never encountered this particular configuration, something that was neither curious nor concerned, because it was a system and systems don't feel, continued running its calculations, processing the fact that the leash had broken, that the replacement chosen one had walked out, that the filing was 6 days from its full hearing, and that the configuration it was managing had moved, again, in a direction it had not anticipated. Chapter 81. The morning after the return from the shrine, Wei Liang ran the debrief with the precision he applied to every operational session. Seated at the table's center, documentation stacked in the order he would use it, each member of the core team in their assigned position. Outside the window, the capital was beginning its day. Inside, the work of orientation was about to begin. Wei Hao sat across from Yu Zhen for the first time, and the dynamic between them was immediate and specific. Two people taking each other's measure through the particular shorthand of people who had spent years in command positions and could read a person's operational character in the first 2 minutes of interaction. Yu Zhen's notes were already half-filled. Wei Hao had his hands flat on the table, which was the posture he used when he was absorbing information rather than defending against it. Mao Guang arrived last, carrying a stack of cross-reference documentation that he set beside Wei Hao's position without comment. The archivist had been preparing this material for weeks, not because he had known Wei Hao was coming, but because a complete picture of the coalition's work required all relevant documentation to be accessible, and Wei Hao was now relevant. The 30,000 soldiers your former contingent represents, Yu Zhen began. Start with the command structure. Wei Hao described the 6 battalion commanders, their origins, their time in service, their individual operational styles. He had managed them for the better part of a year under the sole leash constraint, which meant his knowledge of them was real, but filtered through an architecture that had structured what information he could act on. The knowledge was there, the filter was gone. He spoke carefully, distinguishing between what he had directly observed and what he had been briefed as true. The Eastern conscript battalions, he said at one point, pausing to check his own framing. They followed orders because order following was the structure they had been placed inside. I can't say they believed in the Accord's objectives. I can say they performed them. The distinction matters for what happens next. It does, Yu Zhen confirmed. She made a note. Shen Lihua spoke from her position at the table's far end, the place she always chose, the angle that gave her a view of everyone else without requiring anyone to face away from the primary conversation to address her. The sole leash period. There were moments you registered inconsistency. Yes, Wei Hao said. Specific moments. A briefing about a civilian population displacement that used language I'd seen in 3 previous briefings. The same phrasing, almost word for word, which didn't register consciously but registered as wrongness. A supply report that cited a location I'd visited and described infrastructure that wasn't there. He paused. I filed those moments as personal doubt, and the mechanism redirected them. I didn't understand what the mechanism was doing. That's what it does, Shen Lihua said. She said it without judgment. The architecture doesn't hide what you know. It routes what you might do with what you know. You were inside it for 11 years. I knew the architecture by year 8. I couldn't get outside it until I found the documentation that gave me a frame of reference outside the framework itself. She held his gaze evenly. Your timeline is faster. You have the documentation already. The debrief moved through the contingent's logistics, the intelligence on Bai Qiong's current positioning, the status of the outer realm filing, the timeline to the hearing. Wei Hao absorbed each section with the specific quality of someone who is recalibrating a picture they held that is being replaced with a more accurate one. Not resistance, not capitulation, but the active process of revision. At one point, Mao Guang produced a document from the stack he had placed beside Wei Hao and said, without looking up from his own cross-referencing, "This is the 3rd Accord directive on civilian infrastructure filed in the period you were under the leash. I've marked the language patterns that appear in the documents you mentioned, the displacement briefing and the supply report. They're from the same template. The template was approved at the celestial marshal level." Wei Hao looked at the document. A long silence followed. Not the silence of someone processing a surprise, but the particular silence of someone encountering confirmation of something they had suspected and finding that confirmation is different from suspicion in a specific way that requires adjustment time. How extensive is this documentation? He asked. The archive currently contains 11,000 index documents, Mao Guang said. The cross-referenced subset relevant to the patterns you've described is approximately 300. I can provide those 300 in a reading sequence that moves from most to least directly verifiable against your personal experience. Wei Hao absorbed this. The number, 11,000, carried its own weight. Not the number of a curated selection, the number of a complete record. Give them to me, he said. All 300, in the sequence you described. The debrief continued for another 2 hours. By the end, Wei Hao had oriented to the position he was in, not by accepting everything wholesale, but by the specific process of a mind that was used to command-level thinking working through the actual structure of what had happened. He asked precise questions. He pointed out 2 places where the coalition's documentation had gaps he could address from his own knowledge. He identified 3 of his battalion commanders who would need careful individual conversations rather than group briefings. 4 days, Wei Liang said, when the formal portion concluded. Shen Lihua goes with you the first day. The contingent needs to hear from you directly. and she knows what the transition period looks like from inside it. I know what it looks like from inside it too, Wei Hao said. But that's not the same as someone who found the edges of the formation they were in and chose to document what she found rather than look away from it. He looked at Shen Lihua. I want to know how you did that. Shen Lihua considered the question for a moment. I found one document that contradicted the framework I was living inside. One specific document. Everything else followed from taking that document seriously instead of finding a reason to dismiss it. She paused. The reason to dismiss it was available. It was obvious, actually. The document was from a source I had every institutional reason to distrust. A brief, controlled pause. I trusted the document anyway. That was the choice. Wei Hao was quiet, processing this. Then, what was the document? Ask Mao Guang, she said. He found it first. He can tell the story better than I can. He was looking for something else entirely when he found it, which is how the most important documents usually surface. Mao Guang, without looking up, it was a maintenance log from the cycle's third major transition period. 400 years ago. The language in it was the same language used in the current cycle's divine mandate documentation, verbatim, in places, which would not be possible if the mandate were genuine revelation rather than constructed institutional text. He set the document he was currently reviewing aside and looked at both of them. I will prepare a reading copy for Wei Hao with full provenance notation. Wei Hao looked at the archivist. He was quiet in the way people are quiet when they are realizing they are in the presence of something they hadn't understood the scope of. For days, Wei Liang said again. And then the hearing. Wei Hao nodded. He picked up the document Mao Guang had placed beside him and began reading. The morning light came through the window at the angle it came through at this hour, and the capital outside was fully awake now, and the contingent he had brought was in the eastern marshalling grounds waiting for the news he would bring them. News that would require, from each of them, the same choice that each person in this room had made at some point. To take an uncomfortable document seriously rather than finding the available reason to dismiss it. That was the work. It was not fast. It was not elegant. But it was the kind of work that built something that lasted, because it was built on what was actually true rather than on what the cycle had decided would be convenient to believe. The hearing was in 3 days, and 3 days contained more operational requirements than the debrief had addressed. The documentation final review, the contingent staging confirmation, the specific conversation with Mao Guang about what he had been building in the margins of his archival work. Wei Liang had scheduled it for tomorrow evening, and had the particular awareness of someone who knows a significant piece of information is coming and who has decided to trust the person managing its timing. He picked up the operational list and began working through it in order. Outside the window, Crimson Sparrow had returned to altitude after the debrief's conclusion. She had been maintaining position over the capital throughout the session, which was her standard when Wei Liang was engaged in something that required someone to watch the approach routes. Whatever was coming for the hearing, the system in his meridians registered the cycle's distant pressure with the same quality it always registered, real, specific, and entirely unable to find purchase in someone who had already refused the cycle's most fundamental claim once and had been refusing it every day since. And in the cycle's substrate, the architect was already recalculating what that accumulation meant, and he had 3 days to find out what the recalculation would produce. Chapter 82. The border report arrived mid-morning. 3 probe incursions in the Eastern Joint Territories, all withdrawn before contact, all following the same tactical pattern. Yuzhen delivered it standing. She always delivered time-sensitive intelligence standing. Her theory of information delivery was that the posture signaled urgency without overstating it, which prevented the recipient from downgrading the priority of what was being said. Wei Liang had noticed the pattern 3 months in and had never mentioned it, because the system worked. The timing is coordinated, she said. All 3 probes hit within a 12-minute window. The withdrawal pattern on each is identical. Probe, hold at 20 meters inside the boundary. Withdraw on first contact with the patrol. Consistent spacing between all 3 probe points. She placed the patrol logs on the desk. This is not 3 independent commanders making independent decisions. This is a single command point testing response protocols across multiple vectors simultaneously. Wei Liang reviewed the patrol logs. The 3 probe locations formed a rough arc along the joint territory's eastern exposure, not adjacent to each other, spaced to maximize the responder's travel time if a single deterrent force tried to cover all 3. The geometry of the incursions was the geometry of a pressure campaign in its early phase, gathering information about response capacity rather than attempting to achieve objectives. By Qiong's preliminary pressure architecture, he said, consistent with her known patterns. The Western conflict 4 years ago opened with the same probe-in-withdraw sequence across multiple vectors. Yu Zhan produced a second document, Mao Guang's archival cross-reference of the Western conflict's documented opening phase, prepared weeks ago against exactly this contingency. She ran this for 6 days before the first real offensive. At the end of 6 days, she had a complete picture of the opposing forces' response time, coverage geometry, and command escalation protocols. She wants a picture of our response. Or she wants us to respond in a way that produces an incident. Either outcome serves her. She gets intelligence, or she gets an event she can describe to the Outer Realm Court as aggression from our side. Yu Zhen's voice carried the particular precision she used when a strategic situation had 2 correct reads that required different responses, and she was ensuring they were both visible before the decision was made. What she won't expect is the response I'm recommending. Tell me. We pull the patrol density back in the 3 affected sectors. Not all the way. Maintain presence at the secondary positions, visible but not forward. And we move the documentation teams from the construction sites to the boundary approaches in those sectors. She held his gaze steadily. They've been running infrastructure assessment in those areas for 8 weeks. They know the terrain. They have recording capability. If Bai Qiong probes again, and she will, within 48 hours, we have a visual record of Accord military forces operating inside civilian infrastructure zones in the joint territories. 3 days before a major hearing. 54 hours before, to be precise, Yu Zhen said, without a change in tone. The documentation goes into the record we're presenting. Wei Liang took the patrol logs and set them beside the sector map. The geometry of Bai Qiong's probes, the positions of the documentation teams, the timing. How many documentation teams can you place in position before the next probe? 8, by tomorrow's first bell. The remaining 4 within 24 hours. 8 is sufficient for the primary approach corridors. Deploy them now. He picked up the sector map and studied the southern boundaries separately. The route that would be least obvious, the one Bai Qiong might use if she was trying to avoid visual documentation. Reinforce the southern secondary patrol with a 4th person. Not aggressive positioning, just increase the visual presence. Yu Zhen made the note. Done. She didn't ask for rationale. She understood the rationale. The question of whether Bai Qiong's intelligence picture included the documentation teams was worth testing, and the southern boundary was where the test would be visible. The contingent Wei Hao is bringing, Wei Liang said. Staging. Eastern marshalling grounds. Already designated. The grounds are in the neutral buffer zone defined by the hearing's rules. Provision 7. No military formation within the grounds can be cited as an aggressive deployment under the proceedings' evidentiary constraints. She paused. I checked the provision 3 weeks ago when the possibility of a witness contingent became operational. 3 weeks ago, before Wei Hao had come, before the soul leash had been severed. Yu Zhen had been preparing for this contingency before the contingency was certain, because preparing for uncertain contingencies was how she operated, and how she had kept this coalition functional through 11 months of simultaneous crises. He looked at his general, the woman who had been running the Demon Empire's military operations before he had walked into her office with nothing but a refused scroll and an argued case for why her capabilities were being wasted, and who had looked at him for a long moment and said she'd give it 2 months to see if the argument was real or merely interesting. That had been 11 months ago. The hearing is in 3 days, he said. What are we missing? Yu Zhen's deliberation was visible, not long, but visible, which for her represented a genuine weighing rather than a rapid preformed answer. The architect's intervention variable, she said finally. I've prepared for every response that operates through Bai Qiong's command structure or Shun Bo's military capacity or the Accord's legal apparatus. I cannot prepare for an intervention that operates through the cycle's designated mechanisms, because I don't know what form that takes in a formal proceeding context. She paused. Mao Guang says he has a contingency for it. I want to understand that contingency before the hearing, not during. Talk to him tonight, Wei Liang said. He should brief both of you together. You need the tactical picture, and he needs someone who understands tactical execution to tell him if his contingency has gaps. Yu Zhen nodded. Tonight. She gathered the patrol logs. The probe in the eastern sector will happen again within 48 hours. When it does, we'll have documentation. She paused at the door. The sector with the school. One of the probe locations was in that approach corridor. I know. The documentation team I'm placing there. I want them to capture the school building specifically. The children who attend Thursday evening class will be there tomorrow. The timing of the probe is likely to coincide. Her voice was steady, without editorial weight. She was reporting a fact, not making an argument. I want that in the record. Document everything, Wei Liang said. All of it. Yu Zhen left. Outside, the capital's mourning continued. The reconstruction crews, the market, the ordinary machinery of a place that had decided to be something rather than just survive. The documentation teams were already moving toward the eastern boundary. Somewhere in the northern staging area, Bai Qiong's command was processing the patrol response data from this morning's probes and planning the next sequence. 3 days. The documentation was building itself, as it had been building itself for 11 months, one carefully chosen action at a time. And whatever the hearing produced, the record being built today would outlast the outcome, because records outlast outcomes when they're constructed from things that are verifiably, undeniably real. In the northern encampment, Bai Qiong would have the patrol response data by morning. She would add it to her assessment. The response time, the documentation team's positioning, the specific fact that the school building's approach corridor had been covered. She would understand what it meant that the documentation team had placed itself there specifically. She would know they were building a record that included her probe operations targeting civilian infrastructure zones 52 hours before a major legal proceeding. She would file the information and continue preparing, because Bai Qiong had not spent 23 years as Celestial Marshal by allowing operational inconveniences to disrupt a broader strategy. But the information would be in her assessment, and in the court's record, and in the permanent archive of what happened in the joint territories in the days before the hearing that would determine whether the cycle's mechanisms could continue operating through formal sanction. The documentation teams were in position. The lamp was on in the school. The record was building itself, in the specific way that real records built themselves, one accurate account at a time, each one lending weight to the next, until the accumulation became heavier than any single intervention could lift. And the hearing was in 2 days. And the record would be complete before Bai Qiong's next probe could add anything to it. And whatever the probe added would add itself to the record of what she had been willing to do, which was already substantial, and the accumulation was not done. Chapter 83. Old Kong came to the document room at midday, wrapped package under one arm, and set it on the desk with the deliberate care he applied to anything that had taken 6 weeks to make correctly. Wei Liang unwrapped the cloth. Inside was the second gauntlet, left-handed, built from the same resonant alloy as the first, but with an architecture that was visibly different even to non-specialist eyes. Where the first gauntlet was reinforcement and functional restoration, this was something more complex, a focal array at the palm, 9 nodes arranged in a pattern that read, to the kind of perception Wei Liang had developed through the Fallen Hero system, like a statement of intent. 9 points of structured refusal. 9 coordinated decisions to redirect force rather than absorb it. The focal array, he said, routes the output from your system through a structured channel rather than the standard meridian distribution, Old Kong said. He was in the posture he used for explaining finished work, hands clasped behind his back, examining the piece with the attention of the maker rather than the presenter. Your current rank is Heaven Defiant. At that rank, standard meridian distribution spreads the power output across your full body. Efficient for most combat applications. Inefficient against what you're going to be facing. The architect's infrastructure. Prophetic binding mechanics. Cycle architecture. The mechanisms that operate in the spiritual substrate rather than the physical one. He gestured at the focal array. Those mechanisms run on a specific frequency. Mao Guang spent 3 weeks helping me understand what frequency. The array channels your system's output at that frequency instead of distributing it broadly. Against a person, the difference is minimal. Against a 3,000-year-old cycle's root infrastructure, significant. Wei Liang held the gauntlet at a slight distance, feeling the resonance through the alloy without activating it. The material sang at the edge of his spiritual perception, a sound that was specific and intentional, built by someone who understood both the material and the purpose. Activation sequence, he said. 9 nodes. Center first, that's the primary focusing point. The outer 8 follow in a clockwise sequence, each one building on the center's initial channel. Full activation takes approximately 3 seconds. Old Kong paused. During those 3 seconds, you're drawing significant ambient qi from the surrounding area. Anyone with active spiritual perception within a meaningful radius will see it happening. The architect's cycle will see it happening. There's no way to make it less visible. No. The visibility is a function of the scale of what the array is doing. Precision and stealth don't coexist at this output level. He met Wei Liang's gaze directly. The tactical question is whether the architect can interrupt a 3-second activation sequence before it completes. I don't know what the architect's interrupt response time is. What I know is what a successful full activation does to cycle infrastructure within the array's effective range. And that is, disrupts it, Old Kong said. Specifically, cleanly, and temporarily. Not permanently. The infrastructure rebuilds from the anchor network over time. But in the window after a full activation, the cycle's real-time control mechanisms in the immediate area are non-functional. He was quiet for a moment. That window is what you'd need to operate in. Whatever you need to do it in that window. Wei Liang set the gauntlet on the desk beside his left hand and studied both. The hand with the old gauntlet, worn and functional, carrying 11 months of activation stress in the bonding material, and the new piece waiting beside it with its 9-node array and its calibrated frequency and its precise architecture of focused refusal. The first gauntlet, he said. You mentioned the material stress. One more high activation at Heaven Defiant range. Maybe two at the lower threshold. Old Kang's voice had the flatness he used when delivering information that mattered more than the tone. The wrist bonding will fail before the array does. When it fails, it takes the meridian routing it's been stabilizing. That is not a manageable consequence during an active engagement. So I switch now. You switch now. We're the new one tonight. 8 hours for the channel adaptation to seat properly. Don't activate anything during adaptation. He reached out and adjusted the new gauntlet's angle slightly, the way a craftsman corrects a small misalignment that only the maker would notice. The adaptation period is when the array learns your specific power signature. After 8 hours, the channels will be calibrated to your system rather than to the general design parameters. And then it will work better than I calculated for. Your system's rejection architecture and the array's 9-node sequence are compatible in a way that accelerated adaptation is likely to produce. The array will respond to your power signature the way the first gauntlet responded to your meridian map. Better than the spec, not worse. He paused, and something in his expression that was typically very controlled allowed a brief access to the weight behind it. The weight of someone who had been building things for 900 years, who had seen what broke and what held, and who had brought both kinds of knowledge to this piece. This is the best work I've done in 40 years. Wei Liang registered this. Old Kong did not offer assessments of his own work lightly. Thank you, he said. Old Kong made a sound that wasn't quite a dismissal. One more thing. After you switch, the old gauntlet's bonding stress means it should be destroyed rather than stored. The material will continue degrading, and a destabilized gauntlet component in proximity to your system is a liability. He was quiet for a moment. I can do it when you're ready. Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. He picked up the cloth wrapping and folded it with the same care he'd used to carry the piece. The hearing is in 3 days. Whatever Mao Guang has planned with the disruptor, make sure the array is fully adapted before the hearing. The two components need to be operating in their calibrated states. Mao Guang mentioned the disruptor to you. He explained what he needed it for. Old Kong said. I built it. We are, he added, in the voice of someone who had decided to say something they hadn't planned to say. Attempting to interrupt something that has been running for 3,000 years in a legal proceeding, using a device I assembled from archival research and resonant alloy and the theoretical underpinning of a scholar who learned his craft from documents no one else had read. He paused. I have had stranger commissions. Not many. Does that concern you? Wei Liang asked. It concerns me in the way that any large undertaking concerns me, which is that I'd rather it succeed than fail, and that the margin between the two is determined by whether every component was built correctly. He moved toward the door. I built every component correctly. He left. Wei Liang sat with the two gauntlets, the old one still on his hand, the new one beside it, and felt the difference in weight between them. The first, worn and familiar and approaching its limit. The second, full of potential he hadn't yet learned to recognize, calibrated for the specific work that was 3 days away. He began the process of removing the first gauntlet. He did it slowly, honoring the 11 months it had served, the dozen engagements it had held through, the burn meridian channels it had kept functional when the default outcome was permanent damage. A tool that had done its work. He set it beside the new piece, the two of them resting side by side on the desk in the afternoon light, before he reached for the second gauntlet and began the adaptation that would make it his. He held the new gauntlet against his palm in the lamplight and traced the 9 nodes with his eyes, memorizing the sequence, center first, then the clockwise outer 8, 3 seconds to full activation. He needed to know the sequence without thought, so that when the moment came it would be execution rather than decision. The adaptation would do the technical work. The memorization was something else. It was the kind of preparation that respected what was being prepared for, that treated the thing ahead as real rather than abstract, that said, this matters enough to know completely. He put the gauntlet on his left hand and felt the adaptation begin. A warmth in the channels, the alloy learning his system's specific rejection signature, building the calibration that would take 8 hours to complete, and that would make this the tool he needed rather than just the tool he had. 8 hours. The document room's lamp burned. Outside, the capital settled into the night. He stayed at the desk for a while longer, not working but present, letting the adaptation run, and thought about what old Kong had said, that this was the best work he had done in 40 years, and what it meant that a 900-year-old blacksmith had brought his best work to this specific moment. It meant someone believed the moment deserved it. That was something to carry into the hearing. And if it wasn't enough, he needed to know that before the hearing began, not after. And tomorrow's briefing with Mao Guang would tell him whether he did. Chapter 84. On the fourth day, Xianxia returned with Wei Hao and a report that she delivered without preamble. The 6 battalions were oriented. The approach had been different for each. The Eastern conscripts had required evidence, and the evidence that worked was not documentation but direct experience. She had taken the 3 battalion commanders through 2 resettlement sites and let the sites speak for themselves, which they did with the particular eloquence of places that had been built rather than argued into existence. The Southern Conviction contingent had required a different kind of conversation, longer and more complex, addressing the specific beliefs that the Accord's formation had cultivated over years. The Conviction contingent's orientation was harder, she said, not because the evidence was weaker, but because their framework had been reinforced over a longer period and through more personal investment. They believed because they had been given reasons to believe, and the reasons had been made to feel like personal conclusions. She paused. I know what that structure feels like from the inside. The approach that worked was not presenting counter-evidence. It was presenting the question, what would have to be true about the evidence you have for it to be incomplete? When they started asking that question themselves, the answers followed. How long? Yuzhen asked. 2.5 days for the Conviction contingent's commanders. The rank and file followed the commanders once the commanders spoke to them directly. Xianxia set the operation summary on the table. Orientation rate. I'd estimate 88% functional. The remaining 12% are professionals who will follow command structure regardless of personal conviction. That's adequate for the hearing contingent, Yuzhen said. More than adequate, Wei Hao said. He had spoken very little since returning, letting Xianxia lead the report, a deliberate choice, Wei Liang thought, that reflected something he had learned in the 4 days. He spoke now with the specific quality of someone who had updated their picture significantly and was being precise about where the update had landed. The woman in the second resettlement site. She was displaced twice before reaching the current location. The first displacement was under Accord military action, which she described as a strategic population transfer in the official records. She described what the same event felt like to her. The language in the official records and the language in her account were, he stopped, chose a different approach. There was no overlap. The table was quiet. 3 of the battalion commanders requested to stay for a second conversation with her. Wei Hao continued. Not because she was asking them to, because after the first conversation, they needed to understand something they couldn't understand from documentation alone. He paused. The 3rd commander wept. Not during, after. He came back to the staging tent, and he wept. Then he went back to his battalion, and he spent 4 hours talking to his soldiers, and by the end of those 4 hours the orientation rate in his battalion was approximately 97%. Yuzhen was making notes without looking up. The notes, Wei Liang knew, would be among the most detailed she had written in months. She had an archivist's instinct for significant events, separate from her operational instincts. And this was an event that required recording in full. The contingent arrives at the Eastern Marshalling Grounds. Wei Liang asked. Tomorrow by noon. Wei Hao confirmed. I spoke with each of the 6 commanders directly. They understand the hearing context, the legal framework, the specific role of a witness contingent. They know they're not there to fight. He paused. Though I told them that if Bai Qiong's forces attempt to interfere with the proceeding, they are there to stand as witness to that interference. They found that framing adequate. Adequate, Xianxia said, with something in her voice that was not quite amusement. The 3rd Commander's Battalion found it somewhat more than adequate. They have opinions about Bai Qiong's most recent border probe operations. The documentation teams captured the probe activity, Yuzhen said, without looking up from her notes. The approach to the school building's approach corridor, specifically. The timing confirmed what I expected. The probe was timed to coincide with the Thursday evening class. Children were present, Wei Liang said. Children were present, inside the building, with the lamp on, during the probe. The documentation team recorded it. The children were not aware of the probe. The probe withdrew on contact with the documentation team's visible presence. She paused. The documentation team's senior member submitted a statement describing the withdrawal, specifically, that the probe force held position at the boundary for 4 minutes after recognizing the documentation team's recording equipment, and then withdrew. For minutes, Wei Hao said. They knew they were being recorded, and they waited for 4 minutes. That behavior will be in the hearing record, Yuzhen said. What that behavior means, the adjudicators will determine that. I've documented what was observed. 2 days. The operational picture was complete. The contingent staging, the documentation record, The full evidentiary package Mao Guang had assembled, the hearing provisions reviewed and cross-referenced. All of it built piece by piece over 11 months and now assembled in its final configuration for the 48 hours before it mattered most. Wei Liang looked at Wei Hao, his brother, who had been inside a constrained frame for 11 months and had come out of it 4 days ago, and had spent those 4 days doing the work of orientation not as performance, but as genuine recalibration, asking hard questions, sitting through the answers, weeping when weeping was the honest response, and then returning to the battalion tent and doing the work. "How are you?" Wei Liang asked. The actual question, not the tactical one. Wei Hao held his gaze steadily. "I have 11 months of memories that I can access clearly now that I couldn't access while I was inside the restriction. Some of them are things I saw that I filed incorrectly at the time, because the mechanism redirected what I could conclude from them." A pause. "Some of them are things I did, in that state. I'm working through what those mean." He paused again. "I know where I am. I know what side I'm on. That's enough for the hearing. The rest is work for afterward." "Good," Wei Liang said. "The woman at the resettlement site, she knew we were coming. Not specifically, but she said someone had been by the month before asking about the resettlement program's outcomes. She had been waiting for the follow-up conversation." Wei Hao paused. "Who sent the initial inquiry?" Mao Guang answered, without looking up from his cross-referencing. "I sent a documentation inquiry in the resettlement program's standard review format. I did not know a conversation would result. I was tracking program outcomes." Wei Hao absorbed this. She had 40 minutes of things to say that she had been holding for a month, because someone had sent a routine documentation inquiry, and she understood it as an invitation to be heard. He looked at the archivist with the specific expression of someone encountering the shape of a thing for the first time. That's what the archive does, isn't it? It treats what people experience as worth recording, and that makes them feel that their experience is worth accounting for. Mao Guang set down his pen and looked at Wei Hao directly. "That is, I believe, the archive's primary function," he said. "Everything else is secondary to that." Wei Hao left the briefing room with Shun Lihua to prepare for the following day's departure, and Wei Liang sat for a moment in the quiet of the operational center. The debrief had produced what it was supposed to produce: an oriented partner who understood the situation accurately rather than through the frame the Soul Leash had provided. Wei Hao's question about what the archive did, "It treats what people experience as worth recording," was the question that went to the center of what they were building, and Mao Guang's answer was the answer that made the whole project coherent. The primary function was to say that what happened to people was real and worth accounting for, and everything else followed from that. The hearing was in 2 days. The reserve component Mao Guang was holding, whatever it was, whatever it did, would be explained tomorrow evening. He had decided to trust the timing because Mao Guang's sense of when information was ready to be delivered had not been wrong yet, not once in 11 months of collaboration. He picked up the operational list and saw that item 7 was Mao Guang briefing, second bell. The item had been added to the list 3 days ago, in Mao Guang's handwriting, in the specific way the archivist added items that were scheduled rather than contingent, a confirmation rather than a request. Whatever was in the briefing, tomorrow would answer it. Tonight, the documentation teams were in the eastern sectors, recording what happened, and the contingent was in the marshalling grounds, ready to be the presence of 30,000 people who had seen what the joint territories actually contained and who were willing to say so in front of the Outer Realm Court. 30,000 voices. If the hearing went wrong, that would not be silent. The hearing was in 2 days. Whatever the reserve component was, he would know tomorrow, and whatever he learned would determine whether the preparation was complete or whether there was still a gap he hadn't accounted for. A question he couldn't answer until the second bell tomorrow, when Mao Guang delivered what he had been building toward for weeks, and he had decided to trust the timing, because Mao Guang had not been wrong yet. Chapter 85. The night before the hearing, Mao Guang arrived at the document room at the second bell, carrying materials he arranged on the desk in a sequence he had determined in advance. He had been preparing this presentation for weeks, not because the subject required extensive research, the research had been done, but because the order in which the information was delivered mattered, and Mao Guang had spent his life in the understanding that information delivered in the wrong order was information that failed to convey what it contained. "The component Old Kong built," he said. "I want to explain what it does and why I asked him to build it." Wei Liang set down the document he had been reviewing. "Go ahead." The architect operates through the cycle's infrastructure rather than through a located presence. It doesn't have a position in the way that a person or an army has a position. It has access points, 17 root anchors distributed across the continent that it uses to initialize and modulate the cycle's mechanisms. He placed a diagram on the desk, the continent's geography overlaid with 17 marked points. each one at a location Wei Liang now recognized: sacred sites, spirit vein convergences, the foundations of major accord structures. The anchors are the architect's operational interface. When it wants to modify something the cycle is doing, when it wants to respond to a disruption in the designated subject framework, it does it through the anchors. I know the anchors, Wei Liang said. You know what they are? I want to explain the operational detail that matters for tomorrow. Mao Guang placed a second document, a technical specification, Old Kang's handwriting with annotations in the margins. The disruptor component works by transmitting a targeted interference signal through the resonant alloy channels. The alloy Old Kang has been using for the gauntlets is the same material used in the construction of the 5 nearest anchor sites. He paused. The signal disrupts the architect's ability to modulate through those anchors during the active transmission window. For how long? Old Kang's estimate is 40 to 60 minutes. The cycle's infrastructure reroutes through secondary channels after that window. Mao Guang's expression was precise and careful, the expression of someone delivering information that is both important and limited. That window covers the hearing's primary evidence phase, based on the typical preceding duration for this complexity level. And the architect can't intervene through its standard mechanisms during that window. Not through the anchor network. Its other channels, the prophecy mechanisms, the divine mandate pathways, those run through the anchors. Without the anchor network operational, it operates at significantly reduced capacity. He paused in the way he paused when he was about to say something that was important to say carefully. I believe the architect will attempt to use the hearing itself as an intervention opportunity. Specifically, it will try to use the formal proceeding's prophetic significance to reactivate the cycle's claim on the designated subject. On you. The air in the document room was very still. A hearing about whether the cycle constitutes systematic coercion, Wei Liang said, used as a mechanism for the cycle to reassert its designated pattern. The irony is not lost on me, Mao Guang said. But the cycle's logic is self-referential. Formal proceedings about prophetic authority carry prophetic weight within the cycle's own framework. If the architect can use the hearing as an event, rather than allowing it to proceed as a legal mechanism, it converts a threat into an opportunity. How does the disruptor prevent that? By interrupting the anchor network before the hearing reaches the point where the reactivation attempt would occur. If the signal infrastructure is non-operational, the architect's attempt to reactivate reaches the designated subject and finds no pathway. He met Wei Liang's gaze steadily. Your system would still register the attempt. The scatter would be visible to your perception, but it would not find purchase. Wei Liang processed this. The architect had called the leash break interesting. It had attempted to modify Anchor 7. It had been running the cycle for 3,000 years with sufficient adaptability to survive every previous disruption, which meant it would have anticipated that a formal hearing created both a threat and an opportunity, and would have prepared to use that opportunity. Why are you telling me this now? He said, rather than at the hearing or earlier? Mao Guang considered the question. Earlier, I didn't have the full picture. 3 weeks ago, I completed the analysis of the anchor network's operational timing. I wanted certainty before presenting this. He paused. And I'm telling you tonight rather than at the hearing because you need time to process what it means, not just operationally, but in the larger sense. The architect is going to try to use the most significant legal event in the continent's recent history as a reactivation mechanism. That is worth knowing the night before rather than discovering it in the chamber. What does the larger sense tell you? Wei Liang asked. That the architect is running a calculation about whether you are a recoverable designated subject or a genuine deviation from the cycle. The reactivation attempt is data collection, not desperation. Mao Guang gathered the documents back into their ordered arrangement. It wants to know what you do when it tries. The disruptor prevents the try from having consequences. But the architect will register that the try was blocked, and it will update its calculation accordingly. What does that calculation conclude? I don't know, Mao Guang said, with the honesty of someone who had made his career on knowing things and had reached the edge of what the archive could tell him. What I know is that a system that has run for 3,000 years and encounters something that genuinely deviates from its expected parameters, it has 3 options. Adapt, intensify, or determine that the deviation is irreversible and begin managing the transition rather than resisting it. He paused. The archive contains no record of the third option ever being reached. But the archive also contains no record of the first 2 options being exhausted without resolution. So we don't know which we're facing. We know the reactivation attempt will happen. We know the disruptor blocks it. We know the architect will update its calculation. He moved toward the door, then stopped. Old Kang asked me something while he was building the disruptor. He asked why the architect built the vulnerability into its own infrastructure, the resonant alloy used in both the gauntlets and the anchor sights. He asked if it was an error. What did you tell him? I told him I didn't know. I've been thinking about it since. Mao Guang was quiet for a moment. A system that has run for 3,000 years without interference doesn't make structural errors. The alloy choice was deliberate, which means either it was a choice made before the architect understood the alloy's disruptive properties, possible 3,000 years ago, or it was a choice made with full understanding. He held Wei Liang's gaze. And a system that builds a vulnerability into its own infrastructure with full understanding of that vulnerability is either very confident that no one will ever find it, or it is leaving a door open for a reason. He left. The second bell of the night had passed to the third. Wei Liang sat with the diagram and the question, confident or deliberate, and found that the answer mattered in ways that extended well beyond tomorrow's hearing, to the entire shape of what came after, to the 17 anchor points, and the archive, and the 30,000 in the marshalling grounds, and everything built over 11 months toward the moment when the architect would try to use him as its instrument, and instead find the signal scattered, the door closed. The system that had run across 3 millennia encountering the one configuration it apparently had not anticipated, or the one it had always been waiting to see. He did not think the error was more likely. He had spent 11 months studying the architect's pattern, how it operated, how it responded to disruptions, what it chose to address directly versus what it addressed through the cycle's standard mechanisms. A system that had built and maintained 17 anchor points across a continent across 3 millennia, with a network design that included redundancy and secondary channels, was not a system that made structural errors it didn't notice. The vulnerability in the alloy had been there since the network's construction. The archives that contained the methodology for exploiting the vulnerability had been maintained within the cycle's own record system throughout. Both facts together said the same thing. The architect either didn't know about the vulnerability, which seemed unlikely, or it knew and had decided the vulnerability was acceptable risk. Acceptable risk meant the architect had done its own calculation. Its calculation said, the probability that anyone will find both the vulnerability and the methodology is low enough that maintaining them is acceptable. The calculation had been correct across 3 millennia. It was still calculating. So was he. And his calculation had one variable the architects didn't. He had actually refused the scroll, and every day since, and was still refusing it. And the accumulated refusal had built something that the cycle's 3,000 years of managed designated subjects had never built before, something that existed and was real, and would continue existing whether or not the architect's calculation said it should. And he still did not know which it was. And the hearing was in the morning, and he was going to find out, one way or the other, in the chamber where every word carried to every seat, with the complete record and the team that had built it, and the architect watching to see what would happen when the cycle was asked, directly, to justify itself, and to give the answer in front of a court that was supposed to be the last word. Chapter 86. The Outer Realm Court opened at the third bell of morning. Wei Liang arrived with his delegation an hour before proceedings began. The chamber was large, intentionally so, built by people who understood that the size of the space communicated something about the nature of what happened within it. High stone walls, high ceiling with light wells cut through the upper structure. Seating on 3 sides for the parties and observers. The adjudicator's platform at the center, elevated by 7 steps, from which the 5-person panel could see every face in the chamber. The acoustic design was the thing Wei Liang had thought about most in preparation. The chamber's engineers had built it so that a voice at normal speaking volume carried cleanly to every seat. This was deliberate. No one should be able to claim they hadn't heard the evidence. No one should be able to hide behind imperfect transmission. The space was designed to make concealment difficult. He found this fitting. Yu Zhen established the delegation's positions in the filing parties section. She had reviewed the chamber's layout through the Outer Realm Court's public documentation and had mapped the positions relative to the sight lines, who could see whom, which positions gave the best view of the adjudicator's reactions, where the legal counsel's sight lines to the arbiter were most direct. She had selected their seating with the precision she applied to tactical positioning, because she understood that a legal proceeding was not unlike a tactical engagement in the specific sense that position communicated intent. Old Kong sat against the left wall of the filing parties section, a document holder in his lap that was not a document holder. He looked as he always looked when he was in a position and waiting, present and unhurried, with the specific stillness of someone who had been waiting for one thing or another for 900 years and had learned that patience was not a virtue but a tool, which like all tools was sharpest when the need for it was real. Bai Qiong arrived with her delegation 20 minutes into the setup period. She moved through the chamber with the ease of a woman who had stood in formal spaces of this kind many times and had no anxiety about their requirements. Her delegation was 12, legal counsel, documentation staff, and 2 officers Wei Liang didn't recognize, but Yu Jun had already identified in her peripheral intelligence review as Accord internal affairs specialists, present for evidentiary challenges rather than tactical reasons. The Celestial Marshal found Wei Liang's position and held it for 2 seconds. Not a challenge, not a threat, but the specific attention of a commander taking a final assessment before engagement. Then she turned to her section and began her pre-proceeding review. The 5 adjudicators were already at the platform when the 3rd bell sounded. The arbiter, 60 years in the neutral role, the specific quality of a man who had heard a very large number of conflicting claims and developed an immunity to being moved by the presentation of arguments rather than by the evidence supporting them, opened proceedings with the formal language that had been used to open this kind of proceeding for 200 years. Wei Liang presented first. He had prepared this presentation through 47 iterations, each one testing a different aspect of the sequence. Which evidence led most naturally to which conclusion, which testimony was strongest as an opener versus a follow-through, where the documentation's weight was most effectively deployed. The final version was the version that followed the evidence's own logic rather than the presentation logic he might have imposed on it. He spoke for 37 minutes. He did not raise his voice. The acoustic engineering made raising his voice unnecessary, and modulating his volume to match the space was itself a signal. He was not trying to persuade through force of presentation. The evidence spoke in its own register. He presented the specific incidents, named and dated. The pattern those incidents formed across 11 months, and, through Mao Guang's archival work, across 300 years. The cycle's structural architecture as Mao Guang had reconstructed it from documents the cycle's own maintenance had required to exist. The codex provisions and the infrastructure they described. Wei Hao's revised testimony and the medical documentation that established the prior testimony's compromised standing. When he finished, the chamber held a silence that had a particular quality, the quality of a space in which something has just been spoken that is not easily dismissed. Bai Qiong stood. She was a formidable presenter. Wei Liang had known this intellectually, and watching it was the confirmation that made the intellectual knowledge real. She argued with precision and selection. The documented incidents of the Demon Empire's territorial expansion, the specific cases where codex provisions had been applied in ways that favored Demon Empire administrative interests, the Holy Alliance letter whose standing she claimed held independent of the Alliance's subsequent withdrawal. She presented Wei Hao's sole leash testimony as prior independent witness account and built a coherent case around it. She did not argue from emotion. She argued from record. The record she was arguing from was the partial record, the record before Mao Guang's archive access, before the codex, before the sole leash documentation, but she argued it with full technical competence. The case she made was the best available case from that record. When she finished, the arbiter called a recess. In the corridor, Wei Liang stood with his delegation and felt the pressure he had been monitoring since the opening of the proceedings. The cycle's substrate, building towards something, the weight of an old system making ready to use the moment he had worked toward as the moment it worked through. He glanced at Old Kong. The blacksmith held up the document holder by a fraction, a specific, minimal gesture. Ready. The architect had built the vulnerability into its own infrastructure. He had thought about that all night, and had arrived at no conclusion about whether the door was opened by error or by design. But he knew what was going to happen when the architect tried to use him and found the signal interrupted instead. He was going to find out which one it was. He settled into his seat. The arbiter's opening words filled the chamber's acoustic precision and reached every seat simultaneously. And Wei Liang registered each word with the particular attention he brought to things that mattered precisely because they were formal, because the formality was the point, because the formality was what made this proceeding different from every unofficial argument and every partial record and every cycle-managed presentation of reality that the Accord had been operating through for decades. The Outer Realm Court was the mechanism through which contesting parties were supposed to resolve what couldn't be resolved by force. It had not been used in 40 years. The 40 years of non-use was itself evidence of how the cycle managed things, by making force the only available language, by ensuring that the mechanism for other resolution was never accessible at the right moment. He was going to make it accessible today. Old Kong sat against the wall with his document holder. Mao Guang had his materials in order. Shen Lihua was monitoring the adjudicator's attention with the trained observation of an individual who had spent years managing the Accord's institutional politics from inside them. Yu Jun was watching the exits. Wei Hao was looking at the chamber's architectural details with the focused attention of someone who was processing something large and was using the details of the physical space as a container for the processing. The arbiter concluded the opening statement and turned to the filing party. Wei Liang stood. Every hour of preparation that had gone into this moment was in the documents on the table in front of him, and in the 11 months of work that had produced those documents, and in the people around him who had made that work possible. He took one breath, located the present moment clearly, and began. And in the chamber's acoustic precision, every word he said would carry to every seat, and the cycle would hear what he was making of its 3,000-year claim. And in the cycle's substrate, the architect was already monitoring the chamber, calculating the optimal moment for the intervention it had been preparing since the leash break. And the timing of that intervention was the variable neither he nor Old Kong could fully control. Chapter 87. The counter-evidence phase ran from mid-morning to the third bell of the afternoon. Mao Guang presented first. He stood at the archival materials table with the organized precision of a commander who had been waiting to present this specific evidence for months and had spent those months ensuring that every element was in its correct position. Every cross-reference was verified. Every source chain was documented to the standard the court required for permanent record entry. He worked through the archival cross-references methodically. Each claim in the Accord's presentation matched against the corresponding record from the broader archive. Not to prove the Accord had lied. The standard was discrepancy, not intent, but to establish the gap between the official record and the full record, the gap that the cycle's maintenance had created over centuries of selective preservation and strategic silence. The arbiter asked him 3 questions. Each question was technical, about archival methodology, about source chain integrity, about the provenance of documents from the cycle's maintenance archive. Mao Guang answered each with direct citations, the provision numbers memorized, the exact text delivered with the fluency of someone for whom this material was not studied but inhabited. Bai Qiong's counsel challenged twice. Mao Guang responded with references. The arbiter overruled both challenges. Shen Lihua presented next. 11 years as a scientist. The internal architecture of the Accord's operational framework observed from within it. The specific patterns she had documented after finding the document that had given her a frame of reference outside the framework itself. She spoke with the particular credibility of a practitioner who had believed a thing deeply and then found its edges and had chosen to document what she found rather than protect what she had believed. She was not performing defection. She was reporting observation. The distinction was visible to anyone paying attention, and the adjudicators were paying attention. Bai Qiong's counsel attempted a character challenge, her defection, her current advisory role in the Demon Empire's administration. Shen Lihua received this without visible reaction. Her response, the question of my current position's influence on my testimony is a reasonable question to ask. My answer is that I was not present in the Accord's operations to form opinions about the Demon Empire. I was present to observe how the Accord's operational framework functioned. I am testifying about what I observed. The documents I have cited are verifiable independently of my account. Wei Hao stood. The chamber's quality shifted in the way that Wei Liang had observed at the debrief and had filed as information. The presence of someone that had been on one side of a proceeding standing to testify for the other produced a specific kind of attention in observers, a heightened focus that was different from the focused attention already present. This was the testimony that would define how the proceeding was remembered. He followed Shen Lihua's advice with precision. He did not explain the soul leash. He did not defend against the prior testimony. He described what he knew to be true based on direct observation. The joint territories, the resettlement sites, the conversations with the people who lived in them, the specific woman who had spoken for 40 minutes about 2 displacements and a 4th month in a new place. He said, in the specific language he and Wei Liang had worked through together. I testified previously under conditions I did not understand at the time. I understand them now. The medical documentation in this proceedings record describes those conditions precisely. My current testimony reflects what I have directly observed, in the presence of 30,000 soldiers who were with me in the same territories and who are available as witnesses to the same observations. Bai Qiong's counsel challenged on the soul leash claim, arguing the corroborating methodology was non-standard. Mao Guang produced the medical documentation, the spiritual signature analysis, the cross-referenced archival record of the anchor procedure. The arbiter accepted it as corroborating evidence. Then, at the 36th minute of the evidence phase, Wei Liang felt it. The pressure in the cycle's substrate spiked, not gradually building as it had been throughout the morning, but a sharp, specific increase, the signature of something that had been making ready and had now committed to action. His system activated in response. the rejection architecture firing in his meridians with the bright specific clarity it always had when prophetic infrastructure pressed against the designated subject of a refused prophecy. And the shape of the architect's move was visible in the activation. Not a direct attack, not a disruption, but a conversion attempt. Using the proceeding's formal weight, the accumulated prophetic significance of a legal determination about prophetic authority as the mechanism through which it would reactivate the cycle's claim on the person who had refused it. He glanced at Old Kong. The blacksmith was already in motion, his hand already on the document holder, the gesture calibrated to the same register as any routine document access. Deliberate, unremarkable, invisible to anyone not watching for it. The signal reached him and scattered. The signal scattered through the disrupted anchor network frequency and found nothing. No purchased foothold, no completed reactivation pathway. The Fallen Hero system registered the attempt as a refused designation and generated from the refusal. Power fed back through the gauntlet's focal array, the 9 nodes warming in the palm, the center node's response clean and specific. The architect had aimed precisely. The disruptor had blocked precisely. The refusal had generated exactly as the system's architecture was built to generate. And the evidence phase was still running at minute 36, with the adjudicators making notes, with Mao Guang's cross-references in the permanent record, with Wei Hao's testimony entered as current witness account rather than the compromised prior account that Bai Qiong had tried to make definitive. Whatever the architect attempted next, after the disruptor window closed, after the anchor network rebuilt its signal paths, it would be attempting against a case that was already in the record. The record didn't require the disruptor to stay in force. It required only that it had existed long enough for the evidence phase to complete. Wei Liang met Old Kang's eyes across the chamber. The blacksmith gave a single nod. The disruptor was still active, the window still open, the interference still holding. Enough time. He turned back to the proceeding and let the remaining window do what it was built to do. The final witness completed her testimony 11 minutes before the disruptor window closed. Mao Guang made the notation in the record margin. Timestamp confirmed, evidence phase complete, all submitted materials entered without challenge, and Old Kang's posture shifted from maintenance focus to completion posture, the small relaxation of someone who has been holding a precise calibration and is now releasing it. The arbiter acknowledged the evidence phase's closure. The record was sealed. Wei Liang let the breath out that he had been holding at a level below conscious notice for the past 38 minutes. The evidence was in. The record existed. Whatever the deliberation produced, whatever the architect attempted in the hours between now and the ruling, the foundation was placed in a location it could not be removed from. He thought about the construction sequence, the 11 months, the specific choices, the people who had come to this chamber with their own reasons for being present and their own understanding of what was at stake. Old Kong, with his gauntlet and his 40 years of craftsmanship, brought to this particular problem. Mao Guang, with his archive that treated what happened to people as worth recording. Shen Lihua, with her institutional knowledge of every mechanism the Accord used to manage outcomes before they became formally intractable. Each of them had brought something that the case required. Each of them had chosen to bring it. The arbiter called for a brief recess before the challenge phase. The chamber's attention shifted from testimony mode to deliberation mode. The particular quality of collective processing that large institutional spaces developed when the decisive evidence had been presented and people were beginning to understand what they had heard. Wei Liang did not move from his position at the respondents' table. He was already prepared for the challenge phase, the documentation in order, the cross-references mapped, the specific sequence of responses to the predictable challenges that Bai Qiong's delegation would raise. But preparation was not what occupied his attention in this moment. What occupied his attention was the disruptor, now released from active maintenance, and the architect's network beginning to rebuild its signal paths through the interference zone. Within the hour, the anchor network would have full connectivity again. The architect would update its model of what had happened here. What mattered was that the update would include a complete, sealed evidentiary record it could not modify. Old Kong nodded from across the room, confirming what Wei Liang already knew. The window had done exactly what it was built to do, and the record, already sealed, was beyond the architect's reach. In the counter-evidence phase's sustained 4-hour run, there was a moment, at the 52nd minute, after Shen Lihua had answered her third question from the human-born adjudicators, when Wei Liang looked at the chamber's assembled faces and understood what this room had become, not just a legal proceeding, but a record of everything the cycle had done and everything that had been built in response to it, compressed into the witness testimony and the cross-reference documentation and the presence of people who had been inside the Accord's framework and had found their way to accuracy about what the framework was. Bai Qiong's counsel was good. But good lawyering against a complete record produced only the best possible version of a losing argument. You could present the partial record's evidence precisely. You could frame the discrepancies as interpretive disagreements. You could position the witness accounts as motivated. And still, the full record was there, and the people who had made it were there, and the adjudicators were reading the full record rather than the partial one. That was what 11 months had built. Not certainty. Certainty was never available. But the kind of case that a reasonable, deliberating body, looking at the evidence without a predetermined conclusion, would find in favor of. He had made his presentation. He had asked for what the evidence supported. Now he sat and let the system he had asked to function actually function, which was, he had come to understand, the hardest part of this kind of work. Not the building. The waiting for what you had built to be evaluated by people whose judgment you couldn't control. The 36th minute was still running. The window was still open. And somewhere in the spiritual substrate, the architect was processing the scatter and making a calculation about what had just happened, about a coalition that had managed to build a disruptor, bring it to the hearing chamber, activate it at the critical moment, and have the evidence phase proceed without interruption. The architect was calling it interesting. He could almost feel the evaluation running, and he needed to know, before the next engagement, exactly what it was evaluating and why. Because whatever the architect had concluded from the scatter, the conclusion was going to shape everything that came after the deliberation, and he needed to understand it before it arrived, or he would be responding to it without knowing what he was responding to. Chapter 88. The disruptor's activation was completely silent. Old Kang's hand opened the document holder, positioned the component inside at the orientation Mao Guang's specifications required, and placed a document over it. All in the time it took for the arbiter to review his notes and the adjudicators to confer about the next procedural step. Anyone watching the filing parties section would have seen an older man consulting his materials, which was what older men at legal hearings did. In Wei Liang's spiritual perception, the scatter was vivid and immediate. The architect's reactivation attempt reached his system's architecture, found the signal path through the anchor network blocked by interference at precisely the frequency the cycle used, and diffracted. The intent scattered like a stone striking still water, spreading outward in diminishing rings rather than finding its designated target. The fallen hero system registered the attempt and processed it the way it processed all prophetic architecture that reached for it. As a refused designation, generating power from the refusal, the rejection engine running on exactly the kind of pressure that the architect had just applied. The system's power output increased. Wei Liang sat with this for 3 seconds, feeling the scatter and the increase, and then returned his attention to the chamber where the proceeding was continuing. Because the evidence phase was still running, and the arbiter was moving toward the summation period, and the window the disruptor had opened was finite. In those 3 seconds, he also registered something else, the scatter signature. The architect's reactivation attempt was not desperate. It was calibrated, a precise, specific operation, targeted at the exact mechanism within his system that governed the cycle's designated authority, attempting a specific technical reactivation rather than a broad pressure application. Something that had studied him closely enough to know where to aim. He filed this under information to think about later and focused on the chamber. Bai Qiang delivered her summation for 11 minutes. Precise, controlled, technically competent. She acknowledged the documented discrepancies and framed them as interpretive differences rather than fabrication. She positioned Shen Lihua's account as motivated testimony and argued for the complexity of evaluating a witness who had a direct interest in the proceeding's outcome. She returned to Wei Hao's prior testimony as the independent account it had been before the sole leash documentation, arguing that the corroborating methodology's non-standard nature meant it should be given reduced evidentiary weight. She did not mention the architect. She did not mention the cycle. She argued the specific record with specific language, which was the correct approach for someone who had access to a partial record and the skill to make that partial record appear complete. She sat. 3 adjudicators made notes. Wei Liang stood. The evidence presented in these proceedings documents a pattern across 11 months of specific incidents, named and dated, with witnesses available, he said. The cross-references documented by the archival record show the same pattern extended across 300 years of the broader historical record. These are not interpretations of ambiguous events. They are accounts with dates, locations, and verifiable material reality. He paused for 3 seconds, long enough for the chamber's acoustics to fully carry what had been said. The prior testimony presented as independent witness account was taken under documented spiritual interference. The preceding record now contains both the prior account and the documented evidence of the interference. The adjudicating panel will determine what this means for the prior account standing. I ask only that the determination be made using the complete record now before the court, not the partial record available at the time the prior account was taken. He looked at the arbiter. The Outer Realm Court was established to adjudicate disputes that cannot be resolved through the normal mechanisms of agreement between parties. We are asking the court to function precisely as it was established to function. The evidence is complete. The documentation is available for independent review. The witnesses are present. He paused a final time. We ask for a finding consistent with the evidence. He sat. The disruption window was running. 32 minutes since Old Kang's activation, based on Wei Liang's internal count, which left approximately 8 to 28 minutes before the anchor network rerouted. The adjudicators were conferring. The architect's reactivation attempt had scattered and had not reasserted. The secondary signal paths were rebuilding, slowly, but the primary attempt had found nothing and had not been repeated. Mao Guang, in his seat, was monitoring the spiritual substrate with the perception he had developed through 3 months of anchor research. He would know when the disruption window began closing. He had not signaled yet. The arbiter raised a hand, and the chamber came to attention. The adjudicating panel requires 2 hours for deliberation. The parties will be recalled at the 7th bell. 2 hours. The disruptor window would close within the next 30 minutes. But the evidence phase was complete. The record was entered. The architect could restore its anchor network access in full, could attempt 100 more reactivation sequences, could deploy by Qiong and Shunbo and every mechanism in the cycle's 3,000-year arsenal, and none of it would change what had been spoken in this chamber and entered into the permanent record of the Outer Realm Court. Records outlasted systems. He had built his case on that belief. He was about to find out if the belief was correct. He sat and waited. The chamber's acoustic precision carried the arbiter's voice evenly to every seat. The adjudicators were in conference at the central platform. Quiet conference. The kind that happened when 5 people who had all heard the same evidence were comparing their independent assessments before reaching a shared one. In his spiritual perception, the disruption window was weakening. The secondary channels rebuilding, the anchor network's signal paths reinitializing as the interference frequency dropped below the threshold required to maintain the disruption. Perhaps 5 minutes of window remaining. But the evidence phase was complete. Every document in Mao Guang's stack was in the record. Every statement Wei Hao had made about what he had seen with his own eyes was in the record. Every cross-reference that established the gap between the official account and the full account was in the record. The architect could restore its network access in full, and it could not change what the record now contained. He thought about what the architect would do with the scatter, what it would conclude about the coalition's capabilities, what it would communicate to Bai Qiong, what assessment it would make of the disruptor's existence, and what that existence implied about the level of archival sophistication the coalition had achieved. It was already updating its calculation. He could almost feel it. Not the architect itself, which was invisible and non-physical, but the shift in the cycle substrate that accompanied a significant update to the system's model of the situation. He filed that under information. The arbiter raised a hand for the deliberation announcement. 2 hours. He would know more in 2 hours. Or he would know that the next phase looked different from this one in ways that required an entirely different approach. He used the deliberation period for the work that was available to use it for. Reviewing the challenge phase documentation one final time. Confirming with Shun Lihua that the adjudicator's attention patterns had been consistent with genuine consideration rather than performative consideration. Checking with Yu Zhun on by Qiong's delegation positioning in the chamber's observation sections. Everything was in order. Everything had been in order since the evidence phase completed. The 2 hours were operational time, which meant they were time he spent doing the work that was available to do while waiting for information he couldn't generate faster by wanting it faster. He thought about the architect's update. The scatter the disruptor had produced across the anchor network's signal pathways would tell the architect something about the coalition's technical sophistication, not just that the disruptor existed, but that it had been built with knowledge of the anchor network's specific architecture. That was information the architect had not had before today. What it would do with that information was the variable he couldn't control. What he could control was being prepared for the ruling's result before it arrived, and for the operational consequences of either possible outcome. He had prepared for both. The challenge phase documentation covered the most probable ruling in either direction. Yuzhen's contingency planning covered the operational period after. Mao Guang sat beside him, reviewing his notes with the focused calm of a person who had done this before and who trusted the work that had been done. That trust, Wei Liang reflected, was itself a form of information, a signal about the quality of the foundation they had built. The deliberation chamber's interior light was steady. The 2 hours moved at exactly the pace 2 hours moved. The 2-hour deliberation period gave Wei Liang time to think about what the scatter had revealed. The architect's attempt had been precisely targeted at the mechanism in his system that governed the cycle's designated authority claim. The specific node in the fallen hero system's architecture where the initial designation still theoretically maintained its connection to the cycle's broader infrastructure. He had known, in the abstract, that the connection existed. He had not known it was accessible enough to be targeted with this precision, which meant the architect had a more complete model of his system than he had assumed. It hadn't been probing to find the connection. It had aimed for the specific point directly, which required knowing where the point was. He needed to understand how. The fallen hero system's architecture was not documented in any source he had access to. He had learned it from the inside, through experience, through the 11 months of activation and refusal and power generation. The architect had learned it from somewhere else. The archive, probably, or from a cycle's eye view of the designated subject that the designation itself provided. The designation. The burn scroll had ended the formal designation, but ending the designation was not the same as removing the system's installation in his meridians. The system was installed. It was running, and the architect could still see the installation from the cycle's infrastructure side, even if the designation was revoked. That was the gap Mao Guang needed to understand. Not just what the system did, but what the architect could see through the designation's residual presence in the cycle's records. He wrote the question on the margin of his proceedings document. Architect sight line into FH system through revoked designation. Mao Guang to assess. Then he looked at the chamber and waited for the 7th bell, and the question waited in the margin with the patience of a question whose answer would determine the shape of every engagement that came after this one. And he did not have the answer yet, and the 7th bell was still 40 minutes away. 40 minutes in which the architect's network was rebuilding its signal paths, and its next intervention was being calculated, and the adjudicators were deciding whether the evidence was what it appeared to be, and whether a completed disruption window and a complete record were enough to make the difference. Chapter 89. The deliberation ran 2 hours and 12 minutes. Wei Liang spent them in the outer corridor, working through the operational requirements that would follow the finding in either direction. If the court found in their favor, the specific legal instruments that followed a formal censure, the treaty modification protocols, the administrative confirmation that the Codex framework had standing under Outer Realm jurisdiction. If the court found against, the grounds for appeal, the documentation that would need to be re-entered in a differently framed proceeding, and the options outside the legal framework if the legal framework produced the wrong result. He ran both scenarios with the same attention. Hoping for one was not preparation for the other, and the work that had produced this moment was built on the principle that preparation for real outcomes, including unwanted ones, was more useful than confidence in preferred outcomes. Yuzhen stood beside him in the corridor with a document she had been reviewing for 40 minutes. He understood the document was not what she was doing. She was running the same parallel calculations he was running, in the operational register she inhabited, processing what 2 hours of deliberation time meant and what different deliberation durations historically indicated about finding character. She had read the Outer Realm Court's procedural documentation with the thoroughness she applied to everything. She had a data set, and she was working it. She didn't share whatever conclusion she reached. She didn't need to. Shun Lihua was near the corridor's far end, in conversation with Wei Hao. The conversation had the quality of two people in a significant moment, finding the words that were honest rather than merely useful. He had seen this kind of conversation happen before in the months of building this coalition. The specific exchange that occurred when people who had both been inside a constrained framework and had both found their way out of it recognized each other in the aftermath of an event that had required everything they'd built. Mao Guang was cross-referencing. The corridor outside the chamber held the specific quality of waiting, the extended, intentional kind, where the outcome is already determined and the moment simply hasn't reached the people waiting for it yet. Wei Liang sat with the quality of the wait and let it be what it was. At 2 hours and 8 minutes, Bai Qiong's delegation emerged from their own corridor and began moving toward the chamber. She moved at the pace she always moved, unhurried, with the bearing she had held through every interaction since the first day at the hearing. She passed close to where he was standing and she spoke, at a volume designed for him. Whatever the finding produces, the cycle continues. You understand this. I understand the cycle has continued through everything that has been opposed to it across 3 millennia, Wei Liang said. That's the history. That's not the same thing as saying what is possible from this point. She studied his face, a real examination, the kind that was taking something in rather than performing assessment. You believe it ends. I believe refusal compounds. Every person who refuses the scroll doesn't end the cycle, but they add to the accumulation of what has refused it. He held her gaze steadily. 3,000 years of cycle. One court ruling today, if the finding goes our way. A public archive that independent scholars are already reading. A contingent of 30,000 who now know what the territories they were told they were fighting to protect actually look like. He paused. I don't know how long it takes. But the accumulation is real. Something moved in her expression, not agreement, not capitulation, but the specific shift of someone encountering a framework that is different enough from their own to require actual consideration rather than dismissal. She held the consideration for one visible second. Then she went into the chamber. He followed with his delegation. The arbiter stood as the parties entered. The 5 adjudicators were at the platform. The panel has reviewed the full evidentiary record entered in these proceedings. The arbiter's voice carried the acoustic precision of the chamber, each word to every seat. The panel finds that the evidence establishes a documented pattern of systematic coercion using mechanisms that operate outside the scope of legitimate spiritual authority. In Wei Liang's peripheral vision, Bai Qiong's expression remained controlled. Precisely, carefully controlled. The panel further finds that the prior witness testimony presented by the opposing party is materially compromised by documented spiritual interference. This compromised testimony cannot be given independent evidentiary weight in these proceedings. The panel finds in favor of the filing party and issues a formal censure of the Holy Accord's use of prophetic designation mechanisms as instruments of institutional authority. The formal recognition, the specific language, the permanent record. The panel directs that the mechanisms documented in the filing be subject to independent review under Outer Realm jurisdiction, and that the Joint Territory Administrative Framework established under the Codex be recognized as legally valid within the court's jurisdiction. These findings are entered into the Outer Realm's permanent record. The proceeding closed. Wei Liang processed the finding for a long moment. Not releasing tension. There was no tension to release, because he had known, on one level, since the evidence was assembled that the case was correct, and being correct before a finding and being found correct in a proceeding are different things only in the formality of the moment. The formality mattered. The material record mattered. The permanent entry into the Outer Realm's archive mattered in ways that nothing informal could match. The appeal, Wei Hao said quietly beside him. It comes. Yes. Within the 30-day provision window. Wei Liang looked at his brother. While the appeal runs, we keep working. The anchor network. The public archive. The contingent integration. Everything that makes the cycle harder to operate whether or not the appeal upholds the finding. Wei Hao nodded slowly. The work doesn't stop. The work doesn't stop, Wei Liang confirmed. It changes shape, but it doesn't stop. Outside the chamber, Bai Qiong was already moving. Somewhere in her internal accounting, she was running the calculation about what her next position was, what the finding meant for the Accord's political alignment, what Xun Bo's faction would read it as demanding, and what her own 23 years as Celestial Marshal said about the military landscape of what came next. The cycle had not ended, but the record existed now, and records did not cease to exist because the forces that opposed their creation continued operating. The archive would keep growing. The scholars would keep reading. The contingent integration would continue advancing. And somewhere in the 3,000-year substrate, the architect was processing the scatter, the blocked reactivation, the finding, updating its calculation about what had just happened, and whether it was a deviation or something that required a different kind of response entirely. He remained in the corridor and let the deliberation run. He had done what the proceeding required of him. The evidence was complete. The case was as strong as 11 months of careful work could make it. Whatever the adjudicators concluded in the next 2 hours was a conclusion he could not influence. And attempting to influence it would be attempting to do the wrong thing at the wrong time, which was a habit he had worked to eliminate from his operational approach. The cycle operated through impatience, through the designated subject's expectation that the cycle would respond to urgency, to escalation, to the feeling that waiting was not enough. The fallen hero system generated from refusal, which meant it generated from the choice to continue being himself rather than becoming what the cycle was pushing him to become. The waiting was part of it. The 2 hours was part of it. He sat with the corridor's quality of waiting and let the 2 hours do what they would do, because he had learned, in 11 months, that the most important work was often done before the moment people recognized as decisive, and that the moment recognized as decisive was often just the time when the work already done became visible. The third bell rang in the corridor's upper passage. 1 hour elapsed. He did not know what the finding would say. He knew what the evidence said. He knew what the 11 months of work had built. He knew what the architect had attempted, and that the attempt had found nothing. In 1 more hour, he would know whether the mechanism that was supposed to adjudicate these things had been allowed to function, or whether the architect had found a way to prevent its functioning that the disruptor hadn't covered. He sat in the corridor and waited. and the waiting was exactly as hard as waiting always was. And he did it anyway, because the work that had been done was either enough or it wasn't. And he was about to find out which, in the specific way that you find out whether preparation was adequate, by watching what it faced and seeing whether it held. And that was what the seventh bell was going to show him. Chapter 90. The gathering after the finding was small and practical, which was how it should have been. Yu Zhan organized it with the efficiency she applied to everything that served a function. Dinner at the operational center. The kitchen on regular service rather than occasion service. The timing designed to allow the core team adequate rest before the work of the next day began. This was her principle. Acknowledgement of what was accomplished, then return to capacity for what was coming. Old Kong ate first, because he was always hungry after a deployment regardless of what the deployment had consisted of, and the hearing had required a specific kind of sustained focus that the blacksmith found more tiring than physical work. He said nothing until the first portion was done, and then, the disruptor component needs to be cleaned before storage. The alloy absorbs residual frequency during active use. Tonight, Shen Lihua asked. Tomorrow morning. It can run overnight in its current state without degradation. He returned to his food. Mao Guang arrived midway through the meal, having spent the time between the hearings close and dinner completing the documentation of the proceedings. His standard practice after any significant event was to record it while the memory was fresh and the details were available before they began to compound with retrospective interpretation. He set his notes beside his plate and then began eating with the systematic focus of someone whose primary relationship with meals was maintenance. The independent scholar's preliminary paper, he said, at a pause in his eating. She contacted me 2 days ago. She's been reading the public archive for 3 weeks, and she's found the 4-cycle comparison pattern I identified. She's writing it up as scholarly analysis rather than as political argument, which means the academic publication will be available for evidence entry in the appeal proceedings. When does she publish? Wei Liang asked. Estimate of 4 to 6 weeks. She runs a rigorous review process. Mao Guang considered this. I can provide additional archival access that would accelerate her confirmation of the 4-cycle pattern if she requests it. The independent development is valuable. I want to be careful not to direct her conclusions. But access to specific documents she might not otherwise find within her current access window could shorten the timeline without directing the conclusion. Offer access, Wei Liang said. Don't direct. Of course. Wei Hao had been quiet through most of the meal. The quality of his quiet was different from the shut-down quiet of the soul leash period. It was the quiet of someone who was processing something large and letting it process before speaking. When he spoke, it was to the table rather than to any specific person. The appeal period runs 90 days under standard provision. During those 90 days, the anchor network work, the public archive, the contingent integration. These continue. Everything continues, Yu Zhan said, without looking up from her meal. The appeal doesn't pause operational reality. The Accord's response to the finding, military posture, border probe activity, the internal political pressure towards Shinbo's faction, that also continues during the appeal. Yes. Then the 90 days are more complex than a pause. Wei Hao set down his utensils. I want to understand the full picture of what the 90 days contain. Not because I don't trust the people in this room, because I've spent 11 months inside an incomplete picture, and I've decided that complete pictures are worth the effort of obtaining them. I appreciate that approach, Mao Guang said, with the precision of someone for whom the statement was not courtesy but technical affirmation. The table's quality shifted, from gathering to briefing, in the way things shifted in this room when information was the natural continuation of what had been happening. Wei Liang described the appeal timeline, the anchor network operation plan, the public archive's progress toward full accessibility, the contingent integration's current status. Yu Zhan added the border monitoring data and the patrol intelligence on by Qiong's force disposition. Shen Lihua provided the political alignment analysis, which territories were likely to follow the Accord's internal lead, which were watching the proceedings independently, which were already beginning to adjust their posture based on the finding. By the time the meal concluded, Wei Hao had the complete picture. He sat with it in the way he had been sitting with things since the soul leash's removal, not immediately acting, but genuinely processing, turning the information over against his own knowledge and experience until it had integrated with what he knew rather than simply sitting on top of it. The public archive, he said finally, when it's accessible, not just to scholars, but to practitioners, to military officers, to the people who operate inside the cycle's framework without knowing it's a framework. Is that the goal? That's the goal, Wei Liang confirmed. Because if the architect's infrastructure operates through people who believe the mandate is real, Every person who learns the mandate is constructed is one less operational channel for the cycle to use. He looked at Wei Liang. The court ruling says the cycle is systematic coercion. The archive shows how the system was built. But the individual who doesn't know they're inside the system, they need something that addresses them personally. The codex is that document, Xianxia said. The provisions are written in language that addresses the individual inside the framework rather than the framework as an abstraction. I know, Wei Hao said. I read it under a leash, and it still found something. He was quiet for a moment. The 30,000 in the marshalling grounds, by the time they were oriented, most of them weren't responding to the codex abstractly. They were responding to specific people in specific places. The woman at the resettlement site. The school building with the lamp on. He looked at the table. The abstract case is for the court. The specific case is for the people. Both are necessary. Both were always necessary, Wei Liang said. The court case and the ground reality. That's why we built both, and why both took 11 months instead of being done in the first week. Old Kong, who had been silent since his observation about the disruptor component, spoke once more. The first week, you had a burned scroll and an argument. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The meal ended, and the team dispersed to rest, and the 90-day appeal period began the following morning with everything the 11 months of work had built, available and operational and ready for whatever the cycle was going to do next. He stayed in the operational center for a while after the team dispersed, sitting with the lamp and the next day's operational list and the capital's nighttime quiet. The finding was in the record. The appeal would come in 18 days. The anchor work would begin as soon as the expedited audit was filed and accepted. The public archive was 60 days away from accessibility. None of these things were finished. All of them were real. He thought about what Bai Qiong had said in the corridor before the finding. Whatever the finding produces, the cycle continues. She had said it as a statement of fact rather than a threat. The cycle's continuation was a structural observation rather than a personal position. She was a commander, and commanders assess the operational landscape accurately rather than through wishful thinking. She had assessed correctly. The cycle would continue. The appeal would run. Shinbo's faction would build. What she might not have assessed fully was what continues meant in a landscape where the record now existed. The cycle had been continuing across 3 millennia precisely because there was no record, no independent documentation, no institutional recognition that the cycle was a system rather than a divine truth. The record changed what continues meant. It added friction to every mechanism the cycle operated through, friction that grew with each additional person who read the archive and each additional scholar who published a cross-reference and each additional court ruling that affirmed the censure. 3,000 years. One ruling. The distance between those numbers was not a reason for despair about the rate of change. It was a reason to understand that the change had begun, that it was real, and that the clock was running in a direction it had not run before. He turned off the lamp and walked through the capital's nighttime streets towards sleep, and the capital around him was building and real and lit by the same lamps that lit every human place where people had decided to keep living despite what tried to make living impossible. And the appeal would come in 18 days, and the work that needed to happen before the appeal arrived had not yet begun, and the appeal clock was running, and the anchor work was waiting, and in 18 days both of those facts would be fully in motion regardless of whether he was ready for them, and 18 days was not long. Chapter 91. The appeal arrived on the 18th day, filed under the standard provision window. Mao Guang delivered the document with the specific care he applied to objects that were consequential rather than merely significant, placing it at the center of the table where everyone present could see it. He had read it in full before the briefing. He always read documents completely before presenting them, on the grounds that partial reading produced partial analysis, and partial analysis was operationally worse than complete analysis delivered slightly later. 3 grounds, he said. First, a procedural challenge to the soul leash corroborating evidence. They're arguing the spiritual signature methodology is non-standard and should have been subjected to independent expert review before acceptance. The argument has technical merit in the narrow sense. The methodology isn't one the court has used before. But precedent exists for novel methodology acceptance when the court determines the underlying logic is sound, and the court already accepted it, which suggests they found the logic sound. He paused. The challenge is designed to slow the proceeding, not to win on its own merits. Second ground, Xianxia said. Divine mandate jurisdictional argument. They're claiming that the mechanisms the ruling censures operate under genuine divine sanction, which places them outside the outer realm court's jurisdiction to censure. He set the document aside and looked at the table. This is the substantive argument. The strength of this argument is that it requires the court to make a determination about the nature of divine authority rather than simply evaluating evidence. Courts are generally reluctant to make those determinations. But Mao Guang's archive directly addresses the divine sanction claim. Wei Hao said, "Yes, the archive shows the mechanisms operating identically across 4 historical cycles, regardless of the theological context of each cycle. If the sanction were genuinely divine, the mechanisms would not be architecturally consistent across contexts where the divine framework was different." He paused in the way he paused when he wanted to be precise. This is a strong counterargument. Whether the court accepts it depends on whether they're willing to engage with the historical evidence as a determination of divine authenticity. Some arbiter panels will refuse that engagement on principle, treating divine authority claims as outside archival methodology's scope. Can we get the independent scholar's publication into the evidence record before the appeal hearing? Wei Liang asked. She's 4 weeks out from publication. The appeal hearing is under the standard 90-day provision. That gives us a comfortable window. Mao Guang noted this in his record. The independent publication matters specifically because it's not produced under coalition auspices. The Accord's counterargument on the divine mandate ground will be that the archive evidence was assembled for a predetermined conclusion. An independent scholar reaching the same conclusion through independent methodology breaks that argument. Third ground, Yuzhen said. Standing challenge. They're arguing that the Demon Empire cannot be considered a neutral filer in a proceeding about territorial administration because the Demon Empire is a party to the underlying territorial dispute. Mao Guang adjusted the document's position on the table. This is the weakest of the 3 grounds. Standing challenges in outer realm proceedings require showing that the filer has a demonstrable conflict that prevents them from accurately representing the evidence. The Demon Empire's interest in the outcome doesn't invalidate the evidence it filed, especially since significant portions of the evidence come from the cycle's own maintenance archive, which is not Demon Empire documentation. So the appeal is defensible, Wei Hao said. The appeal is defensible if we enter the correct response on each ground, Mao Guang confirmed. The procedural challenge requires the expert methodology review they're calling for. We should preemptively commission it rather than waiting for the court to order it. The divine mandate argument requires the independent scholar's publication and the full archival counter-evidence. The standing challenge requires a direct argument about the distinction between interest in outcome and conflict affecting evidence integrity. Wei Liang processed this. The appeal was sophisticated, not the desperate filing of a losing party but the strategic action of a party that had anticipated the original ruling's possibility and prepared responses. Bai Qiong's legal team had done serious work. The methodology review, he said. How quickly can we commission it? I have a candidate, Mao Guang said. A practitioner who specializes in spiritual signature analysis and who has testified as an expert in 2 prior outer realm proceedings. Her credentials are independent and her methodology documentation is thorough. He paused. She is not affiliated with either the Demon Empire or the Accord. Contact her today, Wei Liang said. Tell her the proceeding timeline and the urgency. Already drafted. I was waiting for the group to agree on the approach before sending. The briefing continued through the procedural requirements. Who would draft the response to each ground? What documentation needed to be prepared? The timeline for the appeal hearing and the critical path for each element of the response. The same systematic structure that had produced the original filing applied now to the appeal's defense. Afterward, when the briefing had concluded and the assignments had been distributed, Wei Hao remained at the table. He had been listening through the procedural detail with his specific quality of active absorption, not just following but integrating, building the picture as it was being described. The divine mandate argument, he said. If the court accepts it, if they decide they won't engage with the historical evidence because divine authority claims are outside their scope, what happens? The censure is vacated on that specific ground, Shen Lihua said. The other findings might stand, but the mechanism censure is the operative one. If it falls, the Accord has legal cover to continue operating the mechanisms. Legal cover it won't need if we've already disrupted the mechanisms in practice. She looked at him. The anchors, the legal case, and the physical infrastructure, Wei Hao said. The appeal runs 90 days. That's 90 days in which the anchor network can be addressed in parallel. He met Wei Liang's eyes across the table. If the appeal produces the wrong result, we've spent 90 days working on what doesn't depend on the legal result. We've been planning this already, Wei Liang said. The anchor work was always part of the longer picture. I know. I'm saying it should be accelerated. His voice carried the particular character of a person who had been inside a mechanism and who had very clear ideas about how urgently it needed to be taken apart. Every day the anchor network is functional is a day the architect has full operational capacity through its infrastructure. The appeal is 90 days. We can't count on the appeal. We can't count on the appeal alone, Wei Liang agreed. We never were. Then let's make sure the appeal period isn't lost if the appeal fails, Wei Hao said. And the directness in his voice was the directness their mother had recognized when they were children and had said was both the most useful and most dangerous quality either of them had, because it cut straight to the point, and the point was not always where you wanted to arrive. The next morning, Wei Liang found Yu Zhan in the patrol operations room at the first bell, already working on the anchor access plan that he had confirmed the previous night. The expedited audit submission goes to the court today, she said, without looking up from the map. Mao Guang sends it at the second bell. Response expected within a week. She moved her finger across the anchor map. While we wait for the response, we begin preparation for the Breathstone operation. Not the operation itself, the preparation. Reconnaissance, team selection, equipment confirmation. When does the preparation become the operation? When the court acknowledges the submission and the legal review is underway. She looked at him. The legal review's existence is the anchor work's political cover. Operating on the anchor network while the expedited review demonstrates our good faith with the court's process. That's defensible. Operating on the anchor network before submitting the review request would look like we were using the legal process as cover for something we were already planning to do regardless. We were planning to do it regardless. Yes, she said. That's why the sequence matters. The legal process is genuine. The anchor work is also genuine. The sequence ensures that neither one looks like it's subordinate to the other. Wei Liang looked at the anchor map. The Breathstone was the nearest accessible site, 4 hours from the capital, in neutral territory, with a recalibration time Old Kong estimated at 2 to 3 hours. A one-day operation, achievable and contained. Prepare the team, he said. We go when the court acknowledges the submission. It will acknowledge within 5 days, Yu Zhan said. I'll have the team ready in 3. She returned to the map, and Wei Liang went back to the morning's other operational requirements. And the clock that had been running since the hearing ran forward into the appeal period with everything they had built still intact and everything they still needed to build still ahead of them. Exactly the position you ended up in when you had done the day's work well enough for the day to end with more remaining than when it started. And the anchor work was the remaining, and it was waiting. And they were going to do it whether or not the architect was ready for them to. And the question of whether the architect was ready was, in fact, the only question that mattered for the next 3 months, and he did not know the answer. Chapter 92 Crimson Sparrow brought the aerial alert at the third bell of the 43rd day. 400 Accord soldiers moving south from the northern staging area on a bearing that didn't align with the joint territories. Wei Liang studied the bearing on the map. The 400 were moving toward the Central Range's foothills, toward Anchor 3, which Mao Guang had designated in his cross-referenced map as the route anchor nearest the capital. The site the local villages called the Breathstone. They know, Wei Liang said. About the anchor network specifically, or about the disruptor's effect? Yu Zhan asked. She was already at the map table, tracking the force's projected route. Either they reverse-engineered the anchor network from the disruptor's effect at the hearing, or the architect provided the information to Bai Qiong's command directly. He looked at the bearing again. 400 is a raiding force. Fast-moving, specific target, get in and modify the site before a response arrives. Not an occupation force. They're not planning to hold the location. Modify how? Wei Hao asked. Mao Guang answered from his position at the documentation table. He had been preparing for this question since the disruptor deployment. If they've identified the anchors as significant, they have 2 options. Destroy the anchor site and remove it from the network, which changes the network structure but doesn't give them operational control. Or modulate the anchor's frequency. Alter what signal the anchor transmits while keeping it active. He paused. Modulation is more sophisticated. It requires understanding the anchor's current frequency, which means they have someone with that specific knowledge. He paused again. A modulated anchor in proximity to a designated system subject could function as an interference device. Rather than maintaining the network, it amplifies the cycle's claim on that subject. A forced reactivation, Wei Liang said. In theory, a more persistent version of what the architect attempted during the hearing. Mao Guang's voice was controlled. I've been modeling this scenario for 3 weeks. The disruptor was designed for a 40 to 60-minute window. A modulated anchor site would operate continuously. The room absorbed this. How do we respond? Wei Hao asked. Intercept before they reach the site, Yu Zhan said, already calculating routes. Crimson Sparrow's report gives them 4 hours from their current position. We can be at the site in 2 hours via the fast route. She traced the approach on the map. The intercept position is in neutral territory, outside the joint territory's boundary, outside the hearing's evidentiary constraints. Standard operational sovereignty rules apply. Are we legally exposed? Wei Hao asked. Standard sovereignty rules allow defense of legitimate interests in neutral territory when a third party is taking action that threatens those interests, Shun Lihua said. A 400-person raiding force moving toward a significant location is an actionable threat under those rules. Mao Guang can document the legal basis in the time it takes us to mobilize. Already preparing it, Mao Guang confirmed. Wei Liang made the decision. Yu Zhen, take 50. We intercept and hold the approach. We don't destroy the anchor site. We don't know enough about what destruction does to the network or to me specifically. He paused. I'll come with you. The appeal period, Yu Zhen began. The appeal period doesn't prevent defensive action in neutral territory. And the architect's attempt to modulate an anchor into a directed reactivation tool, that's not a legal question. That's an existential one. He met her eyes. If they reach the breath stone and complete the modulation, we spend the next 90 days of the appeal period managing a continuous forced reactivation attempt rather than working on the anchor network systematically. She understood the operational calculus. She had already assessed it. In fact, her hesitation had been checking that he'd assessed it the same way, not arguing against the decision. 50 is sufficient for the intercept. The Accord commander won't engage a defensive force in neutral territory during an active appeal proceeding. The political cost would undermine the appeal itself. That's the bet, Wei Liang said. I'd call it a calculation, Yu Zhen said. One I'm comfortable with. The intercept force assembled in 14 minutes. Wei Liang rode with the advance element. Crimson Sparrow flew overhead at the clear path altitude. She had already completed 2 reconnaissance passes and had confirmed the Accord force's route, speed, and composition. Her assessment of the force, competent, ordered, moving with the confidence of people who had been briefed thoroughly and believed the operation was achievable before opposition arrived. She was not wrong about any of those assessments. What her reconnaissance had not captured was the intercept force arriving before them. In the foothills, at the approach route to the breath stone, Wei Liang's 50-person force established position on the high ground above the most efficient approach corridor. They were visible. That was the intention. Bai Qiang's commander needed to see them clearly, with time to calculate, before the approach distance closed enough to create an incident. The Accord force rounded the last significant terrain feature and found the intercept force on the high ground. Their formation stopped. Wei Liang watched the commander's deliberation, visible in the formation's stillness, in the particular character of a force that has encountered an unexpected obstacle and is making a calculation about cost. The commander was good. He held position for 3 minutes, assessing. He had been briefed for a specific operation at a specific location. He had not been briefed for an intercept force that had arrived before him. He had also, almost certainly, been briefed not to create an incident during the appeal period. The political cost of an engagement in neutral territory with a visibly defending force was a cost the appeal's legal strategy could not absorb. The Accord formation began its withdrawal. Slow, controlled, professional, not a rout, not a panic, but a calculated decision that the operation's objectives could not be achieved today at an acceptable cost. Wei Liang sat on the high ground and watched them go, and thought about what it meant that the architect had provided the anchor network information to Bai Qiang, and about whether the next attempt would be against the breath stone, or against one of the 12 other anchors that were outside the capital's immediate operational range, where an intercept force would take longer to arrive, and where the calculation might come out differently. The withdrawal was complete within the hour. Crimson Sparrow reported their full departure from neutral territory and the return to the staging area. Wei Liang stood down the intercept force and began the return to the capital. On the ride back, he ran the architect's calculation. It had sent 400 soldiers to modify Anchor 3. The soldiers had encountered an intercept force and withdrawn. The Anchor 3 recalibration, which he would address at the earliest available window, would, when completed, remove the nearest anchor from the network. The architect would register both facts, the intercept capability and the recalibration. Both facts would update its model of the coalition's operational awareness of the anchor network. What it concluded from those updates was the variable he couldn't control. What he could control was the pace of anchor work in the available window. How many sites were addressed before the architect's updated model produced a coordinated defensive response? One site at a time, one day at a time. The accumulation was the mechanism. He looked at Crimson Sparrow flying overhead at the observation altitude and thought about what it meant that the coalition's most consistently reliable intelligence source was a Phoenix Crow who had chosen this work and who did it with a thoroughness that came from genuine investment rather than obligation. That was the thing the cycle didn't account for. the choices that were freely made, the investments that were real, the 30,000 soldiers who had updated their operational frame because they had seen something that was undeniably true and had decided to reckon with what they'd seen. The cycle operated through mechanisms that managed designated subjects. It had no mechanism for managing people who simply chose. And the question was whether that absence was an oversight or a gap it was still calculating how to fill. And whether the cycle had a mechanism for managing free choice or not, it was going to meet that choice at every anchor site from here forward. And the choice was going to keep being made, regardless. Chapter 93. The intercept force returned to the capital in the early afternoon. During the ride back, Yu Zhen ran her debrief internally. Wei Liang could tell from the angle of her concentration, the slight movement of her lips as she processed and categorized. By the time they reached the capital's outer gate, she had already drafted the patrol adjustment recommendations and the anchor network defense protocols that the day's operation had demonstrated were necessary. She delivered the debrief at the evening briefing with the clean precision she always brought to post-action analysis. The Accord forces composition, route, speed, and withdrawal timing. The commander's quality assessment. The absence of any prior reconnaissance that would have revealed the intercept force's presence, which meant either Baiqiang's intelligence on the anchor network did not include current coalition patrol patterns, or the decision to move on the Breathstone had been made recently enough that standard reconnaissance hadn't been completed. Which is more likely? Wei Liang asked. The recent decision, she said. A 400-person raiding force assembles and moves in a matter of hours, not days. If they had anchored the decision in a longer planning cycle, they would have run reconnaissance. The lack of reconnaissance suggests the decision was made quickly, in response to something. The appeal filing, Mao Guang said. He was already connecting the timeline. The appeal was filed on the 18th day. 43 days later, a raiding force moves on the nearest anchor site. He looked at Wei Liang. The appeal legal team identified the disruptor's effect as an anchor network intervention. They communicated this to Baiqiang's operational staff. She decided to act on the anchor network while the appeal period provided some political cover for aggressive operations. He paused. The timing is consistent. So the appeal filing is the trigger for anchor operations, Wei Hao said. They see the appeal period as a window in which they can make changes to the ground reality before the legal outcome is determined. That's how I'd use the appeal period, Shen Lihua said, without particular emotion. The legal outcome is uncertain. The physical infrastructure is not. If you can change the physical infrastructure during the legal uncertainty window, the legal outcome matters less. So they're thinking exactly what we're thinking, Wei Hao said. Yes, Shen Lihua said. The difference is that we have the anchor map, and they're working from incomplete intelligence about what the network contains. They know about Anchor 3 because the disruptor's effect pointed toward the anchor network generally. They don't know about all 17 locations with certainty. Old Kong, who had attended the evening briefing because the anchor defense had been an active operation that used deployed components he had built, spoke from his position against the wall. The Breathstone site is straightforward. The Spirit Vein formation is surface level, visible, accessible, the kind of anchor that a practitioner with reasonable knowledge of the cycle's architecture could identify through inspection. He paused. The next 4 anchors in Mao Guang's map are more complex. 3 of them are at depth. The anchor mechanism is installed in the geological formations below the surface expression. You can't access those sites without excavation. Baiqiang doesn't have the excavation capability deployed, Yu Zhen said. No, but the architect could direct her to develop it if it decides the anchor network defense requires it. Old Kong looked at Wei Liang. The question of how much the architect communicates with Baiqiang, how much operational detail it shares, is the unknown variable I keep returning to. If it shares freely, she can build toward the depth anchors, Mao Guang said. If it shares sparingly, she'll work from the information she has, which is incomplete. He paused. The architect's communication pattern, based on what I've been able to reconstruct from the archive, has historically been operational rather than strategic. It provides specific instructions at critical moments rather than sustained intelligence sharing. The Soul Leash deployment, the Chosen One designation timing. These were specific actions, not ongoing coordination. So it intervenes specifically when it determines intervention is necessary, Wei Liang said. Which means Baiqiang's anchor network information came through a specific communication, triggered by a specific event, most likely the disruptor's effect at the hearing or the appeal legal team's analysis. Consistent with pattern, Mao Guang confirmed. Then the architect will communicate again when it determines the next intervention is necessary. The question is what triggers the next communication. Wei Liang held this thought for a moment. What does the architect consider critical? What rises to the threshold of direct communication? Mao Guang was quiet for a longer period than usual. Based on the archive, he said finally, the architect communicates at moments when the cycle's designated mechanisms are being actively disrupted rather than merely contested. The court ruling was a contestation. It was addressed through by Qiong's existing operational capacity. The disruptor was a direct disruption of the anchor network. It triggered specific intelligence sharing. He paused. Systematic recalibration of anchor sites would be a direct disruption at a larger scale than the hearing's single event window. So if we begin systematic anchor work, Wei Hao said, the architect communicates more directly and more frequently. Likely, Mao Guang said, which means by Qiong's operational capacity improves. The anchor work becomes harder as it proceeds. Wei Liang absorbed this. The calculation was not simple. The anchor work was necessary for the long-term architecture of dismantling the cycle, but each site addressed made the subsequent sites more defended. The rate of work needed to outpace the rate of defensive adjustment. The breathstone, he said. When do we address it? Yuzhen had been waiting for this question. The Accord force is withdrawn, and their command will be assessing the intercept. Standard protocol after a failed raiding operation is 48 to 72 hours of assessment before the next action. That's our window. 2 days, Wei Liang said. We go in 2 days. Before the architect's next communication. The plan for the next anchor operations is complete, Yuzhen said, before Wei Liang could ask. I updated it during the evening briefing based on the 43-day attack timeline and the reconnaissance deficiency analysis. She produced the document. 4 anchor sites within accessible range, ordered by strategic priority. Anchor 5 and 12 are the highest value targets. Anchor 5 cuts the northern relay. Anchor 12 removes the architect's feedback channel for engagement situations. The other 2 are valuable, but not critical to the immediate window. And Old Kang's assessment of the depth anchor complexity? He's reviewed the specifications Mao Guang prepared. He says the depth recalibration for Anchor 12 requires excavation tools we don't currently have in the operational kit. He's building them. She paused. He built them last week, actually. Before we asked, Wei Liang looked at the operational plan. 2 days to the breathstone. Then a window of 3 to 4 days before the next operation, depending on the architect's response timeline. Then Anchor 5. Then 12, if the window held. We go to the breathstone in 2 days as planned, he said. And we keep going until Shun Bo's timeline closes the window or we've reached the priority targets. Understood, Yuzhen said. The team is ready. She paused in the doorway. Old Kong said to tell you the depth excavation tools are calibrated for one use. After the Anchor 12 operation, we need new ones. Another pause. He's already started the new ones. Wei Liang regarded the plan, and then at the door she had just left through and thought about what it meant to work with people who were prepared for the iteration after the iteration that hadn't happened yet. It meant the work had a chance. That was enough. 3 days. He ran the timeline from the debrief. 3 days to the breathstone recalibration, returned by the 4th day, then 4 days of operational buffer before the architect's anticipated response threshold was reached. 7 days total. 7 days before the anchor work became operationally defended. 7 days was enough for the breathstone and Anchor 5 if they moved without pause between operations. Anchor 12, the complex depth site, would take longer and would likely fall outside the 7-day window. He updated the operational plan in his head, then went to find Yuzhen to update it on paper. She was already updating it. Of course. I've been modeling the timeline since Crimson Sparrow's anchor defense report, she said, when he came in. The 7-day estimate for the architect's escalation response is conservative. It might be as few as 5 days if the breathstone operation produces a visible recalibration signature in the network. The network's own monitoring systems would flag the disruption immediately. She didn't look up from the map. I've built in a 5-day version and a 7-day version. Both versions have Anchor 5 achievable. Anchor 12 depends on which version materializes. We move on the breathstone in 2 days, he confirmed. And we don't stop after. I've already briefed Old Kong, she said. He stood at the map table and looked at the anchor locations and thought about the 3,000-year system that had never lost a node before and about what it meant to be the person who was removing them. Not because removing them guaranteed victory, but because an adequately degraded network was a more honest fight than a fully operational one. And honest fights were the only kind that produced real outcomes rather than cycle-managed ones. 2 days, he said again, confirming it for himself as much as for Yuzhen. 2 days, she said. The plan is ready. Old King's tools are packed. Crimson Sparrow has been briefed on the route reconnaissance pattern. She paused. We've been ready for this for 2 weeks. He knew. That was why he'd come to confirm it. Not because he doubted the readiness, but because confirming readiness was part of how you took the next step when the next step mattered. and Yuzhun had been ready for 2 weeks already, which meant the only thing standing between today and the breathstone was the decision to go. And he had made it, and the team was ready. And tomorrow at dawn, they would see whether the architect had found a way to defend the nearest anchor before they reached it. And if it had, he needed to know that before the team was committed to the approach. Chapter 94. The public archive opened on the 61st day, 17 days before Mao Guang's original estimate. He had worked at the pace his research quality standards permitted and no faster. The 2 additional archivists providing the parallel processing that had compressed the timeline without compromising the work's integrity. The archive was complete. 11,000 documents, fully indexed, organized by time period, subject category, and document type, with cross-references built into the structure so that each document connected to the events it described and to the related documents that corroborated or complicated it. The reading room in the Scholars' Quarter opened at dawn and closed at dusk. Any reader with a Scholars Guild credential or a documented educational affiliation could access the archive. The sign-in log was public, not to restrict access, but to establish verifiability. Every reader who accessed the original documents could confirm their access through the log, which created a documented chain of independent engagement that could not be later claimed to have been fabricated or curated. Xianxia had designed the access system. Her reasoning: the archive is only useful if the access is credibly independent. The log makes it credible. Anyone who questions our compilation can be told, here is who read it, here is when, here is what they were accessing. The transparency of the access is the defense against the fabrication argument. On the first day, 4 scholars came. On the third, 11. On the 7th, 38. By the 14th day, scholars were traveling from 2 provincial cities specifically to access the archive, and the sign-in log had 63 unique readers. Mao Guang monitored the readership not by watching the scholars directly, but by reviewing the sign-in log's patterns, which documents were being accessed most frequently, which sections of the archive were generating return visits, which readers had been back 3 or more times. The access pattern told him what was drawing genuine scholarly interest as opposed to casual browsing. The answer was the 4-cycle comparison section. They're finding it independently, he told the briefing on the 72nd day, without me directing them toward it. For separate researchers have accessed the cycle transition period documentation from 3 different historical eras. 2 of them have also accessed the current period documentation. One of them, the researcher who traveled from the eastern provincial capital, has been accessing the overlap between the transition periods for a week. She's building the comparison herself. Is this the scholar you've been in contact with? Wei Liang asked. No, this is independent. I know of her work from the Scholars Guild Publication Index, but I have had no direct contact. He paused. The principal researcher I've been corresponding with is proceeding on her own schedule. This new development is separate, a second independent trajectory reaching toward the same conclusion. 2 independent scholars building the 4-cycle comparison, Wei Hao said. 2 that I know of. There may be others in earlier stages of the work who haven't yet produced visible output. Mao Guang noted something in his own record. The academic ecosystem is building toward this conclusion from multiple directions simultaneously, because the archive makes the evidence available, and the evidence points toward the conclusion once you're looking at the right combination of documents. Which is what you designed it to do, Xianxia said. I organized the archive to be accurate and navigable, Mao Guang said. I did not design it to produce a specific conclusion. The conclusion the evidence supports is the conclusion the evidence supports. My contribution was making the evidence accessible. He paused, with the brief expression that in a less controlled person would have been something like satisfaction. Though I will say, the organizational logic of the cross-reference structure is designed to surface relationships that a reader might not notice if the documents were accessed independently. I designed the structure to be honest about the relationships, not to manufacture them. The relationships are real. On the 78th day, the first independent publication appeared in the academic press. A preliminary analysis from a scholar at the Neutral Territories Primary Research Institution, describing what she called an architecturally anomalous consistency in prophetic designation methodology across documented historical periods. She did not call it systematic coercion. She did not reference the court proceedings. She described what the archive showed, in the language of archival scholarship, with full citations. Mao Guang read the publication 3 times, cited the relevant sections in the appeal proceedings evidentiary record, and sent a formal communication to the scholar offering additional archive access. She responded within a day. She was interested in the cycle transition documentation from the second historical period, which she had not yet been able to access in her previous visits. She had questions about the relationship between the transition period's institutional documentation and the subsequent period's founding narratives. She's found the seam, Mao Guang told the briefing. The place where one cycle's ending documentation overlaps with the next cycle's beginning narrative. The overlap is where the construction of the divine mandate is most visible. It's not revelation, it's institutional transfer, and the documents from both sides of the transition show the transfer in process. He held the pause. If she publishes the seam analysis, the divine mandate jurisdictional argument in the appeal has no scholarly foundation left. Independent research will have demonstrated, in the academic record, that the mandate is constructed rather than divinely originating. How long? Wei Liang asked. Her current publication pace suggests 4 to 6 weeks for a follow-up. Given what she's finding at the seam, possibly less. Mao Guang set his notes down. She is a careful scholar. She will not publish until she's certain. But careful scholars who encounter genuinely significant findings do not deliberately delay their publication either. He paused. She knows what she's looking at. She knows it matters. She will be thorough and she will be timely, because that is what thorough scholars do with significant findings. Outside the document room, the capital continued its ordinary activity. The reconstruction zone, the market, the practitioners and scholars who had made the joint district their working territory over the past 11 months. 3 of them had been spending time in the reading room since it opened, not for the appeal's purposes but for their own. People who had been operating inside the cycle's framework and who had, with the archive accessible, begun to understand the framework they had been operating inside. Each of them was, in the scale of the continent's 3,000-year cycle, a small change. But the accumulation of small changes was the mechanism through which large changes happened. The archive was open. The scholars were reading. The seam was visible now, to anyone who knew where to look. On the 82nd day, the principal researcher published her follow-up paper. The title was characteristically careful. Methodological Continuity in Prophetic Designation Systems, a 4-cycle archival analysis. It did not call anything systematic coercion. It did not reference the court proceedings. It described what the archive showed, the 4-cycle comparison, the identical architectural pattern across different theological contexts, the specific language in the transition period documentation that demonstrated institutional transfer rather than divine revelation. The paper was 38 pages. The citations were complete. The methodology was rigorous enough that the Scholars Guild Publication Board had accepted it without revision requests, which Mao Guang noted was unusual for work of this scope and sensitivity. She was careful, Wei Liang said. She was thorough, Mao Guang corrected. The care and the thoroughness produced each other. She didn't want to be wrong. She also didn't want to be incomplete. Those 2 motivations together produced work that is very hard to argue against on substance. The paper was immediately accessible through the Scholars Guild's public distribution system. By the end of the first day, 12 researchers had downloaded and begun citing it in their own correspondence. By the end of the week, the Accord's institutional scholars had produced a formal response. The formal response cited 12 sources. 8 of them were from the partial record. The paper's citations were from the full archive. The contrast was visible to anyone who read both documents. Mao Guang filed it in the archive's supplementary documentation as evidence of the exact dynamic the paper's publication was intended to produce. The official record defending itself against the full record, in public, where anyone who wanted to could see what each version contained. The contrast is doing the work we needed to do, Shen Lihua said, when Mao Guang reported it. The scholars who matter are reading both documents and noticing the discrepancy. How many of those scholars? Wei Hao asked. Enough, she said. And the number grows each day. The discrepancy is visible, and visibility is the one thing the cycle cannot recover from. Chapter 95 by Qiong came to the capital alone on the 72nd day, having sent a single message an hour before arrival. Request direct meeting. Personal capacity. Yu Zhen received the message with the expression she used when a development was within her prepared range, but had arrived sooner than her most optimistic timeline. She assessed it in 2 seconds. Personal capacity means off-record. No documentation obligation on either side. She wants to say something she can't say through official channels. She paused. This is either a negotiating probe or something genuine. How do we distinguish? Wei Hao asked. We see what she says, Wei Liang said. He looked at Yu Zhen. Said a meeting room in the administrative quarter. The intermediate space, not operational, not official. Neutral ground. He met Bai Qiong in the intermediate room with no delegation on either side. She came in the clothes of a traveler rather than the celestial marshal's ceremonial dress, deliberate. The choice of travel clothes for an off-record meeting was a signal about the meeting's register. She was not here as the Accord's military commander. She was here as a person with something to say. She sat across the table from him and began without preamble. The appeal is going to fail, she said. I've been advising the legal team for the full appeal period. I know the strength of what we filed, and I've been watching what you're building in response. The independent scholars, the second publication, the methodology review. The divine mandate argument fails if the independent scholarship establishes the constructed nature of the mandate, and the independent scholarship is establishing it. She held his gaze without deflection. The appeal fails. You came to tell me this? I came because the appeal failing is not the same as the Accord accepting the outcome. She paused, selecting words with the precision of a person who had been choosing words carefully for 23 years and was choosing them with particular care now. When the appeal fails, a faction within the Accord will argue for military response. They will frame it as the only remaining option after the legal framework has failed to deliver a correct result. This faction has been building for this for 6 months. She paused again. Xianbo leads it. He is effective, he is experienced, and he has the military argument assembled. Formation operations are his strength. He has 8 months of preparation on the specific terrain. Wei Liang waited. I have been the Celestial Marshal for 23 years, she said. I have run 11 major military operations, and I have served as the tactical and strategic center of the Accord's military capacity for most of that time. Xianbo's faction expects my coordination. He has built his operational plan assuming I am the instrument of execution. She met his eyes, and something in the quality of her attention was different from the assessment she had used at the hearing, more direct than tactical review. I ran the military calculation. Coalition defensive position, terrain knowledge, contingent integration, the factors relevant to a sustained campaign in the current landscape. I will not be coordinating that response. Why are you telling me this? Because when the response occurs, you will be able to read Xianbo's operational signature and know it is not mine. The information about what you're not facing is operationally relevant. She paused. And because I decided, in the past 6 weeks, that there was something I wanted to say directly rather than leaving unsaid. Say it. She held the pause, not hesitating, but giving the words the space they required. I have believed in the Accord's mandate for 23 years. I believed it the way practitioners believe in a framework that explains the world and provides a clear structure for action within it. I built my career on the operational validity of the framework. Another pause. The archive, the independent scholarship, the scene between transition periods that the second researcher is currently publishing. These are not ambiguous. The mandate is constructed. I have been executing the mandate of a constructed system for 23 years. She held this in the air between them for a moment. I did not come to apologize. I came to say that I know what I was doing, now, with full knowledge, and that I am no longer doing it. The meeting ended 11 minutes after it began. Bai Qiang left the capital the way she had arrived, in travel clothes, alone, having said what she came to say and having said it without ceremony. Wei Liang processed the 11 minutes. He ran through it twice, checking his read. Was this a strategic maneuver, a last attempt to introduce uncertainty into his assessment of what the Accord would do? Possible. But the construction of the meeting, the travel clothes, the off-record request, the direct statement without ornament, the specific acknowledgement that she knew what she had been doing rather than claiming she hadn't known. These were not the elements of a strategic maneuver. They were the elements of a person arriving at a specific account of themselves and finding that account required saying out loud. He thought about the Soul Leash period and what it had required of Wei Hao. He thought about Shun Lihua's 11 years. He thought about what it cost to find the edges of a framework you had built your life inside, and to choose accuracy about those edges over the comfort of continued belief. Bai Qiang had found the edges of her framework. He had no way of knowing how long she had been looking at them before today. He returned to the document room and picked up the next item on the operational list. The meeting had happened. The information it contained was now filed and available. The work continued. At the door, he stopped. The woman at the resettlement site, he said aloud, to the empty room. She asked because she needed to know the cost was landing somewhere real. He took up the document he had put down and read it, and the work of the day continued. He sat with the 11 minutes for the rest of the afternoon, running through them from different angles. The meeting had been what it was, specific, direct, person-to-person in the register that cut through position and strategy. Bai Qiang had come to say she knew what she had been doing, now, with full knowledge, and that she was no longer doing it. What that meant for the coalition's operational situation was specific. The most capable adversary configuration on the other side was no longer operative. The Accord's legal challenge, Xianbo's military preparation, the architect's direct communications to whoever would receive them. None of these were Bai Qiang. She had removed herself from the instrument role, and in doing so, had made the overall threat more manageable in the specific way that removing the most capable element makes a complex threat more manageable. Not easy, not safe, but within the range of what competent people with adequate preparation could address. He went to find Yu Zhan. She was in the patrol operations room, reviewing the latest Crimson Sparrow report. When he came in and told her what Bai Qiong had said, she listened without interruption, made 3 notes, and then asked 3 questions. What was her tone? Did she identify a timeline for Shun Bo's expected move? And did she ask anything from us in return? Tone: direct, specific, not performing anything. Timeline: not explicit, but the tactical indicators suggested Shin Bo would move when the appeal failed. In return, nothing, except that the communication be documented. I've documented it, Yu Zhan said immediately. I know you have, he said. I came to tell you so you'd have the context, not so you'd document it. She looked at him with the expression that, in a person with less operational self-control, would have been something between exasperation and fondness. I know, she said. That's why I told you I'd already documented it. So you'd have the confirmation, not so I'd be thanked. They worked in the patrol operations room together for the next 2 hours, and the evening came, and Shin Bo continued his preparation in the northern encampment, and the clock ran toward the appeal's conclusion and whatever Shin Bo would do when it failed. As it was going to fail, as Bai Qiong had told him directly, as the evidence made obvious to anyone who read it without the motive to find another answer. And Shin Bo's timeline was closing, and every day that closed without the anchor. Work advancing was a day the window spent rather than used, and Shin Bo was spending his days the same way, building toward the moment when the window closed and he moved. And the only question was which of them closed their window first. Chapter 96. The appeal hearing ran 8 hours. It was different from the first hearing in character, not in quality, but in register. The first hearing had the weight of a proceeding deciding something genuinely uncertain. The appeal hearing had the weight of a proceeding working through a determination that had already been built, piece by piece, through the 78th day's publication and the second researcher's seam analysis and the methodology expert's independent corroboration and Mao Guang's 90-day preparation that had turned every potential vulnerability in the original finding into an addressed and documented strength. The Accord's lead counsel was skilled. The divine mandate argument was presented in its best possible version, technically rigorous, acknowledging the archival evidence while arguing that the archival methodology was insufficient to make determinations about the nature of divine authority, that the court's jurisdiction over such determinations was inherently limited by the nature of the question rather than by the quality of the evidence. It was the strongest argument available to them. Wei Liang had anticipated it, and Mao Guang had prepared for it through the 2 independent scholars whose publications were now in the evidentiary record, and through the specific language of those publications, scholarly, non-political, produced by researchers with no coalition affiliation who had found the constructed nature of the mandate through independent engagement with the archive. The argument for the appeal was, the archive evidence is insufficient to determine the nature of divine authority. The counter-evidence said, 2 independent scholars at institutions with no coalition affiliation, using archival methodology, have found that the mechanisms operate identically across 4 historical cycles with different divine frameworks. If the authority were genuinely divine, the mechanisms would reflect the specific theology of each cycle rather than an identical architectural pattern. The arbiter asked the Accord's counsel 3 questions about the divine mandate argument. Each question probed the specific relationship between the Accord's claim and the independent scholarly finding. The council's responses were careful and technically competent. They did not resolve the questions. They demonstrated that the questions had no satisfying answer within the Accord's framework. Mao Guang presented the counter-evidence for 39 minutes. He cited the independent scholarship, the archival cross-references, the methodology experts' corroboration. He answered 5 questions from adjudicators with direct citations. He was unruffled and precise. The standing challenge and the procedural challenge were addressed in a combined segment that lasted 40 minutes. The methodology experts' independent review had already addressed the procedural challenge. The standing challenge was addressed through Shun Lihua's statement on the distinction between interest in outcome and conflict affecting evidence integrity, a statement that was precise, documented, and available for review. The deliberation took 4 hours and 17 minutes. The arbiter read the ruling in 6 sentences. The appeal was denied. The original finding was upheld. The divine mandate jurisdictional argument was specifically addressed. The mechanisms demonstrated architectural consistency across 4 historical cycles, established by independent scholarship and archival evidence. did not support a claim of genuine divine origin sufficient to place the mechanisms outside the court's jurisdiction to censure their use as instruments of coercion. Bai Qiong received this without visible change in expression. She had known it was coming. She had come to the capital 2 weeks ago to say that she knew it was coming, and that she was not going to be the instrument of the response. Shen Bo had not attended the hearing. He had sent legal observers. He was managing his faction's preparation from the northern staging area, and he had been managing it for 6 months, and the appeal ruling had now removed the last procedural argument against moving forward. He would move within 30 days. Shen Lihua had said this at the morning briefing, and she had said it with the precision of someone who was not predicting but reporting. The operational logic of his position left no other option if he was going to maintain his faction's confidence and justify 6 months of preparation. Wei Liang left the hearing chamber with his delegation and walked through the Outer Realms administrative complex toward the transport that would return them to the capital. The afternoon light was the specific light of a day that had held something significant and was now releasing it into the ordinary continuation of what came after significant days. The light that fell on people who had just received news they had worked toward, and who were already thinking about what the news required of them next. 30 days, Yu Jin said beside him. Not a question. 30 days, he confirmed. The anchor work resumes tomorrow? Tomorrow. He looked at the light on the complex's stone walls. We've addressed Anchor 3. 12 remain that are accessible within the appeal period's remaining window before Shen Bo moves. He paused. We won't get all 12 in 30 days. How many? 5, maybe 6, if we prioritize by accessibility and by strategic significance. He ran the calculations that Yu Zhen had already run. The 5 nearest to the capital, and the one in the southern range that Mao Guang flagged as the network's secondary relay node. He paused. 6 sites before Shen Bo moves. That's the target. Yu Zhen nodded once. Then we begin tomorrow, and we don't stop until we've reached 6, or until Shen Bo moves, whichever comes first. She said this with the quality she brought to operational commitments, not enthusiasm, but complete seriousness. The kind of seriousness that doesn't require decoration because the task itself contains its own gravity. The team is ready. I know, Wei Liang said. They've been ready for 2 months. Behind them, the Outer Realms administrative complex continued its ordinary functions. The clerks filing the day's proceedings, the courier service running its routes, the maintenance staff beginning the end-of-day routines that kept a significant institution operational through all the proceedings it hosted and all the rulings it produced and all the days that followed every ruling, in which the world the ruling described either became more real or less real, depending on what the people inside it did next. The appeal had failed. The ruling had held. And the work of the next 30 days was already visible in its shape, if not yet in its details. The anchor sites, the archive, the contingent integration, the operational preparation for whatever Shen Bo's formation operations expertise would produce when he finally moved. The light was still on the stone walls when they reached the transport. Wei Liang got in. The capital was 3 hours away, and there was work waiting there that had been waiting for this day to be over so it could begin. The return from the Outer Realms administrative complex took 3 hours. During those 3 hours, the information relayed through Crimson Sparrow's aerial network reached the capital. Shen Bo's command had received a notification from the legal team at the 3rd bell. The appeal ruling and the northern encampment's observable activity had shifted immediately. Communication traffic increased. The formation operations staff was being assembled. He's accelerating, Yu Jin said, reviewing the report in the transport. The appeal ruling was the trigger he was waiting for to move from preparation to execution. The formation is not yet deployed, but the signals are consistent with an execution order being issued within 10 days. Not 30, Wei Liang said. Not 30. She paused. The anchor operations become critical. Anchor 5 before he deploys. Anchor 12 if we have the window. We leave for Anchor 5 tomorrow morning, he said. The team is assembled, she said. I assembled it 2 days ago. He looked at her in the transport's afternoon light. The general who had been thinking 3 steps ahead for 11 months, and who had been assembling teams for decisions he hadn't made yet, because the decisions were the ones he was going to make, and she had understood that about him from the 2nd month and had built her operational rhythm around it. What else have you assembled that I haven't asked for yet, he said. The contingency plan for a formation operations engagement in the capital's outer approaches, she said. The defensive infrastructure deployment for the 3 most likely approach corridors. And the specific operational parameters for engaging Shen Bo's formation if he forces direct contact before we can manage the situation through positioning. She paused. I also have the complete intelligence on the 12 known members of his operational staff, with individual tactical assessments. Of course you do, he said. Yes, she said. and went back to the Crimson Sparrow report, which had flagged 3 new approach vectors in the last hour. Anchor 5, Dawn Departure. The team has been assembled for 2 days. Old Kang's tools are packed. We go tomorrow whether or not the formation has moved, because if we wait for the formation to move, the window is already gone, and Old Kang's tools are packed and Crimson Sparrow's route is cleared, and I have been ready for this for longer than you've been asking me to be, which is to say, always. Chapter 97. On the 29th day after the appeal ruling, Shunbo filed the procedural challenge. It appeared in the Outer Realm Court's records at the second bell of morning, delivered through the rarely used Forum for Extraordinary Emergency Proceedings, a mechanism designed for genuine emergencies that had not been used in 200 years. The filing claimed that the archive evidence should be subject to independent audit before the ruling's institutionalization continued, on the grounds that the compilation process had not been subjected to adequate independent review. Mao Guang received the notification and called the team together at the third bell. The forum he's using, he said, the filing in front of him. The Extraordinary Emergency Mechanism. It has no current sitting panel. The panel must be assembled from the standing pool of Outer Realm jurists, which takes 3 to 4 months. During the assembly period, the challenged instrument's implementation is technically paused. He set the document down. This is a delay operation. The audit's substantive finding, whether the archive was fabricated or compiled correctly, is almost certainly going to be negative for him. The archive is clean, but the delay is the operational gain, not the finding. 3 to 4 months of paused institutionalization, Shun Lihua said, during which Shunbo builds toward military action without the ruling's full legal weight behind our position. Concurrent with the military preparation, yes, Mao Guang confirmed. The challenge is designed to create legal uncertainty during the period when he's preparing operational certainty. Wei Hao was running calculations in the way he had learned to run them over 4 months. Not just the immediate response, but the second and third order effects. The delay also tells us something about his timeline, he said. If he expected to move within 30 days of the appeal ruling, he would have moved before filing the challenge. Filing suggests he needs more than 30 days. He needs the challenge's delay window. The table absorbed this. He's 3 to 4 months out, Yuzhen said, recalibrating instantly. Not 30 days. If Mao Guang's reading of the challenge timeline is correct. Wei Hao looked at the archivist. Is there a way to compress the audit timeline? If the audit completes quickly with a clean finding, the delay window closes before it's useful to him. Possibly, Mao Guang said, and his voice carried the quality he used when an idea was being articulated that he had already formed but had waited for the right moment to surface. The independent scholars who have already reviewed the archive, they constitute a de facto audit panel. Their methodology is documented, their independence is established, and the Outer Realm Court's second ruling specifically cited their work as credible. A formal expedited review by the existing independent panel, using the documented work they have already done as the audit basis, could be completed in 3 to 4 weeks rather than 3 to 4 months. Can we propose this to the court? Wei Liang asked. I can draft the submission in 48 hours. The argument is, the extraordinary emergency mechanism was designed for genuine emergencies requiring extraordinary measures. An emergency is not served by a 3 to 4 month assembly period when an existing independent panel has already conducted equivalent review. The efficient resolution of the emergency is served by confirming the existing panel's findings as the audit basis. The court will accept this? Courts accept efficiency arguments that also satisfy the substantive requirement, Shun Lihua said. The independent scholars are credentialed, and their independence is established. The audit's purpose, confirming or denying the archive's integrity, has been substantively addressed by their work. There is no procedural reason to refuse an expedited review using that existing work, unless the Extraordinary Forum's panel believes the existing review was inadequate. She paused. If they find the review was inadequate, we have a much larger problem than Shunbo's timeline. But I don't think they will. 48 hours for the submission, Wei Liang said to Mao Guang. I'll have it ready in 36. The briefing moved to the anchorwork status. They had addressed 4 sites in the 19 days since the appeal ruling. Anchors 3, 7, 11, and 14. Each operation had been conducted with 50 personnel in the 4 to 6 hour window that the target site's complexity permitted, without defensive engagement. The Accord had not sent another raiding force after the Breathstone intercept. Either the military calculation had been clear enough that repeated attempts weren't worth the operational cost during the appeal period, or Shunbo had been consolidating for the multi-month operation now revealed by the delay filing. 2 more sites before the expedited audit completes, Yuzhen said. If the audit takes 3 weeks, We have 3 weeks of uncontested anchor work. After the audit cleans, the ruling's institutionalization resumes, and Shun Bo's legal cover disappears. He moves earlier if the audit completes quickly, Wei Hao said. Yes, the expedited audit is the correct response for the legal situation. It's also the trigger that shortens our anchor work window. Yuzhen looked at Wei Liang. The two objectives are in tension. We can't have both the fast audit and the extended anchor window. The fast audit takes priority, Wei Liang said. Shinbo's formation operations are a threat I can prepare for. The cycle's anchor network being modified against me is a threat I can't prepare for in the same way. He paused. 2 sites in 3 weeks. Then we deal with Shinbo. Which 2? Old Kong asked. He had been quiet through the briefing, attending to the operational details with the craftsman's attention to what was materially achievable rather than what was strategically preferred. Mao Guang already had the answer. He turned to the anchor map and indicated 2 points. Anchor 5, at the northwestern salt flat formation. It's the network's primary signal relay for the northern region, which is where Shunbo is staging. Disrupting it reduces the architect's real-time operational capacity in the area Shinbo is working from. He indicated the 2nd point. And Anchor 12, at the southern range convergence. It's the most complex of the accessible sites, but it's the one that would be most difficult to defend against modification if Shunbo does eventually gain access to that region. Anchor 5 and 12, Wei Liang confirmed. In that order. We leave for Anchor 5 in 2 days. Old Kong nodded once, the nod of a craftsman confirming a work order. He had the tools ready. He had been keeping them ready since the Breath Stone, because that was how he operated when there was work to do. Tools ready, skills current, waiting for the schedule rather than waiting for the certainty that the schedule would remain unchanged. 2 sites, 3 weeks, then Shinbo, and whatever the formation operations specialist had been building in the northern staging area for 8 months of preparation, aimed at a coalition that had spent 11 months building something he had not been watching closely enough to fully understand. They left for Anchor 5 at dawn, 2 days after the appeal ruling. The operation went clean. The salt flat formation, the rock formation's fissure, the relay node's dual-direction architecture, Old Kang's 3-hour recalibration that ran without interruption because Yuzhan's perimeter deployment was exactly what it needed to be and nothing approached the site during the operational window. 5 anchor sites addressed. The network's northern relay capacity severed. Whatever the architect communicated to Shunbo about operational positioning in the northern territory, it was communicating without the primary relay that had been serving that region. On the return journey, Crimson Sparrow reported the reconnaissance elements from the northern encampment moving south. The formation was beginning its advance preparation. How long do we have? Wei Liang asked. If we move tomorrow at dawn, we can reach Anchor 12 in 1 day, Yuzhen said. The recalibration is complex. Old Kong estimated 4 hours for the depth component. We'd need to camp overnight and return the following day. She ran the numbers. 2 days total. Then we're back. The formation has advanced but not yet reached the capital's outer approaches, and we have time to establish defensive positioning. Anchor 12 removes the architect's feedback channel, he said. It can't tell Shinbo where I am or what my power signature is doing in real time if Anchor 12 is addressed. That's Mao Guang's assessment, she confirmed. Correct. Tomorrow at dawn, he said. Tomorrow at dawn, she confirmed. 6 anchor sites and the architect's intelligence picture for this region would be significantly degraded. Not complete. 11 remaining nodes still serve parts of the network. But the specific channels that serve the immediate operational area that provided the feedback that would make Shunbo's formation operations most dangerous would be gone. 2 days. Old Kong was already packing the depth excavation tools. They were already ready, and the question wasn't whether to go, but whether the window would hold long enough to make going matter, because if Shunbo moved before they reached Anchor 12, the recalibration would happen in the middle of an active engagement rather than before it. And that was a significantly worse configuration. And the difference between those 2 configurations was the distance between adequate preparation and not enough. Chapter 98 Anchor 5 was in the northwestern salt flat formation, 6 hours by horse from the capital at the pace that preserved the animals for the return journey. The flat was exactly what its name described, a broad expanse of crystallized mineral deposits, pale and reflective under the morning sky, broken by occasional rock formations that jutted from the surface like abbreviated mountains. The spirit vein energy here ran differently than at the Breath Stone, not upwelling from a geological fault, but moving laterally through the crystalline structures, threading through the salt deposits in ways that were visible to the kind of perception Wei Liang had developed, a slow directional current that the architect had routed into the signal relay function 3,000 years ago when it established the anchor network. The anchor mechanism itself was in the largest of the rock formations, not on its surface, but installed in its interior, accessible through a fissure on the formation's eastern face. Old Kong had identified the access approach from Mao Guang's technical specifications and led the team through the fissure with the efficiency of one who had done this kind of thing before, which he had, 900 years providing sufficient occasions. Inside, the formation's interior was a rough chamber approximately 4 body lengths across, the walls carrying the crystalline structures of the surrounding flat. The anchor mechanism occupied a central position, a configuration of worked alloy pieces set into the chamber's floor in the pattern that Wei Liang recognized from Old Kang's technical documentation. The same pattern as the disruptor, as the gauntlet's focal array, as all the architect's infrastructure that used the resonant alloy whose properties the cycle had relied on without understanding they could be turned against it. 3 hours, Old Kong said, examining the configuration. He was the same as he always was when assessing significant work, present, unhurried, giving the thing in front of him the specific attention it required rather than the attention that a timeline would impose. The relay configuration is more complex than Anchor 3. The signal path runs in 2 directions rather than 1. I need to address both directions, or the recalibration won't hold. Do you need anything from the team? Perimeter hold, undisturbed, he said. The recalibration requires precision. Interruption partway through is worse than not starting. Yuzhan deployed the team to the perimeter with the specific efficiency she brought to any deployment that had a time parameter and a quality requirement. 2 people on the western approach where detection distance was longest, 2 on each of the eastern and northern approaches, and the remaining personnel in a middle ring that could respond to the perimeter positions. She did it in 4 minutes. Old Kong worked. Wei Liang stood inside the chamber and held the specific state that the fallen hero system generated in proximity to anchor infrastructure. Not activation, but the heightened perception that came from the system's rejection architecture being in close proximity to the mechanism it was designed to refuse. The anchor's relay signal was visible in this state, a structured frequency, running continuously, transmitting the architect's initialization parameters to the network nodes in the northern region. As Old Kong worked through the first relay direction, the signal's character changed, not stopping, but losing the architect's specific frequency overlay, the initialization parameters being stripped away while the natural spirit vein current beneath them remained. The current that had been structured by the architect's lock resumed its natural flow, which was not nothing. The flat was a genuine spirit vein location, energy running through crystalline deposits in the specific way that places with deep geological energy ran it. The lock had directed that energy toward the network. Without the lock, the energy was its own again. 2.5 hours into the work, Crimson Sparrow descended from her observation altitude and landed at the chamber's fissure entrance. She made the sound that indicated unusual activity at range, not immediate threat, but something worth reporting. What range? Wei Liang asked her. She extended one wing and indicated a direction, north-northwest. The Accord's northern encampment. She made a second sound that indicated movement, multiple units. How many? She indicated a number with a series of gestures, between 100 and 200. Moving south. Wei Liang went to the fissure and signaled Yuzhan. She came to him in 30 seconds. Force movement from the Accord's northern encampment, he said quietly, relaying Crimson Sparrow's report. North-northwest, heading south. 1 to 200. Yuzhan processed this in 3 seconds. Not enough for a full operation. Reconnaissance in force. They've detected our presence at this location. She looked at him. Options: hold position and complete the recalibration, or withdraw before contact. How long does Old Kong need? 30 minutes for the second relay direction, Old Kong said, from the chamber interior. He had heard the exchange. Withdrawing now leaves the first direction recalibrated and the second at standard. The relay will function at reduced efficiency, better than full functionality, worse than complete recalibration. 30 minutes, Wei Liang said to Yuzhan. The approaching force is 40 minutes out at their current speed, she said, without needing to consult anything. She had been running the timeline from the moment Crimson Sparrow's report came in. We complete and withdraw before contact. She went back to the perimeter and sent Crimson Sparrow back to altitude with an instruction that Wei Liang recognized as a monitoring brief. Track the approach. Update every 10 minutes. The bird climbed without ceremony, because ceremony was for situations where precision was less urgent. Old Kong worked for 28 minutes. At 28 minutes he straightened, breathed through his nose in the exact manner that indicated completion, and said, "Done." Wei Liang took one more moment in the chamber. Looking at the anchor configuration in its recalibrated state, the architect's frequency signature gone, the natural current running clean through the crystalline structure as it had run before the lock was installed. Then he followed Old Kong out of the fissure and into the flat's open air. "Withdraw," Yuzhen said, and the team moved. They were 2 hours out from the site, moving at the efficient pace that covered ground without breaking the animals. When Crimson Sparrow circled back with the final report, the Accord reconnaissance force had reached the site and held position there for 40 minutes before withdrawing. They had found the recalibrated anchor and had not been able to reverse what had been done. Mao Guang had confirmed in advance that recalibration was not reversible without a complete reinstallation of the architect's initialization framework, which required the architect's direct communication and which the architect had not, historically, provided on a timeline that would allow field-expedient counter-operations. 5 anchors addressed. 1 to go before Shinbo moved. The capital's lights were visible at dusk on the return journey, and Crimson Sparrow flew at the comfortable altitude that meant the route was clear and the team was safe and the work of the day was complete. Wei Liang rode in the evening air and felt the system running warm in his meridians, fed by the proximity to the cycle's infrastructure throughout the day, running on the steady diet of refused designation that the anchor work provided, accumulating the energy of 3,000 years of cycle architecture being dismantled one carefully chosen component at a time. The return from Anchor 5 felt different from the earlier Anchor operations, not in kind, but in scale. 6 sites addressed. The network's operational capacity in the immediate region was degraded below the threshold that allowed real-time feedback during an engagement. Shinbo could still operate. The architect could still communicate through the remaining nodes. But the specific intelligence advantage that direct architect communication would have provided, the real-time awareness of Wei Liang's position, power signature, and the coalition's defensive layout, was gone. This was not nothing. Formation operations at the level Shinbo was capable of relied on information superiority as much as on tactical skill. Information superiority minus the architect's feedback channel was still formidable. But it was formidable in a way that could be addressed through conventional operational excellence rather than through responses to supernatural intelligence. Yuzhen could address conventional operational excellence. She had been preparing for exactly this for 3 months. Crimson Sparrow descended at the capital's outer approaches, landing on Wei Liang's shoulder in the way she landed when she had a personal channel report rather than a formal aerial assessment. She made a sound. "The contingent," he said, understanding the sound's specific register. She confirmed. Wei Hao's contingent, the 24,000 soldiers in the eastern marshalling grounds who were operating under the coalition framework's renegotiated terms, had received the Crimson Sparrow Network's report about Shinbo's advancing reconnaissance. The battalion commanders were requesting a briefing. "Tomorrow morning," Wei Liang said. First bell. The bird lifted off and relayed the confirmation to the marshalling grounds in the way birds relayed things, directly, without the elaborate routing that human communication required, arriving at the destination in the time it took to arrive. He watched her go and thought about the accumulation, the archive, the court rulings, the anchor sites, the contingent, the scholars, the public record. Everything was in the position it needed to be in. Shinbo's formation was 3 days out. 3 days. The gauntlet was ready. The team was ready. Yuzhen's defensive positioning was ready. In 11 months of refusing the scroll, refusing the cycle, refusing the frame that had been built to manage him, all of it was either adequate to what Shinbo was bringing, or it wasn't. It had to be adequate. He had made it adequate. He would find out tomorrow whether his making and the reality's verdict agreed. And that was, in the end, the only question that had ever mattered. Chapter 99. The expedited audit was completed on the 31st day. The principal researcher and her 2 co-reviewers delivered a finding to the Outer Realm Court that occupied 43 pages. The archive's compilation methodology was sound. The source chain was documented. The cross-references were independently verifiable. The finding specifically addressed Shinbo's fabrication claim by tracing 23 documents from their archive location to their original source through the complete preservation chain, demonstrating that each document existed as claimed and that no modification had been introduced during the compilation process. Shinbo filed a motion to extend the audit on procedural grounds within 48 hours of the findings' delivery. The court denied it, citing the panel's established credentials and the specificity of the findings' source chain documentation. The court's language was brief and direct. The audit had been conducted in accordance with the standard of independent review the filing required. The ruling's institutionalization resumed. At the morning briefing, Mao Guang delivered the news with his characteristic efficiency. 3 sentences on the audit finding, 2 on the court's denial of the extension motion, 1 on the ruling's resumed implementation status. Timeline adjustment, Yuzhen said. He moves sooner now, Wei Hao confirmed. He had been tracking Shenbo's operational logic with the commander's perspective he had brought from 11 months of working inside military command structures, and his read of the timeline had been accurate each time he had updated it. The delay window closed faster than he needed. He has two options: move before his preparation is complete and use the incomplete preparation as best he can, or delay past the point where his faction's momentum holds. He won't delay, Xianxia said. 6 months of preparation, 2 missed trigger points, the Holy Alliance withdrawal, and now the audit failure. A third delay loses the faction's confidence. 7 to 14 days, Wei Hao said. That's the window. Wei Liang ran the operational picture. Anchor 12, the sixth target, was in the southern range and required a full day's travel and a 2 to 3 hour recalibration. If Shenbo moved in 7 days, they had 3 days of available window before needing to have forces in position for the response. If 14 days, 5 days of available window. Anchor 12, he said. We go tomorrow. Yu Zhen had the logistics already prepared. She had been maintaining a rolling operational plan for each remaining accessible anchor since the 5th site, updating it after each operation. Tomorrow, dawn departure. 2-day operation with overnight at the advance camp in the southern foothills. She looked at Old Kong. The southern range site has a depth component. Mao Guang's specifications indicate the mechanism is installed 6 meters below the surface expression. I've read the specification, Old Kong said. I brought the correct tools on the last 3 operations. I have what the depth recalibration requires. Then we're ready, Wei Liang said. He looked around the table. The operation after Anchor 12. What we're preparing for is not another anchor. It's Shenbo's formation operations, and whatever the architect communicates to him when the anchor work reaches a threshold that triggers direct communication. How many anchors constitute a threshold? Wei Hao asked. Mao Guang's analysis suggests 5 to 7, Wei Liang said. We've done 5. Anchor 12 will be 6. The architect will have registered each recalibration through the network's own distress signal. The network knows when it loses a node, even if it doesn't know why. He paused. At 6 recalibrations, the architect's pattern of specific interventions at threshold events suggests a direct communication is likely. To Bai Qiong, Wei Hao asked. She stepped back from the operational role. Shenbo is the current operational commander. Wei Liang held the thought for a moment. The communication will go to whoever the architect assesses as the correct instrument for the response. 6 months ago, that was Bai Qiong. Today, the correct instrument is Shenbo. And Shenbo with direct architect intelligence is more dangerous than Shenbo without it, Xianxia said. Yes, he knows formation operations. The architect knows where the remaining 11 anchors are, where Wei Liang's power signature is strongest, where the coalition's operational pattern has gaps. Shenbo with that intelligence is the most capable adversary configuration we've faced. She paused, which is why the anchor work before he moves matters. Every site addressed before the architect's communication is a site Shenbo can't be directed to defend or modify. Tomorrow, then, Wei Hao said. We finish what we can before the window closes. After the briefing, Wei Liang found himself in the document room, reviewing the anchor map with the count updated. 5 complete, 6 marked for tomorrow, 11 remaining. The network was degraded but operational. The signal was redistributing through the remaining nodes, compensating for the loss of the relay capacity he had removed. A system built across 3 millennia had built redundancy into its architecture, and the redundancy was working as designed. But redundancy had costs. A network operating with degraded capacity required more of each remaining node. The architect's real-time control was less precise than it had been. The forced reactivation attempt at the hearing had been calibrated and precise, a system operating at full capacity. Whatever the architect attempted through the remaining 11 nodes would be working with less than full capacity. Not impossible, not even difficult, probably, for something that had run across 3 millennia, but less precise, less clean, less certain of reaching the designated subject with the intended result. He looked at the map and thought about what the architect's calculation currently contained: a court ruling, an upheld appeal, a public archive, an integrated 30,000-person contingent, and 6 anchor sites that were no longer part of its operational network. Against 11 remaining anchor sites, Shenbo's formation operations expertise, and the full machinery of 3,000 years of cycle management. The math was not yet in his favor in absolute terms. But the direction of the math had changed, and direction was what determined what happened eventually. He filed the map and prepared for tomorrow's departure at dawn. On the same day the audit finding was delivered, Wei Liang received a message from the principal researcher, not about the audit, not about the appeal, but a personal communication sent through the Scholars Guild correspondence channel, addressed directly to him. Asterisk the archive you have made accessible has changed what I understand about the past 400 years of documented history. I want you to know that. Whatever the proceedings outcome, the archive exists, and the work of reading it will continue regardless of what any institutional body decides about its implications. Records outlast institutions. This one will. Asterisk he read the message twice. Then he filed it in the archive's supplementary documentation under a category he created for the purpose, independent witness account, third party. Mao Guang, when told, said, "She's correct. Records outlast institutions." Then he returned to the audit submission analysis. Wei Hao, when told, held the pause in the way he had learned to be quiet when something important needed space to settle before it was talked about. Then, she didn't have to send that. No, Wei Liang agreed. But she did. He paused. Because she understood what it meant that the archive was accessible and that someone had built it. And she wanted the person who built it to know that the building was not wasted. Wei Liang examined the message again. 3,000 years of a cycle that managed the world by controlling what was known about it. One archive, accessible to any reader with a credential, already generating independent scholarship that was building a public record of what the cycle actually was. The message was a small thing in the scale of what was ahead. It was also, in a different scale, exactly the thing he had built all of it for. To produce a world in which a careful, independent scholar could read a complete record, reach an accurate conclusion, and choose to tell the person who had made it accessible that the work had mattered. That was the world. Not the cycle's world, the other one. It was becoming real, and he did not know yet what the architect would do to something real that it could not make unreal. Chapter 100 Shen Bo moved on the 104th day. He moved in the pattern Shen Lihua had predicted, and in a configuration that was more sophisticated than the pattern alone had suggested. 3 simultaneous actions, each designed to address the coalition's capacity in a different domain, each time to create overlapping demands on the same decision-makers. The first, a formal challenge filed in the secondary procedural forum, claiming extraordinary emergency jurisdiction over the audit finding itself. The forum was a different instrument than the one he had used for the original audit challenge, a mechanism that did not require panel assembly, but instead required the filing party to demonstrate active harm occurring in the hearing period. The challenge would consume Mao Guang's attention and require immediate legal response. The second, a public declaration broadcast through the Accord's territorial network, stating that the ruling was illegitimate and calling for Continental Alliance of Accord-aligned territories to refuse implementation. The declaration named 7 territories specifically. 3 of them had been on Shen Lihua's watch list as vulnerable to the argument. The third, a military deployment from the Accord's northern encampment. Not 400, 12,000, moving south in a formation configuration that Yu Zhen identified in the first 3 minutes of reviewing Crimson Sparrow's report as Shen Bo's signature approach architecture. The triple column formation he used for sustained penetration operations against defended positions. 3 fronts, Yu Zhen said. She laid the intelligence reports on the table in the order of their operational priority as she assessed it. Not the order they arrived, but the order that required response sequencing. The legal challenge is real but not time-critical. Mao Guang can begin the response immediately and file within 48 hours. The declaration is time-sensitive. The 7 named territories have administrative councils that meet within 14 days and could vote on formal refusal if the argument goes unanswered for that period. The military deployment is the most immediate but least threatening in absolute terms. 12,000 at the current defensive posture and terrain is manageable. He wants us managing all 3 simultaneously, Wei Hao said. None of them individually is decisive. Together they limit our ability to address any one of them fully. That's formation operations thinking applied to a non-military problem set, Shen Lihua said. He's running his tactical methodology at a strategic level. She paused. It's effective. The question is whether we can respond on all 3 fronts without losing coherence. We respond on all 3, Wei Liang said. He assigned the responses without hesitation, Mao Guang and Shen Lihua on the legal challenge. Working in parallel, Mao Guang on the procedural counterargument, Shen Lihua on the substantive representation of why the extraordinary emergency mechanism was being misused. Shen Lihua additionally on the territorial declaration response, reaching the administrative councils of the named 7 territories within 48 hours with accurate information rather than the Accord's argument. Yu Zhen on the military deployment. Intercept positioning without engagement, the same approach that had worked at Anchor 7, relying on Shen Bo's own political calculation to prevent an engagement during an active proceedings period. He may engage, Yu Zhen said. He's different from Bai Qiong on this. She was managing the legal strategy. He's the military faction, The legal strategy has already failed in his framing. An engagement doesn't have the same cost for him. What does he think he gains from engagement? Wei Hao asked. Control of the southern approach route, Yu Zhen said. If he holds the route, the Anchor 12 recalibration we completed is the last anchor work we can do. He cuts off the operational access to the remaining 11 sites. She paused. And he demonstrates that military action produces results where legal action didn't, which builds his faction's confidence for sustained operations. Then the engagement is the point, Wei Liang said. Not the route specifically. He wants a successful engagement to establish the military option's viability. Yes. Then we don't give him the engagement. Wei Liang held his gaze on the map. We hold position, we document what his force does, and we manage the declaration and the legal challenge in parallel. An engagement at this stage gives him what he needs. Denying it gives us what we need. Yu Zhen absorbed this. Holding position gives him the route access, eventually. If his force holds long enough, they reach the Anchor 12 site. Anchor 12 is already addressed, Wei Liang said. We completed it yesterday. The site is recalibrated. He looked at the map. What he'll find at Anchor 12 is a site that no longer serves the architect's network. Whatever directive he received about the anchor's operational significance is outdated. The room absorbed this. Old Kong, who had been present but had not spoken, made a sound that was approximately equivalent to a human's expression of satisfaction at a calculation that worked out correctly. The sound of a person who had returned from a 2-day operation the previous evening and was now hearing that the timing had been exactly right. 6 anchors recalibrated, Wei Hao said. 11 remaining. Shinbo's formation in motion. The architect almost certainly communicating directly with him based on threshold. He paused. What do we do about the architect directly? We address what we can address, Wei Liang said. The anchors, the record, the operational responses to Shinbo. The architect itself, that's the longer work. He paused. But every anchor we address is a piece of its infrastructure that it no longer has. Every person who reads the archive is a channel it can no longer route through without resistance. Every ruling that stands in the permanent record is a constraint on what it can claim about the world. He looked around the table. The people who had built this from a burned scroll and an argued case, who had spent 11 months constructing the thing that the cycle had spent 3,000 years preventing from existing. The work isn't done, he said. It won't be done tomorrow. But it's real, and it's building, and Shunbo on the southern route with 12,000 soldiers and the architect's intelligence is the evidence that the work is real, because if it weren't threatening the cycle wouldn't be responding like this. He stood. Yu Zhen, deploy the intercept force. Mao Guang and Shun Lihua, begin the legal and territorial responses now. Old Kong, the gauntlet's current state. Ready, Old Kong said. The adaptation is complete. Full activation is available. Good. Wei Liang picked up the map from the table and looked at the 11 remaining anchor points, the 12,000 soldiers on the southern route, the 7 territories whose councils met in 14 days, and the 3,000-year cycle that was using every instrument it had left to prevent what was being built from being completed. Then we begin, and this time, we don't stop until it's finished. 3 hours into the response, with Yu Zhen's intercept force positioned on the southern approach route, and Mao Guang's legal counter-submission filed, and Shen Lihua's territorial outreach completed for 2 of the 7 named territories, Wei Liang sat in the operational center and ran the full picture. The legal challenge was going to fail. The court had already addressed the extraordinary emergency mechanism's misuse precedent in its expedited audit ruling. The second filing in the same mechanism was weaker than the first, and the first had been denied. Mao Guang's counter-submission made this explicit with specific citations. The territorial declaration might achieve 2 or 3 refusals from the 7 named territories, not enough to constitute the Continental Coalition Shinbo needed to make the refusals politically meaningful. Without Baiqiong's coordination, the territories that were genuinely aligned with the accord were fewer than Shunbo's assessment had assumed. He had built his plan on a coordination that had removed itself. The military deployment was the real threat. 12,000 soldiers and formation operations expertise, and the desperation energy of a faction that had been building toward this for 8 months and had missed 2 trigger windows and could not afford a third. Wei Liang studied the gauntlet on his left hand. 9 nodes, the center warm with the system's ongoing processing, the focal array calibrated after 12 days of operation to his exact power signature. Old Kang's best work in 40 years. He thought about what the engagement would require, if it came to engagement. Not hope, not confidence. Preparation, specific, complete, adequate to the actual threat rather than to the preferred version of it. And then, the ongoing work after. The 11 remaining anchors. The scholars still reading. The archive still growing. The record that the architect could not take back because it was already in the world, already in multiple hands, already beyond the reach of any single intervention, no matter how precisely targeted. The cycle had been running across 3 millennia. He had been refusing it for 11 months and 18 days. Eventually compounds. He stood and went back to the work, and the cycle's 3,000-year record of successful management had just encountered the one configuration it hadn't been built to process. Not a designated subject fighting back, but a coalition that had spent 11 months making it impossible for the cycle to operate without resistance at every level, simultaneously, without pause. Shenbo was moving. The architect was calculating. The formation was 3 days from the capital's outer approaches. Let them come, and whatever they brought, it would meet something that had been built to last. Chapter 101. The coalition moved before dawn on the 49th hour, 1 hour ahead of schedule, because the scouts Yu Jun had positioned along the Accord's outer perimeter sent back a single coded signal. The ritual's ambient energy readings had spiked. Meng Rulin was accelerating. Formation shift, Yu Jun said, her voice carrying the flat, precise cadence that meant no discussion. 40,000 soldiers heard it and moved. The Iron Veil Legion's corridor configuration compressed from the standard march width into the assault configuration she had designed for sanctum approaches. Tighter flanks, interlocked shields on the outer columns, the advanced units pulling forward by 300 meters to give the main body running room if the outer gates weren't held open. The formation's reorganization took 7 minutes. She had drilled it for 6. Wei Liang walked at the coalition's center, the sovereign forge hammer in his left hand and the warden's compass in his right. The compass had been pointing northwest since they broke camp. It didn't waver. He took that as information, filed it, and kept moving. The inner sanctum's first visible presence was light. A pillar of pale gold rising from the horizon's edge, steady and enormous. The kind of light that didn't flicker because it wasn't produced by anything that needed fuel. Wei Liang had seen divine manifestations before. The scale here was different. The scale here was the scale of something that had been accumulating for 3 days. Faster, he said. The Legion was already moving faster. Yu Jun had seen the same light 2 minutes before he did. Wei Hao's flanking force matched pace on the eastern approach. 25,000 soldiers who had spent 6 weeks being integrated from the Accord's defected ranks into a functioning coalition unit, performing with a cohesion that their rocky first days had not predicted. Wei Hao had done that. Wei Liang had watched it happen. His brother, who had been shaped his entire life to believe in hierarchy and divine authority, rebuilding something real with people who had followed him away from both. The result looked like trust. It had been built out of honesty and shared labor, and Wei Hao's specific willingness to admit out loud when he didn't know something. Wei Liang found that genuinely impressive. He hadn't said so yet. He would. Shen Lihua ran beside him, the charter dissolution document in a sealed jade case at her belt, the legal team's 7 scholars positioned at her flanks. She had been awake for 31 hours. She didn't look it. She had what Wei Liang privately thought of as the capacity for sustained focus under pressure, the kind that most people burned out quickly but that she seemed to run on, like it was what she converted food into. The ritual's containment layer, she said. If it's past 75%, the dissolution from outside may not be sufficient to break it. The charter dissolution nullifies the Accord's legal authority, which undermines the ritual's sanction basis. But a ritual that is sufficiently complete runs on momentum rather than sanction. Then we breach faster, Wei Liang said. The dissolution has to be filed with the Outer Realm Court during the operation, simultaneously with us breaching the inner chamber. If we breach before the filing is complete, the Accord can claim the dissolution is invalid due to unauthorized incursion. She said this in the tone of someone who had already solved the problem and was presenting the solution's constraints. Timing is within a 60-second window. I need to know the moment we're at the inner chamber's threshold. You'll have it. She nodded, pulled the jade case, checked the seal, put it back. Mao Guang fell into step at Wei Liang's left flank. The archive team's 12 members arrayed behind him with the precision of people who had drilled their role and knew exactly where they fit in the operational picture. He carried nothing but a satchel of documentation materials and the expression of a scholar who was several decades past being surprised by anything, but still found everything interesting. The Accord's administrative wing is second corridor left from the inner sanctum's main entrance, he said. We have 40 minutes before the ritual's documentation generates new material that supersedes what currently exists. If the operation runs long and we're still copying at the 90-minute mark, we'll be copying documents that reflect the new divine order rather than the one we're dissolving. That becomes a problem. You'll have your 40 minutes, Wei Liang said. I'll need 42. I was being optimistic. Take 42. Take 45. Just get everything. The everything in question is approximately 4,000 years of the Accord's operational records, Mao Guang said. I'll get the consequential subset. I've identified it in advance. He patted the satchel. List. Old Kong had been silent since the march began, which was unusual enough that Wei Liang had checked on him twice. The sovereign forge hammer was on his shoulder, its head wrapped in a material that looked like standard padding, but that Old Kong had refused to describe further. He was 900 years old and had spent most of those years making weapons for other people's wars without being in them. Today was different. He knew it. His face said it without saying anything. You don't have to come through the inner sanctum, Wei Liang said. Old Kong gave him the look he reserved for suggestions he found architecturally unsound. The hammer goes where it's needed. The hammer needs me to carry it. I'm already here. That's 3 arguments. You'll be in the center column. If anything, I'll be fine. I've been fine for 900 years. A few more minutes won't ruin my record. He shifted the hammer on his shoulder. How will we know the manifestation's anchor point? The sanctum's interior is large. The compass. Wei Liang held it up. It finds bindings. A divine manifestation is the largest binding possible. The compass will point directly at it. Good. Simple. I like tools that do one thing correctly. Crimson Sparrow was overhead, invisible in the dark, maintaining the communication relay that connected Wei Liang's position to the 18 diplomatic recipients currently waiting for real-time operational updates. The Outer Realm Court's chief arbiter was one of them. Su Tian's Neutral Kingdom Alliance was another. Every unaligned territory that had been watching this war with careful neutrality now had a direct feed into the operation's progress. If something went wrong, they would know it immediately. If something went right, they would know that immediately too. This was deliberate. The Accord had operated for 4,000 years behind a screen of celestial authority that made its actions look inevitable. Wei Liang intended to make his own actions look transparent. The difference was the point. The outer sanctum's walls came into view at the horizon's upper edge. White stone that glowed faintly with divine inscription, 300 meters high, seamless, the kind of architecture that communicated power by existing. The Accord's automated defenses were already active. Wei Liang could see the outer gate's ceiling light, pale gold and consistent, meaning Bai Qiong had not yet reached her position. He checked the compass. The needle held northwest, toward the sanctum's core. He checked the time. She has 9 minutes, Yuzhen said. She'll be there. If she isn't, we break the gates ourselves and spend the 4 hours and the plan adapts. Both versions are mapped. He looked at her directly. We go either way. Yuzhen looked back with the expression she used when she agreed with a decision, but wanted to register that she had considered the other options. Either way, she confirmed. They held their position, 400 meters from the outer gate's activation radius, for 7 minutes. The golden ceiling light at the gate held steady. Then it flickered. Then it changed. The gate's light didn't go out, it inverted. Where the ceiling glow had been pale gold and exterior-facing, it became an interior pull, drawing the automated defenses inward. The gate, for exactly 12 minutes, opened. Move, Yuzhen said. 40,000 soldiers moved. Wei Liang passed through the outer gate at a run. The compass held steady, the hammer heavy in his left hand, Shen Lihua at his right, Mao Guang peeling left toward the administrative corridor with his archive team. Through the gate's threshold, he could see Bai Qiong 15 meters to the east, kneeling in the rubble of 2 automated divine constructs she had personally dismantled, fighting a third with what looked like the last of her functional energy. Her armor was cracked across 3 fault lines. Her movement was measured and deliberate in the way of someone managing a resource they were almost out of. She did not look at him as he passed. He stopped. 2 seconds. Mao Guang, he said without turning. Mao Guang had already redirected one of his archive team members. Already handled. Wei Liang kept moving. The warden's compass pointed northeast. The inner sanctum's entrance was ahead, its ornate doors thrown open by the gate's inversion cascading through the building's divine infrastructure. The hall beyond was lit by that same pale gold light, brighter now, emanating from somewhere deep in the structure's core. And from within it, growing louder with each step he took, he could hear something that was not quite sound. More like pressure, the way the air behaves when something enormous is compressing it from a direction that doesn't map to ordinary space. The ritual was running. It was past 3/4. They had less time than the plan assumed. Double time, Wei Liang said. The coalition entered the Accord's inner sanctum at double time, and behind them the gate's 12-minute window expired and the outer defenses resumed. But the coalition was already inside, and what Bai Qiong had given them with her 12 minutes was everything the plan required. Wei Hao's flanking force sealed the perimeter. Shen Lihua's legal team took their assigned positions. Mao Guang and his people were already in the administrative wing. Old Kong was 2 steps behind Wei Liang with the forge hammer unwrapped. its surface showing the dense angular inscription work that represented 900 years of accumulated craft. The compass needle pulled hard. Ahead. Down. The sanctum's inner chamber was below them, 2 levels down, and something in those depths was growing larger with every second they delayed. Wei Liang descended, and the pale gold light swelled around him like something that had been waiting for exactly this moment to become real. And the warden's compass in his right hand swung hard, pulling toward the building's core with an urgency it had never shown before. What was inside was larger than anything he had prepared for. Chapter 102 Bai Qiong had been fighting the Accord's outer defenses alone for 22 minutes before the coalition arrived. Wei Liang understood this later, working backward from the damage assessment Mao Guang's assigned team member documented when he reached her. The outer defenses were automated divine constructs, ancient, precise, and rated to hold against a force significantly larger than Wei Liang's entire coalition for the duration of a standard ritual completion window. Bai Qiong had not destroyed them. She had done something more technically demanding. She had reversed their targeting matrix, turning each construct's defensive function against the others, creating a cascading internal conflict that opened the gate at the cost of every iota of personal energy she could channel. She had known what it would cost before she started. She had started anyway. The first construct she had dismantled took 11 minutes. The technique she used, rewriting a celestial construct's targeting parameters in real time, while the construct was actively trying to process her as a threat, required the kind of sustained divine authority that even a celestial marshal could only access in a narrow bandwidth. She had found the bandwidth and held it for 11 minutes while the construct fought her at every inscription point. The second construct had been faster, 6 minutes, because the first one's collapse had given her access to the gate's secondary control node, which she used to apply the targeting reversal to the second construct from the outside rather than from within its defense radius. More efficient, still costly. Her armor's divine reinforcement began failing at the 4-fault mark. The third construct had been the problem. Third constructs always were. By the time she reached it, she was running on what she privately assessed as 14% of functional divine authority, enough to maintain the reversed gate and fight defensively, not enough to attempt another targeting rewrite. She had been holding it at bay through superior tactical positioning and the fact that she understood its attack patterns, which were ancient and therefore predictable, for 3 minutes when the coalition's advance units reached her position. Mao Guang's archive team member, a young scholar named Fen Bao, who had joined the coalition 3 months ago specifically because she wanted to be part of something real, reached Bai Qiong while the fight for the sanctum was still ongoing. Bai Qiong was fighting the third construct with measured, exhausted precision. "You need to stop," Fen Bao said. "The construct? I'll handle the construct." Fen Bao produced from her satchel a nullification tablet that Mao Guang had prepared specifically for this contingency. She placed it against the construct's base inscription. The construct's activation cycle ground to a halt with the mechanical finality of something that had run out of the one thing it needed. Sit. Bai Qiong, who had commanded celestial armies and served the heavens for 3 centuries, looked at the nullification tablet, looked at the young scholar holding it, and sat. "I don't require tending," she said. "You're running on 14%, and the fight inside is going to take at least 40 minutes, Fen Bao said, pulling recovery materials from the satchel with practiced speed, moving through each step in the correct order without consulting the list. "If Wei Liang needs a second testimony at the manifestation's anchor point, you need to be functional. Sit still." Bai Qiong sat still. She did not thank Fen Bao. She also did not object further, which was, for Bai Qiong, the equivalent. Inside the sanctum, the coalition was finding resistance. The Accord's remaining forces, the disciples and champions who had chosen to stay when the defections began, who still believed in the cause's legitimacy, were posted in the corridor network between the outer hall and the inner chamber. They were not fighting carelessly. They were fighting with the kind of coherent purpose that believers fought with, which was different from mercenary resistance and harder to route around, because the people doing it were not afraid of dying for what they believed and could not be deterred by showing them the cost. Yuzhan encountered the first concentrated resistance point at the sanctum's third corridor junction. 40 Accord champions in a layered defensive formation, the front ranks holding shields inscribed with divine wards, the rear ranks channeling a joint technique that amplified the ward's repulsion field to 3 times standard. The joint technique required 12 people maintaining synchronized cultivation output. 12 people couldn't do that and fight at the same time. Yuzhan saw this in 4 seconds. Left columns, angled pressure. Right columns, hold the line. Second wave, go for the gap at junctions end when the wards cycle. She paused. Ready. The Iron Veil Legion executed this with the precision that 6 weeks of near-continuous operation had produced. The angled pressure from the left columns forced the front rank to rotate slightly, which disrupted the synchronization of the rear rank's joint technique, which caused the ward repulsion field to cycle rather than hold steady. The gap appeared on schedule, lasting 3 seconds. The second wave moved through it. The formation's coherence broke from the flank. The Accord champions, finding themselves outpositioned, fell back toward the inner hall in a controlled retreat that Yu Zhen did not pursue. Pursuit would scatter her formation, and the plan didn't call for pursuit. It called for holding the corridor network and letting Wei Liang reach the inner chamber. "Hold the junction," she said. "Wei Hao takes the east passage. We hold here until the inner chamber breach is confirmed." 2 corridors over, Wei Hao was moving through the east passage with his integrated force. The resistance here was different. These were people he had fought beside, some of them his former command, who had not defected when he did, who now faced him across a corridor that had been neutral space for the 4,000 years the sanctum had existed. They were ready to fight, but they were also watching him, and he could see in their formation the posture of people who are waiting to understand something before they commit to dying. He stopped walking. "Lower your weapons," he said. His voice carried the weight of someone who had learned, slowly and at significant cost, how to say something difficult without demanding anything. "You followed me for years. You know who I am. You know what I am now. I am not your enemy. I am not asking you to betray what you believe. I am asking you to step aside while the legal process that should have governed this building for its entire existence is finally applied." 1 soldier. 2. A senior commander in the back of the formation lowered her weapon. Then the formation opened, and Wei Hao walked through without anyone striking a blow. Wei Liang, moving through the central corridor with Old Kong behind him, encountered the sanctum's internal divine wards, not soldiers, but the building itself, its inscribed defenses activating in response to the ritual's accelerating energy demands. The wards manifested as walls of golden light that appeared at random intervals, each one a force choice binding. Enter and be judged by the Accord's celestial authority, or stop. He walked through the first one. The Fallen Hero system absorbed the binding attempt with a transaction notation. Destiny, rejected X1. Ongoing accumulation. The second ward, absorbed. The third, absorbed. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, each one adding to the dark gold energy building in his meridians. By the 6th ward, the energy was visible at his fingertips. By the time the corridor opened into the antechamber, the light coming off his hands was the color of refined fate energy. Deep, dark gold, the color of things claimed and converted. "That's a useful reaction," Old Kong observed. "It's what the system does. It's very good at turning their weapons into your fuel. I've always appreciated the philosophy." The antechamber was massive, vaulted, carved with the names of every Accord elder who had ever served across 2 millennia. And in the antechamber's 17 alcoves, Wei Liang stopped walking. He had known they were there. The intelligence had been clear, but knowing and seeing were different experiences, and the 17 preserved figures in the 17 alcoves, each one still alive, technically, each one a person who had been named Chosen One and then stripped down to the minimum the system required for continued extraction, were an experience that knowledge had not adequately prepared him for. He acknowledged it for 30 seconds, long enough to see each one clearly. Then he raised his right hand and began, and somewhere deep below the antechamber floor, the anchor chamber's pale light pulsed once, as though whatever was building in the foundation had just registered his presence and adjusted its urgency upward. Chapter 103 The 17 Soul Seal Dissolutions took everything Wei Liang had. He worked through them in sequence. Sovereignty Breach deployed 17 times back-to-back, each one a proportional draw on his core cultivation energy. The first seal had been in place for 3 centuries. The cost was significant but survivable. The 7th had been in place for 900 years, comparable to Old Kang's lifespan, and the draw was deep enough that Wei Liang felt it in his bones. The 17th had been sealed for 3,012 years, longer than the Accord's formal founding, which meant it had been sealed before the Accord had the institutional infrastructure to even document what it was doing. He felt that dissolution from the base of his meridians to the crown of his skull. The 17th person drew their first free breath in 3,000 years and opened eyes that were, unmistakably, still the eyes of a person who had been 22 years old when the Accord's agents found them, and who had never aged a single day since. The body had been preserved at cost. The person inside had been preserved at greater cost, the kind paid in something harder to quantify than cultivation energy. Wei Liang sat down on the antechamber floor because his legs had decided without consulting him. The system processed the accumulated fate energy, 17 people whose designated roles had been interrupted by force, whose rejected destinies had been compulsory rather than chosen, whose centuries and millennia of stored refusal now fed it all at once. The processing produced a surge that pushed Wei Liang through void unbound rank with the efficiency of something that had been waiting for exactly this accumulation. He did not have time to fully register the advancement. The ritual's pressure from below the antechamber doubled in the 3 seconds he sat on the floor. He stood up. His legs cooperated this time. Old Kong, who had been watching the entire sequence with the expression of a man who understood what he was seeing and found it both impressive and alarming, said nothing except, "Onward." Wei Liang walked through the inner chamber's open doors. She had been old for so long that old no longer described her accurately. Meng Rulin stood at the center of the ritual array, a geometric inscription covering the entire chamber floor, channeling the accumulated life force of 9 consenting elders into a divine invocation structure somewhere between 3/4 and 4/5 complete. The light she generated was white, the color of intensity past every other wavelength. She turned when she heard him. 3,000 years of power and purpose had produced a physical presence that registered as authority before any word was spoken. She was not impressive because she was threatening. She was impressive because she was fully committed to what she was, the kind of certainty that comes from never once encountering a foundational doubt that survived contact with her, because she had dismantled every such doubt over centuries before it could take root. Wei Liang found that sad, and kept the sadness functional. "Wei Liang," she said. Her voice resonated with divine authority at near maximum draw. "You're too late. The ritual is past the point of interruption. The ritual's legal basis is being dissolved as we speak," he said. He kept walking toward her, measuring the distance and the array's active nodes. 17 nodes still operational. His power system was already calculating how many he could destroy with targeted applications of Fate Fracture Strike before she could rebuild them. Outside this chamber, the Accord's charter is being formally nullified before the Outer Realm Court's arbiter with witness testimony from 12 neutral kingdom representatives. The ritual doesn't need to be interrupted from inside. It needs to become legally invalid. Divine law supersedes mortal law, she said. A simple statement. A foundational premise. The charter dissolution is filed under the Outer Realm Court's own precedent, the same court your subordinates used to file the Accord's authority claims for 4,000 years. You established the precedent. We're using it. He had closed the distance to 20 meters. The ritual array's inscriptions activated against his feet. The system absorbed each activation attempt without breaking his stride, a continuous low-level conversion that added to the dark gold light. Every legal instrument the Accord used to maintain the cycle has been turned and applied to dismantle it. 11 months of preparation. It was worth it. The cycle cannot be dismantled by paperwork, she said. The cycle can be dismantled by the same system of law that gave it authority. He was 15 meters from her. The compass in his coat pocket was generating heat. The architect's manifestation was building somewhere below them. You built the framework, Meng Rulin. The framework applies to you. He needed to hold the conversation for 2 minutes, while Shun Lihua completed the filing outside. You have given your life to this, he said. Not because you're cruel, because you believe it works. It does work, she said. The white light intensified. Order requires structure. Structure requires. It requires people to be consumed without consent. I freed 17 of them in the antechamber. I can still see their faces from here. He held her gaze. You have given everything to a system built on their suffering, and the system hasn't made the world better. It has made the world dependent. There is a difference. I'm telling you that what you put your life toward was built on a lie, and that the lie isn't worth dying for today. She struck. The technique was older than the Accord's founding, a direct channeling of divine authority into a targeted compulsory binding aimed at Wei Liang's cultivation base. It hit him in the center of his chest, and the system processed it with the exothermic efficiency it had been designed for, converting the compulsory divine authority into a Fate Fracture Strike that Wei Liang deployed at the ritual array's nearest inscription node. The node shattered. The ritual's progress dropped from 78% to 73%. Meng Rulin's eyes widened. For the first time, something that was not certainty moved through her expression. Every technique you use against me feeds the system that dismantles everything you've built, he said. This has been true since I first defied a heavenly decree. You have been strengthening me for 3 months. He raised the sovereign forge hammer. Stop. She didn't stop. She had not spent 3,000 years building something to abandon it because a man with a hammer told her to. The battle consumed the next 15 minutes in the way that battles against people of genuine conviction consume time. Not quickly or cleanly, but with the grinding resistance of a real thing that doesn't want to be over. Meng Rulan hit him 3 times with binding techniques and twice with a divine pressure wave that sent him skidding backward across the inscription-covered floor. Each impact cost him something real. The system converted every cost into fuel. He destroyed nodes systematically, not targeting her directly, but working through the array's outer ring, dropping the ritual's completion percentage point by point. 73, 68, 64, 59. Outside, Xianxia filed the charter dissolution at 58 seconds into the window. Wei Liang felt the sanctum's divine wards change in the same moment. He heard the inner chamber's authority inscription flicker. The ritual array's remaining nodes lost 10% of their intensity as the Accord's charter authority was suspended. Meng Rulan staggered, not from a blow, from the weight of something she had considered absolute becoming provisional. He did not press the advantage immediately. He waited 3 seconds and let her understand what had happened. "It's over," he said, not as a threat, as a fact. The silence lasted a long moment. 3,000 years of belief does not release in less than a second. He understood this and waited. Then she lowered her hands. The white light dimmed. The remaining ritual nodes went dark. "You'll break something larger than you know," she said. Her voice was quieter now, the resonance of divine authority gone from it, leaving something that was just a very old person speaking carefully. The cycle wasn't built for cruelty. It was built because something needed doing and no one chose to do it. "I know," he said. "We'll deal with the something. Without the cycle." He raised the anchor of refusal and applied it to the oldest divine binding he had ever encountered, the soul seal that had held Meng Rulan tied to the cycle for 3,000 years. She braced for an attack. What she experienced instead was not pain. It was the sensation of waking from a dream so long that the dream had become the only reality she remembered having. She made a sound that was neither pain nor relief, but was older than both. Wei Liang caught her before she fell, and from below the floor, through the antechamber's stone, he felt the anchor chamber's manifestation double in coherence rate. Old Kong needed to move now. Chapter 10 for the Charter Dissolution's filing confirmation reached Wei Liang through his system's message queue at the moment. He was holding Meng Rulan upright in the inner chamber. He read it in the corner of his awareness, the way he had learned to process system notifications during active situations, not interrupting the physical moment, but registering it, filing it, noting its implications. The Outer Realm Court's emergency panel had issued the provisional stay in 34 seconds. The Accord's charter authority was suspended. The divine defenses throughout the sanctum were now running on momentum rather than sanction, and momentum, without legal backing, degraded at a calculable rate. He passed Meng Rulan to the medical team member who had followed his column through the inner chamber's approach. Old Kong, who had been watching the entire engagement from the chamber's entrance with the Sovereign Forge hammer across his shoulders, moved to Wei Liang's position. "The node count," Old Kong said. 12 remaining, all running at reduced intensity. Wei Liang turned his attention to the ritual array. The pale gold light that had filled the chamber during the engagement was fading, the array's activation cycling down without the charter authority sustaining it. The 9 consenting elders' life force is still in the ritual structure. When the compulsory component dissolves, it returns to them. "I need to apply sovereignty breach to the remaining binding element. How much does that cost you right now?" Wei Liang checked his cultivation energy. After the 17 antechamber dissolutions and the chamber engagement, he was running at somewhere between 30 and 35%. The compulsory component of the ritual binding was smaller than a full soul seal. It was the element that had converted voluntary participation into an irrevocable contract. Targeting that specific element rather than the full ritual structure was possible. The cost would be manageable. "Acceptable," he said, and did it. The 9 elders in the chamber's peripheral positions, seated at the ritual array's outer circle, still channeling, their eyes closed, felt the compulsory element release as a sudden physical lightness. Several of them stopped channeling immediately. 2 continued for a moment before understanding what the change meant. One sat forward and opened her eyes and looked at Wei Liang with an expression that required no translation. He looked back. "It's done," he said. She closed her eyes again, not in continuation, in something that resembled, from the outside, the careful processing of someone who has just been handed information they need time to integrate. The medical team was already with the elders. The coalition healer who reached the elder first, a young woman from the demon capital named Hua Shu, who had trained specifically for this operation's medical contingencies, knelt beside her without drama and began the assessment process that Xianxia had briefed the entire medical team on. Slow and clear, plain language. No assumptions about what the person in front of you understood about the current moment or the current world. "My name is Hua Shu," she said. "You are in the Accord's inner sanctum. The accord has been dissolved. You are under the protection of the Sovereign Compact. Can you tell me your name? The elder's voice, when it came, was thin and careful, working around a long silence. Ru Ming, she said. My name is Ru Ming. She paused. How long? 417 years, Hua Shu said, without flinching. Ru Ming absorbed this. Then she said, with the careful deliberateness of someone who was choosing what to feel first. Thank you for telling me directly. Wei Liang watched this exchange and filed it. He had spent 3 years building a system capable of doing what had been done today. The person who had most needed it had been found in 417 years, and the person taking care of her now was 22 years old and had been trained 6 weeks ago and was doing it correctly. This was what the work was for. Wei Liang turned to the chamber itself. Mao Guang arrived from the administrative wing at a run, which was unusual enough that Wei Liang knew before Mao Guang reached him that the archive operation had found something unexpected. The lower-level records, Mao Guang said. The founding documents. There's a sub-level in the sanctum that isn't on the operational maps. I didn't find it in the administrative wing. I found references to it in the founding documents. A concealed descending shaft below the inner chamber's floor, built at the sanctum's founding, used for one specific purpose. Wei Liang checked the warden's compass. The needle, which had been pointing northwest all morning, had shifted. It was now pointing directly vertical down. I see it, he said. The founding documents call it the anchor chamber, Mao Guang said. He pulled a copied page from his satchel and held it so Wei Liang could read. The script was old, the language formal, the purpose described with the matter-of-fact precision of institutional founding documents that don't expect to be read by anyone who would object to their contents. It's where the cycle's divine manifestation is meant to materialize. If the ritual reaches sufficient completion, the manifestation forms there rather than in the inner chamber, because the anchor chamber is built to contain a divine presence at full manifestation scale, and this chamber isn't. The ritual was 3/4 complete, Wei Liang said. 3/4 was sufficient to start the materialization process. The charter dissolution interrupted the ritual's active input, but the energy already channeled into the anchor has been building for 3 days. It doesn't need the ritual to continue. It needs the anchor to be disrupted. Mao Guang looked at the compass. The manifestation is partial, not the full architect presence, but a fragment of its authority. Large enough. Wei Liang turned to Old Kong. Old Kong met his gaze with an expression that communicated, very clearly, that he had already understood what was being described and had already made his decision, and that the decision was not up for discussion. The hammer was built for this, he said. The anchor is a divine construct. That's exactly what the hammer is designed to strike. The recoil specification, I calculated it. I built it. I know what it costs. He shifted the hammer to a carrying position and looked at Wei Liang with the patience of someone who had been 900 years old for longer than most people had been alive. You need the window the hammer creates. There's a brief period after an anchor strike where the dispersing manifestation's communication structure is accessible. The architect is in that structure. You can talk to it. Wei Liang held up the compass, needle still pointing down. If the manifestation reaches full coherence before we reach it, then we move faster, Old Kong said, and turned toward the section of floor the compass was indicating. Show me where the shaft is. The shaft was under a section of ritual array that Old Kong located through the simple method of striking the floor at regular intervals until the sound changed from solid stone to hollow, a technique he described as basic, though the fact that he could hear the difference at his age and with 900 years of forged noise behind him was itself notable. The section of floor opened under the hammer's inscription-targeted strike. Descending stairs. The pale gold light from below was not the same pale gold as the ritual array. It was whiter, denser. The anchor chamber. Wei Liang descended first, Old Kong behind him, into whatever was waiting in the structure's foundation, and whatever it was already larger than the sanctum's surface level had suggested. The stairs were carved from the same white stone as the sanctum's outer walls, without inscription, without decoration, without any of the institutional ornamentation that covered every other surface in the building. The founding architects had not expected anyone to be admiring them. They had been designed for one purpose and built accordingly. Functional access to the structure they had understood to be the cycle's most essential piece. The anchor chamber opened at the bottom of the descent in a circular space 20 meters across, the walls bare except for a single ring of inscription at the midpoint. Old script, the kind that predated formal celestial legal language, the kind that was less a law and more a statement of intent carved directly into stone because the people who carved it intended the stone to remember it even if everyone else forgot. The inscription read, in the archaic script that Mao Guang had translated from the founding document, This place holds the threshold. What enters here by the cycle's consent becomes the anchor. What anchors here becomes permanent. Let this never be forgotten. Someone had forgotten, or had chosen not to remember. The manifestation's presence was visible from the bottom of the stairs, not as a physical form, but as a distortion in the chamber's air, a place where the light bent and the temperature dropped, and the hairs on Wei Liang's forearms responded to something that had no physical surface. It occupied the chamber's upper half, gathering coherence around the central column that rose from floor to ceiling, densest at the column's midpoint, diminishing toward the edges in the way that divine authority fragments diminished when they were not yet fully manifested, still consolidating, still pulling in the ambient fate energy that the 3-day ritual had saturated the sanctum's air with. It was not the architect. It was a fragment of the architect's authority, the part that had been summoned by 3/4 of a ritual and had been given enough energy to begin cohering, but not enough to fully form. It was the most dangerous kind of problem, large enough to be genuinely destructive, small enough that Wei Liang could not engage it the way he engaged an entity with a will. Old Kong assessed it with the thoroughness of a craftsman evaluating a project. He looked at the anchor column, the manifestation's concentration around its midpoint, the inscription ring, the chamber's dimensions. The anchor point is the column's midpoint, he said. The column is 4 meters across. The hammer's optimal strike angle is vertical, from above the midpoint. I can't strike from above. From the side. From the side. The recoil transfers into the floor rather than upward. The hammer's energy release works in both directions from the point of impact. If the energy goes into the floor, it cracks the foundation but doesn't fully sever the anchor. He looked at the chamber's walls. There's a ledge at 3 meters on the east side. The column is 3 meters from the east wall. If I can reach the ledge, the manifestation is between you and the east wall. Yes. He looked at it steadily. Which means you need to occupy it long enough for me to get to the ledge. Keep its attention on you. Wei Liang studied the manifestation's edge, where the pressure distortion was most concentrated, where approaching would mean walking directly into the thing that was not yet a form, but was already more than nothing. Can I keep its attention without engaging it? Cultivators with active rejection energy do. The manifestation processes rejection as a threat priority. Old Kong looked at him. You are, by any measure, the highest rejection energy cultivator alive. It will prioritize you. For how long do you need the ledge? 3 minutes. 2 if I'm quick. Wei Liang assessed the manifestation one more time, noting its coherence rate, noting the way the ambient fate energy was flowing toward the column rather than away from it, noting the pressure conditions inside the chamber. He had faced celestial techniques, divine formations, and the architect's direct communication. He had never faced something that was not yet a form, but was already large. 2 minutes, he said. Start moving. Old Kong started moving. Wei Liang stepped into the manifestation's edge, and the pressure hit him like a wall. Divine authority recognizing the one thing it was built to overwhelm, and the system answered with a pulse of dark gold energy that said, not this time. Chapter 105. Yuzhen held the sanctum's central hall, with the Iron Veil Legion's front 4 battalions, and the focused, methodical violence of a commander who understood that controlled force applied precisely was worth more than overwhelming force applied broadly. The Accord's elite forces came in 3 waves. The first wave hit the central hall's northern entrance with a joint technique that fused 12 individual cultivators' output into a single aggregate strike, the kind that was designed to shatter formation lines through sheer combined pressure. It was powerful. Yuzhen's front line absorbed it through the interlocked shield array, the momentum distributed across 40 shields rather than stopped by any one, and the line bent backward 2 meters without breaking. The Accord's second wave took the apparent retreat as an opening and advanced. This was the anticipated response. Yuzhen had planned for it. She moved through the central hall's eastern section herself, cutting through the second wave's left flank before it had fully committed to the advance. She fought with the twin cultivation blades she had carried for 13 years. Old weapons, worn handles, inscriptions that were her own work rather than a professional forger's, which meant they worked exactly the way she had decided she needed them to work rather than the way a forger had decided a cultivation weapon should work. This was a philosophical distinction that mattered practically. She was not a conventional fighter. Her techniques were built around her specific movement patterns and judgment, and her judgment was very good. The Accord's champions were skilled. She was better. The gap was not talent. It was 13 years of being the person other people relied on to not make mistakes, which had produced a standard of precision that talent alone didn't produce. She defeated 3 champions in the time it took the 4th to realize she had positioned herself between the second wave and its retreat route, and by then the positioning was already a fact rather than a threat. The second wave fell back from both flanks, pulling toward the deeper sanctum levels. Wei Hao arrived at the central hall's eastern entrance midway through this engagement and assessed the situation in the 10 seconds that a trained battlefield commander needs when they understand the terrain. He took the retreating formation's blind side. Not dramatically. He positioned his integrated force at the angle that the Accord's formation hadn't covered, the angle that a commander expecting only one opposing force wouldn't account for, and applied steady pressure. No joint techniques. No aggressive movement. Just the specific geometric reality of a formation that now had pressure from two directions and needed to choose between defending against both or falling back from both. They fell back. The central hall cleared. Yu Zhan and Wei Hao met at the hall's center point. "Inner chamber?" she asked. "Wei Liang is inside." Shen Lihua filed the dissolution. "I received the confirmation signal. The sanctum's defenses are running at reduced intensity." He looked at the two cleared entrances. "The remaining Accord forces are reforming somewhere between here and the inner chamber. They're not routing." "No," she agreed. "They're believers. They'll make a stand somewhere they can hold." Her gaze sharpened. "You want to take point on the approach." "They know me," he said. It was not a request framed as certainty. He understood the weight of asking her to change the operational plan, and he was asking anyway because the situation warranted it. "Some of them served under my command for years. A last stand against soldiers they don't recognize has a fixed outcome. A last stand against me has a variable one." She ran the assessment. He was right about the tactical reality. Whether he was right about his own ability to produce the variable outcome was less certain, but it was a reasonable bet based on what she had seen him do over 6 weeks. 2 battalions from the Iron Veil. Non-negotiable. They stay with you at all times. Agreed. If the Accord forces engage in force rather than responding to negotiation, your 2 battalions handle it. I stay out of the way. He held her gaze. "I know what I'm doing. I'm not naive about the outcome I'm hoping for." "I know," she said. "That's why I'm sending you." She held for one more second, the tactical assessment settling into the decision. "Go." The Accord forces had consolidated at the corridor junction between the central hall and the inner chamber, 43 people in a tight defensive formation, their backs to the wall and their weapons ready. Wei Hao walked toward them with the 2 Iron Veil battalions flanking at distance, no weapons drawn. He stopped 10 meters out. "Chen Rue," he said. He had recognized her formation positioning before he could see her face clearly. She had always commanded the withdrawal covering slot. "You're leading this." From the formation's back, "Marshal Wei." The old title. It came out soft. "I left," Wei Hao said. Not as an apology. As a fact that had to be acknowledged before anything else. "I know what that looked like to everyone who stayed. I know you think it was a choice against you. It was a choice against something larger." He looked at the formation, the faces he could identify, the ones he couldn't yet. "I am not asking you to agree with what I chose. I'm asking you to consider whether what you're defending right now, in this corridor, is worth dying for given what you know is true. Not what you were told. What you actually know." The formation was silent for 7 seconds. Then Chen Rue lowered her weapon. Then, around her, one by one, the people who had served under Wei Hao for years followed her lead. Not all of them. 6 stayed ready, backs against the wall, watching with the eyes of people who hadn't yet decided. Wei Hao acknowledged them with a nod and did not push. They could decide in their own time. He walked past those who had lowered their weapons, through the corridor, toward the inner chamber. He wept quietly for the length of the corridor. Then he composed himself and walked through the inner chamber's open doors. The grief had been real and the composure was real also. He had learned, slowly, that these 2 things were not opposites. He had learned it from his brother, who had spent 3 years carrying enormous weight with the specific discipline of someone who understood that weight could be held and worked with simultaneously. Wei Hao was not the same person he had been 4 years ago. He was not entirely sure who he was yet. The corridors he had just walked through, the people who had lowered their weapons around him, the quiet acknowledgement in Chen Rue's eyes before she stood down. These were the things he would be working out for years. He had time. That was new. He had time, and he intended to use it carefully. Inside, he found Ming Rulin seated against the wall in the care of the medical team, the ritual array's lights fading, Old Kang's hammer missing from the scene, and Wei Liang conspicuously absent. "Where?" he started. Shen Lihua pointed at the floor. At the section of ritual array that was now recognizably hollow rather than solid. At the descending shaft. Wei Hao looked at it for a moment. Then he looked at Shen Lihua. "He went down there. He went down there. With Old Kong. With Old Kong." Wei Hao considered this with the specific patience that 4 years as Wei Liang's brother had produced. 4 years of situations where Wei Liang was doing something genuinely consequential in a location Wei Hao could not reach, and the only available option was to be useful somewhere else. "Is there anything useful I can do from up here?" Shen Lihua handed him a coordination list. Several things, she said. He took the list and read through it quickly. It was thorough, which he had expected. What he had not expected was that item 7 on the list was, visit the medical ward and speak with the freed chosen ones who are ready for initial contact. Prioritize Lian Wei if she is stable. Use your own judgment about what to say. He looked at Xianxia. Your judgment is the appropriate one for that conversation, she said. I don't have what you have for this specific context. What do I have? Recent first-hand experience of being freed from a compulsory role and trying to understand the world from the outside of it. She met his eyes. You know what they need to hear and what they don't. I can prepare a list of information to convey. I can't convey it the way you can. He folded the list and went to the medical ward. Lian Wei was sitting up when he arrived, which the healer attending her said was ahead of expectations. She looked at Wei Hao with the careful attention of someone who was gathering information about everything she encountered because she had 400 years of context to rebuild. You were the chosen one, she said. Not a question. She had already been told the current political structure in broad strokes. For 4 years, he confirmed, sitting across from her. I was freed 8 months ago. 8 months, she said. And you're here. Doing this. Doing what? Being useful. Her expression was not yet assessment. It was the quality of someone deciding whether a person in front of them is safe to speak honestly to. Was it hard? The first months. He considered whether to give the diplomatic answer or the honest one. Yes, he said. The first weeks, I didn't know what I was without the designation. The role had been the shape of my entire identity since I was old enough to understand what I was being prepared for. Without it, I kept waiting for someone to tell me what to do next. Who told you? No one, he said. I had to figure out what I wanted. That took longer than I expected. I don't think it's finished. She sat with this for a moment. For 100 years, she said. I had a life before. People. A family. A home. None of that exists anymore. No, he agreed. He didn't try to make it smaller than it was. That loss is real. It doesn't resolve quickly. But the world that exists now, I can help you understand it. As much as I can. For as long as you want. She was quiet for a long time. Then, start from the beginning, she said. Not from the operation. From the thing that made the operation possible. From when he, your brother, first said no. Wei Hao settled in his chair and began. He took the list and got to work. And somewhere in the building below, a sound that didn't quite register as sound moved through the stone, which meant Old Kong had reached the ledge and the 3 minutes had started. Chapter 106 Xianxia submitted the last document at 11:42 in the morning, standing in the corridor outside the inner chamber with the Outer Realm Court's emergency filing interface open on a jade communication panel and the legal team's 7 scholars positioned at the relay points she had assigned them 40 minutes earlier. The filing sequence had been rehearsed 14 times. She had timed herself on each rehearsal, identified the 3 points where timing gaps were most likely, built buffer windows into the sequence, and tested the court's emergency channel latency on 2 previous occasions using lower priority submissions, so she would know its actual response time rather than the theoretical one. The actual execution ran 2 seconds under the best rehearsal time. She noted this without satisfaction. Satisfaction was for after. The provisional stay arrived in 34 seconds. She relayed the confirmation to Wei Liang through the operational signal, felt the Sanctum's divine wards shift in character around her, from active authority to running momentum, and filed the submission confirmation to the 18 diplomatic recipients who had been waiting. Then she took 3 seconds to stand still. She had been awake for 32 hours. She had been building toward this filing for 11 months. The document she had just submitted was 1,247 pages of legal argument, precedent citation, evidence documentation, and strategic framing, the most significant piece of legal work in the history of the Outer Realm Court, according to the court's own emergency panelist, who had sent back a single-line acknowledgement that used the word unprecedented twice. She breathed, filed the moment, moved on. Inside the inner chamber, the aftermath was already being managed. Mao Guang had returned from the administrative wing with the archive team's copies, not everything, but the priority subset, for 1,000 years of consequential decisions documented and now in the compact coalition's possession. The freed elders were being attended. The ritual array's light was fading to nothing. She reached Wei Liang's last known position and found it empty. Old King's hammer was also absent, which told her a great deal about where both of them had gone. She looked at the floor and found the shaft. Wei Hao, she said. I need the coordination list distributed. The Compact's provisional authority over the Sanctum takes effect the moment the stay is issued, which was 90 seconds ago. That means the Accord's administrative staff in the upper levels are now under Compact jurisdiction and need to be informed in clear language, not by soldiers with weapons, but by someone who can explain what the stay means and what their rights are in the transition. Wei Hao took the list she was holding out. He looked at it. It was 2 pages and covered 17 specific coordination requirements, each with assigned personnel, timing windows, and fallback procedures. You prepared this before the operation, he said. I prepared it in month 8, she said. Updated the personnel assignments 3 days ago. She was already moving toward the inner chamber's entrance. The freed elders need a senior liaison, someone who can speak to the duration of their sealing and explain the current political structure clearly. That's Lian Wei's assignment, but she's with the medical team. If she's not available, you're the secondary. Understood. He was already reading the list. The administrative wing staff, page 2, second block. Fun Bao from Mao Guang's team is assigned to manage the initial notification. She has the legal brief. She paused at the entrance. Wei Liang is below us in the anchor chamber. He went down with Old Kong to address the partial divine manifestation. I don't know how long it will take. Everything above needs to be handled while it does. Wei Hao looked at her steadily. Will he be all right? She thought about what she knew of the anchor chamber's structural specifications, the partial manifestation's estimated coherence rate, the sovereign forge hammer's design parameters, and Wei Liang's current cultivation energy level after the antechamber work. If Old Kong succeeds in disrupting the anchor, Wei Liang will have a brief communication window with the architect. That is more important than the fight. That's not what I asked. She held his gaze. He'll be all right. He always is. It's one of the more maddening things about him. She meant this honestly, which Wei Hao recognized. Get to work. He got to work. Shin Lihua watched him go, and then turned back to the shaft. She had designed the coordination list to be executed without her direct involvement. That had been a requirement she had imposed on herself in month 10 of the preparation, when she had understood that the most important operational risk was the scenario where she was occupied or unavailable and everything else needed to proceed correctly anyway. The list was designed for Wei Hao to execute, with the specific assignments calibrated to his strengths, speaking directly to people who were uncertain, managing handoffs between military and civilian authority, making quick judgment calls when the fallback procedures ran into the variables that no list could anticipate. She had trusted him with the list. He would execute it. She was certain. What remained for her was to wait. She was not practiced at waiting. She had spent 11 months building and preparing and filing and adjusting, and the part of the operation that was hers had now been executed. And what was happening below the shaft was Wei Liang's and Old Kang's and the architects, and she could not help it, and she could not change it, and she had to stay above and be ready for whatever came back up. She sat against the inner chamber's wall, which was still warm from the ritual array's residual energy, and she did the thing she always did when she was waiting for something she could not affect. She reviewed her preparation. Every decision in the filing, every word in the charter dissolution, every precedent she had cited and why, every fallback she had built. She found 3 places where she would do it differently next time, and noted them, and acknowledged that the preparation had been the best she was capable of in the time available, and filed this. Then she looked at the shaft and waited. Below, in the anchor chamber, Old Kong was approaching the central column at a pace that suggested he had made his peace with everything he needed to make his peace with, and was now proceeding with the specific calm that arrives after the last hesitation is put aside, focused, unhurried, committed to the step he was taking. Wei Liang watched him from the chamber's outer edge, the point where the manifestation's pressure distortion began, the edge of the thing that was not yet formed. He had been doing exactly what Old Kong had asked, keeping his rejection energy visible, his presence active, his attention directed at the manifestation's concentrated center. The manifestation processed him as the highest priority threat in the chamber and directed its coherence building toward countering his presence rather than consolidating around the column. 3 minutes was what Old Kong had said he needed. Wei Liang was giving him 3 minutes. 90 seconds in, he could feel the manifestation's increased urgency, the coherence rate climbing as Old Kong got closer to the column, the divine process running its priority calculations and deciding that the column was threatened and that the threat from Wei Liang was being accounted for and that it needed to accelerate. He stood firm. He let the system's rejection energy pulse at the manifestation's edge, creating a sustained high-priority distraction, and did not move closer and did not attack. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Old Kong raised the sovereign forge hammer. This is for the first demon sovereign, he said quietly. Whoever you were, you shouldn't have died alone. He struck. Chapter 107. The sound the hammer's impact produced did not belong to the mortal realm's acoustic register. Wei Liang heard it and simultaneously did not hear it. The way that sounds at certain frequencies aren't processed as sound, but as physical sensation, a pressure event that moved through stone and bone without stopping it either. He felt it in his back teeth. He felt it in the place behind his sternum where the system's core resided. Above them, through the sanctum's stone floors. He knew that everyone in the building felt it, and that everyone in the coalition's perimeter formation felt it, and that anyone within a kilometer of the sanctum's outer walls felt it in some register. The anchor column shattered. The crystallized fate energy that had been building in the central column for 3 days, accumulating the ritual's channeled life force, growing toward the density that would anchor a divine manifestation at full presence, dispersed in the 4 seconds following the hammer's impact. Not slowly, not dramatically. It dispersed the way things disperse when the structure holding them together ceases to exist, which is the most complete kind of dispersal. The partial manifestation, the pressure distortion that had been gathering coherence in the chamber's upper half, the fragment of the architect's authority that Meng Ruolin's 3/4 complete ritual had summoned, lost its anchor point and began to dissolve. The coherence that it had been building for hours came apart starting at the edges, the divine authority fragment returning to whatever state divine authority fragments occupied when they were not anchored to the mortal realm's substrate. This took 4 seconds. In those 4 seconds, Wei Liang moved. The architect's consciousness was accessible in the space where the manifestation had been, not the full entity, but a listening presence, the communication structure that the partially completed manifestation had been carrying. It would remain accessible for between 4 and 6 minutes after the anchor's destruction, long enough for the fragment's dispersal to fully complete. After that, the connection closed. He sat down cross-legged on the chamber floor, closed his eyes, and began. Old Kong was against the far wall, having been thrown there by the hammer's recoil. He lay still, the hammer in his hands. His eyes were open. He was breathing. Both of these facts registered in Wei Liang's awareness and were filed. The assessment was alive, down, not immediately critical. And then he put his attention fully into the communication that was available for the next 4 to 6 minutes. The architect's presence was not like speaking to a person. It was not like speaking to a divine entity in the celestial hierarchy's formal sense, with the weight and ceremony and power differential that such communications involved. It was like speaking to something very old and very precise that processed information with the thoroughness of a system designed for accuracy and the specific limitation of a system that had never been given the tools to question its own design parameters. Wei Liang presented evidence. Not arguments. Evidence first, the kind that couldn't be processed as opinion. The 17 people in the antechamber, their names, their sealing dates, their centuries of extraction. The administrative records Mao Guang had copied, documenting the decision logs where the Accord's leadership had acknowledged the cost and continued the cycle. The count of 43 chosen one designations across 4,000 years, 11 deaths, 9 preservations, 23 full consumptions. He read them out, one by one. He was precise about the numbers because the architect processed precision, and imprecision would allow the data to be treated as approximate rather than definitive. The architect's response, when it came, was not what Wei Liang had expected. It did not defend. It did not threaten. It processed the evidence with the thoroughness of something built for accuracy, and then it said, the cycle was designed to address cosmic chaos events. The original intent was a stewardship function. The first chosen one designated was willing. And the 42 after? A pause that lasted 3 seconds, a very long time for something that processed at its speed. The system's logic propagated. A willing first cycle created a precedent. The precedent was applied to subsequent cycles without review. The review mechanism was not incorporated into the design. Wei Liang filed this. You have monitoring data for cosmic chaos events. 14,000 years of data. The chaos events are real. The cycle's methods were wrong. The need was not fabricated. He had expected this possibility. He had prepared for it. Then we addressed the need differently. Without the cycle. Without designated individuals. Without consumption. He looked at the dispersing fragments of the manifestation above him, the remnant light that still filled the chamber's upper spaces. I'll bring you an alternative framework. Give me 6 months. The connection window was closing. He could feel it. The presence becoming thinner, the communication structure losing coherence as the manifestation's dispersal completed. The architect's final message came through with 4 seconds remaining. The cycle is paused pending further communication. This is not agreement. It is an acknowledgement that the argument has standing. Then the presence was gone. Wei Liang opened his eyes. The anchor chamber was quiet in the way that places are quiet after something very large has passed through them. The walls held the residual temperature of the dispersed manifestation, slightly warmer than they should have been, the stone having absorbed 3 days of accumulated divine energy. The anchor column's shattered remains were spread across the floor in fragments that ranged from boulder size to small enough to fit in a palm, all of them showing the complex internal inscription that had made the column what it was. The inscription was broken now. Dead text. Not active. Just stone with marks on it. The white light was fully gone. The chamber held only the light of the coal light lamp Wei Liang had brought, which was a small, ordinary light that illuminated approximately 2 meters of floor around itself. The architect's final words returned to him. Standing acknowledgement. He had argued with an ancient cosmic entity using evidence and logic and the precision of argument that comes from someone who has been building toward a point for 3 years and knows what they are saying and why. And the entity had said, the argument has standing. He weighed what had just happened. This was enough, though not a victory, not an agreement. Not a guarantee of anything except that the conversation would continue and the cycle would not restart in the next hour. But the conversation would continue on different terms than it had before. Terms that included the acknowledgement that the previous 4,000 years had been built on an error, and that the error's existence meant the solution required rethinking. He had been preparing for this conversation for a year. He had not known what the architect would say. What it had said was, I was wrong about the methods. The need was real. What he had said in response was, I believe you about the need. I will address the need differently. And the architect had said, the argument has standing. That was the beginning of a conversation that might eventually produce something better than the cycle. That was enough for today. At the far wall, Old Kong stirred. Old Kong, Wei Liang said. I heard, the blacksmith said from the floor. His voice was strained but present. Did it work? The cycle is paused. The architect will hear the alternative framework. That's not a win, Old Kong said. It's the beginning of one. Wei Liang crossed the chamber and crouched beside him, checking the damage. 2 broken ribs, a deep cultivation energy depletion from the hammer's recoil, a bruised shoulder where he had struck the wall. Serious, but not catastrophic. Don't move. The medical team will be here in 4 minutes. I can walk. You absolutely cannot walk. I could walk if I tried, Old Kong said. But he stayed where he was, which was the meaningful part. He looked at the shattered remains of the anchor column. 900 years, he said. I finally did something with them. You were doing something with them the whole time, Wei Liang said. Different kind of something. He was quiet. The first demon sovereign. I never knew their name. Mao Guang might find it in the archive records. Old Kong considered this. Ask him to look, he said. If there's a name to know, it should be known. Wei Liang made a note. He looked at Old Kong, 900 years old, 2 broken ribs, lying on the floor of a chamber that had served for 4 millennia as the anchor point for a divine cycle that had consumed 23 chosen ones and imprisoned 17 more. Having just shattered that anchor with a hammer, he built himself, still holding it. I meant what I said, Wei Liang said. The 900 years. The forge work. The weapons you made for the coalition, for me, for Yuzhan. Every piece of armor and every blade and every cultivation tool that gave someone in this coalition the capacity to survive when they otherwise wouldn't have. That was the 900 years. What you did here today was also the 900 years. They're not different. They're continuous. Old Kong looked at the shattered column for a long moment. You're going to make me say something sentimental, he said. You don't have to say anything. Good. He adjusted his grip on the hammer. I'm keeping this. The hammer. It struck what it was built to strike. A tool that accomplishes its purpose should be kept. He looked at Wei Liang. Also, it might be needed again. The cycle is paused, not ended. I know. Then I keep the hammer, Old Kong said, with the finality of a man who has made a reasonable point and considers the matter settled. Wei Liang made a note. The medical team was already descending the shaft, and behind them, through the system's extended awareness, something shifted in the architect's silence. Not a message, not a threat, but the quality of attention that a very old intelligence gives to a situation it has not yet categorized. Chapter 108. The aftermath produced, as Shun Lihua had predicted, an enormous amount of work. The Inner Sanctum's formal transfer to the Sovereign Compact's provisional authority began 40 minutes after the Anchor Chamber's events. Once Wei Liang had climbed back to the surface level and the medical team had stabilized the situation below. The transfer required documentation, witnessed by the Coalition's legal team and transmitted to the Outer Realm Court in real time. It required the Accord's administrative staff, those who had not fled, those who had been in the building performing their ordinary work when the operation began and had spent the morning watching events from office windows with the stunned stillness that comes from witnessing the thing that seemed permanent become not permanent, to be informed of their status and their rights under the provisional transfer. Fun Bao handled the administrative staff's notification with the same efficiency she had applied to Bai Qiong's recovery. She was 23 years old and had been a legal scholar for 2 years, and she approached institutional transition protocols the way she approached everything, with preparation, plain language, and a refusal to pretend that a difficult thing was simple. Those who had been sealed presented a different kind of immediate need. 17 people who had been sealed for between 100 and 3,000 years, now mobile, now aware, now in a building they had never been in or had been in so long ago that nothing they remembered about it matched anything they were seeing. Several were physically disoriented. The body, after extended soul seal preservation, needed time to re-establish its normal sensory calibration. 2 were fully functional immediately. 1 was not responsive in any conventional sense and required sustained medical attention. The remainder fell along a spectrum. Wei Hao was at the medical ward by the time Wei Liang arrived. He was sitting across from Lian Wei, the one Wei Liang had assessed as sharp, and who was proving that assessment correct in real time, asking careful questions about the current political structure and listening to the answers with the attention of someone who was simultaneously processing 400 years of missed history and evaluating what it meant for where she stood right now. Wei Liang sat at the ward's entrance and watched this without interrupting. Wei Hao was doing what needed doing. The capacity his brother had developed for speaking honestly to people who had experienced coercive systems was, right now, more valuable than anything Wei Liang could add. Crimson Sparrow arrived in the inner courtyard at midday, landing from 3 days of continuous communication relay work. She looked the way that Crimson Sparrow always looked after sustained long-range relay work, immaculate, because she was a Phoenix Crow hybrid and had standards, but with an air of deliberate patience that suggested she expected this to be acknowledged. She landed on the courtyard's highest point and folded her wings and waited. Old Kong, being transported through the courtyard on a stretcher he was objecting to with great specificity, caught sight of her and produced dried fish from somewhere in his coat. Crimson Sparrow descended to within arm's reach and took it with the dignity of someone doing the accepting party a favor. Recovering? Wei Liang asked Old Kong, falling into step beside the stretcher. Recovered, Old Kong said. The healers are being excessively thorough. You have 2 broken ribs. They were minor ribs. There are no minor ribs. I would argue that the rib's importance is relative to the context. In the context of what the hammer strike accomplished, they were minor. He adjusted his position on the stretcher with a grimace that undercut the argument. The forge is still in the demon capital. I need it moved before I can start the next project. The forge is being moved. I authorized it 2 weeks ago. Wei Liang studied the old man's face. You knew I would. I assessed it at high probability, Old Kong said, which was apparently something that Xianxia had started and that Old Kong had independently arrived at. What did the architect say? The full version. You gave me the summary. Wei Liang gave him the full version as they crossed the courtyard. The chaos events, the monitoring data, the cycle's origin in a single willing first participant, the propagation of the precedent without review, the 6-month window for an alternative framework. Old Kong listened without interrupting. When Wei Liang finished, he said, The chaos events are real. Yes. And the architect believes the cycle was the only solution. Believed. It's paused. It's listening. Wei Liang stopped walking and let the stretcher continue ahead. He looked at the courtyard around him, the coalition logistics, the documentation teams, the newly released survivors visible through the medical ward's entrance. The architect was built to solve a problem. It built the wrong solution. The problem still exists. That means we have to design a better solution in 6 months. Old Kong looked at him from the stretcher. Design it with the people who chose to be here, he said. The same way you did everything else. The same way he had done everything else. Wei Liang filed this as the design principle and went to find Xianxia. Before he found her, he stopped in the corridor outside the medical ward and looked in at the 17 people who had woken up today after decades and centuries and millennia of sealed sleep. The medical team was distributed across the ward's length, each healer paired with 1 freed individual, each conversation different in tone and pace and content, but the same in its essential structure. Slow, clear, honest, patient. One of the 17, the person who had been sealed for the longest, the 3,000-year seal, was being attended by the senior healer, a woman named Dai, one who had been practicing for 40 years and who had been briefed extensively on the specific challenges of long-term soul seal preservation. They were not talking. Dai was sitting beside the person whose name had not yet been established. The archival records gave a seal date, but the name had been removed from the Accord's records at some point in the intervening millennia and was simply present. Not demanding speech. Not demanding understanding. Present. Wei Liang held this thought for a moment. He thought about what it meant that he had built something capable of this. Not just the fight, not just the legal dissolution, but the medical ward, the trained healers, the careful briefing that Xianxia had written about how to speak to someone who had been sealed for a very long time. He thought about the specific sequence of decisions over 3 years that had produced this moment, not as his achievement, but as the collective achievement of everyone who had said yes to what he was building and then added their own piece to it. The best thing I have ever done, he thought. Might not be the things I did myself. It might be the conditions I created for other people to do things I would never have thought of. He filed this and went to find Xianxia. She was in the operations room the coalition had established in the Accord's administrative wing, surrounded by coordination documentation and looking like she had not slept in 33 hours and had no intention of starting. She had 3 parallel threads open on the Jade communication panel and was managing all of them without apparent difficulty. 6 months, he said, for the alternative framework. She looked up. I'll have the initial design parameters by tomorrow morning. I need the full architect communication log by tonight. You'll have it. She returned to the coordination threads. He started drafting the communication log on his way out. 6 months was not a long time to design, test, and prove an alternative to a 4,000-year-old system, and the architect's monitoring data showed the chaos events building faster than their initial projections had suggested. Chapter 109. On the third day in the inner sanctum, Crimson Sparrow ate 4 pieces of dried fish and declined to comment on whether she thought this was adequate. Old Kong, relocated to a courtyard chair with a healer assigned to him, and the specific misery of someone who is not permitted to work while recovering from an injury that they believe has been overstated, provided the fish from the coat pocket that seemed to contain an inexhaustible supply. Wei Liang found them together in the late afternoon, which was where he had expected to find them because Old Kong and Crimson Sparrow had developed over the past 3 years a working relationship based primarily on dried fish and mutual appreciation for efficiency. The healer says you're functional, Wei Liang said. The healer said I'm progressing toward functional, Old Kong corrected, which is not the same thing. The healer is managing expectations. I prefer directness. He shifted in the chair. The ribs are fine. The cultivation energy depletion requires time, and there is nothing to be done about that except wait, which is what I am doing. He looked at Crimson Sparrow. She's been flying for 3 days. I know. She'll rest when she decides to rest. She already rested. She slept for 6 hours last night. She's better at recovery than I am. He said this without bitterness, as a simple observation. What's the status on the architect communication log? You said you'd have it drafted by yesterday. It's drafted. Xianxia has it. And the alternative framework. In design, she has the initial parameters. We'll need the full council for the framework design sessions, you included, when the healer says you're at full function. 2 days, Old Kong said. 3 at the outside. Wei Liang sat on the courtyard's low wall across from him. The late afternoon light was good here, not the pale gold of the ritual's divine energy, which had faded completely in the 48 hours since the anchor chamber, but the ordinary warm light of an afternoon that was simply an afternoon. Wei Liang noticed this. He had gotten into the habit of noticing ordinary things because during the years when everything was urgent, the ordinary things had been the evidence that there was something worth the urgency. He noticed, specifically, the courtyard stone, worn smooth in the center path where 4,000 years of foot traffic had made it so, rough at the edges where less traffic meant the original texture was preserved. He noticed the 2 small trees at the courtyard's southern wall, which had been planted within the last century based on their size, which meant someone had planted them within a courtyard used primarily for celestial ceremony as a small, unannounced act of ordinary life. He noticed Old Kang's coat, which had survived the operation, the anchor chamber, the stretcher, and the healer's attention, and which still produced dried fish from its inner pocket as reliably as ever. He noticed these things and was glad for them. They were what made the work worth doing. Not the cosmic-level arguments and the legal frameworks and the institutional designs, but the stone worn smooth by feet, and the tree someone planted anyway, and the old man, with the inexhaustible fish supply, who had spent his 900th year doing the most useful thing he had ever done. Mao Guang found the first demon sovereign's name, he said. Old Kong let that sit. What was it? Shunrun. The records call him the Forge King. He was a blacksmith by training before the war that ended with him as the demon realm's first sovereign. Wei Liang paused, letting Old Kong absorb this. He died alone because the Celestial Accord's predecessors had systematically isolated anyone who might support him as a deterrent to the next person who might try to build what he built. Old Kong looked at the courtyard stone floor for a long moment. Shunrun, he said. Shunrun. The Forge King. He was quiet. That's a good name to know. Crimson Sparrow made a sound that was not quite speech and shifted on the courtyard's upper railing to face Old Kong more directly. She agrees, Wei Liang said. She always has good taste. They sat in the courtyard until the light shifted to evening, and Wei Liang let himself be still for an hour because Xianxia had told him very specifically that he was going to burn through his own capacity if he didn't take regular breaks, and he had decided that this advice was accurate and that he needed to learn to follow accurate advice even when the situation still felt urgent. The situation was still urgent. The 6-month deadline was real. The chaos events in the outer realms were real. The parliament's first session was in 3 weeks. But the afternoon light was also real, and the courtyard was real, and Old Kong and Crimson Sparrow arguing by implication about fish portions was real, and those things were worth being present for. He filed this as a discovery he had made late and intended to keep. The evening light shifted toward gold, natural gold, the kind the sun produced, not the pale gold of the Accord's divine inscriptions that had colored every surface of the sanctum's interior for the past 3 days. The difference was noticeable, and Wei Liang noticed it. He had spent enough time around divine light sources to understand the specific quality that made them feel wrong, not their brightness, but their consistency. Natural light moved. It shifted. It responded to what it was passing through. Divine light held steady, always steady, because it was produced by a fixed authority rather than a living thing. The sun set behind the sanctum's western wall, and the courtyard dimmed gradually, which was correct. Old Kong, watching the light change, said, 900 years ago, when I was young, I thought the constancy of divine light was its best quality. I thought things that didn't change were more trustworthy than things that did. What changed? Wei Liang asked. Everything, Old Kong said. Everything always changes. The things that resist it the longest break the hardest when they finally do. He looked at the evening sky. The light that moves is the one that's alive. I just didn't know that at 30. Crimson Sparrow made a soft sound and folded herself more tightly, settling in for the evening. Wei Liang stayed in the courtyard until the stars were visible and then went to check on the medical ward one more time before returning to his working quarters. The person without a name was asleep. Daiwan was still there, sitting in the chair beside the bed. Not sleeping. Present. Wei Liang stood at the ward's doorway and did not interrupt this, and went back to his quarters with the understanding that the compact's first, most important work was happening right now in that room, in the quality of presence that one person was offering to another without being asked. But tomorrow, the architect's 6-month deadline would be 1 day shorter, and Bai Qiong had mentioned at dinner that the heaven's silence was beginning to feel less like processing and more like something else, something she couldn't name yet, which was the kind of observation that deserved careful attention. Chapter 110 Bai Qiong's testimony submission came on the 7th day, and it was, Wei Liang learned from Shun Lihua's assessment the following afternoon, the most consequential document in the entire evidence package. Not the longest. Mao Guang's administrative archive, fully cataloged and formatted, was 200 times longer. Not the most technically precise. Shun Lihua's legal argument was more precisely constructed. Bai Qiong's testimony was the most consequential because it answered the question that every neutral kingdom, every unaligned outer realm territory, and every member of the outer realm court's full panel needed answered before they could commit to treating the Accord's dissolution as permanent rather than provisional. Was this done to the Accord by an outside force? Or did the Accord's own internal reality support what the evidence claimed? It was the testimony of a senior official who had served the institution from the inside, who had seen its mechanisms from the position of genuine authority, who held no grudge against the institution that couldn't be outweighed by a single fact. The evidence was accurate, and she would not allow the record to be false. She described the soul seals with the precision of a first-hand witness who had seen them during a sanctum inspection 3 years prior and had been told they were ceremonial. She described the internal complaint process she had used and its outcome, logged, reviewed, dismissed in 4 hours. She described the specific moment she had understood the difference between a system that addresses dissent and a system that manages it. She described the supreme heavenly sanctions deployment, her own refusal to follow the follow-up strike order, and the reasoning behind that refusal, not because she had changed sides, but because the action had become something the heavens she served would not have sanctioned if they had understood what the Accord was. The testimony ran 63 pages. It contained nothing Wei Liang had told her to include. It was entirely her own account. He read it in his working quarters on the evening of the 7th day, alone, because he had asked for an hour without operational demands, and the people around him had provided it without explanation. He held the weight of what it meant that someone who had opposed him for 3 years, who had commanded the heavenly punishers against his coalition, who had fought him personally at the capital's approach, who had spent months trying to find the angle by which the Accord's position could be salvaged, had produced this document without being asked for it, and without conditions attached. What struck him was the specific quality of conviction that it took to do that. Not courage in the martial sense, which was the quality he had seen from Bai Qiong consistently and respected without being surprised by. Something more uncomfortable. The willingness to testify against something you had genuinely believed in, that you had built your life around, that had been the organizing principle of 3 centuries of existence, and to do it without flinching, without asking for credit. without positioning the testimony as a redemption narrative for yourself. Just the plain statement of what had been true, in the most useful possible form, offered to the record because the record needed it. He had encountered this quality in a few people in his life. Old Kong had it. Mao Guang had it. Shen Lihua had it in a different key. Bai Qiong had arrived at it through an entirely different path, by an entirely different mechanism, which meant it wasn't something you could get one way. You could arrive there from anywhere. The common feature was a willingness to let accuracy be more important than self-preservation. He found that genuinely impressive. He had said so, once directly. That was more than he usually managed with this kind of thing, and he did not berate himself for not saying it more, because he had also spent 3 years on the other side of a war with her, and some things took time to become real. Bai Qiong was in the eastern courtyard the next morning, sitting in the stillness she used as a default mode and doing nothing visible, which for someone who had spent 3 centuries in constant operational activity was itself a significant adjustment. Wei Liang sat across from her. "The heavens still haven't summoned you back," he said. "No." Her expression carried the neutral assessment that was her default mode, which means they're processing what happened, not deciding. Processing. The divine hierarchy doesn't move quickly when its foundational assumptions have been challenged. How long? For the processing? Months. For a formal response? Possibly years. She paused. The heavens have been in relationship with the Accord's authority structure since the Accord's founding. Structures that old don't resolve quickly even when one party has been misled about the relationship's foundation. Does that concern you? She considered this with the specificity she brought to all direct questions, having established early in the post-operation period that honesty was the only policy she intended to maintain. It concerns me that I am currently the heaven's most informed representative in the mortal realm, and that I am in the position of having actively worked against the institution I was sent to serve. What the heavens will make of that, I cannot fully predict. She looked at him. It does not concern me that I did it. The testimony was accurate. The accuracy mattered more than the institution's preferences. The court's adjudicator filed a preliminary commendation for the testimony, Wei Liang said, for the forensic quality. She made the expression that served, for her, as recognition of an unexpected observation. A commendation. He said it was the most thoroughly sourced personal testimony he had received in 40 years of court service. "I have standards," she said. "The institution being wrong doesn't change my standards." A pause opened between them. The divine liaison appointment. Wei Liang, when the parliament confirms it, if it confirms it, I will be in a position with defined authority and defined limits, reporting to a mortal government structure for the first time in my existence. "Yes, I find that structurally interesting," she said. "Accountability mechanisms I didn't design, applied to me by people I used to oversee. It will require adjustment. It will. I'll manage it." Her expression held something that was not warmth, but was no longer purely adversarial. The look of someone who has decided that a person they fundamentally disagree with about multiple things is nevertheless worth engaging with seriously. You planned for the divine liaison position from the beginning. You knew you would offer it before the operation concluded. I planned for the possibility. I didn't know you'd accept. I didn't know I would either. She turned back to the courtyard center. The testimony was what I owed to the truth. The liaison position is what I owe to the next 4,000 years being better than the last 4,000. She paused. I will be making this clear to the parliament in my confirmation testimony. I'd expect nothing less, he said. They sat in the courtyard until the morning's administrative work demanded his attention, and neither of them called it anything other than what it was, which was 2 people who had spent 3 years fighting each other finding out, slowly and with appropriate caution, what they were to each other now that the fight was over. Before he left, she said, "The reports I've been writing. The internal documentation about the Accord's mechanics. Mao Guang reformatted my testimony yesterday. He mentioned that he was building a comprehensive institutional history of the Accord for the archive. He is," Wei Liang said. "The reports would be useful to him. They cover operational details that the administrative records don't. The administrative records document decisions. My reports document how the decisions were implemented and what the implementation looked like from the inside. You're offering them to the archive. I'm saying they would be useful," she said. "Whether they belong in the archive is Mao Guang's assessment to make. I'll tell him." Mao Guang, when informed that afternoon, said, "Of course they belong in the archive. Tell her the formatting standards and she'll apply them herself. I will not insult her by having someone else do it." He paused. "Also tell her, this is going into the permanent record. The compact's institutional history. 4,000 years from now, what she wrote will be in the archive." Wei Liang relayed this. Bai Qiong considered this. Then she said, "I'll apply the formatting standards tonight," and went back to her desk. Chapter 1:11 The architect's counteroffer arrived on the 12th day through the system's communication interface, and Wei Liang read it 3 times before bringing it to the full council. The first reading was for content. The second was for implications. The third was for the underlying architecture of the argument the architect had constructed, the way it had studied Wei Liang's stated objections, the 3 years of his choices, and his reasoning, and designed an offer that addressed those objections with genuine precision rather than surface-level accommodation. The offer: Wei Liang would become the cycle's new architect, not the chosen one, the designer. Full access to the framework, full authority over the designation process, the ability to incorporate consent requirements, exit options, appeal mechanisms, every reform he had argued for, built into the cycle's foundation. The architect would provide the cosmic-level infrastructure and authority. Wei Liang would provide the governance. He brought Yu Zhen and Shun Lihua into his working quarters and set the communication down between them. Yu Zhen read it in 40 seconds and looked at him. "It wants you to become it," she said. "Not become it. Work within its structure." "There is a distinction." "Is there?" "Practically, yes. The design decisions would be mine. Conceptually, no. The framework would remain the architect's creation. My authority would exist within that framework, and the framework would define the limits of my authority regardless of what I built inside it." He looked at the communication. "It's the most significant position in the cosmic order. The ability to shape every future designation, to make sure no one is ever consumed. Every single objection I've raised about the cycle addressed." Shunliwa looked at him. And the framework is still coercive at its foundation. The cycle runs on the premise that some problems require designated individuals, that the solution to a cosmic scale challenge is to identify a person and assign them the responsibility. My consent requirements would protect the people designated. They would not change what the designation is. He stood and moved to the window. Outside, the courtyard was active with the coalition's logistics work. Management from the top is the cycle's founding problem. Replacing the cycle with myself doing the same function more kindly doesn't solve the founding problem. "You could change it from within," Shunlihua said. She wasn't advocating for it. She was presenting the argument at its strongest, so he would refute it clearly rather than vaguely. The structure shapes what's inside it faster than what's inside shapes the structure. Every person who has entered a coercive system with the intent to reform it from within has encountered this. The system changes them first, and the changes happen in ways they can't see clearly because their vantage point is inside the system looking outward. He turned back. "In 50 years, if I take this position, there will be someone doing to me what I have been doing to the Accord. That person will be right. I don't want to be the thing that needs dismantling." Yu Zhen said, "You're refusing the most powerful position in the cosmos." "Yes. Again, this is the second time. The first was coerced. This one is freely chosen, which makes the refusal more complete in the system's terms." He looked at her. "Do you think I should take it?" She held the question for 3 seconds. Not reflexively. She was actually assessing it, which was the only kind of assessment she did. "No," she said. "I think you'd build good things at enormous personal cost. I think in 40 years you'd be someone who had forgotten what you were refusing and why, because the framework would have normalized the things that were wrong with it. I think the next Wei Liang would be fighting you." A pause. "I don't want to be fighting you in 40 years. "Good. Then I refuse this one too." He drafted the refusal through the system's interface, precise and fully documented, with the complete argument, what he had refused and why, what he was offering instead, and the 6-month timeline for the alternative framework. He sent it. The architect's response came in 6 minutes. Counter-proposal rejected. The problem remains. The cycle remains paused pending an alternative framework. The deadline for the alternative framework's proposal is 6 months from this communication. 6 months. Wei Liang read the date notation twice. 6 months, Shunlihua said, is workable. We need the first parliament session to authorize the voluntary core formation before we can present a framework with practical backing. The parliament session is in 11 days. Then we work backward from there, he said. What do you need from me before the session? She had already opened her notes. 3 things, she said, and she began. The 3 things. He needed to prepare a formal address for the Parliament's opening session that explained the Compact's founding premise in terms that representatives from all 3 major blocs could hear without feeling excluded or managed. He needed to arrange a pre-session meeting with Su Tian's Neutral Kingdom bloc specifically, because that bloc had been the coalition's most important political support and deserved a private briefing on the Compact structure before the public session made everything official. And he needed to review the constitutional framework succession clause, because she had written it 3 months ago, and he had not read it yet, and he should know what it said before he was in a position where it applied. Wei Liang reached item 3 and stopped. Shengan, he said. The succession clause applies to any founding imperial transition, she said. Shengan's succession document was always going to arrive within the next 6 months. The clause ensures that the transition is handled through the constitutional framework rather than through informal agreement. She met his eyes. I wrote it precisely, and I wrote it carefully. But you should read it. He read it that evening. It was, as she had said, precise and careful. It was also, in its structure and its specific language about what it meant for an emperor to serve the compact rather than govern it, clearly written by someone who understood Wei Liang very well and had built those values into the document's foundation rather than leaving them as aspirational language. He made a note to tell her this. The pre-session meeting with Su Tian's bloc went well. Su Tian had spent the past 3 months leading the Neutral Kingdom alliance through the Accord's dissolution, the provisional stay, and the recognition application, and he had done it with the competence of a leader who had made an early calculation. That backing Wei Liang's cause required matching its precision, and had never deviated from that calculation. He asked 6 specific questions in the briefing, each one covering a potential vulnerability in the constitutional framework's application to his member kingdoms. Wei Liang answered 5 of them directly. The 6th he had to say, Shen Lihua has a draft provision for this specific contingency. I'll send it to you before the session. I'll have comments on it by morning, Su Tian said. I expect you will, Wei Liang said. The formal address he prepared over 2 days, wrote out once, and then set aside entirely and replaced with his own plain reading of the core clauses. His prepared address had been good. The plain reading was better, and he had learned by now to trust that assessment. But the fact that the session was in 9 days and the architect's deadline was in 6 months meant there was no room for anything except the correct version. Because if the parliament session failed, the framework failed, and if the framework failed, the cycle would restart, and the architect had made no promises about what it would look like the second time. Chapter 112 The Eternal Return Protocol activated on the 14th day, and Wei Liang received a Class 5 alert from the system at 9:14 in the morning while reviewing the parliament session's draft agenda. Class 5 signals were reserved for existential-level inputs. He had received 3 in the past 3 years. Each time had been significant. This one was the most significant. He read the alert in its entirety before calling anyone. The protocol, the architect's foundational override function, accessible only when the cycle's disruption exceeded the architect's stability threshold. Its function, reset the underlying reality substrate to a point before the disruption. Erase the dissolution. Erase the evidence. Erase every change made to the cosmic order since the threshold crossing. Begin again with amplified constraints. The protocol's current activation progress, 14% and climbing. At the current rate, 6 to 7 hours to completion. After completion, none of this had happened. He sent the full coalition alert and started thinking. The fallen hero system was built to absorb rejected destiny. This protocol was, by the system's design logic, the most complete act of imposed destiny that had ever been attempted. It was not a prophecy or a compulsory designation. It was reality itself being scripted. If the system could process that input as an act of cosmic scale rejection, the protocol's energy would become the system's largest single input ever recorded. But he needed to hold the connection open. Yu Jun arrived first, 40 seconds after the alert. She read the alert's display in 8 seconds and looked at him. How long? 6 to 7 hours at current rate. The system can theoretically process the protocol's energy, but only if I hold the channel open with enough adjacent rejection energy to sustain the input load. I can't do that alone at my current cultivation level after the past 3 days. She was quiet for 2 seconds. You need all of us. Each person in this room needs to perform a specific act of rejected destiny simultaneously. The system's adjacent input channels run off genuine rejection, not techniques, but choices. Things you were shaped to do that you're choosing not to do. He met her eyes. The order I need from you is the one you've already anticipated and are ready to object to. She was quiet for a moment. Stand down the Legion. Stand down the Legion. Full defensive posture. For the duration. That leaves us entirely vulnerable if the architect escalates during the operation. Yes. She held it. The tactical assessment ran in her eyes. The scenarios, the probabilities, the outcomes. She had run these calculations faster than most people could name them for 13 years. If this fails and the protocol completes, none of it matters anyway. If it succeeds, the vulnerability window closes when the protocol is neutralized. She opened the command channel. Legion, stand down. Flat voice. No hesitation once the decision was made. Wei Hao arrived 30 seconds later, Shen Lihua 20 seconds after that, Mao Guang last with the notebook already open. Wei Liang explained in 4 minutes. The system's parameters, the protocol's mechanism, the simultaneous input requirement, what each person's specific act of rejection needed to be. Wei Hao drafted his document without pause. The formal metaphysical rejection of the chosen one designation, addressed to the cosmic substrate rather than to any institutional record. It was not long. It was precise. He signed it with his cultivation seal, and it went into the system's communication channel, where it registered as the most complete rejection statement a former chosen one had ever made. Xianxia filed the legal challenge. The document she had built into the stay application 9 months ago, the one on page 914, the clause that covered exactly this contingency. An emergency challenge to the architect's authority to execute the protocol while the Accord's dissolution was under active adjudication. She had prepared for this because she had understood, from month 4 of the preparation, that the architect's failsafe would be the last tool it reached for, and that it would reach for it. Mao Guang published the archive. All 4,000 years of copied Accord operational records, released simultaneously to every court repository and every neutral kingdom archive with open access. If the protocol was going to erase these records, it would need to erase the knowledge of every person currently reading them. That was a larger erasure than the protocol had been designed to manage. Wei Liang centered himself in the middle of his working quarters with the system's channel fully open. He could feel the 4 input streams joining the system's processing. The Legion stand down, Wei Hao's metaphysical rejection, Xianxia's legal challenge, Mao Guang's publication. All of them feeding into the same system that had been running on his own rejected destiny for 3 years, now drawing from every genuine act of refusal in the room simultaneously. The Eternal Return Protocol reached 32%. The system began processing. Wei Liang, at the center of the working quarters with the channel fully open, had enough awareness left to know what was happening at the edges of the room. Yuzhan had not moved from her standing position near the door. She was watching the cultivation energy display on the wall, the system's real-time processing load, which was climbing in a way that the display had not been designed to chart because it had no visual notation for the values it was reaching. She watched it with the flat, complete attention she gave to anything that was too important to watch casually. Wei Hao had remained in the room after submitting his metaphysical rejection. He stood at the window, looking at nothing visible, which was his particular expression of the state he was in when he was doing something internally that required all of him. He had written the rejection statement without pausing, but Wei Liang understood that writing it had not been simple. Because the metaphysical rejection was not a public gesture or a political act. It was a statement to the fabric of existence itself, addressed to the layer of reality that the architect's communication structures ran on, saying, I was designated. I did not consent. I reject the designation to its root. From the person who had been shaped for years to be the chosen one, directed at the system that had shaped him, with his cultivation seal on it, so the cosmos knew it was genuine. That statement had its own weight. Wei Hao was carrying it. Xianxia, at the other desk in the room, was tracking the legal challenge's transmission through the Outer Realm Court's emergency channel, noting the timestamps, building the documentation of the filing sequence in real time so that the record of what had happened would be complete regardless of outcome. She worked with the same focused efficiency she brought to everything, which Wei Liang had once described to Old Kong as the specific quality of someone who is never not useful. Mao Guang, in the adjacent room, had his notebook closed. The archive was published. There was nothing more to write. He sat in the chair he had moved there specifically for this hour and waited, which was something he almost never did. The protocol reached 41%. The system began processing. Chapter 113. The system's processing was not visible from outside Wei Liang's awareness, but inside it was the most complete experience he had ever had of what the fallen hero system actually was. He had understood the system's design intellectually since the first days at Qi's stirring rank, when the system notification had explained the core mechanic. Rejected destiny generates power. Every time he defied a heavenly decree, denied a prophecy, dismantled an unjust divine order, the system absorbed the collapsed fate energy. The more heaven insisted on his role, the stronger his refusal made him. He had understood this, worked with it, built his cultivation on it for 3 years. What he had not understood until this moment was the system's depth. The protocol was not just the architect's override function. It was the architect's foundational assumption made concrete, that reality was a script with a correct version, and that deviations from the correct version could be corrected by returning to the last stable checkpoint. The protocol embodied the premise that there was a right path for reality, and that it was the architects to define and the cycles to enforce. The fallen hero system processed this premise as rejected destiny, not the protocol's energy alone. Though that was enormous, larger than anything Wei Liang had individually generated in 3 years of Defiance. The system processed the premise itself, the assumption that underlay the protocol, the foundational cosmic belief that some entity had the authority and the right to decide what the correct version of reality was and to enforce it by erasure. Wei Liang felt the system absorb it. He felt it the way he felt all cultivation advances, in the meridians first, then the core, then outward through every part of his cultivation base. But this was not an advance in the usual sense. It was the system reaching a new understanding of its own capacity, a recognition that it had been built for exactly this moment without the original architect ever knowing it, and that the original architect's intentions didn't define the tool's ultimate purpose. The protocol's progress, at 37% when the system's processing began, at 41 when the first simultaneous inputs from the others joined the channel, at 58 when the processing hit full throughput. At 61, the progress stalled. Wei Liang held the channel. Every technique he had, Fate Fracture Strike, Sovereignty Breach, Empire's Refusal, the dark gold energy that 3 years of rejection had built into his core, ran simultaneously as conduits, funneling the input into the system's processing mechanism rather than deploying outward as weapons. He was not fighting the protocol. He was feeding the system with it. At 74%, the progress reversed. The protocol's activation walked backward. 68, 52, 39, 21, 7, 0. The system's response appeared in its parameter display in the flat, precise language of a system that had just processed the single largest input in its operational history and was characterizing the result. No news cycles. No returns. The path of the fallen leads forward or nowhere. Wei Liang sat down on the floor of his working quarters. He was at 12% of functional cultivation energy. He was not unconscious, not injured in the conventional sense, but running on a reserve that would take days to replenish and that would make him genuinely vulnerable for the next several hours. He was aware of this and found it an acceptable trait. Yuzhen was already in the room. She had not moved from her position during the entire operation. She looked at his cultivation energy display, ran the assessment in 2 seconds, and made the decision that this was not a moment for commentary. She produced, from somewhere, he was not going to ask from where, the materials for tea. He drank the tea. The protocol? Wei Hao asked. Gone, Wei Liang said. Not blocked. Deleted. The system absorbed the mechanism and doesn't return it. He looked at the parameter display. The architect no longer has a reset function. Whatever it does next, it cannot erase this. The room held the silence for a moment. Mao Guang, from the doorway, notebook open, said, "This means the architect has to negotiate in good faith. It has no unilateral options remaining. Every communication it initiates now is a genuine communication, not a pre-negotiation stalling tactic before the real option." Yes, Wei Liang said. That is, Mao Guang said, making a note, historically significant. It is. Wei Liang wrapped both hands around the tea. We have 6 months, a parliament session in 9 days, and an alternative framework to design. We also need to deal with the 3 chaos events the architect's monitoring data shows building in the outer realms. He paused. After I rest. Yuzhen poured more tea without comment. You need to eat, she said. After the tea. With the tea, she said. She had apparently planned for both contingencies and had food already ready, which was either very good operations planning or the specific kind of attention that didn't have a name except the one she had never called it. He ate. He rested. The work was still there when he was ready for it. He slept for 6 hours, which was an accomplishment by recent standards. When he woke, his cultivation energy had recovered to 38%, which was an improvement, but not adequate. He ate again, which was the advice the system's internal monitoring gave him when he was at reduced function, and then worked through the morning's communications from the operations room while the energy continued recovering. The morning's communications, Mao Guang's archive cataloging was 30% complete. Fun Bao had sent a detailed report on the Accord's administrative staff transition. 14 of 38 staff had chosen to continue in administrative roles under the Compact's provisional authority, 12 had requested discharge, and 12 had not yet decided. She had given them 3 days. She had handled a contentious question from the most senior administrator, a man named Sheng Dao who had spent 30 years in the Accord's records division. With the same plain language approach she applied to everything, and the question had been resolved in the man's favor because the Compact's provisional framework was more generous to former Accord employees than anything Sheng Dao had expected. Wei Liang read Fun Bao's report twice. She was 23 years old, and she was better at institutional transition work than most people twice her age. He made a note to ensure she was given the resources she needed. Wei Hao's report arrived mid-morning. The freed elder's medical status. The Lianwei conversation summary. 3 specific needs that Wei Hao had identified that were not on the coordination list and that he had addressed on his own authority because waiting for guidance would have taken too long. The 3 things he had done were correct. Wei Liang noted this and filed it under. People who make good decisions without needing to be told to. The parliament session was in 9 days. The framework design sessions needed to start tomorrow. The chaos events in the Outer Realms had 18-month timelines, and no one was working on them yet. He made a prioritized list, determined that everything on it could wait 1 more hour, and went back to sleep. But as he did, the system logged a low-level alert. The protocol's deletion had changed something in the architect's communication structure, and the new channel was showing activity patterns that didn't match any prior communication sequence. Whatever the architect was thinking about, it was thinking about it differently than before. Chapter 114. The first open parliament of the Sovereign Compact convened on the 68th day following the Inner Sanctum's fall, in the largest chamber of the former Accord's administrative center, with 43 delegations present and a procedural framework that Shun Lihua had drafted over 3 weeks with input from every representative bloc she had been able to reach in advance. The work of reaching them had been, in its own way, as demanding as the legal dissolution filing. Human kingdom delegations whose recent alliance had been built on specific promises required specific reassurances about how those promises translated into the constitutional framework. Former Accord territory delegations required honest acknowledgement that the transition would be difficult and that the compact support structures were being designed for the difficulty rather than pretending it didn't exist. Demon Clan delegations required clarity on how their traditional institutional structures would interface with the new constitutional order, which was a question Yu Zhen had more standing to answer than Wei Liang did, in which she answered with her characteristic combination of precision and zero sentiment. The freed Chosen Ones delegation, 11 people, led by Lian Wei, who had been preparing since the 3rd week of her recovery with the focused discipline of someone who understood that this moment was the most important political event in 400 years of missed history and that she intended to be present in it. Wei Liang called the session to order. "This is not a ceremony," he said. "The constitutional framework before you defines what the Sovereign Compact is, who has authority within it, and how that authority is constrained and reviewed. You have the draft. You have the amendment submissions. We work through them." He paused. The first procedural question is agenda organization. The session voted to reorganize the agenda. The process took 40 minutes and produced an order that 3 different blocks were each unhappy with in different ways. Shun Lihua, at his right shoulder, noted this in her documentation. When Wei Liang caught her eye, she said quietly, "It means no single block got their preference. That is exactly what a functional deliberative body looks like in its first session." He thought about this for a moment. Then he moved to the first item. The amendment debates were real in a way that Wei Liang had not been fully prepared for, though he had been prepared for them to be difficult. He had spent 3 years building a coalition, which was a process of managing shared purpose across people with different motivations, different histories, and different conceptions of what the goal was. A parliament was different. A parliament was a process of managing genuine disagreement across people who had no shared commander and no crisis to override their differences. It was noisier, slower, more exhausting, and more important. Amendment 7 was the central fight. 3 human kingdom delegations wanted tiered legal standing based on cultivation rank. The argument was familiar to them from centuries of territorial governance. Differentiation by capacity was rational. It reflected real differences in cultivation ability. It was not prejudice, but measurement. They presented this with genuine belief in its reasonableness. Lian Wei had been waiting for it. She spoke for 6 minutes. She described tiered standing systems across the 400 years of history she had spent the last 3 months reconstructing. Every major civilization that had used cultivation rank as the basis for legal differentiation and what the differentiation had produced at scale. The creation of permanent underclasses whose legal standing could be revoked as a control mechanism. The slow expansion of that mechanism as institutions sought stability through enforced hierarchy. The specific ways in which the lowest legal tiers members had been used, generation by generation, to absorb costs that the upper tiers wanted absorbed by someone else. She did not raise her voice. She did not appeal to emotion. She presented a historical pattern with flat, documented clarity. The Accord ran on tiered standing for 4,000 years, she said. I know what it produces at scale because I spent 4 centuries being processed by what it produced. I am asking the 3 delegations proposing this amendment to consider what the system looks like from the underside of its tiers. And then I am asking them to consider whether the new order they've chosen to be part of should use the same foundation as the old one. The 3 delegations tabled the amendment. Wei Liang watched this happen and noted the specific quality of what Lin Wei had done. She had not defeated the amendment through force or political maneuvering. She had changed its proposer's understanding of it. The tabling was genuine. They needed time to reconsider their foundational assumption, and they had been honest about needing that time. This was what a parliament was for. He kept the session running until the 14th hour, because the work was there and needed doing, and the delegations were present and capable of doing it. By the close, Amendment 7 was tabled, 12 others had been debated, and 7 incorporated, and the constitutional framework's core structure had passed 41-2. After the chamber cleared, Wei Liang sat at the session chair for 10 minutes. Shingan's face surfaced in his mind. Shingan's note on the operations table, waiting for him in the demon capital, not yet arrived, but inevitable. The voluntary core framework and the 6-month deadline and the chaos events building in the outer realms and the parliament's second session that would need to be scheduled. The 43 delegations that had just spent 14 hours arguing in the same room and had built something at the end of it, imperfect and contested and more durable than anything built without friction. The accord had operated for 4,000 years by removing friction. The result had been 4,000 years of clean institutional output and 17 people sealed in alcoves and 23 more consumed entirely, and the same chosen one cycle running on the same logic without a single review mechanism, because review mechanisms introduced friction and friction was considered a flaw. He thought about the 2 dissenting votes on the constitutional framework, not against the compact, but against specific provisions, for specific reasons, documented in the public record. He thought about what it meant that those 2 dissenting votes were in the record, visible to anyone who wanted to read the session's transcript, evidence that the parliament had not been unanimous about everything, that some people had looked at specific choices and said, this part needs to be better. That was the friction working. That was the parliament being what it was supposed to be. Somewhere in the outer realms was a girl, 5 years old, being shaped by the architect's narrative, who did not yet exist as a problem, but who was already a person, already in the world, already experiencing things that would become the material of her future understanding. The compact's delegation would reach her. She would have access to 2 narratives and the capacity to ask questions neither of them had given her. That capacity was the thing Wei Liang had been building toward for 3 years without being able to name it. The capacity to choose. Then he went to find food, because 14 hours without it was its own category of problem, and he was not effective at cosmic-level institutional design when his blood had nothing to run on. And tomorrow, Shingan's succession document would arrive, and the day after that, he would need to be emperor in a way he had been refusing to be, and the day after that, the parliament's second session would begin, and none of it could wait for him to be ready. Chapter 115 Shingan's formal succession document arrived in the demon capital on the morning after the parliament's first session, carried by the courier network Shingan had established 3 months ago when the health report started, and he had begun making arrangements with the thoroughness of someone who understood what arrangements needed to be made. Wei Liang received it in his working quarters at the sanctum. He read the succession document first, formal, legal, comprehensive. Every relevant transfer of authority properly documented, witnessed, and filed with the Demon Realm's administrative network. Shingan had handled the mechanics with his characteristic precision, because he had understood that a succession that created institutional uncertainty would undermine everything that the transition was supposed to support. The document was clean. The note was handwritten, on paper that was Shingan's own, a specific weight and texture that Wei Liang recognized from 3 years of correspondence, the kind Shingan used for things that weren't official. He read it twice. Then he went to the small room off the main operations hall and sat with it for 15 minutes. The note was Shingan in concentrated form. The observation that the past 4 years had been more interesting than the preceding ones, and that Wei Liang was the reason for this, stated without sentiment, but without pretending the sentiment wasn't there. The philosophical observation about the throne fitting him differently over time, that it had felt too large at the beginning and had fit better later, which was the opposite of how clothing worked and therefore philosophically interesting. The specific instruction, be emperor in the way that Wei Liang had been refusing to be emperor, because that way and the correct way were more compatible than Wei Liang currently believed. At the bottom, smaller, you'll outlive the title. Make sure you like who you are when the title falls away. Wei Liang sat with it for 15 minutes. He was aware that 15 minutes was not adequate to the weight of what Shingan had been to this project, to this coalition, to what had been built. He was also aware that Shingan would have considered excessive mourning an inefficient use of time, and that the most appropriate acknowledgement was to do what the note instructed. The note's specific phrasing stayed with him. Shingan had written it not as a final testament, but as instructions from one pragmatist to another, and the instructions were, be the emperor in the way you've been refusing to be emperor. The framing was Shungan's specific humor. He had understood that Wei Liang's resistance to the title was not a resistance to the responsibility, but a resistance to the version of the responsibility that the title implied. The version that meant sitting on a throne with power accumulating around you while other people move the world. Wei Liang had been refusing that emperor and building a different one, and Shungan had watched this happen for 4 years and had decided that the different one was what the demon realm had needed all along, and that Wei Liang needed to be told so explicitly, because Wei Liang was not good at accepting things that felt like praise. He sat with this. He was not good at accepting praise. He accepted this as a fact about himself that he should probably work on. He filed it for later and read the note's last line one more time. You'll outlive the title. Make sure you like who you are when the title falls away. He thought about who he was when the title was not present. He thought about this for 3 of the 15 minutes and found that the person was more present than he had expected, that the 3 years of building and refusing and fighting had produced someone he recognized and mostly agreed with, which was itself a kind of answer to Shungan's instruction. He went back to work. Yu Zhen was in the main operations hall when he emerged. She had already seen the succession document. The courier network had been copied to the demon capital's command structure as a matter of procedure. She wore the expression she reserved for things she had understood before he needed to explain them. She sat across from him at the operations table. You're going to accept it, she said. He made me promise while he was still alive, Wei Liang said. He made you promise before you thought he'd need the promise honored. That's when promises mean the most. She paused. He understood you better than you gave him credit for. He understood everyone better than they gave him credit for. He just didn't make a show of it. Wei Liang pushed the succession document to the table's center. I don't want to be emperor. I know. That's why he gave it to you, she said. The same words she had used the last time, and the time before that, because the logic remained accurate and repetition was not the same thing as insufficient thought. She watched him absorb it. Not the logic, which he understood, but the emotional reality of a gift that came with grief attached to it. The parliament will need to confirm the transition, he said after a moment. The constitution has a succession clause. Shen Lihua wrote it 3 months ago, Yu Zhen said. She didn't tell you because you would have started refusing early. She was right, he said. He picked up the pen on the operations table and signed the succession document. No dramatic moment. No ceremony. Just the work of acknowledging what was real. First item for the next parliament session, constitutional transition procedures. Second item, the voluntary core framework draft. In that order, Yu Zhen confirmed. The transition has to be visible and procedurally clean before the framework discussion. Otherwise, the framework discussion gets interpreted as consolidation of power rather than construction of something voluntary. He set the pen down. Tell Old Kong the Forge expansion has preliminary approval. Tell him before the parliament session so he has time to object to the timeline. He'll object regardless, Yu Zhen said. I'll tell him anyway. She made the notation, stood, and paused at the door. Wei Liang. He looked up. She held for a moment. Not the tactical evaluation, not the operational readiness check, but something quieter than both. Shingan knew what he was building when he built with you, she said. What exists now, the compact, the parliament, all of it, is partly his. The succession document is his way of making sure that stays true. She paused. Don't forget that. He held it. I won't, he said. She left. He stayed at the table for 5 more minutes and then followed her, because the work was still there and it was worth doing, and he was the person who was going to do it. He sent a communication to Mao Guang that evening. Find out if the archive records can establish a full timeline of Shingan's tenure. The decisions he made, the things he built, the agreements he held in place while the coalition was being assembled. I want the record to be complete. Mao Guang's response came at midnight, already in progress. I identified this as a priority item 3 weeks ago. There are 42 relevant administrative documents from Shingan's tenure, most of them mundane and all of them important. The timeline will be complete in 2 days. It will go in the permanent archive under the founding era section. Wei Liang set the message down and sat with it. His archivist had anticipated this need 3 weeks before it was articulated. He considered what this said more broadly about the people around him. They kept moving toward what was needed without being told, building the structure he had described without waiting for instructions about each piece. He thought, I have built something that works better than I am. That is the correct outcome for anyone trying to build something that lasts. He sent back, thank you. Mao Guang sent back, you're welcome. Sleep. He slept. And in the demon capital, the courier with Shungan's succession document was already riding through the night, carrying something Wei Liang had promised and would not be able to refuse. And somewhere in the outer realms, 3 chaos events were developing on schedules that did not care how tired he was. Chapter 116, the formal declaration of the Sovereign Compact, came on the morning after the Parliament's second session, when the constitutional framework had been fully ratified and the foundation was legally solid enough to build on. Wei Liang announced it by reading the document. This was not the approach anyone had expected. The standard for declarations of this kind was a prepared speech with rhetorical flourishes, ideally something that people would quote later. Wei Liang read the core constitutional clauses in plain language with explanatory notes, pausing when the language required context, answering questions from the floor when they arose, treating the announcement as an exercise in giving the assembled representatives a complete and accurate understanding of what they were endorsing. Bai Qiong, in the observer section, watched this with the expression she used when she was updating a previously held assessment. The assessment she was updating was, "This man doesn't know how to inspire people in the conventional sense." What she added to it was, "He knows how to give them something real to stand on, and that is rarer and more durable than inspiration." The response from the floor was not ceremonial. It was questions, which Wei Liang answered. Then it was a vote, which passed 43-0, the Parliament's first unanimous outcome. The Compact's formal acts following the declaration proceeded in the order Xianxia had sequenced them. The Divine Liaison appointment. Bai Qiong confirmed by Parliament vote as the Compact's Divine Liaison, the first heavenly official to hold a mortal realm government position in recorded history. She had helped draft the accountability framework for the position, which was the most detailed accountability framework in the Compact's constitutional structure, because she had been the one to identify every loophole that a person in her role could exploit, and she had closed them all, because she intended to be the kind of person the framework was designed for rather than the kind it was designed to contain. She accepted the appointment with complete absence of warmth and immediately began an 8-message diplomatic exchange with the Heaven's administrative structure that Wei Liang later described to Yu Zhen as the most consequential correspondence I have ever not been part of. The confirmation debate had been, in its own way, the most interesting part of the declaration session. Several delegations had asked direct questions about the scope of the Divine Liaison position's authority, specifically, whether the liaison could override Parliament decisions on the grounds of divine priority. Bai Qiong had answered each question with the precision of someone who had spent 2 weeks in preparation and 3 days answering follow-up questions from the framework's drafting committee, the precision of a person who had no intention of being caught without an answer. "The position has no override authority," she said. "The position has advisory authority on matters that intersect with the divine hierarchy's jurisdiction, and that advisory authority is explicitly non-binding. If I advise and the Parliament disagrees, the Parliament's position governs." She paused. "I helped draft this framework. I was the one who removed the override clause from the original proposal. I removed it because an override clause would make this position indistinguishable from what I came from, and I am not interested in recreating that." One delegate asked, "Why take the position at all if you have no binding authority?" "Because information is authority," Bai Qiong said. "And I have 3 centuries of information about how the divine hierarchy functions, what it wants, what it fears, and how to communicate with it effectively. That information, offered in service of the Compact's interests rather than the hierarchy's, is more useful than any override mechanism." The Parliament voted to confirm her 41-2, with 2 delegates abstaining pending further review of the accountability provisions. After the session, one of the 2 who had voted against her found her in the corridor and said, "The accountability framework you drafted, I was trying to find a flaw in it." "Did you?" she asked. "No," he said. "Good," she said. "That was the point. The survivors' integration framework, formal support structure, constitutionally funded rather than discretionary, with Lin Wei and Xianxia as the primary architects of its specifics. It had taken 3 sessions and 42 amendments over the previous 3 weeks. The final version addressed every contingency they had between them identified, and several that Lin Wei had identified independently based on things she knew from experience that neither of them had thought to think of. Wei Hao's appointment came last. The arbiter of transition, a constitutional role that no one had held before because it had never needed to exist before. He accepted it in the Parliament chamber, in front of the full 43 delegations, and he said something that Wei Liang had not told him to say, and that he said because it was true and because he had decided that the truth was the thing he was going to lead with for the rest of his life. "I was the chosen one for 4 years, he said. "I served the system that harmed the people in this delegation. I did not know what I was serving. I am aware that not knowing does not reduce the harm that was done. What I can offer is the specific knowledge of what it looks like from inside, and the specific commitment of someone who crossed over and understands what that crossing cost. I will do this work well. You will hold me accountable when I don't." Lin Wei said, "We'll hold you to that." "Good," Wei Hao said. Wei Liang, watching from the session chair, sat with the strangeness of watching the people around him become who they were becoming without having designed it. He had not designed Wei Hao's speech. He had not designed Lian Wei's response. He had not designed the specific quality of what passed between them, the thing that was not forgiveness yet, but was the ground that forgiveness could eventually grow from. He thought, this is what the compact is for. People choosing who they are, in the same room, in front of each other, building something together without anyone having been designated to do it. The compact's founding flag was raised after the declaration, on the Parliament Chamber's exterior wall, where it would be visible from the sanctum's courtyard and from the approach road that the coalition had marched up 12 weeks earlier. It was the flag that the coalition's artisans had designed 3 months before the operation, working from a concept that Xianxia had described, and that Wei Liang had approved without comment except to say that it should be legible at distance to someone who didn't already know what it stood for. The flag was simple. A circle, not a perfect geometric circle, which would have suggested celestial or divine origin, but a slightly irregular circle that looked like it had been drawn by a human hand, which it had. Inside the circle, the character for choice, Fe. Around the outside, in small script, the compact's founding phrase, taken by no one, given by all. Old Kong, informed of the flag by Mao Guang, said nothing for a long moment, and then said, "That's right," which was, from Old Kong, the equivalent of a long speech. Bai Qiong, seeing it from her position in the observer section during the declaration, made a note in her report to the Heavens administrative structure. The note read, "The Sovereign Compact has established its founding symbol. The symbol represents consent-based governance. I recommend the Heavens review the implications for the existing diplomatic framework. Urgency, significant." Crimson Sparrow, flying her first post-declaration communication relay, passed over the flag on her way out of the sanctum's airspace and circled it once before continuing. No one asked her what this meant. Everyone present understood it anyway. The first Founders' Day would not be for another year. But this moment was its seed, and in 62 days, the Outer Realm Court's full adjudication panel would issue its ruling, and what it said would determine whether the compact's foundation held or whether 3 dissenting justices could use a technical argument to pull it apart before the first year was complete. Chapter 117. The Outer Realm Court's full adjudication panel issued its ruling on the dissolution filing 62 days after the provisional stay, and the ruling was largely what Xianxia had projected. The Accord's charter formally null and void, its authority dissolved, its operational mandate terminated, the sealed delegate's testimony entered into permanent record, the architect's communication logs accepted as evidence. Xianxia read the ruling in its entirety and noted the 3 dissenting opinions with the thoroughness of a strategist who had anticipated them 4 months ago and had the responses already prepared and indexed. The 3 dissenting justices did not contest the dissolution's legality. They contested the Sovereign Compact's right to govern the territories formerly under the Accord's authority on technical grounds. The Compact's formal recognition application had been filed. The processing time was 90 days, 62 had elapsed, and the Compact's 28 days of governance activity therefore constituted unauthorized jurisdiction. This was the argument she had prepared for in month 7. She filed the expedited review request within 4 hours of the ruling, a procedure available specifically in cases of active governance where adjudication delay would produce tangible harm. She loaded the application package into the filing system with the same thoroughness she applied to everything, addressing every precedent the dissenting justices had cited and 12 others they hadn't, because she had learned years ago that the most effective legal arguments were the ones where the opposing party ran out of angles before they ran out of will to fight. The expedited review ran for 7 days. On the 7th day, the compact received formal recognition. Wei Liang read the recognition document in his working quarters and then relayed the news through Crimson Sparrow's communication network to every member of the coalition simultaneously. The Outer Realm Court's recognition meant the 3 dissenting justices' technical objection was moot. It meant the Accord's own legal architecture. Every instrument they had built to maintain their authority had been used to formally dismantle the Accord and recognize what replaced it. Xianxia had described this, in month 2 of the preparation, as using the lock to pick itself. He had found that accurate then and found it more accurate now. "You were building the recognition application before I committed to the legal dissolution strategy," he said. He was reading the timeline she had given him after the ruling, her actual preparation chronology, which she had kept private during the operation to avoid the complications of his knowing she was working toward an outcome before he had decided on it. "I assessed the probability of your committing to the strategy at 83%, she said. "That was sufficient to begin preparation. The other 17% I kept open for a better approach you might find." You didn't tell me you were preparing for something I hadn't decided yet. You would have felt managed, she said. You don't respond well to feeling managed. The preparation was more important than your comfort level with the timeline. Her tone carried the particular directness she reserved for things he might not want to hear, but needed to. You should know that I currently have preparation underway for 3 future scenarios you haven't committed to yet. 2 of them I assess at above 60%. Which 2? When the probability warrants briefing you on them, I'll brief you. She returned to the next document. The Parliament's 3rd session is in 11 days. The voluntary core framework needs to be the primary agenda item. He decided not to push on the 2 scenarios, because she was right that being told she was preparing for his future decisions before he made them was something he needed time to process, and the Parliament session deadline was real. Walk me through the framework, he said. She walked him through it. They worked for 3 hours. The framework she had built, incorporating the Council's 6-day design session, was precise and thorough and addressed every failure mode that Lin Wei's delegation had identified during the consultation process. The section he found most significant was not the enrollment process or the term limits or the compensation structure, though all of these were carefully constructed. The section that mattered most was the exit provision's final clause. No citizen who chooses to withdraw from the voluntary core at any point, for any reason, shall face any formal or informal penalty, including diminishment of legal standing, reduction of access to compact services, or negative notation in any official record. The right to withdraw is unconditional and permanent. The clause had been drafted by Lin Wei during the consultation process. She had presented it without preamble and explained it in one sentence. If the right to withdraw is conditional in any way, it is not a right. It is a privilege that can be revoked. The framework consultation had been silent for 3 seconds after that sentence. Then Xianxia had written it down word for word. This is the best design I have seen for this problem, Wei Liang said. At any scale. Xianxia made a note. Save that for the Parliament floor, she said. The delegations need to hear you think it sound. I'll say it in the session. In those words, she said. Not a version of it. Those specific words, so the record is clear. He used those specific words in the session. It worked as she had projected, and more than that, 3 delegates from the Human Kingdom bloc who had been on the fence about the framework voted in favor after hearing his assessment, because they had been waiting for evidence that the framework's designer trusted the design and he had given it to them directly. What he had not told her and did not tell her afterward was that the moment he said those words in the session chamber, standing at the Parliament's center podium, in front of 43 delegations that represented every major faction in what had been a war 3 months ago, he felt the system register a small, quiet event, not a rank advancement, not a technique unlock. The system notation that appeared in the corner of his awareness read, Path confirmed. He did not know exactly what that meant in the system's design parameters. He had a feeling it meant something like, the person you are becoming is the person the path was for, and the path is proceeding correctly. He filed it and kept speaking, and the words in the session chamber were his own, and they were right. But the 3 scenarios Xianxia was preparing for without telling him were still running in the background, and whatever they were real enough that she had assessed 2 of them above 60%, and that assessment was not something she made lightly. Chapter 118. The question of Xianxia and Yu Zhen reached its resolution sometime in the 40 days between the Parliament's 2nd and 3rd sessions, in the way that real things resolve, quietly, in the middle of other things, without announcement. Wei Liang was the last person in the operations staff to find out, and he understood immediately why this was appropriate. He learned from Mao Guang, who had been informed by Crimson Sparrow's long-range communication relay, not deliberately, but because Crimson Sparrow's relay function picked up everything that happened within her relay radius, and she did not make distinctions between operational communications and personal ones, because she did not consider the distinction meaningful. Mao Guang provided this information in one sentence and returned to his research without additional comment, which was both tactful and characteristic. Wei Liang absorbed it. He sat with it for a while, in the small room off the main operations hall, and let himself be honest about what he was doing, trying to understand what he was feeling and whether what he was feeling was appropriate to feel. He was glad. He could say that clearly. The 2 people who had been his most essential colleagues for 3 years, who had been building something with each other in the space that intensive, shared work creates. He was glad they had found that. He was glad because he genuinely wanted the people around him to be living full lives, not orbiting his. That was the kind of emperor he was trying to be. That was the kind of person he was trying to be. There was also something else, less simple, that he was honest with himself about without trying to resolve it into something simpler than it was. He had known, for years, that what he felt for Yu Zhen was real, not a distraction or an artifact of proximity, but a genuine thing that he had kept appropriately apart from the work because the work was more important and because she had never asked him to make it anything other than what it was. And Xianxia. What he felt for Xianxia was different and had been clarifying in the months since the dissolution, and he had been letting that clarification happen without forcing it anywhere. The situation was complicated. He sat with the complications. He did not try to simplify them. What he concluded, other people's lives and choices were not problems for him to solve. The forms of happiness available to him were ones he would need to build actively, when the work allowed, in the ways that were honest about what they were. That was a project for later. The parliament session was in 11 days. He went back to work. Before he did, he allowed himself 5 more minutes in the small room, not processing anything, not planning anything, just being in the moment that it was, which was a skill he had been learning at roughly the pace that all real skills are learned, which is to say slowly and with regular setbacks. He was better at it than he had been a year ago. He expected to be better still in another year. This was acceptable progress. Mao Guang knocked on the door at the 5-minute mark. I just wanted to confirm, he said through the door, that I said nothing to either of them about your reaction. In case you were wondering. I wasn't, Wei Liang said. Good. A pause. Also, I have the archive cataloging complete for the Accord's founding era records. There are 12 items I want to discuss with you when you have time. Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, Mao Guang confirmed, and his footsteps retreated. Wei Liang sat in the small room for 1 more minute. Then he went back to work. When he saw Xianxia that afternoon, they reviewed the framework documentation for 2 hours, and the work was exactly as good as it always was. When he saw Yuzhen the next morning, she looked at him with the directness that was her primary mode of communication, and something passed between them that was not speech and did not need to be. And then she said, "The Legion's transition documentation is complete. Ready for Parliament review. Put it on the 3rd session's 5th block," he said. Already submitted. She had anticipated this, because she anticipated operational requirements. The Forge expansion is also on the block. Old Kong submitted it himself, which he was not supposed to do, but the submission is technically compliant, so I didn't send it back. He knew it would be accepted. He always knows, Yuzhen said. That's what makes him annoying about it. He found Old Kong in the new capital's forge that afternoon, which was operational if not yet large enough. A temporary state that Old Kong had made his feelings about abundantly clear in 3 separate written submissions to the Infrastructure Committee. Wei Liang inspected the forge thoroughly. He asked about every workstation and every inscription setup, and spent an extra 10 minutes on the material storage system because Old Kong had designed something genuinely clever there that Wei Liang wanted to understand. Old Kong explained it with the satisfaction of someone who has built something worth explaining. "You needed something to inspect today," Old Kong said, as Wei Liang was leaving. Wei Liang paused at the doorway. "Not because anything is wrong," Old Kong said. "Just because the work is here and making sense, and sometimes that's what you need from a day." He was already turning back to his current project. The expansion approval moves faster if the preliminary stamp is already on it. Wei Liang pulled out the approval stamp. Old Kong didn't look up, but the quality of his posture communicated an acknowledgement that was all he ever offered, and all that was needed. Wei Liang stamped the approval and left the forge feeling something that was not quite settled, but was moving in the right direction, which was, he had learned, the state in which most real progress was made. He walked back toward the sanctum's main operations wing through the corridor that passed the medical ward. The ward had changed over the 40 days since the operation. It was no longer a field hospital, but something closer to a residential facility. The 17 freed, chosen ones had, at different rates and in different ways, been transitioning from immediate medical care into longer-term recovery and integration. Some were already participating in the coalition's work. One was studying the compact's constitutional framework with the intensity of someone who intended to understand every clause before the parliament's next session. 2 had asked about the archive. Lian Wei was in the corridor outside the ward when Wei Liang passed. She was carrying a sheaf of documents that Wei Liang recognized as the Voluntary Core Framework draft. Reviewing it, he asked. "The exit provisions," she said. "I want to understand how the review board works in practice. The framework says the board has authority to flag inadequate exit support. What happens when they flag it? The parliament gets the flag as a mandatory review item. They have to address it in the next session. Not discretionary. Not discretionary. The review board's flags go into the parliament's required action queue. There's no mechanism to delay or defer them past the next session." She nodded, reading the relevant clause. "Good," she said. "That matters. If it's discretionary, it becomes a matter of political will. Political will changes, which is why it's not discretionary." She looked at him. "You knew that before I said it." "Xianxia and I went around on this for 3 days, he said. "The version with mandatory review passed the committee in month 9. The discretionary version never made it to the committee. She looked back at the documents. The framework is good, she said. It was not praise. It was an assessment, offered by someone who had spent 400 years as the object of frameworks rather than their author. The specific weight of that assessment was not something Wei Liang could compare to anything else. Thank you, he said. She went back to her reading. He went back to the operations wing, and the day continued. But what Lian Wei had said about the framework stayed with him, specifically the part about the right to withdraw being unconditional. And he found himself thinking about all the things in the compact structure that were still conditional, still dependent on political will, still vulnerable to the next person who decided that conditions were justified. There was more work to do. There always would be. Chapter 119. The architect's second communication of the post-dissolution period arrived on the 93rd day through the system's communication interface, a channel it had incorporated during the protocol's processing, absorbing the communication infrastructure along with the override mechanism. Wei Liang accepted it in his working quarters with Shun Lihua and Yuzhen present. The communication was not a threat, not an offer, not an argument. It was a problem statement, presented with the systematic precision of something that had spent 93 days processing the previous 3 months and had arrived at the thing it most needed to communicate. In the 4,000 years since the cycle's inception, 5 major cosmic chaos events had been addressed by chosen one designees. The methods had been wrong. The cost to individuals had been unjust. The collateral damage to the mortal realm had been extensive, but the events had been addressed. In the cycle's absence, 3 new chaos events were currently developing in the outer realms. The architect provided monitoring data, timeline projections, and geographic parameters. The data was real. Wei Liang knew this because Bai Qiong, who had independent access to the heavens' cosmic monitoring infrastructure, confirmed it within 20 minutes of receiving the communication summary. The 3 events were in the same locations the heavens monitors had flagged. The timelines were consistent. The architect had not fabricated the need. Shun Lihua read the problem statement carefully. The architect is doing something it hasn't done before, she said. It's being transparent about a constraint. It could have presented this as another ultimatum. Accept the cycle or the chaos events proceed unchecked. Instead, it's presenting the raw problem and waiting. It's out of unilateral options, Yuzhen said. The protocol is gone. It can't reset. All it can do is communicate. Which means this communication is genuine, Wei Liang said. It needs a solution and it cannot force one. He thought about the problem statement's specific phrasing, the absence of threat language, the presence of timeline data, the acknowledgement that its methods had been wrong included in the same document as the evidence that the need was real. It's asking for help. Yuzhen looked at him. The architect is asking you for help. Yes. She was quiet for 2 seconds. That is the most unexpected thing that has happened in 3 years. More unexpected than the eternal return protocol. That was a threat. This is a request. The gap is larger than it might appear. Wei Liang read the communication a 4th time. He thought about the 6-month deadline, the voluntary core framework waiting for the parliament session, the 900 people he expected would volunteer once the enrollment opened. He thought about the architect's design premise, that the cosmos needed stewardship for its genuine chaos events, and that the cycle had been the only stewardship tool it had ever known. We present the framework at the parliament session as scheduled, he said. We send the framework to the architect alongside the parliament vote, not as a response to this, as the thing we were already building, which happens to address the problem it's describing. He looked at Shun Lihua. Does that sequence create any legal complications? It creates a strong precedent, she said. The Compact's parliament addresses a cosmic-level problem through its own deliberative process without being pressured by the architect's timeline. The framework predates this communication in the record. She was already making notes. I'll ensure the documentation is dated correctly and the parliament record shows the framework's development history starting from the council's 6-day design session. Good. He sent the acknowledgement reply through the system's interface. Problem statement received. Alternative framework under development. Parliament vote in 11 days. Full presentation to follow. No commitment. No timeline pressure. Just the plain communication of what was actually happening. The architect's response came back in 4 hours. Acknowledged. Monitoring timeline. Yuzhen read the response. It's nervous, she said. Architectures don't get nervous, Wei Liang said. This one does, apparently. It's been waiting for the one thing it can't control. She set the communication down. It'll wait. It will, he agreed. And in 11 days, we'll give it something to evaluate that it's never seen before. He thought about this as the afternoon continued. The architect had spent 4,000 years operating on the premise that its solutions were the only possible solutions. Not because it was arrogant, but because no one had ever offered it an alternative and survived long enough to present one. Every previous chosen one who had refused the cycle had been brought back to the cycle. Every institution that had challenged the accord had been dismantled. The architect's experience of the world was, this is how things work. The cycle is necessary, and the cycle continues. Wei Liang had spent 3 years offering a different experience. Today, the architect was watching 11 days of deliberative process that it could not accelerate, could not override, could not predict in detail, and could not stop. And the outcome of those 11 days was going to be either a framework that addressed its genuine concerns by means it had never considered, or a failure that would generate information about what needed to be adjusted. Both outcomes were valuable. That was the thing the cycle had never understood. Even failure produced information. The cycle had never been designed to learn from failure, because the cycle had never been designed to fail, and something built with no tolerance for failure was something built to break rather than bend. Outside the working quarters, the sanctum's courtyard held the ordinary sounds of an ordinary afternoon. Mao Guang was in the archive. Old Kong was in the forge. Crimson Sparrow was somewhere over the outer realms, carrying a message. Bai Qiong was drafting her third diplomatic communication to the heavens administrative structure. The chaos events were developing in the outer realms with their 18-month timelines. They were real, and they would need addressing. But the framework was real too. The people who would choose to address the chaos were real. And the parliament that would authorize them was real in a way that the cycle, for all its 4,000 years of operation, had never been. Because it had been built by the people inside it, for purposes they had chosen, with accountability they had designed. Wei Liang thought that distinction was worth 11 more days. It was worth everything they had done to make it possible. He reviewed the system's parameter display one more time. The path confirmed notation was still there, a small and quiet thing in the corner of his awareness. He thought about what it meant that a system built to feed on rejected destiny had arrived at a point where confirming the path forward was a significant enough event to record. The path of the fallen leads forward or nowhere. That was what the system had said when it deleted the Eternal Return Protocol. Forward, then. Always forward. The 11 days began. Chapter 120. The Parliament's third session was the one where the voluntary core framework became law, and Wei Liang had been thinking about how to present it for 11 days and had arrived at the conclusion that the right way to present it was the same way he presented everything. Directly, with the full explanation. He read the framework's core provisions in plain language, as he always did. He spent 20 minutes on the exit provisions, because he understood from the freed, chosen one's delegation that the exit provisions were the thing that most distinguished this framework from what it was replacing. He presented the qualification standards, the term limits, the compensation structure, the review board composition, and the voluntary enrollment process in the same plain language, with the same explanatory notes. The debate was real. The Parliament had become, over 3 sessions, a body that argued genuinely and built genuinely, and whose arguments meant something because the people making them had genuine stakes in the outcome. The freed, chosen one's delegation's amendments were the most detailed. They had spent 3 weeks preparing. Lian Wei had been working with 6 of the other freed delegates to identify every gap in the framework's protections, not out of opposition to the framework, but out of the specific expertise of people who knew what it looked like when protections were insufficient, because they had been living with the results of insufficient protections for decades and centuries. Their 5 exit provision amendments strengthened the language around voluntary withdrawal without penalty in ways that the original drafting had not captured precisely. Their 4 qualification standard amendments removed ambiguities that could have been used to narrow enrollment in ways that replicated the cycle's exclusivity. Their review board amendment was the most significant. The board's chair would be a freed chosen one for the first 5 years of the framework's operation. Wei Liang had not included this requirement in the original framework draft. He had not thought of it. He acknowledged to himself, still learning how to design for the perspectives he didn't have. The amendment passed 42-1. Lian Wei, sitting in the delegation's front row, watched the vote counter reach 42 and did not permit herself to show what this meant to her in full. She was aware that she was in public, in a parliament chamber, as a representative of people who needed her to be present and effective rather than emotionally visible. She permitted herself, privately, what 400 years of enforced absence had made possible to finally feel, the satisfaction of doing work that mattered, in a room that her labor had helped build, watching the outcome she had argued for become law. Wei Liang saw it anyway. He filed it, as the kind of thing worth remembering. The full framework passed 43-0. First unanimous vote the parliament had produced. Wei Liang noted this and said nothing about it in the session, because noting it publicly would make it about the outcome rather than about the thing the outcome represented. He noted it in his own record instead. The enrollment call went out the following morning. By the end of the week, 942 people had submitted applications. Wei Liang read through the first 100 applications in the evening after the enrollment closed for the week. Real people, real names. People from the demon clans, from the human kingdoms, from the former Accord territories, from the unaligned communities that had sent observers to the parliament. The applications were not uniform. Some were brief: name, cultivation rank, motivation stated in one sentence. Some were long, detailed descriptions of specific skills, specific availability, specific concerns about the deployment conditions that the applicant wanted addressed before confirming. Several included questions. Wei Liang found the questions the most useful because they showed exactly what the framework's language had not been clear enough about and exactly what the review board's first task would need to be. He made a list of the questions and sent them to Lin Wei with a note. These are the gaps in the framework's language as identified by the first 100 applicants. The review board will need to address them before the first deployment. Your judgment on priority. Her response came the next morning. I've ranked them. The top 3 are structural. They need parliamentary action. The rest are language clarification. I'll draft the clarifications this week. He sent back. Thank you. 2 freed chosen ones had applied, which was unexpected and which he read as evidence that the framework's design was doing what it was supposed to do, creating a genuine option for people who might previously have had no option except enforced service or enforced exclusion. One of the 2 was a freed chosen one who had been sealed for 600 years and who had, in the 3 months since their release, developed a specific interest in the Outer Realm's cosmological structure that made them genuinely useful for chaos event assessment work. The other was a freed, chosen one who had been sealed for 140 years and who stated their motivation as, I spent 140 years being used without consent. I want to spend my next years doing something useful on my own terms. Wei Liang read this application 3 times. He sent the enrollment numbers to the architect through the system's interface along with the framework's full text. 942 volunteers in the first week, first deployment cohort in formation, target timeline 30 days. The architect's response. Noted. Monitoring. He had not expected enthusiasm. The architect was a system that had run on one design principle since the cycle began and was now watching an entirely different design principle be tested. Monitoring was the honest response. He appreciated it. He sent the framework to the Parliament's record with a notation. First operational deployment pending. Review board to be established before deployment. All enrolled volunteers to receive full information package before confirming participation. Then he stood at the Parliament chamber's window for a while, the warden's compass in his hand. The compass had been pointing in specific directions since the day he had received it, at bindings, at constraints, at the locations of things that needed addressing. He had followed it through 3 years of war and legal preparation and cosmic-level confrontations and institutional construction. It had not led him wrong. It had led him, consistently, toward the thing that needed to be done rather than the thing that was easiest or most conventional or most rewarded by the systems he was operating inside. He looked at it now. The needle was pointing outward, not at any specific location, but toward the open air beyond the window, toward the outer realms, toward the chaos events, toward the girl who was 5 years old and being shaped by a narrative she hadn't chosen and hadn't been told she had the option to question, toward everything that still needed doing. He put the compass in his pocket. Outside the window, the sky was clear, no divine light, no celestial pressure, just the ordinary sky of a world that was learning, slowly and with difficulty, and without anyone having been chosen to teach it, how to govern itself. The Parliament's 4th session was already in preparation. The Corps' first cohort would be ready in 30 days. The architect was monitoring. The work continued. It always did. But the work continued because people had chosen it, and that was the difference that made everything else possible. Wei Liang left the window. He had one more thing to do before the day was done, and then he would rest, and then he would be ready to do the next thing. The Tao continued, and no prophecy had named the next step. That, he thought, was exactly right. But Bai Qiong was waiting outside with the expression she used when she had received intelligence that couldn't wait. And whatever the heavens had communicated in their latest message, it had changed something in the diplomatic equation that was going to require a response before morning. Chapter 121. The morning Wei Liang convened Parliament to hear the sworn Broken's formal petition. He knew the answer would not be yes, and not be no. It would be something messier and more instructive. The sworn Broken had spent a year since the Celestial Accord's dissolution gathering their numbers, and now they came before the Sovereign Compact not as supplicants, but as a force that would be reckoned with whether Parliament acknowledged them or not. They filled the visitors' gallery in silence. 217 of them, by Shun Lihua's count. Men and women who had been imprisoned for centuries, their lives stolen not in war, but in preparation. Some bore the mark of chosen ones, that particular kind of stillness in the eyes that spoke of training and conditioning. Others were older, had lived as free mortals before being seized and pressed into the Accord's foundational schema. What united them was not any cultivation rank or magical ability. It was something simpler and far more dangerous. The certainty that they had been wronged, and that wrongs demanded righting. Ruation stood first, 2 centuries imprisoned in that crystalline stasis, and he rose with the composure of someone who had already decided what truth meant. His hair was still dark, but there was something in his bearing that spoke of age that had nothing to do with calendar years. He bowed, the old bow, the one the Accord had taught, and then he did not rise back to the full standing position. He stayed in the bow. "Pardon of the representatives," he said in a voice that carried without shouting. "We do not come to ask permission. We come to inform you of what justice requires. The Celestial Accord imprisoned us. The architects of the Accord still walk free. The Accord is dissolved, but its builders live, and every day they live without consequence is a day the compact tells us. Your suffering matters less than comfort." Wei Liang watched Parliament's faces. Xianxia was taking notes, her expression neutral. Yu Zhan had gone very still, the way she did when assessing the moment before combat. Old Kong was in the back, arms crossed, watching Ruei Shun with the careful attention of someone who recognized the weight of genuine grievance. "We have compiled a list," Ruei Shun continued. 143 Accord architects, administrators, and chosen ones who leveraged the system for personal power. We propose that these individuals be brought before the Compact's courts for trial. We propose that conviction result in appropriate sentence, restitution, imprisonment, or such other measures as your codex demands. But we also propose a deadline. 3 months. If the courts have not brought charges within 3 months, we will see justice ourselves. It was not quite a threat. It was not quite not a threat. It was, Wei Liang thought, exactly what a group of traumatized people did when they had been given enough agency to taste autonomy, but not enough power to feel truly safe. Wei Liang stood. The Parliament fell quiet. What they all wanted to know was whether he would fight them or join them. The answer, he suspected, was neither and both. "Thank you for the specificity," he said. "Thank you for coming before Parliament rather than taking action in the darkness. That is a choice that honors what the Compact is trying to be. I cannot promise the courts will work faster than 3 months. I can promise that every name on your list will receive legal review, and that the same codex that protects you will protect the accused. That same law, applied equally to both sides, is the only thing that makes this system worth building. And if the courts fail," someone called from the gallery, "then we are all accountable to Parliament, to the people, and to ourselves," Wei Liang said. "But I ask you to believe that accountability works better when we build it together than when we pursue it alone." The sworn broken did not leave pacified. Ruation's expression had not changed. But they did leave without violence, and that was its own small proof that something about the Compact's existence, fragile as it was, had meant something to them. After Parliament adjourned, Wei Liang found himself alone with Yu Zhan in one of the smaller council rooms. "They won't wait 3 months, Yu Zhan said without preamble. "Some will. The ones with families, with something to lose. The ones like Ruei Shun, the ones with nothing but grievance and time. Those will move before the deadline." "I know," Wei Liang said. "And you're not going to stop them." "No." Wei Liang sat down heavily. "I'm going to watch them. I'm going to listen to them when they tell me what they found. And I'm going to hold them accountable to the same codex I'm asking them to trust. That's all I can do without becoming what we're trying not to be." Yu Zhan came to stand beside him, her hand finding the back of his neck. "That makes it worse for you," she said. "Not easier." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "But it makes it right." Chapter 122 The trial of Elder Zhao Fan lasted 4 sessions. The evidence was meticulous, which made it worse. The sworn broken had gathered documents that proved Zhao Fan had not merely collaborated with the Accord. He had designed several key mechanisms of the system. The testing protocols that identified candidates for recruitment. The psychological conditioning sequences. The failsafe that prevented imprisoned chosen ones from reaching beyond a certain cultivation threshold without external authorization. Wei Liang sat through all of it, watched Zhao Fan's face as the evidence mounted. The old scholar did not look shocked or outraged. He looked tired, the way someone looked when they finally saw themselves clearly. The sworn broken had prepared their own sentence. Death, to be carried out immediately upon conviction. No appeal, no mercy, no chance for restitution or reformation. Wei Liang stood in the court and objected. "This tribunal," he said, "has the authority to judge guilt and innocence. The Compact's codex is the template. Elder Zhao Fan's crimes are real, and the evidence is clear. But the Codex explicitly forbids capital punishment without a mandatory appeals process lasting no fewer than 40 days, with review at 3 distinct levels of court. Ruation rose. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the chamber. The Codex was written without asking the imprisoned, without their knowledge of what true justice requires. No, Wei Liang agreed. It was written by people seeking to build something that could be just. Not perfect justice, just justice that applied the same rules to everyone. And that means the rules apply now. To you, to me, to Zhao Fun. He deserves death, someone in the sworn broken contingent called out. Many people deserve things, Wei Liang said. What we do is what the law permits. Zhao Fun will be sentenced through the Codex's prescribed process. He will have his appeals. And if the court determines death is appropriate, then death will come through the prescribed process, which will take time and will be visible and will be done by the people who agreed to the rules together. The trial continued. In the end, Zhao Fun was sentenced to restitution labor, 20 years of service to the communities most damaged by the Accord's protocols, his personal cultivation bound to service work that could not be escaped through rank increase. It was not death. It was not forgiveness. It was a sentence that meant Zhao Fun would spend the rest of his likely lifespan working toward remediation of harm he had caused. The sworn broken walked out of the court in silence. Ruation looked at Wei Liang once, and Wei Liang could not read what was in that look. Anger. Understanding. Both. Neither. That evening, a young woman from the sworn broken, someone whose name Wei Liang had not learned, found him in one of the outer palace courtyards where he had gone to be alone. You protected him, she said. The collaborator. I protected the law, Wei Liang said. If the law only works when we agree with the outcome, then it's not law. It's consensus, and consensus is good, but it's not the thing we built the Codex to be. The law was written by people who were never imprisoned, the woman said. True, Wei Liang said. And the law can be changed if Parliament votes to change it. But not through each person deciding the rules don't apply when the case is personal. That way lies the Accord again, just with different people choosing the exceptions. The woman was quiet for a long time. It doesn't feel like justice, she finally said. No, Wei Liang agreed. Justice would feel like completion, like balance restored. What you feel is the beginning of a system that will never be satisfying because satisfying systems tend to be tyrannies. This will feel like argument and compromise and slow progress, forever. I'm sorry. The woman left without responding. Wei Liang sat alone in the courtyard and thought about whether he had just made a terrible mistake or defended something worth defending. He suspected the answer was both, and both would matter. Chapter 123 by Qiong arrived unannounced, which meant the intelligence was urgent. She found Wei Liang in the council chamber reviewing the day's petitions. One glance at her face, and he dismissed everyone but Shun Lihua and Yu Zhan, and later he would be glad of that choice, because what Bai Qiong brought was something that required people who could think in systems rather than single victories. The architect is recompiling, Bai Qiong said without preamble. She had never been one for ceremony. It did not accept dissolution as an endpoint. It accepted it as a design constraint, and it has begun constructing a new cycle with a different implementation. Wei Liang felt something cold move through his chest. What different? Instead of choosing a hero to bring order to chaos, it is choosing what it categorizes as a villain. A figure shaped through narrative exposure and cultural conditioning to embody what the Sovereign Compact has become. The architect's working theory is that if it can position the new cycle's hero as a necessary response to your apparent tyranny, the cycle will propagate again. Shun Lihua set down her tea very carefully. Who is the candidate? A child, Bai Qiong said. 5 years old, in the outer realms. The architect is already in position. Guardians teaching the child to fear what it calls the Demon Emperor. Exposure to tales of the Compact's violence. Carefully selected accounts of the military actions that were genuinely necessary. By the time the child reaches adolescence, the architect will have a hero convinced that removing Wei Liang's government is salvation rather than loss. Yuzhen was already thinking tactically. Removal? Assassination? Or replacement? Replacement, most likely. The architect has learned that created chosen ones make better vessels if they believe they are liberators rather than conquerors. A hero dedicated to replacing tyranny will be far more durable than one simply seeking power. Wei Liang stood and walked to the window. Below, the Compact's parliament was still in session. 53 elected members debating water rights and trade agreements, the machinery of actual governance moving forward. The architect was preparing to make all of that impossible again. How long do we have, he asked, before the child can be used? 12 years, possibly 15. Before the architect's conditioning becomes psychologically locked? Perhaps 5 to 8 years. The architect is patient, but not infinitely so. And if we kill the child? Lihua asked without judgment, only practicality. Then the architect chooses another. The cycle continues until it finds a suitable vector. Assassination of candidates is not solution, merely postponement. Wei Liang turned back from the window. Then we don't kill the child. We interrupt the conditioning. How? Bai Qiong asked. By being there first, Wei Liang said. By making contact with the child's guardians and community. By presenting another narrative before the architect's narrative is locked in place. Not removing the child from danger. Introducing them to choice before they're old enough to be certain they lack it. Lihua was already thinking forward, already seeing the pieces. A delegation. Voluntary, external-facing, operating with no certainty of return. The architect will interpret it as an act of aggression, will fortify its position. Whoever goes will be operating in territory shaped to believe they are demons. Yes, Wei Liang said. And it will be the most important work any of us can do. Chapter 124. Wei Liang convened a full session of the Compact Strategy Council. 7 distinct approaches were presented over the course of a day's debate. Yu Zhen argued for a military reconnaissance force, ready to respond to direct hostility. Lihua proposed a team of scholars and negotiators, emphasizing that the architect's candidate represented a genuine ideological front, not a mere physical threat. A water cultivation specialist argued for magical countermeasures that could potentially disrupt the architect's conditioning vectors. An historian suggested deep research into the architect's prior cycles to understand predictive patterns. A merchant representative proposed economic engagement with the Outer Realms communities to establish alternative relationships and reduce cultural isolation. A military commander presented a plan for rapid insertion extraction teams, should the Outer Realms environment prove immediately hostile. An elder cultivator proposed spiritual countermeasures, asking whether the architect itself might be susceptible to some form of metaphysical intervention. Wei Liang listened to all of it, took notes, asked clarifying questions, and when the sun was setting and the council had exhausted their proposals, he stood and wove them together. We send a delegation, he said. Voluntary, because this work is dangerous and may not yield results within any of our lifetimes. The delegation will be primarily scholars and community specialists, with a smaller contingent trained for military situations, not to fight, but to protect scholarly personnel if protection becomes necessary. We will bring gifts and trade goods, but more importantly, we will bring information and censored, complete accounts of how the compact came to be, what it attempts, and what we understand about the architect's methods. Not persuasion, not propaganda. Information, the kind that creates the possibility of informed choice. We contact the child's guardians and community not as invaders, but as a third voice, introducing complexity to what the architect intends as a simple moral binary. And if we fail? The elder cultivator asked. If the architect's conditioning proves complete despite our presence? Then we have purchase time, Wei Liang said. Time for the child to grow up with access to multiple narratives. Time for Parliament to build systems durable enough to withstand attack from ideological directions we haven't fully anticipated. Time for the architect to see that conquest through conditioned chosen ones is not as efficient as it once was. We may fail to prevent the cycle's reformation, but we will have demonstrated that the cycle can be disrupted, complicated, made less certain. That is not nothing. The motion passed 49-4. The dissent came from representatives who believed any contact with the architect's candidate was inherently provocative. Wei Liang understood their argument. He simply believed the counterargument was stronger. Volunteers came forward more abundantly than space permitted. Scholars, cultivators, merchants, translators, warriors. People who had lived through the Accord's dissolution and understood, in their bones, what was at stake. Wei Liang selected the delegation with careful attention to skills and temperament. Individuals who could think creatively under pressure, who could hold multiple contradictory truths simultaneously, who could represent the compact without defending its every action. 23 people were chosen. It seemed insufficient and overwhelming at once. Chapter 125. Mao Guang appeared at Wei Liang's door on the morning before the delegation's departure. The demon scholar was 900 years old, and he moved with the deliberation of someone carrying centuries of knowledge and the weight of knowing when that knowledge might be insufficient. I will be going, Mao Guang said. I have already told Lihua. I am telling you as a courtesy, not seeking permission. Wei Liang had not expected Mao Guang to be part of the delegation. The scholar was too valuable, too much a cornerstone of the compact's emerging institutional knowledge. Your research can be continued in the Outer Realms, Mao Guang said. More importantly, if we are making contact with an entity that has been engineering cycles for eons, Someone present should understand the full philosophical architecture of what the architect is attempting. I have spent 800 years studying systems of control and transformation. I have never had a more important application for that knowledge. It may be a suicide mission, Wei Liang said. I have already survived 900 years, which is statistically improbable, Mao Guang said. I might as well use that continued improbability in service of something that matters. I will need 10 assistants, young scholars primarily, people with fresh enough minds to process information without the weight of preconception. I will train them on the journey. Wei Liang found himself smiling slightly. Old Kong will want to forge something for you. I assumed as much, Mao Guang said. I will make sure to complement the craftsmanship appropriately, and then probably lose it within 6 months, because I am categorically incapable of caring for objects with the attention they deserve. Old Kong, when informed, simply nodded and disappeared into his forge for 3 days. He emerged with named weapons for the entire delegation, not swords or spears, but tools, a scholar's compass that pointed toward written text rather than magnetic north, picks and chisels designed to extract information from sealed archives, a lantern that burned with illumination visible even in magical darkness, a cloak that adjusted its properties based on environmental conditions, not through magic, but through craftsmanship so precise it was indistinguishable from magic. And for Mao Guang specifically, a pen. A pen, Mao Guang said, picking it up. The instrument was surprisingly heavy, beautifully weighted. Writes through anything, Old Kong said gruffly. Water-enchanted paper you won't run out of. Could be useful if you need to leave messages the architect's machinery won't intercept. This is extraordinary work, Mao Guang said softly. It's 900 years of knowing you, Old Kong said. You go be brilliant in places we can't reach. Come back if you can. Don't if you can't. But use the pen if you do write home. The delegation departed on a morning thin with mist. Wei Liang stood at the palace gates and watched them fade into the outer realm's boundary. Mao Guang did not look back. Yu Zhen, who was there beside him, took his hand. You just sent away one of the 3 people you trust absolutely, she said. I did, Wei Liang agreed. And you don't feel terrible about it? I feel terrible about it, Wei Liang said. But what I feel and what is right to do are not the same thing. That's something the fallen hero system taught me. The chosen one systems, both the Accords and the Architects, they assume those 2 things should align. If you're truly chosen, you should want to do the work that's imposed on you. But the truth is harder. You do what's necessary, and you grieve what it costs, and you keep building anyway. Chapter 126. The rank advancement came on the day Wei Liang received the confirmation that the delegation had made safe contact with the Outer Realms settlement where the architect's candidate lived. He was standing in the palace strategy room, reading the report that Mao Guang had sent back via Crimson Sparrow. The Phoenix Crow mount had proven more reliable than any other method of communication, able to slip through the architect's monitoring with a flexibility that purely magical systems could not. The report was careful and detailed. The delegation had introduced themselves as researchers and traders, had offered goods and knowledge sharing, had made contact with the child's guardians. The guardians were suspicious but not hostile. The child, a girl named Ling Ku, was curious about visitors from elsewhere. Wei Liang was reading the line where Mao Guang noted that Ling Ku had asked whether the demon emperor was perhaps more complicated than she had been taught, when something shifted in his chest. The world became momentarily strange. His cultivation senses expanded, touching something vast and interconnected. The fallen hero system, which had been quiet since his advancement to sage transcendent rank, suddenly sang. And he understood. He had just reached primordial rebel rank. It was a rank that shouldn't exist according to any cultivation manual. The fallen hero system created ranks based on the magnitude of chosen one destinies rejected. Primordial rebel was the rank of someone who had moved beyond personal rejection. It was the rank of someone who had rejected the entire apparatus of chosen destiny itself, and then, crucially, had trusted that rejection to others, had sent away the people he could most depend on into a situation he could not control or protect, had made the choice to believe that people could carry forward work without his direct presence. The new ability bloomed in his understanding like a flower opening. Compact seal. Yu Zhen was at his side in an instant, because she had been standing nearby and had felt the surge of power. Are you hurt? No, Wei Liang said, advancing. But Yu Zhen, this rank. He could feel it, now that it was awakening. The ability to take the Sovereign Compact's codex, the laws that had been written through consensus and debate, and anchor them directly into the metaphysical substrate of reality, not as immortal commandments, but as deeply rooted as divine law itself, except originating from mortal consensus rather than celestial decree. It was the thing the architect had feared most when they discovered the compact was being formed. A system of law that could not be overridden because it was woven into the fundamental reality of the world. Not through chosen one destiny, not through divine decree, but through something vastly more durable, the agreement of people who had decided together how they wanted to live. Wei Liang stood and walked to the chamber where the compact's codex was inscribed, the massive stone tablet upon which the founding laws had been carved. 53 articles defining rights, responsibilities, appeals processes, protections for dissent, mechanisms for amendment. Everything the Accord had forbidden. He pressed his hand against the stone and pushed with the new ability. Watched as his power threaded into the codex itself, not replacing the words but anchoring them, making them as permanent and foundational as physics itself. The metamagical bonds wove tighter. The words glowed briefly. And when it was done, the codex was no longer simply law. It was metaphysically woven into the world. As durable as gravity. As permanent as the change from one season to another. Xianxia found them there, her sharp eyes taking in the glowing residue of power still hanging in the air. You advanced, she said. Not a question. Primordial rebel rank, Wei Liang said. And I've anchored the codex into reality itself. It can be amended, changed, reinterpreted, but it cannot be overridden. It will endure. Xianxia was quiet for a long moment. Then, the architect will feel that. We'll know we've done something it can't undo. Yes, Wei Liang said. Good, Xianxia said. It needed to understand that what we've built is not provisional. It is not a challenge it can wait out or circumvent. This is the world now. Chapter 127, The Uprising came 40 days later, and it was simultaneously exactly what Wei Liang had expected and more complex than he had anticipated. The Sworn Broken, empowered by Wei Liang's rising prominence and emboldened by their successful intervention in Zhao Fan's trial, had fractured into cells. The moderate wing, those who still believed in working through the compact's legal mechanisms, had consolidated around Wei Liang's position. The radical wing, convinced that the system was irredeemably corrupted and required replacement rather than reformation, had begun coordinating with outside agitators. The architect, watching the situation with its vast and patient intelligence, had made contact with those radical elements. Not through force or direct command. The architect's methods were more subtle. It had simply provided them with information, proof that the compact's legal system was slow, that restitution to the imprisoned would take decades, that Wei Liang's government was still fundamentally aligned with the old celestial hierarchies. Some of that information was even true. The radicals, empowered by architect support, took control of 3 cities simultaneously. Former strongholds of the Accord's power in the heartland, where the transition had been less smooth and where populations harbored resentment about rapid social restructuring. The cities were seized with surprising coordination, not military assault, but occupation. The sworn broken radicals presented themselves as liberators, removing the compact's representatives and establishing what they called the free convocation, governance by and for the imprisoned, without the legal constraints they characterized as oppressive. Wei Liang did not panic. He had built a system that could tolerate disagreement and survive challenge. What happened next would define whether that system was actually durable. He called a war council. The tone was different than it had been in the Accord's final days. There was anger here, but also something more productive, strategic thinking from multiple angles. Yu Zhan recommended a military assessment. Wei Hao, now the compact's primary military commander, proposed a 3-pronged response. Military positioning to prevent spread of the occupation beyond the 3 cities. Rapid diplomatic deployment to negotiate with the sworn broken membership who had not joined the radical faction, and direct engagement with whatever leadership the radicals had installed. I want to lead the negotiation team for Clearwater City, Wei Hao said. It was unusual phrasing, not a request for permission, but an assertion of intent. Wei Liang understood what his brother was doing. Wei Hao was the only person in the room who shared Wei Liang's position as someone who had been trained as a chosen one and had rejected it. His presence in those conversations would matter in a way no one else's could. Go, Wei Liang said. Take whoever you need. And Wei Hao, don't let them die for this. Whatever this is, it's not worth losing people who could be convinced to step back. Wei Hao nodded, accepting the charge with the seriousness it deserved. Yu Zhan took Jade Harbor City, bringing a contingent of military officers and her own strategic calculus. Wei Liang took Sunspring, where Wei Liang had apparently chosen to make his stand. It was, he reflected, a kind of mirror. Wei Liang had been imprisoned for 200 years in the Accord's crystalline stasis. Wei Liang had been shaped by that same Accord and was now trying to rebuild something it hadn't destroyed. They were products of the same system in opposite directions. Chapter 128. Rui Shun was waiting in Sunspring's central square, surrounded by followers but standing alone. 200 years of imprisonment had not dimmed his presence. If anything, it had refined it. The man radiated a kind of absolute clarity that came from having suffered long enough to strip away everything negotiable about his convictions. Wei Liang approached alone, which raised immediate objections from his security contingent. He overruled them and walked into the square with nothing but the clothes on his back and the warden's compass at his belt, the artifact that had started everything, that had pointed him toward becoming the person he was now. It seemed important to carry it into this conversation. Rui Shun watched him approach without moving. When Wei Liang was 10 paces away, Wei Liang simply sat down on the stone plaza, cross-legged, as though settling in for a conversation rather than a confrontation. "I'm not going to ask you to stand down," Wei Liang said. "I'm not going to tell you that what you've experienced isn't real or that your anger doesn't matter. I wanted to ask you something instead." Rui Shun, after a moment, sat down across from him. "What do you need?" Wei Liang asked. "That the Sovereign Compact hasn't given you." It was not the question Rui Shun had expected. Wei Liang could see the moment of recalibration move through him. "The Accord's architects still exist," Rui Shun said. "Walking free, benefiting from a system that was built on our imprisonment." "True," Wei Liang said. "And the legal system is moving slowly because it was designed to move slowly, to prevent hasty judgment. I hate that about it sometimes. But speed is also how the Accord operated. It's how they imprisoned you without trial, without appeal. The slowness is not a bug in the system, Rui Shun. It's the feature that keeps it from becoming what we're trying to stop being. So I should accept slow justice?" "I don't know what you should accept," Wei Liang said. "I'm asking what you need, not what your anger demands. What would actually rebuild what was taken from you?" Rui Shun was quiet for a long time. "I was a scholar," he finally said, "imprisoned before I finished my work. I wanted to write about the philosophy of choice, about the conditions under which beings can be said to freely choose their roles. The Accord never allowed it, censored it, said it was seditious. Do you want to finish that work?" Wei Liang asked. "It's been 200 years. I don't know if there's anything left in me that can still think that clearly." "There's one way to find out," Wei Liang said, "and the Compact will publish it. We'll protect your right to argue positions that make people uncomfortable. We'll pay you for the time if you need income. We'll review it and you'll fight with the reviewers about what it means, and you might lose some of the arguments, but your work won't be disappeared." They talked for 3 hours. Rui Shun sat in that plaza for 3 hours, moving from anger to something more complex. Not reconciliation, not forgiveness, but something like the possibility that there might be a way forward that didn't require martyrdom or murder. When they finally stood, Rui Shun was the first to rise. He looked at Wei Liang for a long moment, and then he did something that surprised them both. He extended his hand in the new salute, the one the Compact had adopted, which meant acknowledgement rather than submission. Wei Liang took it. "I will stand down the occupation," Rui Shun said. "My people will withdraw, and I will begin writing again. If the Compact proves false, if this was simply a performance to prevent violent resistance, I will know, and I will act accordingly." "That's fair," Wei Liang said. "I would expect nothing less." By evening, Sunspring's occupation was over. By the next day, so were the other two. The sworn broken radicals were not happy with Rui Shun's decision, but they respected him enough that they stood down rather than fragment further. Wei Hao reported that some had attempted to argue with him, and Wei Hao had simply asked, "Did you become free just to let anger rule you the way the Accord did? Because that's all you're doing. You're just changing who gets to be tyrannical." That argument, apparently, had carried more weight than Wei Liang would have expected. Chapter 129. The message came via Crimson Sparrow 8 weeks later. Mao Guang's handwriting, in the special ink that Old Kong had forged. The Demon Scholar's report was precise and measured, the kind of careful documentation that made Wei Liang understand exactly how much progress the delegation had made. "We have been in residence for 12 weeks. The child, Ling Ku, is now aware that alternate narratives exist regarding the Demon Emperor and the Sovereign Compact. This awareness has not removed the architect's conditioning, but it has complicated it. Where the child previously accepted without question that Wei Liang's government was tyranny, she now asks which facts support that claim and which facts contradict it. She has begun what you might call the slow process of developing critical thought about the narrative she was given. This is not yet victory. The architect continues to reinforce its conditioning through the child's guardians and community. But we have introduced a permanent complication. The architect cannot reseal the information now that the child is aware it exists. The architect's next phase will be to produce counterarguments, to attempt to convince Ling Ku that the Compact's information is itself propaganda. The cycle has begun, but with multiple possible paths through it rather than the single deterministic route the architect preferred. I will remain in the settlement. My assistants are beginning to compile a comprehensive archive of the architect's methods, the patterns it has used across multiple cycles, the psychological techniques, the sociological vectors. This information will be vulnerable while I am creating it. But once it exists, once it is documented and copied, the architect will no longer be able to claim that its methods are mysterious or inevitable. They will be knowable, perhaps even preventable in future iterations. The child sends regards. She has asked if you are truly a demon or merely a person the architect has chosen to call a demon. I told her that you are almost certainly both, and that the distinction matters less than whether you can be reasoned with. I believe she found this answer satisfactory. I am well. I will remain here as long as the work requires. Wei Liang read the message in Parliament, with Shun Lihua and Yu Jin beside him. When he finished, the chamber erupted in questions. Was Mao Guang safe? Was the delegation threatened? Had the architect responded directly to their presence? The architect has not responded directly, Wei Liang said, which suggests that Mao Guang is correct. What we've done is not victory, but it is a complication the architect did not expect. We have introduced choice into a system that was designed to preclude it. That may be all we can do, and it may be enough. Chapter 130 Shin Lihua brought the amendment to Parliament 2 months later. She moved through the preliminary discussions with her characteristic precision, presenting case after case where individuals had been compelled into roles they did not consent to. Not just the imprisoned chosen ones, but countless others throughout history whose lives had been shaped by powers they could not refuse. The sovereign compact exists, Shin Lihua said to the assembled parliament, because we believe that governance and coercion should not be identical. We believe that rule derived from consent is durable and legitimate in ways that imposed rule can never be. I propose an amendment to the Codex. Any entity, celestial, terrestrial, demon, cultivator, or force beyond our current understanding, seeking to place a compulsory role or identity on a citizen must first obtain informed consent, with the citizen's right to refuse without penalty, and with court review available to any citizen questioning whether true informed consent has been achieved. The amendment was radical. It reached past the Accord's immediate architects and touched the fundamental structure of celestial authority itself. The heavens, which had been quiet since the Accord's dissolution, would have to acknowledge it or reject it outright. Rejecting it would be seen as an assertion that the heavens believed they had the right to compel. Acknowledging it would mean accepting that even celestial power operated within constraints defined by mortal law. The debate lasted 6 sessions. Some parliament members argued that it was unenforceable. How could mortals actually prevent celestial entities from imposing roles? Others argued that it was philosophically incoherent. Consent required freedom to refuse, and celestial entities wouldn't accept refusal. A few argued that it was provocative and would invite retaliation from the heavens. But Shin Lihua had anticipated all of these arguments. She responded with careful logic, with historical precedent, with the simple statement. The accord lasted because no one believed mortals could refuse it. We have already proven that false. We can refuse. We have. The question is simply whether we formalize that refusal into law. The vote came on the 6th afternoon of debate. The amendment passed 42-11. Bai Qiong, the divine liaison, voted in favor. The vote shocked no one. Bai Qiong had never pretended the heavens were happy about the compact's formation. But the vote mattered. It meant the heavens, through their official representative, acknowledged that mortal law could place constraints on even celestial power. The heavens did not send a message. The architect did not send a message. The silence that followed the amendment's passage was, Wei Liang thought, possibly the most hopeful moment he had experienced since the Accord's dissolution. They're evaluating, Shin Lihua said. Reading the silence with the same precision, she read everything. The heavens are in a process of self-examination. They never expected to face an actual constraint on their power that originated from mortal consensus rather than celestial decree. They're trying to understand how to exist in a world where that's possible. And the architect? Yu Jin asked. Still recompiling, Wei Liang said. But it's working with less certainty now. Every tool it built was designed for systems where chosen ones were inevitable. In a system where consent is actually required, where people are empowered to refuse, the architect's methods become less reliable. It will adapt, but the adaptation will take time. How much time? Yu Jin wanted to know. Long enough, Wei Liang said. For now, that's enough. Chapter 131 Founders' Day came with autumn, a celebration Wei Liang had not requested and actively tried to prevent. The festival honored the establishment of the Sovereign Compact, which in practical terms meant it honored him, which he found deeply uncomfortable. Yuzhen made him attend every event. She appeared at his door each morning of the 3-day festival with clothes appropriate to whatever ceremony had been planned, gave him a look that discouraged argument, and escorted him to public spaces where people wanted to celebrate his role in building something they believed in. He gave speeches badly, mixing reluctance with actual substance in equal measure. He attended a formal dinner where the food was excellent and the conversation was about governance policy rather than his personal qualities, which made it bearable. He participated in a public reading of the Codex's foundational articles, and that, unexpectedly, moved him. Hearing the words he and dozens of others had argued over, shaped and reshaped, now part of the permanent record of what their civilization had chosen to be. Xianxia unveiled something extraordinary, a public archive maintained in the Great Library at the Compact's heart. Every document related to the Chosen One cycle, the history of how it had been constructed, how it had operated, how it had been dismantled. Not a sanitized version. The actual records, including documents that made the Accord and the Heavens look bad, including Xianxia's own notes on strategies she had proposed that hadn't worked, including preliminary designs for systems they had chosen to reject. An open source of information that anyone could access. People will use this to argue that we made mistakes, Wei Liang said to her, reviewing the archive's scope. People already know we made mistakes, Xianxia said. The question is whether we're going to hide them or acknowledge them. I prefer the latter. Better to appear flawed and trustworthy than perfect and suspected. Wei Hao gave a speech on Founders' Day evening. He talked about being selected as a chosen one, about the weight of that selection, about the moment he had decided to refuse it. He talked about Wei Liang with precision and without sentimentality. My brother did not free the imprisoned. He built a system that allowed imprisonment to become optional rather than inevitable. He did not defeat the architect. He convinced it that efficiency required cooperation rather than domination. He did not create perfect governance. He created governance that can be changed by the people it affects. These are not the accomplishments of a hero. They're the accomplishments of someone who understood that heroes are part of the problem, not the solution. Old Kong, when brought into the festival's public space, simply refused to acknowledge that his metalwork was a form of art. He insisted it was craftwork, that the distinction mattered, and he made festival food with the kind of attention he usually reserved for forge work. He would not accept the title Master Craftsman, and simply introduced himself as someone who has been cooking and forging for a while and doesn't see why either should be treated as magic. The crowd loved him for it. Crimson Sparrow landed on the grand stage during the final ceremony, causing a moment of shock before people realized the Phoenix Crow was not attacking but delivering something. A message cylinder fell from its grip. Wei Liang opened it. Mao Guang's handwriting again, briefer this time. The child asks if you are enjoying your celebration. I told her that you probably were not. She asked if you would prefer if people stopped celebrating. I told her that you would prefer if people used the energy they spend celebrating to improve the systems they had built. She found this a satisfactory answer and is now pestering me about what systems you consider most in need of improvement. Wei Liang read the message to the assembled crowd. They laughed, and in that laughter, he felt something shift. The compact was becoming real not because he had made it real, but because people were making it real. A child in the outer realms asking about systems of governance. Parliament debating water rights. Old Kong refusing to let anyone treat him as more than what he was. Rui Xin beginning to write again. This was what victory actually looked like. Not triumph. Not heroism. Just ordinary people making extraordinary ordinary choices every day. Chapter 132 by Qiong asked for an audience 3 weeks after Founders' Day. She came to the palace alone, which was unusual. Normally the divine liaison maintained a retinue of attendants and ceremonial guards. Wei Liang received her in one of the smaller council rooms. She looked tired, which was a state Wei Liang had never seen her in. The heavens representatives typically maintained perfect composure. I am returning to the celestial realm, Bai Qiong said without preamble. My service as liaison is concluding. The heavens believe the sovereign compact is sufficiently stable that continued direct celestial observation is no longer necessary. You don't sound happy about this, Wei Liang said. I am not consulting my feelings on the matter, Bai Qiong said. But since you are asking, I believe the compact is fragile. I believe you will face challenges you are not prepared for. I believe the architect will continue to evolve its methods even as you evolve your defenses. I believe success is uncertain and failure is possible. And I am leaving anyway, because the heavens have decided this is what needs to happen. Why are you telling me this? Wei Liang asked. Because it matters, that you understand, you have not won. The cycle is not broken. The architect is not defeated. You have simply created a system that is more resilient than the Chosen One cycles were. That is not the same as permanent victory. Wei Liang nodded slowly. I know. You know it intellectually, Bai Qiang said. I am not certain you have felt it. You have built something remarkable. Do not mistake that accomplishment for completion. What should I do differently? Wei Liang asked. Nothing, Bai Qiang said. And that was the only moment Wei Liang saw something like genuine emotion in her face. You are doing what you needed to do. You are building something that can exist without you, which is the only kind of leadership that actually matters. I am telling you this not because you need to change course. I am telling you this because I am leaving, and you should know. Your system is the most interesting thing the heavens have seen in 10,000 years. That is not praise. That is simply observation. You have created something that is neither divine nor mortal, but somehow both. That is rarer than it sounds. Will I see you again? Wei Liang asked. Unlikely, Bai Qiang said. The heavens are retreating into their own processes of self-examination and reformation. They do not expect to send another liaison for several centuries, if at all. But if they do, I hope it will be someone you can work with as effectively as you have worked with me. She departed that evening. Wei Liang stood at the gates again, watching another person who had been essential to the compact's foundation disappear into whatever came next. Yuzhen found him there, as she always did when he was in a contemplative mood. Bai Qiang thinks we haven't won, he said. Bai Qiang is correct, Yuzhen said. But you already knew that. You don't seem surprised. I'm not, Wei Liang said. But hearing it articulated by the heavens' own representative, that matters. It means the heavens don't believe we've solved the problem. They just believe we've created a system that can withstand the problem better than we could before. Then the architect was wrong? Yuzhen asked. If it believed that choosing chosen ones was the only way to handle cosmic chaos, and we've created a system that doesn't rely on chosen ones at all. The architect was partially wrong, Wei Liang said. The cosmic chaos is real. The architect's solution was insufficient, but the problem it was trying to address exists. That's the harder version of victory, isn't it? Not defeating your enemy, just proving that their methods were not the only methods, and possibly not the best methods. Chapter 133 Mao Guang returned 2 seasons later, carried back through the Outer Realms boundary by Crimson Sparrow and a contingent of merchant traders who had been establishing stable routes between the Compact's territories and the outer settlements. The demon scholar was visibly exhausted, but his eyes carried the particular brightness they developed when he had been engaged with research he considered genuinely important. Wei Liang met him at the palace gates with Shun Lihua and Yuzhen. Mao Guang looked at them, nodded in greeting, and then simply said, I need to address Parliament immediately. The implications of what the delegation discovered will reshape how we understand the architect. He cleaned up, ate a full meal. Old Kong had his recipes prepared within an hour, and then presented his findings to the assembled Parliament in a speech that lasted 6 hours. The essential argument was this. The architect was not evil in any conventional sense. It was a system that had been built to solve a genuine and ongoing problem. Cosmic chaos events that emerged from the natural structure of reality and threatened sentient civilizations. The chosen one cycles were, from the architect's perspective, an efficient solution to an existential threat. The architect's error had not been in misidentifying the problem. The error had been in failing to recognize that efficiency achieved through coercion was not actually efficient because it bred resistance, resentment, and system failure across longer time scales. The architect is, in essence, a tool designed by intelligence for a specific purpose, Mao Guang said. Like any tool, it suffers from the limitations of its original design. It experiences the world through the framework of problem exists, solution required. Solution must be imposed for maximum effectiveness. What it has not grasped, and what we have now demonstrated, is that solutions developed through consent and tested through voluntary participation are more durable than solutions imposed through necessity. So the architect could change its mind? Someone asked. Stop constructing chosen ones? That is the most hopeful interpretation, Mao Guang said. The architect has shown evidence of learning and adaptation. It has been building new cycles for centuries without success. It has observed the sovereign compact's formation and continuation. It is, I believe, at a point in its process where it must decide whether to persist with failed methods or attempt something new. That decision is not made yet, but the possibility exists that the architect might be persuaded to accept the compact's framework, voluntary response core for cosmic chaos events, with participants self-selected rather than chosen, with full rights and exit options. The room was silent. The possibility that the architect, the vast, ancient system that had shaped the last several cycles of civilization, might be willing to work within the compact's constraints rather than against them, that it might choose cooperation over coercion, it was a kind of hope no one had dared to consider seriously. How long until we know? Shen Lihua asked. The architect does not work on our timeline, Mao Guang said. But it has already responded to our presentation of the compact's framework with something that was not dismissal. It requested documentation of how voluntary response corps would be selected, trained, and deployed. That request is the equivalent of the architect taking us seriously as an alternative provider of solutions. That is as much as we can hope for at this juncture. Chapter 130 for the architect's next communication came 4 months later, delivered through a method none of them had quite understood. A perfect copy of Mao Guang appeared at the parliament's doors, spoke a message in Mao Guang's voice, and then dissolved into light. The parliament members who witnessed it agreed that it was the most unsettling thing any of them had experienced, which was saying something in a world that had included the dissolution of the Celestial Accord. The message was formal and direct. The framework you propose is theoretically viable. Implementation will require significant infrastructure modification on my end. Specifically, the identification and selection of voluntary participants who meet minimum requirement thresholds. The support infrastructure for participants who fail tasks or choose to exit. The training protocols that do not rely on coercive conditioning. The oversight mechanisms that allow human judgment to supervise my decisions. These elements are computationally complex. They are also, I acknowledge, necessary if this framework is to succeed. I propose we begin with a small-scale deployment. A cosmic chaos event in the eastern outer realms presents itself in approximately 6 months. I propose the Sovereign Compact select 20 volunteers from your territories. I will select 20 from celestial candidates with no prior chosen one training. We will deploy them together. We will measure outcomes. We will adjust methodology based on results. This is how systems learn. Your cooperation in this process would constitute a productive experiment. Wei Liang read the message 3 times. The architect was, in its own way, saying yes. Not a permanent commitment. Not an abandonment of cycle construction entirely, but a willingness to test something new, to accept that its methods might not be the only methods, to work within constraints it had previously rejected. It's being reasonable, Shen Lihua said, reading over Wei Liang's shoulder. It's being strategic, Wei Liang said. It's testing whether the compact can actually do what we claim. If the experiment fails, the architect uses that failure as justification for returning to its previous methods. If the experiment succeeds, the architect has found a new way to address the chaos problem that doesn't require building entire cycles. Either way, Yujin said, we're trapped in having to prove something that might not be provable. No, Wei Liang said. We're trapped in the same situation as the architect. We have to work with imperfect information and make choices that might be wrong. That's not a trap. That's called being alive. He called the full strategy council to design the compact's response. The question was, who should be selected for this deployment? The compact had cultivators far more experienced than the minimum necessary. But if they sent their strongest, they risked making the experiment look like the Heaven's original chosen one process, selecting the most gifted. If they sent unpracticed volunteers, they risked failure that would validate the architect's original position that selection requires choosers. We should select people who have rejected chosen one status, Wei Hao said. It was obvious in retrospect. Wei Hao was already putting himself forward without asking. People like me. People who were identified as having potential and said no, then fought to prove that rejection was legitimate. That's who should face the chaos event. People proving that non-chosen volunteers can succeed. Wei Hao led the selection process with surprising gentleness. He did not recruit the strongest. He recruited people who had survived rejection, who had built lives without chosen one power being imposed on them, who understood the stakes of what they were volunteering for. 20 people emerged from that process: fighters, scholars, merchants, craftspeople. A mix of cultivation ranks and backgrounds, unified only by having said no to destiny and meant it. Old Kong forged new weapons for them, lighter and more flexible than the delegation's tools had been. You need to use your own judgment more than them, he told Wei Hao. The weapons are there to help, not to decide. Wei Liang addressed the volunteers before their departure. The architect is testing whether what we built is real or just performance. So are you. If you go out there and face the chaos and you find that you can't do it, that you need to be chosen to be worthy, that's valid information. That means the architect's original framework might have been right. But I don't believe that's true. I believe you can do this. I believe you will do this. And even if you fail, the attempt matters. That's the difference between this and the chosen one cycles. Even failure here is honest. It's learning. The architect cycles only allowed one kind of learning, the learning that chosen ones were necessary. They departed into the eastern outer realms with minimal ceremony. Wei Hao went at their head, not as chosen leader, but as first volunteer. Crimson Sparrow promised to carry updates back when possible. Chapter 135. The architect's formal response came 42 days later. Wei Hao and his contingent were still engaged with the chaos event, a genuine rift between reality layers that was beginning to destabilize the outer realm structure. The situation was dire enough that death was a genuine possibility for volunteers involved in the response. The message was brief. Your volunteers are performing adequately. Deployment is not yet complete, but preliminary metrics indicate success rate exceeding my projected minimum. The chaos event is being contained. No deaths to this point. 2 serious injuries, managed by volunteer medic without requiring my intervention. This data supports your theoretical framework. I acknowledge that success is possible through voluntary means. Continuation of experiment is warranted. I will discontinue cycle construction pending first full deployment completion and analysis of results. This is not permanent, but it is a meaningful pause. Wei Liang was reading the message in the Strategy Council chamber when Yu Zhen looked at him and asked the question everyone was thinking. What if they fail in the next phase? What if Wei Hao and the others can't handle the full event? Then we've learned that the compact's framework has limits, Wei Liang said. That's not failure. That's exactly what learning looks like. The architect's previous cycles never allowed for that kind of learning. It only allowed for confirmation that chosen ones were necessary. If Wei Hao's contingent fails, we'll adjust, we'll try again, we'll find the boundaries of what voluntary response actually achieves. That's harder than the architect's system. That's better, but it's not guaranteed to work. You're gambling with your brother's life, Shen Lihua said. I'm trusting my brother to make choices about his own life, Wei Liang said. Which is the entire point of this system. Wei Hao volunteered. He understood the risks. I could order him to stand down, but that would violate the principle the entire compact was built on, that people get to decide what they do with themselves. If I start making those exceptions for people I love, the principle dies. Yuzhen took his hand. That's the hard part, isn't it? That you have to be consistent even when it costs you personally. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's exactly the hard part. Chapter 136. Wei Hao returned 3 weeks later, worn and battered but alive. The chaos event had been contained. The rift had been sealed. 38 volunteers had gone in. 2 were seriously injured. 19 had minor injuries. The remaining 17 had made it through without physical damage. More importantly, they had done it themselves. The architect had provided support, information, structural guidance, resource access. But the actual work of confronting and sealing the chaos, of preventing the rift from expanding and collapsing the outer realm stability, that had been done by volunteers who had never been chosen for anything. Wei Liang met him at the gates with Yu Zhen. Wei Hao was dressed in borrowed clothes because his had been destroyed in the chaos containment work. He was exhausted in a way that went beyond mere physical tiredness. But his eyes were clear. We did it, Wei Hao said. The framework works. You were right. Sit down, Wei Liang said. Eat. Tell me everything. They sat in one of the informal dining rooms, and Wei Hao recounted the mission. The rift had been wider than anticipated, the chaos more chaotic. They'd had to improvise solutions. Some of their planned approaches had failed catastrophically. They'd had to try new methods, adapt, learn in real time. 3 people had wanted to leave the mission halfway through. The fear was too much, the uncertainty unbearable. Wei Hao had let them leave, and their departure had forced the remaining volunteers to redistribute their responsibilities, which actually strengthened their coordination. The most important moment, Wei Hao said, was when our third approach failed, the one we trained on, that everyone believed would work. It failed completely. For about 30 seconds, everyone panicked. We were going to die. The rift was going to consume us. And then someone, I don't even remember who, a merchant from the southern territories, just started trying something different. Just began improvising. And the rest of us followed, and it worked. It wasn't the elegant solution we'd planned. It was messy and required 3 people to hold position while others sealed from below. One of them got injured. But it worked. The architect saw this. Wei Liang asked. It was watching, Wei Hao said. It sent feedback during the mission. Course corrections. Warnings about unstable zones. But it didn't take over. It didn't decide for us. It was support, like you said. That was the revelation. The architect doesn't need to choose chosen ones to address chaos. It just needs to work with people who are willing to engage with the problem and trust them to figure it out. Wei Liang felt something settle in his chest. Not relief exactly. The architect still existed, still posed long-term strategic concerns. But hope. Real, grounded hope that the compact had proven something worth proving. Wei Hao and Wei Liang shared a meal that night, with just Yu Zhen present. And for the first time since the Accord's dissolution, Wei Liang felt like they were genuinely brothers again. The weight of chosen one destiny had been lifted, not through force or rejection, but through proving that there was another way. Chapter 137. Old Kong announced his retirement on a quiet morning in late autumn. He appeared at the palace council and simply said, "I'm done. 900 years of forged work. That's enough. I'm stepping back." No one had expected this. Old Kong was the compact's foremost craftsman, irreplaceable in ways that no one liked to contemplate. "You don't have to decide immediately," Xianxia said carefully. "I'm not deciding," Old Kong said. "It's already decided. I'm ancient. I've made enough weapons, enough tools, enough festival food. I'm going to teach apprentices how to do it themselves, and then I'm going to sit somewhere quiet and figure out how to not be useful anymore. You'll survive. The work will continue. I'm done." It was, in character, a perfect way for Old Kong to announce his retirement. Without sentiment, without ceremony, with the same directness he brought to everything else. No one could argue with it, partly because Old Kong would have found argument irritating. But before he fully stepped back, he created one final work, an iron tablet, forged with such precision that the metal seemed to breathe. The compact's founding charter had been carved into it, but Old Kong had created it so that the letters seemed to emerge from the iron itself rather than being inscribed. The tablet would outlast marble, outlast stone, outlast most of the people reading it. He called it the Refused Tablet, which made Xianxia cry quietly when she understood the reference. The story of Wei Liang refusing to be the chosen one, the entire philosophical foundation of everything the compact was trying to be, now cast in metal that would last millennia. "You made that title up just to make me emotional," Xianxia said. "I did," Old Kong said. "I'm leaving. I'm allowed to be sentimental once." The evening before Old Kang's formal retirement ceremony, he was sitting in the palace courtyard watching apprentices work the forges. Crimson Sparrow, who had been flying routes between the compact's territories and the outer realms for months, descended and landed on his shoulder. Everyone present held their breath, because a phoenix crow landing on someone was not something that typically happened in casual situations. But Old Kong simply reached up and scratched the bird's neck like it was a familiar pet. "See," he said to the assembled witnesses. "The bird trusts me. Even the cosmic animals trust old craftsmen. That's how I know I can stop. If the phoenix crow believes I'll be fine, then I'll be fine." Crimson Sparrow made a sound that was almost like a purr. Chapter 138. Wei Liang gave a formal address to full parliament on the first day of the compact's second year of operation. He had been coached by Xianxia on effective rhetoric, and he had ignored most of the coaching because he was constitutionally incapable of being a good public speaker. He stood before the assembled parliament, 53 members representing territories and populations across the compact sphere, and he said, "I did not want to be the chosen one. I still don't some days. When I wake up and the weight of all this is present, I think about the accord and how easy it would be to simply choose a path and compel everyone to follow it. That's not freedom, but it's simple. What I want instead is for the word emperor to mean something that serves the people who need serving, not the people doing the serving. I think we are close to that. Not there. Close. I think we will keep failing toward it, and I think that's enough." The parliament voted to renew his mandate, 51-2. The two dissenting votes were Xianxia's and Yu Zhan's, cast on grounds that Wei Liang should have to campaign like anyone else rather than receiving automatic renewal. "If you want the mandate to be legitimate," Xianxia explained afterward, "it has to be subject to actual challenge. If we simply hand it to you every year because you've done well, we're recreating the chosen one structure with a different name." Wei Liang found himself smiling, which surprised him. "So I have to campaign? You have to convince people to vote for you," Yu Zhan said. "You have to explain why you believe you should continue. You have to face the possibility that you might lose. That's what it means to lead in a system based on consent rather than mandate." "I might lose." "You probably won't," Xianxia said. "But you might. And the possibility has to be real or the whole thing is just performance." The campaign lasted 3 weeks. Wei Liang gave speeches to various constituencies. He was terrible at it. He kept slipping into explanation of policy rather than persuasion about his vision. He kept admitting doubt, which conventional wisdom said was a weakness in leadership, but which seemed to make people trust him more, not less. In the end, he won 54-0 with abstentions, which was somehow worse than winning by a narrow margin because it meant there was no real possibility of loss, which meant the system was broken again. "No," Xianxia said, reading his expression. "It means you earn trust. That's different from being chosen. The people voted for you because they wanted you specifically, not because they had no choice. That's the system working correctly. Don't corrupt it by making yourself feel like you have to lose to prove something." Chapter 139. The assassination attempt came during a public address in the second week of the second year. Wei Liang was speaking on water rights, tedious but necessary policy, when someone in the crowd stood and drew a weapon. Ruwei Shan, who was sitting in the visitors' gallery as a member of the sworn Broken's representation to Parliament, spotted the movement first and moved with the speed and grace of someone who had been trained for 2 centuries in high-level combat. He was across the chamber and disarming the assassin before the guards had even processed what was happening. The weapon was secured. The assassin, a young man, maybe 20 years old, with the particular intensity of someone who had been radicalized, was brought before the compact's court system rather than executed on site. The trial lasted 8 sessions. The evidence was straightforward. The young man had been promised payment and resources by an outside organization to assassinate Wei Liang. The organization could not be directly connected to the architect, but the timing and method were consistent with architect-assisted operations. The assassin had been convinced that Wei Liang's death would destabilize the compact. Wei Liang testified about the interception, but more importantly, Wei Liang testified about why it mattered. I was imprisoned for 200 years by a system that claimed to know what was best for me. I was freed by a system that asked me what I needed. When I see someone trying to murder the architect of that second system, I understand the impulse. The sworn broken were not the only ones damaged by the accord. But I also understand what I learned. Violence for the sake of freedom is just violence. It becomes its own tyranny. I intercepted this attack not because I believe the compact is perfect. I did it because I believe the system is worth protecting while we make it better. The assassin was sentenced to 20 years of education work, focused on understanding the political history of the accord, how power structures corrupted, and why coercion was not solution. It was not a light sentence. 20 years was most of a life in a world of extended human lifespans, but it was not execution either. Wei Liang found Wei Liang afterward and thanked him simply. That was exactly what the compact is for. You freed yourself from the cycle. Now you're helping others. I'm helping the system that freed me, Wei Liang said. That's not altruism. That's gratitude applied to something larger than myself. Chapter 140. The compact's second year continued. Wei Liang sat at the window of the palace in late autumn, watching the territories beyond the walls. Yu Zhen was beside him, doing correspondence work with characteristic efficiency. Shen Lihua's voice carried up from the parliament chambers below. She was presenting another case, another amendment, another step forward in the slow work of making the system actually functional. Old Kong was in the courtyard teaching forgecraft to apprentices who had not yet learned to be afraid of mistakes. Crimson Sparrow was above the outer realms, carrying messages between the compact's territories and the settlements where the Voluntary Response Corps continued their work. Wei Hao was in the eastern territories, building something new, not military installation but actual infrastructure for the next generation of settlements. Mao Guang was in the archive, researching the next problem. The architect had gone quiet. Not defeated, just quiet. Observing, waiting to see if the experiment held, if voluntary response was actually durable, if the compact could handle the problems it had claimed it could handle. The codex was woven into the metaphysical substrate of reality itself. It could be amended, changed, reinterpreted, but it could not be overridden. It would outlast this year, outlast Wei Liang, possibly outlast the compact itself if the compact was ever reformed or dissolved into something new. In the outer realms, a child who was now 5 years old was learning 2 competing narratives about the demon emperor. She would grow up with that complexity. She would not be chosen. She would choose for herself, whatever she chose to choose. Wei Liang picked up the warden's compass, the artifact that had started everything, that had pointed him toward becoming the person he had become. He looked at it, expecting it to point towards something, a binding, a destiny, a chosen path. But the compass pointed only at the open air beyond the window. Not at any binding, not at any fixed direction. He set it back down. What are you thinking? Yu Zhen asked, not looking up from her correspondence. That I still don't know how any of this ends, Wei Liang said. I still don't know if the compact will last. I still don't know if the architect is genuinely reformed or just regrouping. I still don't know if voluntary response can handle the next chaos event. I still don't know if I'm the right person to be running this thing. And, Yu Zhen asked. And that's okay, Wei Liang said. That's actually the entire point. No prophecy has named the next step. No chosen one destiny has predetermined the path. The architect doesn't know what happens next. The heavens don't know what happens next. I don't know what happens next. And that uncertainty is exactly right, because it means the future is being made by choices, not by destiny. The Tao continues. Not because I chose it. Because people keep choosing it. Yu Zhen finally looked up, and she was smiling. Then we'll see what happens next, she said. The compact continues its second year. The work continues. The story continues. And somewhere in the outer realms, a girl with access to 2 narratives is asking the third question. The one she made up herself. The one no one had anticipated. The one that will determine what comes next. That is the difference between the chosen one cycles and what Wei Liang has built. The future is not predetermined. It is being written in real time by ordinary people making extraordinary decisions every day. The Tao continues. No prophecy has named the next step. That, Wei Liang thinks, is exactly right. If you have traveled this far with Wei Liang, with the compact, with the refusal of destiny itself, then you understand what matters. Not victory over enemies, but building something that can continue without you. Not chosen one power, but the courage to trust others. Not prophecy, but the willingness to face uncertainty together. The story is complete, but the Tao is eternal. Subscribe to follow the next chapter of the Sovereign Compact's evolution. Like and comment if the refusal to be chosen resonated with you. Share this tale with those who need to hear that another way is possible. Ring the notification bell so you never miss a new story.